Chapter 1 Lotus Pavilion 1. Standing within the confined soft T-system-like space, Hanya's mood was anything but delightful. Whoever had just been dispatched would undoubtedly feel upset, especially as a mere collateral victim. Nevertheless, he swiftly adjusted his mindset, for after numerous deaths, he no longer attached much significance to it. Raising ish to summon the system-ice interface, the prominently displayed acquisition of count stood at a mere 210 at the top, calculating it could probably exchange for 2 days of survival time. What couldn't accomplish in 2 days? Return to bid farewell. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, a hint of cynicism flickering in his eyes. Turning to the system, it quivered slightly and silently raised its tiny paw. Host, don't give up so soon. The first 5 World Serenavis missions, Sophia Identicard say you need to portray our mere like cannon fodder roles. You learn more in the future. Han Yi, I suspect you are perpetrating fraud. Recalling the system's previous words about really portraying the drawn Identicard Dina's malworld to enhance recognition, he couldn't help but contrasted with the Identicard she had drawn in this world's own sectavator whose father had done was betrayed by his abort, sent to Han his father in the afterlife aristocratische master overdosed in our creation aldrugan didin extasia cannon fodder pushiden to. Han Yi, so, you intend for me to experience 365 wastedy? System, host, it's sal because of your bad luck. Han Yi, you druthid Identicard is titty our fall for the bad luck? System, host, that's not important. Just now, the main system has announced dream fulfillment plan. Let check it out. It guarantees definitely not an Identicard that guarantees death this time. Sighing, Hanya said, alright, I'll trust you again. What is this dream fulfillment plan? Upon hearing that the host was interested, the system immediately excitedly introduced it. Host, have you watched TV dramas? Many drama fanship to manual resolve the emotional issues after finishing gadroma. Therefore, we plan to dispatch a group of hosts to various small worlds derived from TV dramas to change some of the original endings of historias and seventh the unresolved issues. Understand? You understand, Hanya said calmly. However, I don't watch many dramas. The system replied, it doest matter if I don't watch dramas. Host. Let's participate in this dream fulfillment plan. The mission rewards are ever generous. Moreover, if special loaded Identicards from the martial arts section, they're definitely not those cannon fodder Identicards and Diokandra 3 times. How about it, host? Ario you tempted? Han yeast, so you'll ready heavy out of skin mind? The system eagerly replied, yes. I recently finished watching Lotus Pavilion. The protagonist is really great and event rank head first in the world. Host, let's guess the task from Lotus Pavilion. Han Yi agreed, alright, then take the task on draw the Identicard. Thinking about seeing his favorite characters, the system happily began to draw an Identicard for the host. Ding, congratulations on drawing the Identicard Sasi Kongjashing, Wan Lianhua, and Jiang Yuyan. Hanya Filsalinteshia peen the 3 golden Identicards. The system exclaimed, wow, host, where is a luck at this time, theory real golden cards. Han yeast, don't you differentiate between genders in our card pool? The system replied, of course Wado, isn't the gender of the Identicard state in the card details? Hanya clarified, no, I mean didn't you consider the host's gender? The system responded, host, those are just me nor details, let's start the mission. When Hanya Penadizes again found himself in Themid Stofe forest, fortunately it was a forester wise, he would have to explain how a person could suddenly appear. System, what are the missions? Host, we have 2 missions in this world. The first is to detoxify the Lianawat, and the second is to save the people length women's residence. Moreover, it hasn't been long since that battle of these seen did. Let Shirida rescue Li Shangi. After some contemplation, Hanya Kazitoik the Identicard Dasi Kongjashing, the Ruas knew their choice since the other to vary either a crossdresser or a family, he decided to postpone those options. Host, you know you have to the drawn Identicard, right? I didn't say I wouldn't. Looking at the system map marking the direction of Disian comparinja to his current location, it's imed quite far. System, do you have a horse? The system suggests that the host relies on his own abilities. After a moment of silence, Hanya exerted his strength and just lightning fast movements to head towards the nearest town. He hoped there would be Zomioni and the tone would barabad for their wealth to help the poor. Lizayan Giilian from Wolithatis poison had done living temporarily suppressed, and he had no more than 10 years left to live. Nuna cared about Lizayan Gianamor, so he was planning to leave with Abro Kenhart. Leaderly, someone called. Lizayan Hasperishedan the sea from no one, there isn't Lily Lion Wayne world, he said, feeling a sense of serenity. Wherever I go, the lotus blooms, how vast the world is, yet there is no place for him. As Lilayan will walk off to a temple, he didn't know where to go and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Hate hot about returning to the East Coast, his elder Marshall brother's body hadn't been recover a diet, and perhaps they could find some ecluis in the damaged ship off the Golden Swan Alliance. After struggling to return to the East Coast, Lilian Huahan found an ecluis before fainting mysteriously again. When he woke, he found himself lying on a bed, feeling a bit better. Lilian Huasatupan looked around, the room was sparsely decorated, containing his a bed sedable, eatable, 2 benches, and a wardrobe. He could smell the fragrancy of various herbs, could it be thought Simeon had brought him to clinic after he fainted, it did look like it. Is the auk, a voice east. Lilian who looked to pandment a pair of expressive eyes filled with words Seatoba spoken. Chapter 2 Lotus Pavilion 2. He saw a retroly beautiful and expressive eyes, the person wearing a floor-length of aura-weighted reswasta land slender, as the breeze blew, her light veil fluttered, and her black hair was adorned with a step swing that swayed gently with hair movements, accentuating her delicate appearance. Fortunately Lilian who had seen many beautiful women and had even had a fancy was considered the most beautiful woman in the world. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but become slightly distracted. Young master, the woman asked. Snapping back to reality, Lilian Ho accepted the medicine from her hands. I'm Li Lianhua. May I ask where, and also, why am I here? With the Yawing Masterisher, that's a longstory e found the unmasteron thibicha you are poisoned and dit severapatin poison I can't detoxiforiano, so I brought you out of the small fishing village, not far from where you fainted. As for Hoyam. The woman paused and shouted in tough bitterness in her face. I'm Wan Xiaohua, but doctor, please drink your medicine, young master. Lilian Huidat was bitter because she couldn't detoxify his poison and comforted her. You don't have it to be so formal, calm a bima name. Regarding the poison I'm suffering from, it's the bitter tea poison, you don't need to be too troubled. After finishing his words, he drank the medicine in a gulp. Alright, young master, beauty misunderstood, it's not the cough that, she clarified. Let's no talk about hotno, it's been marathonide, im shariamus bahungry ilgo jetia sampridge. And here she to akata pakatov candy and handidi to Lilianoa, the medicine is a bit bitter, have a candy, she said before turning gone leaving. After taking the candy and gone, Lilian Huai couldn't help you feel a mix. Chapter 3 of the Lotus Tower. Host of the system, when do you plan to utilize another identity card? Han Yu replied nonchalantly, let's discuss this later, time is of the essence, and I cannot be in two places at once. The system interjected, who says you cannot? Host, would you care to spend some points? The system store has just launched a new doppelganger skill. Don't let this opportunity slip by, for just 198 points, it can be yours. Han Yu remarked, but my point balance seems to be nearly 210. Indeed, host, the system affirmed, you can conveniently purchase one doppelganger skill. You have now surpassed the novice phase, in the future, you shall acquire more points. Furthermore, the upcoming worlds may feature multiple identity card scenarios. Do you truly wish to forego this opportunity? I assure you, it is for your own benefit. Han Yi sensed the system's unusually enthusiastic demeanor. Glancing at Li Lianhua, who was constructing a carriage not far away, he feigned indifference and replied, let's talk about it later. The system continued, moreover, the doppelganger skill can enhance your mental fortitude, and you can select one skill from your identity card to learn. Han Yi interrupted, wait a moment. You mean I can select one skill from the identity card to learn? It shouldn't be the doppelganger skill's ability, right? The system stuttered, well, this matter is actually, Han Yi quipped, have you forgotten? The system immediately feigned tears, woo host, I did not mean to. I was merely engrossed in watching the finale of Lotus Tower that day, and I was deeply saddened. Han Yi sighed, fine, I shall overlook this matter. However, this doppelganger skill is only 198 points? Are you certain? Not quite, the system replied. For the sake of our friendship, I'll offer it at an internal price of just 150, it truly is the lowest. Then let us proceed with the purchase, Han Yi stated, before walking towards Li Lianhua. Young master, are you constructing a house? Wang Xiaohua inquired, observing the structure before Li Lianhua that resembled a small building. Indeed, Li Lianhua replied. I thought, since I have some idle time, why not build a mobile house that can be drawn by horses? When we search for medicinal herbs later, we need not endure the elements nor spend extra coin. Wang Xiaohua assessed the small building, your craftsmanship is quite impressive, young master, may I take a look inside? Of course, Li Lianhua responded. The building featured two levels, the first floor housed a living room, kitchen, and a large medicine cabinet, alongside a small table for processing herbs. The second floor contained two rooms, a spacious balcony, a stone mill, and a place for drying herbs, with the eaves allowing for the cultivation of vegetables. After Wang Xiaohua had explored the small building, she sat at the table and pointed at the expansive medicine cabinet that occupied one wall. Are you planning to become a physician, young master? Li Lianhua replied casually, not at all. This is for you, are you not a physician? We can travel together to practice medicine. Wang Xiaohua lowered her head in silence, then looked up with tear-filled eyes. I did not expect you to trust me so deeply, young master. This truly brings me joy, but I am somewhat concerned. Concerned about what? Li Lianhua asked. Wang Xiaohua thought of the gossipers who might claim that the young master was living off her, which saddened and distressed her. Do not worry. I am not troubled by it, I do not mind being supported, Li Lianhua stated emphatically. Over the days spent together, he had come to realize that Wang Xiaohua was no ordinary girl. Do you, my lady, truly care about such matters? I believe you do not, as I have been living off your generosity these days. Wang Xiaohua hesitated, considering that he was unaware of her current identity as a cross-dressing master. Regardless, traveling with him was indeed her role as a physician. She wiped her eyes and repressed her tears. As long as you are not bothered, I shall be at ease. She then pointed ahead, young master, will we be keeping horses there? Do you have the means to purchase them? Li Lianhua responded, but you are wealthy, are you not? Wang Xiaohua chuckled and shook her head, young master, I cannot, I still need to buy medicinal herbs and prepare medicinal dishes for you. Li Lianhua paused for a moment, then retrieved a token for the four guardians from his possession and handed it over. This should suffice to exchange for some coin to purchase horses. Wang Xiaohua accepted the token, looking back at Li Lianhua, is this all right? This must be something quite important to you. Not at all, it is merely a token. If it can be exchanged for some silver, it would allow me to enjoy a change in flavor, Li Lianhua mused, recalling the recent bitter taste of the medicinal dishes he had been consuming. Wang Xiaohua admonished, young master, you have been advised to take good care of your health, medicinal dishes are essential. The system interjected, host, could it be that your culinary skills are lacking? Han Yu retorted, silence, do not speak nonsense. Wang Xiaohua then beamed at Li Lianhua, just in time, the medicinal dishes should be ready soon. Young master, let us return. Li Lianhua gazed at Wang Xiaohua's smile, sensing an ulterior motive behind her cheerfulness. He touched the candy in his pocket and replied, then let us return. Chapter 4. The Lotus Pavilion. As dusk descended, the sky was painted a profound shade of blue, with the moon gently casting its silvery glow, draping the night in a delicate veil. Han Yi, returning to his chamber alone, began to experiment with the doppelganger skill he had acquired. The initial experience was rather unpleasant. Finally, just as he felt his brain might burst, he succeeded, muttering a curse under his breath. At that moment, he heard the voice of Li Lianhua. Forgive me for the interruption, please continue, Li Lianhua said, slightly embarrassed. Han Yi inquired, why would the doppelganger, encased in an identity card, be projected directly before me? The system replied, host, you did not specify a location, so it had to appear randomly. It is entirely possible for it to manifest before you. Xikong Jiaxing interjected, do not speak nonsense, we are merely in a contractual relationship. I have no inclination towards men. Wang Xiaohua quipped, is it because you fear you won't have another chance to speak? Ah, no, I shall take my leave immediately. Xikong Jiaxing exclaimed. Wang Xiaohua tossed a jade token, which Xikong Jiaxing caught before departing. Li Lianhua felt as though there was something amiss with his hearing. Could the after effects of the poison from Baicha be manifesting so swiftly? Did he just refer to you as? Indeed, Wang Xiaohua replied. Li Lianhua gazed at the enchanting Wang Xiaohua before him, whose voice resonated with clarity, and sensed he might need a moment of solitude. Observing Li Lianhua's momentary daze, Wang Xiaohua decided it best not to provoke him further this evening and would revisit the matter tomorrow. Upon awakening, Li Lianhua felt as though he had dreamt that Wang Xiaohua was a man. Upon stepping outside, he encountered a noble youth with a jade-like visage and crimson lips, his features exquisite yet devoid of any femininity. Who is this? Ah, you are awake. The youth, seated beneath a grand tree and brewing tea, seemed to discern the confusion in Li Lianhua's eyes and continued, it appears your memory is rather poor. Have you forgotten the past few days? The melodious quality of the voice made Li Lianhua's eyes ache. May I inquire, is this the young lady named Xiaohua? He managed to maintain a composed expression. Indeed, it is I, the youth replied. But now, it is the esteemed Wang Lianhua, no longer the delicate willow swaying in the wind. Li Lianhua marveled at the astounding realism of this disguise technique, realizing how limited his previous experiences had been. He pondered how such a skilled physician and master of disguise could possibly come to be on the East Coast, fortuitously saving him. He thus asked, pray tell, why did you rescue me? The jade-faced youth answered, I merely happened to pass by. Initially, I had no intention of saving you, however, upon examining your pulse, I discovered the poison still held some potency, compelling me to intervene. Li Lianhua found himself at a loss for words, feeling a tumult of emotions. After all, during their time together, he had gleaned some insight into this individual's character, and it was undeniable that his health was indeed improving, yet, he was curious about one matter. Is your name truly Wang Xiaohua? Is that the only thing you find curious? The jade-faced youth's eyes sparkled with amusement, sensing Li Lianhua's intrigue. He then revealed, my name is Wang Lianhua. Wang Lianhua, just like mine? Wang Lianhua, no it is the compassion of a flower, reminiscent of the past, while the flower remains oblivious to the sorrow of the heart. Meanwhile, having departed from the small courtyard, Xikong Jiaxing made his way to the nearby mountains, locating the horse left behind, and set off towards the nearest stronghold. Fortunately, when he had procured Wang Lianhua's identity card, he had diligently gathered intelligence and assembled a group of allies, or else, not only would he have been unable to treat Li Lianhua, but he would have found himself without a place to go. The system queried, host, what are your intentions moving forward? Han Yi replied, a lively Jianghu is far more appealing. Xikong Jiaxing resolved that it was time for them to witness what it truly meant to be the king of thieves. Chapter 5 of the Lotus Pavilion. The following day, Li Lianhua learned from Wang Xiaohua, who was dressed in a gown, that they now had horses and could set off for Tianji Villa. Tianji Villa? Li Lianhua inquired. Young Master Wang's physique is rather frail, she remarked, observing the delicate beauty before her. Although she was aware that this was a cross-dressing gentleman, she could not help but be captivated by Wang's performance, with such grace in every gesture, who would believe he was a man? Surely, this is unbelievable, Li Lianhua thought, feeling a slight headache. She directly interrupted Wang Xiaohua, so, what is our purpose in going to Tianji Villa? The medicinal herbs for treating young master are not easily found, naturally, we go to seek assistance, Wang Xiaohua replied. Li Lianhua recalled a frail child who was hardly able to move. You don't mean to go to Tianji Villa to treat their young master, do you? Wang Xiaohua, evidently still lost in his persona, responded, you are truly astute, young master. I am indeed. Li Lianhua wished to express her desire for him to drop the act but felt that honesty would only lead to her own misfortune, thus, she changed her approach and asked, when shall we set off? Of course, it is now, he answered. Though Li Lianhua had long since come to terms with driving the carriage, she still felt compelled to voice a thought as she observed the beautiful figure in blue, who was engrossed in a game of chess with himself. If you have no other tasks, why not come and help with the carriage? Wang Xiaohua quickly slipped back into character, and before he could say much, tears began to fall. How could you think such a thing? Is it because we have spent so long together that you have grown weary of me? Has affection faded? I have not, that is not the case. I must attend to the carriage, please do not disturb me, Li Lianhua replied, feeling exasperated. What else could she do? She could only resume her duties of driving the carriage within Tianji Villa. Master, he gazed at his son, Fong Duobi, who was straining to strengthen his frail body. His son had been weak since childhood, relying on a wheelchair for mobility, yet, due to a single remark from Li Shangyi, he persevered here, working tirelessly even after the demise of his mentor. Master, he found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, a servant approached to inform him that there was a divine healer outside who claimed to be able to treat the young master's ailment. Cure? What ailment? Yes, my son has not been well, Master, he realized, nodding thoughtfully. Very well, let them in. I am curious to see what kind of healer this is. He then instructed his servants to attend to Fong Duobi. As Master He and his sister, He Xiaofeng, entered the reception hall, their eyes were drawn to a tall beauty clad in simple attire, her elegance illuminating the room significantly. What a stunning young lady! He Xiaofeng, still young and fond of vibrant colors, murmured to herself. Is this the healer who claimed to be able to treat my son? Upon seeing such a captivating figure, Master He softened his tone, reasoning that such beauty could hardly belong to a charlatan. Meanwhile, Li Lianhua, standing to the side, mused silently, it is I. Master He assessed the young woman before him. Can you truly heal my son? The young woman shook her head in response. Cannot? Are you jesting with Tianji Villa? Master, why not first summon your young master? I must examine him to ascertain the situation, she suggested. He Xiaofeng tugged at her brother's sleeve. Brother, surely we must allow the doctor to examine his pulse first. Master He contemplated this and agreed, sending someone to fetch Fong Duobi. Are you the physician who will treat me? Fong Duobi asked as he was beckoned into the reception hall by his mother. Li Lianhua naturally recognized the child, shaking her head. Before she could say anything further, He Xiaofeng interjected, pointing towards the woman seated nearby. Of course not, she is the one who will be treating you. Fong Duobi looked in the direction indicated by his aunt, perplexed by the idea that such a beautiful woman could be a doctor. However, after she examined his pulse and spoke with assurance, everyone in Tianji Villa felt inclined to give her a chance. Indeed, I am He Xiaofeng, and this is my nephew, Fong Duobi. May I ask for your name, young lady? I beg your pardon for my rudeness. I am Bai Lianhua, the lotus that emerges from the green bamboo and pink lotuses, she replied with a shy smile, glancing at Li Lianhua, her eyes glinting with mischief. This is Li Lianhua, and like me, he is rather bashful. Li Lianhua noted the sly glimmer in Wang Xiaohua's eyes and felt a sense of impending dread. Sure enough, upon hearing the introductions, her heart sank, realizing the predicament she faced. The people of Tianji Villa exchanged knowing glances, their expressions revealing their understanding. What, you are in such a relationship? He Xiaofeng exclaimed, her voice rising in surprise as she scrutinized the two, regarding them with the incredulity one might reserve for a flower blooming amidst manure. Li Lianhua's smile faltered, her hands tightening within her sleeves. Surely, even with her disguise, she was not so unremarkable as to evoke such a reaction, yet, a thought struck her, this was absurd. They shared no such connection. Chapter 6, The Lotus Pavilion. Recently, several significant events have transpired in the martial world. Firstly, the Imperial Palace was burglarized. It is said that the Emperor was enraged, as if something of great importance had been stolen. Although the official reports merely stated that a treasured luminous pearl of the Emperor had gone missing, subsequent rumors suggested the disappearance of the Bliss Tower along with its secret treasures. Moreover, the Baichuan Courtyard also fell victim to theft. As is well known, the Baichuan Courtyard was established by the former renowned figure, Li Shangyi, and comprised members of the Forgua sect, having reached an accord with the authorities to oversee matters of the martial realm. It is rumored that Yun Bishou, the proprietor of Baichuan Courtyard, found all his possessions stolen. When asked why, it was revealed that on the day of the theft, many witnesses observed Yun Bishou now relegated to sleeping on a wooden plank, indicating a complete loss of his belongings. No one knows which band of thieves is responsible. Additionally, it is said that various treasures were also pilfered from Yuanbao Villa and other establishments. Initially, the idle gossipers of the martial world speculated whether it was the work of the infamous Master of Empty Hands, renowned for his prowess. However, to their surprise, it turned out otherwise. As a group of martial enthusiasts gathered in an inn in a quaint town, they attentively watched as the storyteller took his seat, applauding in support. Some even took the initiative to inquire if the tale would revolve around the recent burglary at Baichuan Courtyard or perhaps the incident at the palace. Did you hear that Yuanbao Villa was also robbed? One exclaimed. Is that so? How unexpected. Another replied. The storyteller nodded with satisfaction, silencing the chatter. Since you are all aware of the events, do you know who the thief was? Surely it must be the Master of Empty Hands, came the confident response. Indeed, in the realm of martial arts, he is likely the only one capable, another chimed in. But you are only aware of one side of the tale, the storyteller said, shaking his head solemnly. The perpetrator of these deeds is not the Master of Empty Hands. In the martial world, curiosity reigns supreme, and at this moment, whether they believed the storyteller's words to be mere fabrications or were simply eager for entertainment, all ears were perked up. The storyteller deliberately withheld the details, fanning himself with his folding fan, prompting impatient murmurs from the audience. If you truly know, then stop keeping us in suspense, someone urged, igniting a chorus of agreement. Yes. You've piqued our interest, so share what you know. Clearing his throat, the storyteller closed his fan, adopting a grave expression as he began. The true mastermind behind these events is none other than the King of Thieves, Sikong Jiaxing. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The King of Thieves? I have never heard of such a title. What, the King of Thieves, such audacity? Never heard of him before, surely you jest. I feel as though I've heard whispers of this name. Ignoring the cacophony below, the storyteller coughed lightly. Do you wish to continue listening? Instinctively, silence fell over the room, as all eyes fixated on the storyteller, regardless of their thoughts. On that fateful night, when darkness cloaked the land and the moon shone dimly, a shadow stealthily entered the palace, remaining undetected for several days. It was only on the day of the uproar that a letter was discovered within the emperor's chamber, the storyteller recounted slowly. What did the letter say? The audience inquired, their curiosity piqued. The letter boldly declared, the treasures have been graciously accepted by the King of Thieves, Sikong Jaishing, the storyteller pronounced, enunciating each word carefully. Gasps of disbelief echoed from the audience. How brazen to leave a name. Does this imply that Baichuan Courtyard received a similar letter? Indeed, the letter left behind at Baichuan Courtyard bore the same name, Sikong Jaishing, the storyteller affirmed, slamming his hand on the table, revealing the climax of the tale without further embellishment. Those privy to the happenings at Baichuan Courtyard nodded in agreement, affirming the existence of such a letter. The storyteller, pleased with the scene before him, noted that the audience was equally satisfied. However, time was of the essence, and he had only managed to deliver the beginning of the story. The listeners, enthralled, yearned for more, regardless of the veracity of the tale. It was indeed an engaging narrative, and the innkeeper was equally pleased, as the influx of patrons promised a profitable day. Why do you choose to tell such tales? The system asked, puzzled by its host's intentions. Of course, to spread the name of Sikong Jaishing throughout the martial world. Indeed, Han Yi, bearing the identity of Sikong Jaishing, was the storyteller. Not long after, whispers of the King of Thieves, Sikong Jaishing, began to circulate widely within the martial community. As rumors of the letter from Baichuan Courtyard reached eager ears, countless embellished stories of the King of Thieves emerged, inciting the Master of Empty Hands to challenge Sikong Jaishing, but that is a tale for another time. Chapter 7 The Lotus Pavilion. Have you heard? It seems that a new figure has emerged in the martial world, known as the King of Thieves, Sikong Jaishing. You mentioned forgetting to pick the apricots? Meanwhile, Li Lianhua, still at the Tianji Villa, also caught wind of this news from a servant. The King of Thieves, Li Lianhua, there you are, I have been searching for you for ages. Before Li Lianhua could ponder further, Fong Duobing approached. Ever since a certain individual had expressed a desire to befriend him, albeit shyly, he found himself ensnared by this person's persistence. The servants, noticing Fong Duobing, hurriedly bowed in respect. He waved them off, dismissing their formalities, and wheeled himself closer to Li Lianhua. Li Lianhua, what do you want from me? What do you mean, what do I want, and please, do not call me Little Treasure. Refer to me by my proper name. But if it weren't for Sister Bai suggesting I check on you, I wouldn't have bothered. I truly cannot fathom how such an exceptional person as Sister Bai could take a liking to. Oh dear, here we go again. In a matter of days, Li Lianhua had transformed from a frail, unfaithful scoundrel reluctant to give his fiancée Yi a title, into a man burdened by illness, unwilling to burden his fiancée Yi with his woes, bravely swallowing all his suffering. Truly, rumors spread like wildfire, while clarifications require a marathon. Li Lianhua sighed. Could it be that our relationship is merely that of a doctor and patient? Fong Duobing gazed at him skeptically. Are you implying that you are not being supported by Sister Bai? That the little house outside is not a shared abode of yours? Is it not true that Sister Bai's name was altered to Lianhua in your honor? Although we reside in that little house together, I am indeed penniless and rely on her support. The garments I wear are also her handiwork, but she does not call me Lianhua. Li Lianhua replied. Fong Duobing, taken aback, regarded him with an expression of disbelief, akin to that of a betrayed lover. Li Lianhua fell silent, pondering the extraordinary skills of those capable of disguising themselves as the opposite gender, yet also mastering embroidery, laundry, and cooking with such finesse, embodying the ideal of a devoted wife. It dawned on him that perhaps he should not have attempted to explain if Fong Duobing, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He felt that Li Lianhua should not behave in this manner. If you truly do not harbor feelings for Sister Bai, you ought to clarify your intentions sooner rather than later. If you find yourself short on funds, I can lend you some. Li Lianhua mused that perhaps this period was all a dream. Ever since the battle in the East Sea, had he remained in a stupor? Unaware of Li Lianhua's distraction, Fong Duobing prepared to extol his idol. Indeed, the finest gentlemen of this world are represented by my master, Li Xiangyi. Back in the day, when he admired the heroic Xiao, the streets of Yangzhou were filled with the vibrant dance of red silk swords, drawing throngs of admirers. Li Lianhua, activated by the mention of a triggering keyword, returned to the present, eager to refute Fong Duobing, only to be interrupted. Young master, so it is you both here. What delightful conversation is taking place, may I join? Bai Lianhua appeared from seemingly nowhere, approaching Li Lianhua's side. Li Lianhua found himself momentarily at a loss for words, gazing at her. Do you truly consider this a delightful conversation? With a gentle smile, Bai Lianhua nodded. Of course. Fong Duobing, oblivious to the silent exchange between the two, was thrilled by Bai Lianhua's interest and promptly launched into an introduction. We were just discussing my master, Li Xiangyi. Oh, your master, Li Xiangyi? Bai Lianhua inquired. Yes, indeed. My master, Li Xiangyi, wields the swiftest sword in the world. At the tender age of 15, he vanquished the Blood Domain Demon and became the foremost hero. Later, he founded the Four Gaze sect, championing justice in the martial world, and during his time in Yangzhou, his red silk sword dance captivated the masses. As Li Lianhua listened to Feng Duobing extolling Li Shangyi, he recalled his own master, whose body remained unfound, along with the 58 fallen elites of the Four Gay sect. Even his own fiancée found him difficult to engage with, leading him to feel that Li Shangyi was undeserving of such admiration. Just as he opened his mouth to voice his thoughts, Bai Lianhua interjected. Though I have yet to meet Li Shangyi, seeing how you, young Master Feng, revere him, your eyes sparkling with admiration when you mention him, he must indeed be extraordinary. Having faced enough discouragement from his mother, Feng Duobing had never encountered someone so aligned with his sentiments and wished to continue conversing with Bai Lianhua. Of course. My master, before he could finish, Bai Lianhua interjected, I long to meet him, but alas, the time for my medication draws near. It seems we can discuss your master another time. I cannot afford to delay my treatment. Feng Duobing pondered for a moment and concurred, appreciating the rare alignment of thoughts with Bai Lianhua. They agreed to continue their discussion the following day, as he wheeled himself away to take his medicine. Why did you interrupt me? I was cut off several times. Li Lianhua directed a glance at the person beside him. Some conversations, if brought to light, would surely lead to unhappiness. It is perhaps best left unsaid. Chapter 8. The Lotus Pavilion. The following day, Feng Duobing, brimming with excitement, sought out Bai Lianhua, entirely oblivious to the conversation that had transpired after his departure the previous day. His sole intention was to continue introducing his master, Li Shangyi, to Bai Lianhua, cherishing the rare occasion when someone did not douse his enthusiasm with cold water. Bai Lianhua, accompanied by Li Lianhua, listened intently as Feng Duobing spoke with his eyes sparkling at the mention of Li Shangyi. Suddenly, she posed a question. Xiaobao, I am quite curious, though you have only met Li Shangyi once, how is it that you hold him in such high regard? Upon hearing Bai Lianhua's inquiry, Feng Duobing fell silent for a moment before gently explaining, indeed, it is true. I have suffered from a peculiar ailment since childhood, leaving me physically frail, unable even to walk, let alone practice martial arts. My uncle had high hopes for me, but as I could scarcely lift a sword, his disappointment grew over time. I found myself alone in a corner, persistently attempting to pick it up, yet to no avail. It was during this trying period that the radiant youth appeared in my life, telling me that if I could master a particular sword technique, he would take me as his disciple. You see, that day, I witnessed the world's greatest, Li Shangyi, smile like a child when he tasted sugar. Thus, even though everyone claims Li Shangyi perished in the East Sea, I refuse to believe it. How could the world's greatest die? Once I recover, I shall surely seek him out. Li Lianhua was taken aback to discover that Feng Duobing had long cherished a casual remark, and that this fleeting jest had inspired him to toil diligently to strengthen his body. Yet, observing Feng Duobing's unwavering devotion to Li Shangyi, Li Lianhua found it difficult to articulate her feelings. It was as though a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across its surface. Feng Duobing felt his mission of extolling Li Shangyi's virtues had been wholly successful, and with a contented heart, he departed, leaving behind a bewildered Li Lianhua and an amused Bai Lianhua. Are you doing this intentionally? Mused the conflicted Li Lianhua, glancing at Bai Lianhua, who was preparing herbal concoctions nearby. What is the young master talking about? Intentionally? Bai Lianhua, still immersed in her persona, was unable to provide a coherent response and feigned astonishment. Could it be that the young master has discovered I added extra huanglian to the medicine? No, it is nothing, replied Li Lianhua, recognizing that he would glean no truth from the feigning innocence of Bai Lianhua. Yet, it seemed he had stumbled upon something unexpected. What huanglian? Is that why my medicine is so bitter? Did you deliberately add a copious amount of huanglian? Bai Lianhua blinked, pretending to be perplexed, before adopting a serious demeanor. What huanglian? Who speaks of huanglian? It appears the young master's poison has intensified. One must seek herbal remedies promptly. That is not, but before Li Lianhua could finish his retort, Bai Lianhua swiftly exited the scene, leaving Li Lianhua, who intended to voice his objections, utterly ineffective in his attempts. Eventually, Li Lianhua found himself alone, a smile unexpectedly gracing his face, as his tumultuous thoughts transformed into a resigned affection for Bai Lianhua. Meanwhile, Xikong Jiaxing contemplated his own tasks, having gained renown through storytelling. One of his missions involved assisting Li Lianhua in neutralizing poison, and it was time to address the second task. After some deliberation, Xikong Jiaxing considered the impracticality of utilizing a disguise to enter the women's abode. Host, you still possess an identity card, the system interjected. Xikong Jiaxing fell silent. He was well aware of this identity card, even without closely following the narrative. It belonged to a woman who had been reduced to nothing but a title. Host, you have already donned women's clothing. Why fret over this? Xikong Jiaxing pondered, is it truly the same? However, given the current circumstances, the timing of the identity card's introduction seemed fortuitous, yet, one question lingered. System, do these identity cards possess their own consciousness? The system began to speak in a serious yet nonsensical manner. Host, lower-tier identity cards do not possess consciousness. From the system's words, Xikong Jiaxing discerned an implication that higher-tier identity cards did possess such consciousness, perhaps the golden identity card? The identity card is designed to assist hosts in fulfilling their tasks. In other words, hosts need not overly concern themselves with this matter. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Xikong Jiaxing understood and resolved to equip the identity card, instructing the system to position it near the women's dwelling. Chapter 9 of the Lotus Pavilion. On this splendid day, with the sun shining brightly and a gentle breeze caressing the air, the proprietor of the pawnshop, having just risen from slumber, was greeted by the melodious calls of magpies outside. He felt a premonition that today would bring fortune in business, only to soon encounter a most peculiar guest. Please appraise these items, came a voice as crisp as a lark's, drawing his attention from his calculations. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a breathtaking beauty, her voice indeed as enchanting as her visage, tall and graceful, her lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a dark waterfall, smooth and silky to the touch. Her delicate face was adorned with captivating eyes that sparkled with an alluring light, her lips, reminiscent of ripe cherries, were vibrant, glossy, and full, with the corners subtly upturned, perpetually graced by a faint, elusive smile that rendered her radiant and charming. This enchanting figure was Han Yi, who had recently acquired her identity card clad in opulence, adorned with jewels. She found herself destitute, compelled to part with her possessions at the pawnshop. Although momentarily mesmerized by her beauty, the proprietor's professional demeanor swiftly brought him back to reality. Is this a living pawn or a dead one? He pondered. Naturally, it was a living pawn. The adept proprietor processed the jewelry in accordance with protocol, ultimately presenting Jiang Yuyan with 100 taels of silver. Here, you may accept this sum, he said. Thank you, esteemed proprietor. I wonder if you might know the nearest inn and tailor in the vicinity? Jiang Yuyan inquired. The proprietor gestured to the right. Upon exiting, turn right and proceed straight for 2 blocks. You shall find the INN.AS for the tailor. You must venture left. It is just down the next street. Many thanks, kind proprietor. Not at all, take care, he replied as she departed. Exiting the pawnshop, Jiang Yuyan noted the time and resolved to first visit the tailor for a change of attire before settling into the inn. She contemplated her approach to enter the women's residence. Unbeknownst to her, upon returning home that day, the proprietor recounted his encounter with Jiang Yuyan to his family, and soon the entire town was abuzz with tales of the stunning beauty who had arrived, capturing the attention of Dongfang Hao. Having recently abducted a beauty and read from the streets, Dongfang Hao had intended to deliver her directly to the women's residence. However, upon hearing from a lackey that a peerless beauty had appeared in town, he decided to take a detour to behold her for himself. After changing into a new outfit at the tailor, Jiang Yuyan was still pondering her strategy to infiltrate the women's residence when she heard sounds from the rooftop, as if someone were approaching her room. Feigning sleep, she closed her eyes, curious to see what this intruder intended. Dongfang Hao, having pierced the paper of the window, peered inside and beheld Jiang Yuyan, lying upon the bed, as lovely as a celestial being. He prepared to use a sedative to take her along to the women's residence. Jiang Yuyan, having learned from the system that the intruder was Dongfang Hao, a captor of women for the residence, surrendered herself to be taken away. Where am I? Who are you? Why can't I leave? She exclaimed upon awakening, only to see a woman in red arguing with 2 men in black at the door, demanding to be let out. This is the women's residence. Once a woman enters, she may not leave, one of the men in black coldly responded, disregarding the red-clad woman's protests as they pushed her inside. You are being excessively cruel, is there no law here? The woman continued to question in indignation, yet received no reply. Where is this place? Jiang Yuyan feigned fear, calling out softly. Hearing her voice, the woman in red approached Jiang Yuyan's side. Despite her own fear, she maintained a facade of calmness. You've awakened, do not be afraid, I am not a villain, I, too, have been brought here against my will. My name is Qi Long, what is yours? Jiang Yuyan managed to steady her voice, though it quivered. I am Jiang Yuyan. Very well, Yuyan, do not fear, I shall protect you, Qi Long declared, though she herself was trembling with fear. Yet, gazing at the fragile Jiang Yuyan, she resolved to safeguard her as best she could. You are so kind, Jiang Yuyan said, embracing Qi Long, her heart contemplating, if you claim to protect me, then let me witness your resolve. At the Lotus Pavilion, Yu Luchun observed the arrival of the 2 new beauties with satisfaction and summoned Bai Huang. Master, Bai Huang bowed and greeted Yu Luchun with deference. With a casual flick of her finger, Yu Luchun inquired about the physician's assessment. Both are in excellent health, Bai Huang replied. A smile graced Yu Luchun's face as she beckoned Bai Huang closer. The latter approached obediently, her expression transforming into a practiced, alluring smile. Let us ensure they are well trained, the next gathering of beauty shall feature them, Yu Luchun said, stroking Bai Huang's smooth skin slowly. Yes, master, Bai Huang responded softly. With a wave of her hand, Yu Luchun dismissed her, and Bai Huang left respectfully, a hint of melancholy shadowing her countenance as she exited. The following day, Bai Huang arrived at the chamber where the newly arrived women were confined and escorted them away. Along the way, she revealed the nature of their surroundings and the tasks that awaited them. Upon hearing this, Qi Long was left in a daze. Before Qi Long could collect her thoughts, she noticed Jiang Yuyan trembling in fear, exclaiming how terrified she was. Before she could offer comfort, they witnessed several black-clad guards carrying the lifeless body of a woman, barely clothed, as they passed by. That is the fate of the disobedient, Bai Huang remarked. Here, only by obeying can one survive. From Bai Huang's words, they learned that they were to study the rules and subsequently entertain guests. Failure to comply would result in dire consequences at the hands of the guards. As Qi Long absorbed Bai Huang's revelations, feeling the guards' unabashed gazes upon them, despair filled her heart. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Jiang Yuyan, with her head bowed, quaked not with fear, but with a burgeoning resolve for vengeance. Chapter 10 The Lotus Pavilion. Returning to the Tianji Mountain Manor, Li Lianhua, who was initially in a suppressed position, began to conspire with Bai Lianhua not in a nefarious sense, but rather, to cultivate a friendship with Fang Xiaobao. The members of Tianji Mountain Manor could only observe in amusement as their young master seemed increasingly vivacious. Come out, you wretched lotus. Fang Duobing stormed into Bai Lianhua's pharmacy, determined to teach someone a lesson this time. Upon entering, he was met with Bai Lianhua's eyes, brimming with unshed tears. Have I done something recently to incur your disdain? Why does young Master Fong seem so furious? If I displease you, why not just say so? There is no need for such troublesome theatrics. I could simply depart, sparing you any inconvenience. Bai Lianhua turned away, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Oh, Sister Bai, please don't cry. I wasn't referring to you, allow me to explain, Fong Duobing implored, but his words were interrupted as Bai Lianhua turned to leave, her wheelchair rolling away faster than he could follow. He felt a pang of anxiety and bewilderment. Am I truly so inept that I cannot catch up to an ordinary person like Sister Bai, who lacks martial skills? Alas, how can there be such cruelty towards a vulnerable woman? Truly, the world has become a harsher place, Li Lianhua lamented, leaning against the wall. At the sound of Li Lianhua's voice, Fong Duobing's previously interrupted ire surged anew as he directed his wheelchair towards Li Lianhua. You have the audacity to speak. If it weren't for you, this has nothing to do with me. I did not utter that loathsome epithet, Li Lianhua retorted, unabashed. Fong Duobing had never encountered someone so brazen. And if I were you, I would have pursued her already. Not to mention, you've made her cry. Should she be seen weeping and fleeing, what do you think would ensue? Li Lianhua interrupted Fong Duobing, donning an expression that suggested she was acting in his best interest. Wait, you should be more concerned with your own affairs. Li Lianhua, just you wait. I am going to find Sister Bai, Fong Duobing declared, his expression shifting from skepticism to urgency as thoughts of his aunt and mother flashed through his mind. He hastily left, uttering a few fierce words to Li Lianhua. As Li Lianhua watched him depart, Bai Lianhua's voice echoed behind her. Is it true? Is someone really this childish? Perhaps it is a result of spending too much time with a certain young Master Wang, Li Lianhua retorted without hesitation. Indeed, how can one be so juvenile, teasing Fong Xiaobao? Mutual sentiments, Bai Lianhua replied playfully. Fong Duobing searched for Bai Lianhua in the direction she had gone, but after a prolonged effort, he found no trace of her. Panic surged within him at the thought that she might have gone to find his mother. Without hesitation, he propelled his wheelchair towards his mother. Master, he was busy attending to his affairs when he heard a servant announce his son's arrival, prompting him to invite Fong Xiaobao in. Upon observing his son's noticeably improved complexion, he expressed satisfaction with Bai Lianhua's medical skills. This Miss Bai truly lives up to her reputation as a divine healer. Just look at how much better you appear in such a short time. Master, he glanced at the time and, somewhat perplexed, inquired, why are you here? Is there something amiss? Aren't you supposed to be receiving acupuncture from Miss Bai soon? Fong Duobing had come merely to ascertain Bai Lianhua's presence, and upon hearing his mother mention the impending acupuncture session, he recalled, oh right, Sister Bai still needs to treat me. I'll be able to see her soon. Mother, I'm perfectly fine, I was just passing through. I must be off now. What is this troublesome child up to? Master, he mused, bemused by his son's sudden departure, shaking his head with a chuckle before returning to his paperwork. Chapter 11 of the Lotus Pavilion. Not long after Fong Duobing, who had just returned in his wheelchair, settled into his room, he was visited by Bai Lianhua, who brought along a medicine box, and Li Lianhua, who was preparing to watch a performance. Sister Bai, Fong Duobing began, his gaze darting angrily toward Li Lianhua, ready to explain. However, Bai Lianhua paid him no mind. She placed the medicine box down and, with utmost seriousness, took out her silver needles and addressed him, Master Fong, please remain quiet, I am about to commence the acupuncture. Indeed, Fong Xiaobao, do not disturb your Sister Bai while she is performing her treatment, Li Lianhua chimed in, observing the scene with interest. Infuriated by Li Lianhua's words, Fong Duobing shot him another glare, but out of respect for Bai Lianhua's silence, he chose to wait until she had completed her work to explain himself. Unfortunately, Bai Lianhua did not grant him that opportunity. She finished her treatment with remarkable efficiency and departed without a moment's hesitation, leaving Fong Duobing unable to stop her. Why are you still here? Fong Duobing directed his irritation at Li Lianhua, who sat nearby. Oh, Fong Xiaobao, you truly are something else. I had intended to offer some advice, but since someone is ungrateful, I shall let it be, Li Lianhua replied, rising to take her leave. Do you genuinely possess such goodwill, and please refrain from calling me Fong Xiaobao? Is that an appropriate name for me? Fong Duobing retorted, though he was somewhat skeptical of Li Lianhua's intentions. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to halt her departure. Understood, Fong Xiaobao, Li Lianhua replied dismissively. Hey, do you truly have a plan? Fong Duobing inquired, somewhat doubtfully, having been tricked a few times recently. Only if you wish to hear it, Li Lianhua replied. Fong Duobing, still skeptical, urged, then do share. Li Lianhua leaned closer, coaxing, look, is she not upset with you right now? Fong Duobing nodded in acknowledgement. What would you do if you made your mother angry? Fong Duobing began to ponder. And if you upset your aunt? He thought of his own aunt and hesitated before saying, perhaps I should send a gift? What kind of gift? Something they like? Fong Duobing suggested. Li Lianhua nodded in satisfaction. Now, do you know what your Sister Bai enjoys? Fong Duobing shook his head. I do not know, how about you? With an expression that conveyed her superior knowledge, Li Lianhua asserted, I, of course, know what kind of relationship I share with your Sister Bai. Fong Duobing contemplated this and found it plausible. He personally poured a cup of tea for Li Lianhua and inquired, what does Sister Bai like? Li Lianhua accepted the tea and took a leisurely sip, choosing not to keep him in suspense any longer. Your Sister Bai has a penchant for sweets. Upon receiving this information, Fong Duobing felt a twinge of doubt. Is that so? I had not noticed, yet you indulge in sweets daily. Surely, you are not deceiving me? Hurt by his words, Li Lianhua retorted, how could you think such a thing? Just because I enjoy sweets does not mean your sister Bai cannot as well. Is that how you perceive me? Seeing Li Lianhua's wounded expression stirred a sense of guilt within Feng Duobing, he reflected that, despite her sharp tongue, she was not a malicious person. Hastily, he apologized, that was not my intention, I certainly believe you. I will prepare the necessary arrangements right away, but I am concerned that Sister Bai has yet to see me, Feng Duobing confessed, pondering how to persuade Bai Lianhua to accept his apology. Fear not. I shall handle it for you, Li Lianhua assured him, promising to facilitate the matter without worry. Hearing her assurance, Feng Duobing felt fortunate to have such a friend. He resolved in his heart to take better care of her in the future, vowing to remain lifelong companions. Chapter 12 of the Lotus Pavilion in the distant Tianji Mountain Manor, Feng Duobing was still devising ways to apologize to Bai Lianhua, while the female residents had undergone a transformation of monumental proportions in just a few short days. Thus, one must ponder how events spiraled to such a state. Initially, Jilong had been roused from his slumber by peculiar sounds echoing outside in the dead of night. Indifferent at first, he soon realized that Jiang Yuyan was missing. Calling out several times yielded no response. Suppressing his rising panic, he opened the door, only to discover that the black-clad guards had vanished. Following the sounds, he encountered Bai Huang, Shifei, and others who had also stepped out to investigate. Why are you alone? Where is she? Bai Huang inquired, her gaze fixed on the solitary Qilong, noting the absence of Jiang Yuyan with a look of concern. She is missing, I am searching for her, Qilong replied. Upon hearing that Jiang Yuyan was unaccounted for, Bai Huang exchanged a glance with Shifei, a sense of foreboding settling in. Could it be that someone had the audacity to act against Jiang Yuyan? Bai Huang's complexion darkened. Before she could articulate her thoughts, she was interrupted. Ah, look who that is, a young woman exclaimed, pointing toward a certain direction. The group followed her gesture and beheld a black-clad guard sprawled on the ground, drenched in crimson, a sight that suggested he was lifeless. Look! It appears they are all dead. As they surveyed their surroundings more closely, they realized that lifeless guards lay scattered about. A series of anguished screams echoed from Canyon Peak. Perhaps we should investigate that sound, one suggested, and after exchanging glances, the group unanimously agreed. Bai Huang and the others took hold of Qilong and proceeded toward Canyon Peak. Before they could approach, the cries ceased, the scent of blood wafted through the air, rendering the maidens' faces pale with trepidation, uncertain of what had transpired, whether it was good or ill. As they exchanged anxious looks, Qilong spotted Jiang Yuyan standing in the courtyard. Yu Yan! Qilong called out, hastening into the yard ahead of Bai Huang and the others. What met his eyes was a scene of utter devastation. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and he beheld Jiang Yuyan, her visage marred with crimson stains, standing silently not far off. Of the moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the lifeless body of Yu Luchun, a jade hairpin embedded in his heart, his eyes wide open in death. The guards of the female residence lay scattered around him, their necks broken, while even Xian, the guard, was found lifeless, staring into the void. Oh, you are awake, were they too noisy? Jiang Yuyan spoke calmly, her bloodied visage casting an eerie contrast to her tranquil demeanor, leaving Qilong and Bai Huang in a state of shock. Qilong stood frozen in place, while Bai Huang and Shifei, bewildered, circled Jiang Yuyan and approached the body of Yu Luchun. Bai Huang slowly reached out to check for a pulse, only to find none. Her voice trembled, filled with incredulity and a frantic joy. Is he dead? Jiang Yuyan responded with an unsettling calmness, indeed. Is it true? This is marvelous, thank you, thank you. The news of Yu Luchun's demise spread like wildfire. Disbelief echoed throughout the residence. The maidens clung to one another, tears streaming down their faces as they wept for their narrow escape, their cries resonating throughout the halls. Qilong, regaining his senses and grasping the gravity of the situation, approached Jiang Yuyan, enveloping her in a tight embrace as he wept. Thank you, Yuyan. Despite Jiang Yuyan being stained with blood, the maidens rallied around her, expressing their heartfelt gratitude through their tears. Chapter 13 of the Lotus Tower. I find myself struggling to recall the events that transpired last, save for the rare occasion of having enjoyed a peaceful slumber until the break of dawn. Upon awakening, Biwang felt somewhat disoriented, as if emerging from a beautiful dream, wherein she had seen Yu Luchun perish. With no time for grooming, she hastily flung open the door, her hair unkempt, and sprinted towards Canyon Peak. Along the way, she observed the lifeless bodies of numerous black-clad guards strewn across the ground, as well as many young women, like Biwang herself, racing towards Canyon Peak or inspecting the fates of the fallen guards. It was only when she beheld Yu Luchun's corpse, illuminated by the sun's rays, that the gravity of the situation struck her. As she felt the sun's warmth upon her skin and the gentle breeze caress her, she sensed that she had truly returned to the realm of the living. Ah, you are awake. A sudden, clear male voice broke through her thoughts. Biwang turned to find a stranger before her. His features were unremarkable, and his stature ordinary, yet his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brilliance, hinting at his exceptional nature. Beside him stood Jiang Yuyan and Qilong, and out of gratitude for Jiang Yuyan's trust, Biwang refrained from speaking further. Miss Jiang, thank you, Biwang expressed her gratitude. Jiang Yuyan, hearing her words, waved her hand dismissively, indicating that there was no need for further thanks, as they had exchanged ample expressions of gratitude the previous night. Indeed, I too find it tiresome to witness such exchanges of thanks among strangers, the unfamiliar man interjected. Biwang regarded him with curiosity, inquiring, and who might you be? Jiang Yuyan promptly clarified, this is someone I found to assist you in changing your appearance. Change our appearance? The young women from the residence were puzzled by this statement. It was Chulong, who had just learned of Jiang Yuyan's plan, who elucidated, what Yuyan means is that although Yulukan is now deceased, our enemies are not limited to just her. Bi Huang exchanged glances with Shi Fei and asked, are you referring to Dongfang Hao and his associates? Of course. If we do not deal with them collectively, they will continue to abduct others, Chulong affirmed. And what do you intend to do? Bi Huang and the others inquired. If possible, we must also address the guests of Yulukan. We shall continue to host the Man Shan Hong, Jiang Yuyan explained. While the news has yet to spread, we can lure them under the pretext of the event. Once they arrive, there will be no chance of escape. Bi Huang and the others had faith in Jiang Yuyan's capability to eliminate Yulukan and all the guards, yet they still expressed their concerns. But with Yulukan and the guards dead, it may not be a problem for Yulukan to remain absent at first, but if there are no guards, I worry. Jiang Yuyan, noticing their apprehensions, glanced at the stranger beside her and reassured them, do not fret. I have already recruited individuals to masquerade as guards, and as for Yulukan, he can play his part as well. Why are you still waiting for me to introduce you? Before the young women could respond, the stranger spoke up, no need to trouble yourself. I am Sikong Jiaxing, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Upon arriving at the women's residence late last night, he had observed the bodies of Yulukan and the guards, and was well aware of Jiang Yuyan's formidable prowess. Host, I sense that your avatar is somewhat disconcerting, the system interjected, interrupting the hostess' reverie. Han Yi, Sikong Jiaxing, why do you speak such candid truths? Sikong Jiaxing? Is he the renowned king of thieves? Although the young women were confined to their residence, they were not entirely ignorant of the tales circulating in the martial world. Not at all, Sikong Jiaxing replied modestly, though inwardly he reveled in the notoriety of his name. Enough chit-chat. Let us get to work, Jiang Yuyan interrupted, emphasizing the need to prepare for the Man Shan Hong event. Understood, Sikong Jiaxing replied. Before gracefully descending the mountain, the young women returned to their grooming, and when they emerged, they were met with the sight of a group of black-clad individuals handling the corpses. Their hearts raced momentarily, but upon seeing Sikong Jiaxing urging them to work swiftly, they felt reassured. Bi Huang, having previously been in charge, was tasked by Jiang Yuyan to oversee the list of attendees, dispatch invitations, and arrange the venue, among other responsibilities. After several days of bustling activity, everything was in place, awaiting the commencement of the Man Shan Hong. Meanwhile, at Tianji Villa, the White Lotus was contemplating methods to detoxify Li Lianhua. Although he had told Li Lianhua that he was searching for antidote herbs, he had already begun experimenting with detoxification methods, albeit to no avail. When he encountered Li Lianhua, she was already on the brink of death, her meridians shattered, the poison of Bichai deeply entrenched within her organs. His own cultivation was exceptional, pure and harmonious. Had it not been for the remnants of his internal energy suppressing the toxin, he would have long since succumbed. The system, observing its host's distress, suddenly interjected, Host, the only antidote for the Bichai poison, as per the original plot, is the Wanchuan flower. Wanchuan flower? Where can it be found? Han Yi inquired, perplexed as to why he must devise alternative methods if the antidote already existed. The system had yet to respond. Han Yi was taken aback to receive such information. It hasn't opened yet? How long will that take? The system requires 10 years. Upon hearing that it would take so long, Han Yi wondered if he was to allow Li Lianhua to bear the poison for a decade. That would render this task impossible. What good is that to me? Host, you may choose an alternative method, the system suggested. What method? Han Yi pressed. Li Shangyi possesses remarkable talent and has created the Yangzhou mantra, which can suppress the Bichai poison. We can offer him other methods of detoxification, the system explained. Intrigued, Han Yi asked, what techniques are available, are they free? Of course, they are free. By the standards of other martial worlds, even with her meridians shattered, Li Lianhua could still practice martial arts, for instance, the Baiming divine skill. Han Yi, who had not followed current dramas closely but had read many martial novels in the past, began to harbor doubts upon hearing about the Baiming divine skill. The Baiming divine skill? You mean to give it to me for free? Wouldn't that be better suited for your system's marketplace, where I could be extorted? The system hesitated. Well, it's not exactly free. A certain powerful figure from a small world has issued a task, and the reward is the Baiming divine skill, which can be claimed in advance. Han Yi quickly grasped the situation, realizing that the task in this world had yet to be completed. You better have the next task ready for me. Not even a donkey on a production team has urged this much. The system hesitantly asked, so, do you wish to accept the Baiming divine skill? Yes, but will the Baiming divine skill help with detoxification? The system, upon hearing its host agree to accept the task, immediately elaborated, the Baiming divine skill is the pinnacle of the Xiaoyao sex martial arts. Once mastered, the practitioner's true energy will form a vortex in their dantian, circulating rapidly from the outside, and every acupoint in their body will generate a vortex-like attraction, capable of absorbing the internal energy of others and transforming it into Baiming true energy. This true energy embodies both yin and yang, fiery as a furnace yet cold as ice, and integrates all martial arts, rendering the practitioner immune to toxins. If Li Lianhua were to master the Baiming divine skill, she would be able to expel the poison on her own. After contemplating the feasibility of this plan, Han Yi agreed to undertake the task and secured the Baiming divine skill in advance. Now that a method for detoxification was in place, it was imperative to first restore Li Lianhua's health, preventing a counterattack from the Bichai poison within her. He concluded that medicinal meals must not be neglected. Chapter 14 of the Lotus Pavilion. In the distance, Li Lianhua, who had just received an apology gift from Fang Duobing for Bai Lianhua, sneezed. Feeling a slight chill, she looked at the heavy box in her hands, filled with the sweet aroma of pastries and candies, and thought it must be an illusion. Are you alright, Lianhua? You wouldn't be catching a cold, would you? Fang Duobing inquired with concern, observing her sneezing. How could that be? Perhaps someone is simply thinking of me, Li Lianhua replied, wearing an expression that exuded self-admiration, shaking her head in resignation. Fang Duobing, witnessing her narcissistic demeanor, could only find her audacity amusing. However, he deemed it inconsequential and merely reminded her, you must deliver these properly to Sister Bai and explain for me. I truly meant no offense. Rest assured, given our relationship, how could I not assist you? Li Lianhua nodded, embodying a sense of responsibility as she patted Fang Duobing's shoulder and departed with the box. Left behind, Fang Duobing expressed his appreciation for Li Lianhua to his attendant, Wang Fu, exclaiming how thoughtful she was, truly a good friend. Wang Fu, puzzled, asked, Master, didn't you say it was all her fault? Upon hearing this, Fang Duobing recalled that the current need for an apology stemmed from a misunderstanding when Sister Bai overheard him scolding Li Lianhua. Anger surged within him at her audacity. Noticing his master's rising ire, Wang Fu gently urged him as he wheeled away, please do not be upset, Master, Dr. Bai mentioned that you should avoid anger, as it is detrimental to your recovery. Unaware of Fang Duobing's renewed anger, Li Lianhua cheerfully returned to her residence, only to encounter Bai Lianhua, who, upon seeing the box of pastries in her hands, deduced that it could not have been purchased by her, given her lack of funds. Where are you taking my gift? He inquired. Li Lianhua, denying the implication, retorted, what gift? This is a token from Fang Xiaobao to me. Bai Lianhua, not immediately questioning her claim, shifted the conversation to another topic. I thought someone had learned of my fondness for sweets and purchased this as an apology. Li Lianhua was taken aback that he was aware of this. She hadn't noticed anyone nearby when she spoke to Fang Xiaobao that day, only recognizing his martial prowess. Contemplating Bai Lianhua's intentions, she handed him the box and asked, do you enjoy sweets? Despite their time together, Li Lianhua had yet to discern his preferences, as he seemed indifferent to culinary delights. While he lived a life of refinement, relishing fine delicacies, he also did not shy away from simple fare. Bai Lianhua, unconcerned with Li Lianhua's musings, accepted the box and turned to leave, having noted her fondness for sweetness. After all, if Li Lianhua was unhappy, it would affect his own mood. You mentioned my preferences, did you not? He added before departing. I believe you should continue consuming your medicinal meals. Unperturbed by the awkwardness of Li Lianhua's expression upon hearing this, Bai Lianhua refrained from explaining that the notoriously unpalatable medicinal dishes were intentionally crafted to be so. Yet, upon reflection, if Li Lianhua found the medicinal meals to be distasteful, making them more palatable might not suit his tastes either. Thus, the unappetizing concoctions would persist. When mealtime arrived, Li Lianhua discovered that her medicinal dish, reminiscent of what she had consumed on the East Coast, seemed even more bitter. Did you secretly add Huanglian? She recalled the methods of a certain Prince Wang and directly questioned Bai Lianhua, who was leisurely enjoying a pastry across from her. After finishing his morsel, Bai Lianhua took a sip of tea before casually replying, why would you think such a thing? The recipe has merely changed. Li Lianhua chose not to engage further but could not resist asking, aren't you going to eat? Bai Lianhua looked up at her, a radiant smile gracing his face. I quite enjoy this pastry, especially since I reclaimed it. Hearing this, Li Lianhua averted her gaze, focusing on her less than pleasant medicinal dish as if he were invisible. After finishing her meal, she was presented with a cup of water, which helped alleviate the bitterness in her mouth. He then offered her a piece of candy, which she accepted with a sense of comfort, perhaps due to his overbearing generosity. Bai Lianhua, resting his chin on his hand, observed Li Lianhua enjoying the candy, and suddenly remarked, I believe your antidote may no longer be feasible to produce. Upon hearing his words, a wave of disappointment washed over Li Lianhua, her mouth opening in surprise. Before she could respond, Bai Lianhua swiftly changed the subject. However, I possess a technique that, once mastered, harmonizes the internal energies of yin and yang, allowing the practitioner to become immune to all poisons. Immune to all poisons? Li Lianhua thought the rapid swings of emotion were overwhelming, staring blankly at Bai Lianhua, unsure of how to respond. Bai Lianhua remained unperturbed by her reaction, producing a copy of the Binding Divine Skill and presenting it to her with a calm demeanor. Even with severed meridians, one can cultivate this skill. Once successfully mastered, you will be able to purge the toxins from your body. However, one must achieve a high level of mastery. If your aptitude is lacking, you may not even grasp the basics, he added. Prince Wang, this manual is far too precious. I have no means to repay you, Li Lianhua replied, fully aware that a tome capable of reconstructing meridians was of immense value, and she could not simply accept it. It is merely a manual. Once given, it is yours, nothing remarkable, Bai Lianhua stated with conviction, seemingly oblivious to any impropriety. Seeing her hesitation, he tossed it onto the table and stood to leave, leaving Li Lianhua staring blankly at the manual before her. Chapter 15 The Lotus Pavilion. The mountains of Shangshan are adorned with vibrant hues, attracting countless individuals longing to partake in the grand banquet, yet, each year, only a select few are fortunate enough to receive an invitation, igniting envy among the masses for those blessed souls. Down the mountain, familiar patrons like Dongfang Hao engaged in amiable conversation, their faces lighting up with an unspoken, flirtatious smile at the mention of the female residents. After a brief exchange, they were ushered up the mountain as per the customary procedure and led into the banquet hall, where delicate layers of gauze hung gracefully. Before any questions could be voiced, Yu Luchun made her entrance, initially intending to offer some pleasantries. Yu Luchun was interrupted by Dongfang Hao's urgent voice. "Boss Yu, why indulge in such formalities? Let us get straight to the main event." His sentiment was echoed by the other guests, who clamored in agreement. To their surprise, Yu Luchun did not deflect the topic or offer any rebuttal. Instead, she smiled with a hint of mischief. "Since you are all so eager, very well then." With a clap of her hands, before Dongfang Hao could voice his confusion, the enchanting sound of a flute filled the air, soft and melodious, reminiscent of a gentle breeze rustling through the trees or a stream meandering around the mountain's base, captivating all who listened. With widened eyes, they beheld a woman gracefully emerging from behind the veil, as if encountering a celestial being. Her visage was like a silver platter, her skin as smooth as cream, and her features exquisitely delicate, rendering onlookers spellbound. Jiang Yuyan, who had just stepped forth, basked in the adoring glances directed her way, her smile innocent yet beguiling as she raised her hand, invoking a spell. The bodies of Dongfang Hao and his companions began to levitate, an unsettling sensation washing over them as they felt their inner strength dissipate. Panic gripped their faces. "What is happening, Yu Luchun? What do you intend to do? Release us." Observing the terror-stricken expressions of Dongfang Hao and his friends, Jiang Yuyan's laughter became increasingly unrestrained. "Ha ha ha ha. What of it, Dongfang Hao? Given the favor you bestowed upon me when you brought me to the female residence, I must repay you in kind." It dawned on Dongfang Hao that the woman before him was none other than Jiang Yuyan, the very one he had abducted from the inn. "Please, spare me. I was blind to your greatness." Nearby patrons, upon learning of the enmity between Dongfang Hao and Jiang Yuyan, rushed to distance themselves, declaring, "My lady, we are not aligned with Dongfang Hao." "Indeed, you must not mistake your adversary." Jiang Yuyan paid them no heed, perceiving their cries as mere yapping. As she absorbed their meager inner strength, she mused, "How disappointing, your martial prowess is rather lacking." With a flick of her sleeve, Jiang Yuyan withdrew her hand, unimpressed by the feeble display of abilities. Dongfang Hao and his companions, now drained of their strength, felt an overwhelming sense of vulnerability as their spirits waned. Jiang Yuyan seized the moment, lifting Dongfang Hao's chin with a wave of her hand, employing her enchanting technique to extract information about others connected to Yu Luchun. Once Dongfang Hao, his gaze vacant, divulged everything he knew, Jiang Yuyan turned to the figure behind her, who was none other than Xikong Jiaxing. Xikong Jiaxing nodded and went outside to summon Bai Huang and the others. Jiang Yuyan gestured for Bai Huang and her companions to make themselves comfortable before taking her leave. Having avenged themselves, Bai Huang and her comrades found themselves at a loss. While they had once yearned to escape the female residence, now that freedom was within reach, they were uncertain of their next steps. Although the current surroundings felt hellish, the world outside offered no promise of paradise. Amidst their confusion, someone suggested they seek out Jiang Yuyan once more. "You inquire about my plans?" Jiang Yuyan regarded Bai Huang and her companions, each gazing at her with unwavering trust, their eyes ablaze with fervor, almost overwhelming her. Bai Huang spoke through tears, despite holding on to hope. "Once our families and friends discover what we have endured, our situation may not improve much beyond here." Observing the tears streaming down Bai Huang's cheeks, and with the persistent voice in her mind urging her to assist, Jiang Yuyan interjected, "Enough with the weeping. If you desire, I can teach you martial arts." "Does this mean you intend to establish a sect?" Jiang Yuyan, witnessing the pitiful sight of Bai Huang and her companions weeping, felt a twinge of annoyance, not out of disdain, but rather a reminder of her former self. Let us call it the Hall of Transplanted Flowers. Chapter 16. The Lotus Pavilion. "Hey, have you heard the news?" "What news?" "Oh dear, you don't know, it's about the Yiwa Palace." "That's right, the patrons here are quite well informed." After Xikong Jiaxing departed from the female residence, he found a tavern frequented by wandering souls from the martial world, donning the attire of a storyteller and resumed his old profession. The day before his performance, Xikong Jiaxing even sent someone to spread the word about the Yiwa Palace, and by the time he took the stage, regardless of the audience's intentions, it was packed to the brim. Xikong Jiaxing was quite pleased. Once seated, he inquired, "I trust everyone knows who I shall speak of today?" The audience eagerly responded, "Of course, the mistress of the Yiwa Palace, Jiang Yuyan." Xikong Jiaxing nodded with satisfaction. "Then today, let us discuss how this female residence transformed into the current Yiwa Palace. It is said that a martial artist was captured from the female residence, leading to the demise of Yu Lucan, and now the mistress of the Yiwa Palace is none other than the one who killed Yu Lucan. In the Blood Alliance, Shuepa was reporting the intelligence gathered to Zhao Liqiao. Regarding someone like Yu Lucan, whose martial skills were lacking in character even more so, aside from our esteemed master, Zhao Liqiao has never regarded other men highly. And adding that irritatingly Shangyi into the mix, there is no need for me to be bothered by this. How is our master faring?" "The Alliance leader is still in seclusion, while Wu Yan has been keeping watch. Should Shuepa be informed of the Saintess's inquiry?" "Make sure to administer some medicine to Wu Yan. After all, he is our master's confidant, we should keep him around." Zhao Liqiao waved her hand and brought up another matter. "Our master is still recuperating. Have someone continue searching for medicinal herbs." Shuepa complied and withdrew to instruct others to continue seeking out remedies that could heal injuries and enhance martial prowess. On the side of Baichuan Courtyard, news of the Yiwa Palace had also spread. Ji Hanfo has gone too far. There were no survivors from the entire female residence. Indeed, without proper restraint, it may very well become a second blood alliance. How arrogant! What do you mean by a second blood alliance? Perhaps they have committed some transgressions, but that is certainly preferable to those who, after poisoning others, still cling to life. Shi Shui slammed the table, not even bothering to glance at the person opposite him, picking up his sword and leaving without a care for the shouts behind him. Hey, Shi Shui! Meanwhile, Feng Qing was discussing this matter with Dan Gudao and the Wanqing sect. Master, the business with the female residents has vanished. What? What happened? What does Yulukin mean by this? Dan Gudao asked angrily upon hearing from Feng Qing that there were issues with the collaboration concerning the female residents. What does Yulukin mean? Has he died? Dead? How could this be? Wasn't he invulnerable due to his Yu Gugong? Upon hearing that Yulukin had perished, Dan Gudao was taken aback, recalling that the Yu Gugong could only be defeated by Xian Tai. Could it be that Li Xiangyi is still alive? Did he kill Yulukin? Feng Qing sensed that Dan Gudao's fixation on Li Xiangyi was too profound over the years. Master, Li Xiangyi perished during the Great Battle in the East Sea. Fearing that Dan Gudao would think of other possibilities, he hurriedly clarified, the one who killed Yulukin is a woman named Jiang Yuyan. Dan Gudao had never heard of this Jiang Yuyan. Jiang Yuyan? Who is she? Elaborate. Feng Qing recounted that Jiang Yuyan had been abducted to the female residence, possessing formidable martial skills, and had defeated Yulukin and others like Dongfang Hao. Following this, people began to extol Jiang Yuyan's beauty, claiming she could rival Qiao Wanwen and Zhao Liqiao, while others praised her martial prowess and ruthless demeanor. Regardless, within a mere fortnight, the name of the Yihua Palace spread far and wide, with tales of this newly emerged sect and its mistress, Jiang Yuyan, being discussed throughout the martial world. Even Li Lianhua, residing in the Tianji Mountain Manor, had heard a great deal about the Yihua Palace recently. Li Lianhua felt that the current martial world seemed rather lively. In the past 6 months, first, there was the emergence of the notorious thief king, Xikong Zhaixing, followed by the formidable and beautiful Jiang Yuyan, not to mention the presence of Wang Lianhua beside her. Thinking of a certain young master with the surname Wang, Li Lianhua found herself pondering, the mistress of the Yihua Palace, who had suddenly gained fame, must surely be a woman. As if summoned by her thoughts, she turned around and encountered the very person she had been musing about. Chapter 17 The Lotus Pavilion. As Bai Lianhua gazed at Li Lianhua's expression, she approached gracefully, her steps light, and softly inquired, "My dear sir, what ill words are being spoken of me that you seem so perturbed?" How did Li Lianhua perceive her unease? Li Lianhua resolutely refuted Bai Lianhua's assertion, exclaiming, "How could that be? I was merely pondering the recent bustling activities within the martial world." Before Li Lianhua could finish her sentence, Fang Duobing suddenly appeared from nowhere. Initially intending to ask Li Lianhua if she had spoken favorably on his behalf, he instead noticed Bai Lianhua standing nearby. Unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, he stammered, addressing her, "Sister Bai." Upon hearing Fang Duobing's call, Bai Lianhua, adhering to her persona, responded with a smile, "Ah, little darling, are you no longer upset?" Bai Lianhua smiled, assuring him, "Li Lianhua has explained everything to me. It is all a misunderstanding. It is certainly not your fault, so how could I remain angry?" Upon hearing her words, Fang Duobing praised Bai Lianhua's generosity, beauty, and kindness, inquiring about their conversation. Bai Lianhua glanced at Li Lianhua and replied, "We were discussing how lively the martial world seems of late." Li Lianhua, unable to bear the sight of Fang Duobing's sweet-talking demeanor, noticed Bai Lianhua looking in his direction and naturally interjected, "We were discussing matters concerning the Yihua Palace." Upon hearing the mention of Yihua Palace, Fang Duobing recalled having heard his mother speak of it just yesterday. "Ah, I happen to know a bit about it. Sister Bai, allow me to enlighten you about the Yihua Palace. Regarding the original residence of the maidens, the Yihua Palace is currently undergoing reconstruction. While the exterior appears splendid and magnificent, the interior is still being renovated, though the area where Jiang Yuyan resides has been completed." Meanwhile, Jiang Yuyan, the newly appointed mistress of the Yihua Palace, sat at her desk, her mind swirling with thoughts of the past, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. Indeed, in this martial world, martial prowess remains paramount. How many have looked down upon me, treating me as nothing more than a pet or a mere weed by the roadside, indifferent to my existence, yet here I am, having ascended to the position of mistress of the Yihua Palace. Ha ha ha. As Jiang Yuyan's laughter echoed, she couldn't help but wonder how those who once belittled her would react to her current status. Just then, Bai Huang entered, observing her mistress in a fit of laughter, unperturbed, but rather convinced that those disparaging her lacked discernment, given that the current livelihood of their sisterhood depended entirely on their mistress. Once Jiang Yuyan had regained her composure, Bai Huang approached to pay her respects, presenting her with a shard of ice inscribed with foreign characters. Jiang Yuyan, perplexed, inquired, "What is this?" Bai Huang explained, "This is a treasure from Yulo Chun. I deemed it of great importance, surpassing even gold and silver, and thus I sought it out." "Is that so?" Jiang Yuyan mused as she examined the ice shard, secretly questioning her system. With all the narrative threads absorbed, she asked, "Is this the legendary Roma Tianbing?" The system responded, "Dear, it is advisable to spend points for an answer." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuyan refrained from further inquiry. It seemed likely to be true. Accepting the ice shard, she turned to Bai Huang and asked, "Is there anything else you wish to discuss?" Bai Huang replied, "There is someone at the foot of the mountain seeking to find his fiancée." Intrigued, Jiang Yuyan asked, "Who is this fiancée?" "Shi Long." Jiang Yuyan was unaware that Qi Long had mentioned this matter and instructed by Huang to summon him for clarification. Shortly thereafter, Qi Long arrived. "Greetings, mistress. Please, no need for formalities." Upon Qi Long's arrival, Jiang Yuyan requested by Huang to elaborate on the situation and inquired about Qi Long's fiancée. It was only then that Qi Long recalled her fiancé, having experienced considerable upheaval recently from the initial panic of being captured in the maiden's residence to witnessing the transformation of the seemingly delicate Jiang Yuyan into a fierce beast that very night, and now being busy with the establishment of the Yihua Palace, Qi Long felt overwhelmed, momentarily forgetting the existence of a man seemed perfectly reasonable. Bai Huang, empathizing with Qi Long's busyness, acknowledged her own hectic schedule, since it was indeed Qi Long's fiancée. Jiang Yuyan promptly permitted her to meet him. However, before Qi Long departed, Jiang Yuyan inquired whether she intended to leave. Qi Long replied, "I am part of the Yihua Palace, where else could I go? I no longer wish to experience such turmoil again, but surely, the palace does not impede marriages? Then you may go, but the Yihua Palace does not provide dowries." Bai Huang chimed in, "Indeed, so you are merely coveting the dowry provided by our palace." The group exchanged knowing smiles, and Jiang Yuyan waved her hand, urging, "You should hurry along. The foot of the Yihua Palace does not require a stone of longing for a spouse." With a smile, Qi Long retreated, planning to change her attire before meeting her fiancée. Chapter 18 The Lotus Pavilion. Morong Yao and Qi Long were childhood friends, having grown up together in close companionship. As they matured, they naturally became betrothed, and he had prepared himself to spend a lifetime with his fiancée. However, ever since she ventured to the Central Plains to engage in dance, she seemed to have vanished without a trace. Anxious and restless, Morong Yao made his way to the Central Plains, fervently seeking any news of Qi Long. One day, while staying at an inn, he casually inquired with the innkeeper about any rumors. Initially harboring little hope, he was taken aback when the innkeeper mysteriously informed him that a talented dancer in red from the Yihua Palace had recently captured the attention of the martial world. After pressing for further details, Morong Yao's instincts led him to believe that this dancer was none other than Qi Long. Thus, he journeyed to Yihua Palace in hopes of finding her, only to discover that men were not permitted entry. Reluctantly, he waited at the foot of the mountain. Fortune favored the determined, and as he beheld a figure in red descending the mountain, his heart leaped with joy. He had finally found his fiancée. Qi Long. He called out upon hearing that Qi Long's betrothed had arrived. The Western concubine and her companions had initially felt a twinge of concern, yet, witnessing the tender embrace between the two lovers below, their worries dissipated, and they stood atop the mountain, smiling down at the affectionate scene. In stark contrast to the warm moment at Yihua Palace, Li Lianhua, still at the Tianji Villa, felt as though she was being targeted. "Young master, it is time for your medicine," Bai Lianhua gently reminded, her voice imbued with just the right amount of concern. However, upon hearing Bai Lianhua's voice, Li Lianhua was filled with dismay. Moments later, a bowl of what appeared to be an exceedingly bitter concoction was placed before her. Li Lianhua began to suspect that the poison she had been consuming, disguised as bitter tea, was perhaps a ruse, as it was supposed to gradually dull her senses. Gazing at the thick, inky potion before her, she braced herself for the overwhelming bitterness that threatened to obliterate her taste buds. Summoning her resolve, Li Lianhua downed the potion in one swift motion, only to feel her stomach churn violently. Even the glass of water hastily offered to her could not quell the turmoil within. Seated beside her, Bai Lianhua observed Li Lianhua's vacant expression, akin to a soul being exorcised, and couldn't he help but burst into laughter. Pfft. Sensing the silent accusation in Li Lianhua's eyes, Bai Lianhua unabashedly produced a piece of candy and popped it into Li Lianhua's mouth. "Quickly, enjoy this sweet treat to soothe your palate." Li Lianhua, feeling cornered, recalled a recent encounter with a certain young man surnamed Wang, who had blocked her path at midnight, questioning her thoughts and justifying his intrusion with the notion that a lone man and woman should not share a room, hence his change of attire. Without delving into Li Lianhua's thoughts, Wang's perception of her hesitation led him to believe that he had handed her not a secret manual but rather a toxic brew. With a unique perspective, Wang pondered and concluded that this must be a sign of Li Lianhua's trust in his medical skills. Although he could not comprehend why anyone would willingly consume bitter medicine, surely, it should be the yellow bile that attracted them. He resolved to fulfill Li Lianhua's wish by assuring her that he would endeavor to remedy her ailment, never to forget the bitter herbs along the way. Demonstrating remarkable swiftness, he prepared a potion for her the very next morning. Even when Li Lianhua claimed to be engrossed in studying manuals, Wang remained steadfast in his belief that a dual approach would hasten her recovery. Under Wang's diligent care, Li Lianhua attempted to protest, claiming her inability to endure hardships, having despised them since childhood. However, Bai Lianhua simply smiled and resolutely continued to provide her a daily dose of medicine. Truth be told, Li Lianhua had attempted to escape on multiple occasions, yet somehow, she could never evade him. She marveled at the existence of such a person in the world, mastering a myriad of arts, from the 5 elements to the 8 trigrams, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, medicine, and astrology. There seemed to be nothing that this young man could not accomplish. Even the atmosphere at Tianji Villa had shifted, with onlookers perplexed as to why the esteemed Bai Shini had chosen to take an interest in someone as seemingly unremarkable as Li Lianhua. Li Lianhua himself was equally curious about what qualities in him had drawn such a prominent figure, and why he had never heard of Wang in the previous 20 years. Could he possibly be a recluse, indifferent to fame and fortune? Yet, gazing upon Wang's exquisite features, Li Lianhua quickly dismissed the notion. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Having completed his task of delivering medicine for the day, Bai Lianhua took her leave after witnessing Li Lianhua finish the concoction, leaving him with an ever-growing sense of bewilderment. Chapter 19 of the Lotus Pavilion. Months have swiftly passed, and although the lingering questions remain unresolved, Li Lianhua's health has significantly improved under the dual influence of potent medicine and the profound northern darkness technique. Observing the nobleman of the Wang family, who daily administers the bitter concoction, Li Lianhua initially suspected Wang Lianhua of malice. To his surprise, the medicine appears to effectively mitigate the toxicity of the green tea poison. Although he can still sense its presence, it has not manifested during this period. As the moon hangs low above the willow treetops, and as twilight beckons, Li Lianhua, engaged in his usual practice of the northern darkness technique, feels an inexplicable void today, perhaps due to the absence of the bitter medicine he has grown accustomed to, or perhaps the absence of Wang Lianhua, who typically dispenses it. Stepping outside, he gazes at the moonlit sky and senses an unsettling stillness. Since he began his training in the northern darkness technique, Bai Lianhua has used the pretext of caring for his health to solicit He Zhuangju's assistance in finding a tranquil sanctuary, ultimately leading them to a bamboo cottage nestled in the nearby mountains. It is unclear who the original architect was, but they have thoughtfully transplanted a grove of bamboo and enclosed it within a fence, even arranging nearby formations, evoking memories of events on the eastern coast. As his condition necessitates tranquility, Fang Duobing's visits have dwindled, leaving only Bai Lianhua to keep him company in this secluded haven. Today, however, she seems to have vanished, typically spending mere half-days attending to Fang Duobing, yet now she has been absent for an entire day without a trace, neglecting even his medication. With the night growing dark and the ground treacherous, he contemplates seeking her out. However, he decides to light the lantern at the entrance before venturing forth. Normally, it would be Wang Lianhua who would illuminate the path, but in her absence, the lantern remains unlit. Just as Li Lianhua tends to the lantern, Bai Lianhua, disguised as Wang Lianhua, returns with a food box in hand. "Alas, I have returned late, and you have taken the trouble to light the lantern yourself, my lord," she exclaims. "Not at all, it is merely a small task amidst your busy affairs, dear Bai," he replies graciously as they enter together. Upon reaching the table in the courtyard, Bai Lianhua sets down the food box and retrieves a bowl of medicine from the top layer, offering it to Li Lianhua. He takes the bowl, skillfully consuming the concoction before downing a cup of water poured by Wang Lianhua, and finally savoring a piece of candy, feeling as though he has returned to the realm of the living. Initially expecting Wang Lianhua to depart as per usual after delivering the medicine, he is taken aback when she sits down, seemingly with no intention of leaving. "My, Bai Lianhua, how rare it is to have you as a guest today," he remarks. "Indeed, it appears the gentleman finds it difficult to part from me," she teases. Upon hearing this, Li Lianhua feels a sense of foreboding, turning to see the radiant smile on Wang Lianhua's face, her eyes shimmering with affection, and a blush gracing her cheeks as she gazes at him intently. "The gentleman's sentiments are duly noted. How fortunate I am to have crossed paths with you in this lifetime. May your days ahead be filled with joy." Even after spending more than half a year with Wang Lianhua, Li Lianhua finds himself uneasy under her affectionate gaze, and he instinctively averts his eyes. Hearing her continue to speak, he initially intends to interrupt but is instead silenced when she offers him another piece of candy. May all things proceed smoothly, as winter fades and the stars shine bright. Expecting an odd proclamation, Li Lianhua is instead met with her heartfelt wishes. Before he can respond, a celestial sound resonates from above. Turning to look, he witnesses a graceful arc traversing the sky. In an instant, vibrant fireworks erupt, blossoming like flowers, illuminating the night and casting a warm glow upon Li Lianhua at that moment. "Happy New Year!" Realizing he had entirely forgotten about New Year's Day, he echoes the sentiment, "Happy New Year!" He then observes Wang Lianhua retrieving several dishes and a plate of dumplings from the food box, as well as producing a jug of wine and a cup seemingly from thin air. "Why do you bring but a single cup?" he inquires. "Surely, no one believes I can indulge in wine before a physician," she retorts playfully. As Li Lianhua struggles to respond, Wang Lianhua cannot help but laugh, producing another cup and pouring wine into it before offering it to him. With a smile, he accepts the cup, and under the shimmering fireworks, they clink their glasses together. Once a solitary dwelling, now the flower-shifting palace, it remains a place of music and revelry. Yet, what was once compelled is now willingly embraced. The flower-shifting palace is adorned with decorations celebrating the new year. People frolic freely, unrestrained, and upon closer inspection, 2 green leaves can be found amidst the vibrant blossoms, one belonging to Morong Yao, who has just found his betrothed, and the other to Sikong Jiaxing, who lacks a permanent residence. Though the flower-shifting palace generally prohibits male entry, exceptions are made for the New Year festivities, allowing Sikong Jiaxing to join in the celebration, as he has nowhere else to go, finding companionship in Morong Yao. Palace Master, Happy New Year! Happy New Year! System Host, Happy New Year! Han Yi, Happy New Year! Chapter 20. The Lotus Tower. After the new year, Han Yi reviewed the current progress of his tasks and realized that Task 2 had been completed while Task 1 was halfway done. Well, that is quite satisfactory to it. Seems that once Li Lianhua masters the northern underworld divine art, all of his tasks will be fulfilled. So, does this imply that he could indulge himself in idleness until Li Lianhua perfects her skills? Having examined the task progress, Han Yi could almost envision a leisurely existence in this world thereafter. However, given the rare opportunity to immerse himself in a martial arts realm, would it not be a pity to refrain from wandering the rivers and lakes? It would almost feel unjust to himself for embarking on this journey without experiencing its adventures. Yet, having already divided himself into 3 entities, would summoning his original self lead to a form of mental disarray? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Han Yi sensed the system's growing exasperation. "System, do you not think it is rather late to contemplate this issue after having already created 3 avatars?" The system responded, "Actually, the host can retract his consciousness and allow the identity cards to operate autonomously." After contemplating the system's words for a moment, Han Yi felt compelled to inquire, "Are you suggesting that your identity cards can function independently?" "Of course. We are a legitimate system and possess all the necessary functionalities, the system affirmed. Then why did you recommend I purchase the splitting skill, when the identity cards are capable of autonomous action? The system stammered, What, host, what did you just say? My signal was interrupted just now due to a temporal disturbance. Realizing this, Han Yi noted, it seems I need to upgrade host, I must return to the main system for repairs. Please focus on your tasks, I shall take my leave for now, contact me only if necessary. Han Yi mused, where did this dramatist come from? Surely, they cannot believe their performance is convincing. Nevertheless, given the system's demeanor, he decided to produce the newly discovered reporting button, which he hoped would be understood. With this, Han Yi found himself somewhat convinced of the system's legitimacy, especially since the host could actually report the system. Upon seeing the host's hand hovering over the reporting button, the system immediately began to whimper, revealing its small treasury. It declared that, for the sake of their companionship, it could purchase a shell for the host to traverse the minor world. Although Han Yi repeatedly insisted it was unnecessary, he felt compelled to accept the generous offer. Under the system's guidance, he retracted his consciousness, allowing the identity card to operate autonomously. He then dispatched the system's generously provided shell into this world, shaping a visage akin to his own, donning suitable attire, and wielding a sword. Thus, a fledgling swordsman emerged, successfully integrated into the Lotus Tower's minor world. Han Yi prepared to seek assistance from the Tianji Mountain Manor. Host, do you not aspire to become the unrivaled champion of the world, instilling fear in all? The system inquired. I have no such desire, Han Yi replied. Do you not wish to be a master swordsman, capable of slaying a man with every 10 steps and leaving no trace for 1,000 miles? The system continued. I have no such desire, Han Yi reiterated. Then why do you wish to traverse the martial world? The system pressed. Are you not supposed to be seeking an upgrade from the main system? Why are you still here, and do you not wish for me to spend points on purchasing manuals? Having been exposed, the system felt slightly guilty but persisted in its sales pitch, that is of little importance. What matters is whether you will make a purchase. I assure you, it will be worth every point. If you have no interest in swordplay, we also offer techniques for blades and whips. Before the system could conclude its introduction, Han Yi interrupted, but I already possess the northern underworld divine art, and I can directly seek guidance from several masters. Would that not be more advantageous than practicing aimlessly? Ignoring the system's silence, Han Yi resolved to visit the pawnshop. He hoped it would be open on this 8th day of the lunar month. Is it possible that the system arranged for my identity but only provided a travel pass without any funds? Please, host, be self-sufficient, the system replied. Due to the system's refusal to provide material assistance, Han Yi was left with no choice but to walk to the nearby town. Fortunately, the system's map indicated that the drop-off point was near the town. Had it been deep in the mountains and forests, his journey through the martial world would have ended in a tragic demise among the wilderness. After an hour, Han Yi finally arrived at the town, mentally lamenting the misleading distance indicated on the system's map. As he glanced up at the town's name, Shuiyu Town, he found it somewhat familiar. With the aid of his appearance, he approached a kind-hearted elderly woman at the roadside to inquire further, finally uncovering the reason for his sense of familiarity. Chapter 21 of the Lotus Pavilion. Auntie mentioned that there exists a renowned lotus cultivation estate in the town, owned by a gentleman with the surname Guo, whose wife bears the surname Su. Upon hearing Auntie's words, Han Yi instantly recognized this location as the famed estate tied to the bridal attire murder case within the original narrative. However, the fact that the lady's surname is Su indicates that the plot has yet to unfold. After bidding farewell to the amiable auntie and graciously declining her offer to guide him, Han Yi leisurely wandered through the town instead of rushing to the pawnshop. Eventually, he discovered an inn and, upon entering, noticed a diminutive peach blossom mark beneath the counter where the innkeeper stood. He then retrieved a jade token from his system space, feigning its extraction from his bosom as he presented it to the innkeeper. The innkeeper accepted the jade token and, employing a unique method of verification, confirmed Han Yi's identity. He instructed a young attendant to watch over Han Yi attentively before respectfully ushering him into the courtyard. Esteemed guest, please proceed this way, the innkeeper intoned. What are your instructions, my good sir? Han Yi inquired. Kindly prepare me a place to stay, some change of garments, a sum of silver, and a horse, while also inquiring if there have been any recent visitors to the Lotus Pavilion, Han Yi requested. Of course, esteemed guest, please allow me a moment, the innkeeper replied. As Han Yi settled in the courtyard, savoring the refreshments brought by the innkeeper, he felt a surge of relief for having cultivated a faction during his tenure as the esteemed Wang, for without it, he would not be enjoying such ease at present. In less than an hour, someone escorted Han Yi to a residence situated a few streets away from the Lotus Pavilion. The abode was attended by an elderly steward, a young servant, a cook, and a laundress, who presented Han Yi with a box containing recent news from the Lotus Pavilion along with a pouch of silver. Esteemed guest, these individuals have been in service since the purchase of the residence, and the horse awaits in the backyard, the steward explained. Seeing that there was nothing further to discuss, Han Yi dismissed them. After they departed, he initially considered offering some silver to the steward for procuring additional clothing but was met with refusal. The steward explained that the household expenses were accounted for separately and no payment was necessary. Nodding in understanding, Han Yi followed the steward to his room, where he was encouraged to rest well. After confirming that Han Yi had no further requests, the steward informed him that the young servant would be waiting outside his door should he require anything, before respectfully withdrawing. Once the steward had left, Han Yi perused the news regarding the Lotus Pavilion and was struck by the account of an unattractive individual who had been rescued by the estate's mistress last year, leading him to suspect that the plot surrounding the bridal attire murder case had not yet commenced. After some contemplation, Han Yi resolved to visit the Tianji Mountain Manor first, as he currently lacked any martial prowess. Even if he were to remain, he could offer no aid. It would be far more prudent to seek out a powerful ally to assist him. Although he felt the onset of the bridal attire murder case was likely to occur around June or July, he nonetheless instructed his subordinates to keep a vigilant watch over the Lotus Pavilion to prevent any unforeseen incidents. In particular, they were to remain alert during the late hours of the night for any elopements or escapes, especially if a bridal gown resembling a pomegranate skirt appeared, adorned with intricate and heavy embellishments. While those below found his sudden directive somewhat perplexing, they soon recalled their master's penchant for amusement, rendering it less strange. Moreover, the notion of elopement was undoubtedly a matter that would pique their master's interest, though rescuing individuals did not align with his usual inclinations. Nevertheless, whatever orders were given from above, the subordinates would dutifully execute. With his orders dispatched, Han Yi set forth on the path to Tianji Mountain Manor, his heart brimming with anticipation. Chapter 22 The Lotus Tower. After enduring several months of arduous travel, Han Yi finally arrived at a town near Tianji Villa, his body cloaked in the earthy scent of grass and dust. Regret gnawed at his heart as he pondered why he had chosen to embark on this journey alone, lacking any martial prowess and unfamiliar with the roads. Had it not been for his system map that could discern friend from foe, he might have found himself ensnared in a bandit's lair on the very first day of his foray into the martial world. The idyllic realm of chivalry he had envisioned was far from this dismal reality. He had aspired to be a gallant youth, wielding his sword and traversing the world with elegance, not to become a ragged vagabond, beset by hunger and cold, forced to endure the elements. Host of the system, has your dream come to fruition? Are you not elated? The mocking laughter of the system echoed in his mind, prompting Han Yi to unilaterally decide to mute the system for 3 minutes, yet, before he could indulge in his musings, he turned to find a kindly matron selling buns, her gaze filled with sympathy. Oh dear young sir, have you encountered robbers? How pitiful, just look at your once fine garments, now in tatters. The words hung awkwardly in the air, igniting a sense of embarrassment within him should he confess to this matron that he had not faced any robbers, but rather was merely struggling to adapt to the hardships of the martial world? No, that would be utterly unacceptable. Han Yi valued his pride too dearly. Skillfully convincing himself, he chose to sidestep the conversation, feigning ignorance of her remarks. With a calm demeanor, he greeted the matron and inquired about the location of the inn. After expressing his gratitude, he set off towards the establishment. Upon locating the inn, despite his somewhat disheveled appearance, the astute innkeeper discerned the fine quality of the guest before him. Noticing the noble steed he led, the innkeeper recognized him as a potential esteemed patron and greeted him with utmost respect. Esteemed guest, will you be lodging with us or merely resting? Before Han Yi could respond to the innkeeper's courteous inquiry, he heard a voice from a nearby direction calling out to him, "My lord, you have arrived rather late. I have been waiting for quite some time." Turning his head, he beheld a striking figure in crimson attire, leaning against the doorframe leading to the courtyard, a folding fan in hand, observing him with keen interest. Though he had never encountered this face before, an inexplicable intuition told him of the man's identity. "Senior Wang?" "It is I," the man in red replied with a serene nod, dismissing the innkeeper before ushering Han Yi into the courtyard. Meanwhile, seated in the courtyard sipping tea was Li Lianhua, contemplating what sort of individual Wang Lianhua's friend might be. 3 months prior, Wang Lianhua had received a message via carrier pigeon, announcing that he was in good spirits and presenting Li Lianhua with a bowl of particularly bitter medicine. Out of curiosity, Li Lianhua had casually inquired about this friend, and to his surprise, received an answer, "My friend is coming." Initially, Li Lianhua had given little thought to it. After all, everyone had friends, and it was of no concern to him, for he was not part of Wang Lianhua's circle. However, when the bitterness of the medicine unexpectedly doubled this month, and upon questioning Wang Lianhua about it, he was told it was due to a need to vent frustrations, the matter suddenly became more pertinent to him. After enduring another month of bitter remedies, when he heard the voice, he was curious to see what sort of person this Mr. Wang's friend might be. To his astonishment, Li Lianhua felt as though he were gazing upon a vagabond. Chapter 23 Of the Lotus Pavilion. Dressed in tattered brocade robes, his steps unsteady and feeble, he unmistakably appeared to be someone lacking in martial prowess. However, his countenance was quite pleasing, with a jade-like visage and a graceful demeanor, only slightly inferior to my own. Could it be that Wang Lianhua chooses friends based on appearance? Stealing a glance at Wang Lianhua, it seemed that he had cleverly disguised himself, for there was nothing unattractive about him. "I am Han Yi, may I inquire your esteemed name, young hero?" Han Yi, led to the courtyard by Wang Lianhua, introduced himself upon spotting a man in green robes seated there, sipping tea. It was evident that the formidable Wang Dalao, who had settled into a chair without any intention of speaking upon entering the courtyard, had not indicated a desire to converse. "I am Li Lianhua, merely an idle individual, not worthy of the title of young hero," Li Lianhua replied, rising to return the gesture with cupped hands. After a brief pause, he added, "But young hero, are you engaged in arduous training?" Han Yi, scratching his nose, offered an awkward smile. "I am not a young hero, nor am I undergoing any rigorous training. I simply lost my wits, resulting in this state." The system's laughter echoed in his mind. "Ha ha. Ah." Faced with the curious and perplexed gazes of the two, Han Yi, filled with the system's mocking chuckles, resolved to mute the system for an additional 3 minutes. He hesitantly began, "Well, this matter is rather lengthy." Exchanging glances, Li Lianhua and Wang Lianhua shared an understanding. Li Lianhua poured a cup of tea and placed it on the vacant chair, inviting Han Yi to sit and speak at his leisure, assuring him of their willingness to listen. Ultimately, Han Yi could no longer evade the inevitable and took a seat, recounting his initial experiences in the Jianghu.at first. It was uneventful. He merely encountered mountain bandits, followed by a detour into the mountains, where he stumbled upon a troop of monkeys. It was only after evading the monkeys that he followed the map to arrive in town, having been exceptionally gifted since childhood and never having been bullied by monkeys. Li Lianhua listened intently and inquired, "So, was your predicament due to the mountain bandits, Han brother?" Wang Lianhua, a seasoned figure who reveled in the humor of the Jianghu, also listened with keen interest and could not help but chuckle. "No, it was actually because of the monkeys," Han Yi clarified. Though somewhat perplexed, Li Lianhua followed Han Yi's lead and asked, "Did you find yourself entangled with the monkeys for an extended period, Han brother?" "No, not for long, merely 3 days. The reason for my tardiness is that the system map only indicated cardinal directions, which resulted in considerable time spent navigating." Having mentally answered, Han Yi merely smiled at Li Lianhua, choosing not to divulge further. Wang Lianhua, well aware of Han Yi's nature, finally ceased his laughter, still wearing a smile, and remarked, "Well, this isn't of great consequence." Upon hearing this, Li Lianhua hesitated, internally reflecting, "Indeed, it is not you who must endure the bitter medicine." Before he could articulate his thoughts, Wang Lianhua addressed him, saying, "In fact, the martial arts manual you are currently practicing belongs to him." "Ah." Only then did Li Lianhua take notice. "Do you mean to say, Han brother, that you are aware of this?" Li Lianhua questioned whether Han Yi knew of his practice of the Biming divine skill, harboring doubts that perhaps someone had promised to heal him, coincidentally possessing this manual, and had handed it to him without informing its rightful owner. "I am aware," Han Yi replied. Upon hearing Han Yi's affirmation, Li Lianhua felt a wave of relief. However, considering the profundity of the martial arts he was practicing, Li Lianhua sincerely rose to express his gratitude. After Li Lianhua had finished his thanks, Wang Lianhua interjected, "You needn't concern yourself with repaying him in the future. He seeks to venture into the Jianghu but lacks martial skills, therefore, he may take you as a master, and you can teach him martial arts." "Ah!" Both men exclaimed in unison, their astonishment evident as they exchanged incredulous glances before turning to Wang Lianhua. "Since it appears you have no objections, then it is settled," declared Wang Dalao, concluding the matter. With that, he rose and departed, leaving Han Yi, who had just realized he was to have a master, and Li Lianhua, who had just discovered he was to take on a disciple, staring at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 24 of the Lotus Pavilion. After entrusting Han Yi to Li Lianhua, Wang Lianhua turned her attention more keenly to the treatment of Feng Duobing. Fortunately, Feng Duobing possessed remarkable resilience, and the treatment progressed smoothly. By the time this course of therapy concluded, he should be able to stand unaided. On this day, within the martial arts arena of Tianji Villa, all eyes were riveted on Feng Duobing as he awkwardly grasped the cane positioned behind his wheelchair. With one hand steadied on the cane and the other gripping the armrest of the wheelchair, he managed to rise to his feet, taking slow, laborious steps forward. Despite the sluggish pace, an overwhelming joy surged within him. He was standing, he had finally risen, he could practice martial arts again, he could train in that set of sword techniques, and he was one step closer to his master, Li Xiangyi. "Master, wait for me." Beside him, Feng Duobing's mother was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face. She had never anticipated witnessing the day her child would stand again. Gratefully, she clasped Bai Lianhua's hand, repeatedly expressing her heartfelt thanks. "Oh, divine Dr. Bai, your immense benevolence towards our Tianji Villa is something I cannot begin to repay. Indeed, I am profoundly grateful to you, divine Dr. Bai," echoed He Xiaofeng, who stood nearby, equally elated that her nephew Feng Duobing could walk once more. "If you do not mind, let us henceforth refer to each other as sisters regardless of what transpires. Tianji Villa shall always stand as your steadfast support. Sister, you are exceedingly kind." "I could never find cause to mind," Bai Lianhua replied with a gentle smile. "However, perhaps we should allow Xiaobao to rest for now. It would be prudent not to overexert him at the outset. Let him begin with just a few steps and gradually increase his activity." Upon hearing Bai Lianhua's words, He Zhuangzhu promptly agreed, instructing those present to assist Feng Duobing in sitting down. He continued to inquire about Bai Lianhua's rehabilitation plan and mentioned preparing a banquet in the evening to honor her, while also inquiring about Li Lianhua's recent circumstances. Bai Lianhua sighed softly, indicating her reluctance to elaborate. "Ah, his condition remains," sighed He Zhuangzhu, sensing her unspoken thoughts, deftly shifted the conversation back to the evening's feast, wondering if divine Dr. Bai had any dietary restrictions. Time passed swiftly as their conversation unfolded, leading them towards the evening's banquet. He Zhuangzhu, in high spirits, roamed around toasting with others, while Li Xiaofeng joined in the merriment. After downing a cup of wine, Bai Lianhua, citing her lack of affinity for alcohol, took a seat to ponder her thoughts until Feng Duobing wheeled himself over. "Bai Jia, I am truly grateful to you," Feng Duobing expressed earnestly. Bai Lianhua smiled. "Today your mother and your aunt, along with many others, have conveyed their thanks to me. There is no need for you to reiterate it. What they expressed is their sentiment. What I express is my own." Feng Duobing scratched his head, then added, "By the way, Bai Jia, why haven't I seen that pesky Li Lianhua around recently?" Feigning annoyance, Bai Lianhua replied, "I thought you were seeking me out. Turns out you were merely inquiring about Li Lianhua." No, I came to find you. I simply asked about Li Lianhua in passing." "Please do not be upset, Bai Jia," Feng Duobing hastily clarified, believing Bai Lianhua was genuinely miffed. After a brief moment of pretense, Bai Lianhua, upon seeing Feng Duobing's anxious expression, burst into laughter. "Relax, I am not angry. I was merely teasing you. He has just been a bit busy lately." Once reassured that Bai Lianhua was not upset, Feng Duobing grew curious about what Li Lianhua could possibly be busy with. What could he be occupied with? Teaching his disciples, Bai Lianhua replied. Feng Duobing scoffed at the notion. He looks frail and incapable of martial arts, what could he possibly teach? Bai Lianhua chuckled heartily at his dismissal. He is indeed teaching martial arts. Teaching martial arts? Feng Duobing raised an eyebrow, suspecting Bai Lianhua was jesting. Oh, I get it, Bai Jia, you're just teasing me again, look at how joyfully you're laughing. You must be pulling my leg. Bai Lianhua shook her head. No, truly, he is teaching martial arts. Surely not, he can't even perform martial arts himself, how could he teach anyone? Feng Duobing insisted. Who says he cannot? His skills are quite formidable. Bai Lianhua was taken aback by the disbelief of Feng Duobing. Impossible, absolutely impossible, I refuse to believe it, he must be practicing some second-rate techniques, Feng Duobing retorted vehemently. Bai Jia, are you perhaps viewing him through rose-colored glasses? Bai Lianhua possesses remarkable martial arts skills, perhaps they are techniques you would greatly desire to learn, she countered. Feng Duobing remained unconvinced, stating defiantly, not a chance. If such a day were to come, I would take his surname. Bai Lianhua nodded, taking note of his declaration. Chapter 25 of the Lotus Tower. Unbeknownst to him, there were others who wished to share his surname. Li Lianhua, with a heart laden with complex emotions, gazed upon Han Yi, who was diligently practicing the North Mysterious Divine Skill. It was not that Han Yi lacked talent, on the contrary, he possessed exceptional innate gifts, a true prodigy in martial arts. Yet, reflecting on the early days when he first began teaching Han Yi, Li Lianhua found himself at a loss for words. Initially, Li Lianhua had intended to impart the North Mysterious Divine Skill to Han Yi, believing that mastering it would facilitate his learning of the Yangzhou Slow. Thus, he began to elucidate the intricacies of the North Mysterious Divine Skill. Of this technique comprises 36 illustrations, and they commenced with the first. The Han Taiyin Lung Meridian and the Run Meridian form the foundation of the North Mysterious Divine Skill, wherein the thumb Shaosheng point resides. As soon as Li Lianhua concluded his explanation, Han Yi eagerly raised his hand, inquiring, Master, where is the Han Taiyin Lung Meridian? A sense of foreboding washed over Li Lianhua. Wasn't this depicted in the illustration? Surely, he couldn't be utterly ignorant of the meridians and acupoints. Han Yi remained silent, merely offering an awkward smile in response. Had it not been for Wang Lianhua's timely arrival, bearing a trove of medical texts elucidating the meridians and acupoints, Li Lianhua would have been at a complete loss for how to proceed. He began to comprehend the feelings his own master experienced while teaching him. As he had initially observed, Han Yi indeed possessed commendable aptitude. After grasping the human meridian diagram, he mastered the first illustration in just a few days. Had he been trained in martial arts from a young age, it was conceivable that he could have been a formidable opponent. Shaking his head, Li Lianhua dismissed such thoughts, recognizing that his paramount concern was to swiftly master the North Mysterious Divine Skill and retrieve his elder brother's remains. With that resolve, he calmed his mind and resumed his practice of the North Mysterious Divine Skill. Meanwhile, within that Xilian manor, the timid and self-doubting Shihun could no longer endure witnessing Guo Qian's repeated mistreatment of Sun Yangzi. He recalled her solitary moments beneath the moon, silently shedding tears, and resolved to take her away, for she was clearly unhappy in this place. He penned a note and, as was his custom, placed it in Sun Yangzi's study before preparing his belongings to depart with her that night. On another front, ever since discovering an unfamiliar cursive script in Sun Yangzi's study, Guo Qian had been covertly watching her quarters. Today, he finally observed a shadow slip inside. Once the shadow departed, he entered the study. Upon entry, Guo Qian's gaze fell upon a note on the table. At the time of the bright moon, beside the mirror stone, in bridal attire, we shall meet without fail. Fury surged within Guo Qian after reading the note. He cast it aside and planned to procure some sticks and blades to ambush the pair by the mirror stone, intent on discovering whether they truly intended to elope. After Guo Qian stormed out in a fit of rage, his younger brother Guo Kuan entered the study, noticed the note, stood in silence contemplating for a moment, and then departed, his thoughts a mystery. Before long, two individuals entered, examining the note on the table. Could it be that they truly intend to elope? Indeed, young Master Xikong, it appears that our Master's predictions hold true. Someone at Xilian Manor is indeed planning to run away. One was tasked with observing Xilian Manor, while the other, having departed from the Yihua Palace upon hearing of the amusement here, was Xikong Zhaixing. Let us head to the Mirror Stone tonight, Xikong Zhaixing declared. Yes, replied the other, bowing his head in agreement, before placing the note back on the table and leaving the study. Soon, the tranquil study was graced by its usual occupant, Sun Yangzi. Upon seeing the note, she was momentarily startled, scanning the room to confirm she was alone before settling into a chair for quiet contemplation. Time slipped by, the sky darkened, yet Sun Yangzi's eyes gradually brightened. Ultimately, she resolved to leave the study and don her bridal gown. By the mirror stone, within a modest shop, Guo Qian stood with a wooden club, his eyes fixed intently on the vicinity of the mirror stone. Above the shop, Xikong Zhaixing reclined lazily on the tiles, basking in the moonlight, while Wang Lianhua's subordinates similarly kept watch near the mirror stone. Suddenly, a splash resonated from the water. Straining to see through the moonlight, they discerned ripples, and within the water, a shadowy figure seemed to materialize. Under the scrutiny of the subordinates and Guo Qian, a figure emerged from the water, prompting one of the subordinates to marvel at their determination. Those privy to the happenings at Xilian Manor knew that the lotus pond was filled with flowing water, yet they were astonished that someone would attempt to flee from it. Just as the subordinate was contemplating, Guo Qian lunged forward, striking the individual down with his club. In the ensuing struggle, he seemed to discover something, exclaiming, "Monster! If you do not act swiftly, that person's life may be forfeit," remarked Xikong Zhaixing, who had quietly risen, addressing Wang Lianhua's subordinate beside him. Responding to the directive, the subordinate noticed Guo Qian about to raise a knife in his other hand and rushed forward, disarming him and rendering him unconscious. At that moment, Sun Yangzi, clad in her bridal gown, unexpectedly appeared, witnessing the unfamiliar figure with a knife and the two fallen individuals, which resulted in her being overwhelmed with fear, prompting her to flee. Stop! I am a subordinate of Wang Lianhua. Just as the subordinate intended to call out to Sun Yangzi and explain, he watched in dismay as she tripped over the threshold and fell into the lotus pond. A misunderstanding ensued. Observing this, Wang Lianhua's subordinate promptly discarded his knife and leaped into the lotus pond with a splash to rescue her. What a splendid performance this is! Xikong Zhaixing remarked from atop the shop's roof, watching the chaotic spectacle unfold below. Chapter 26, The Lotus Pavilion. After a while, Xikong Zhaixing gazed at his subordinate, who was struggling in the water while dragging Madame Su along, and let out a sigh. Unable to bear the sight any longer, he swiftly descended to the riverbank to lend a hand, ultimately rescuing Madame Su from the depths. Once they managed to crawl onto the shore, the exhausted subordinate gasped for breath and lamented to Xikong Zhaixing, "This wedding gown is far too heavy." Xikong Zhaixing, however, paid no heed to the complaints of the subordinate who had just emerged from the water. Instead, he promptly removed Madame Su's headpiece and proceeded to administer first aid, ensuring that she expelled the water from her lungs and confirming her safety before allowing the nearby subordinate to assist her. Upon catching his breath, the subordinate questioned, "Carry her." Xikong Zhaixing's response was to hoist the unconscious Shirhan onto his back, resolute in not leaving anyone behind, lest they be further harmed by Guo Qian. The subordinate, realizing the logic in Xikong Zhaixing's words, nodded in agreement. After the two departed, Guo Kuan, who had been observing from the bushes, emerged and, emulating Guo Qian, picked up a stick that had been discarded on the ground, waving it around before, like Xikong Zhaixing, carrying Guo Qian on his back as he left. The following day, Shirhan awoke to find himself in an unfamiliar room. As he sat up, a sharp pain throbbed in his head, reminiscent of a blow delivered by an unseen assailant. Who could it be? As he pondered, Guo Qian's face flickered through his mind. He recalled that he had just crawled out of the lotus pool when Guo Qian struck him. What was the situation now? Where was Madame Su? Had Guo Qian imprisoned him here? Was Madame Su safe? "Ah, you're awake," a voice interrupted Shihan's thoughts. He turned to see someone entering the room with a tray of breakfast. His instinctive reaction was to lower his head to shield his face with his hair, but the concern for Madame Su urged him to leap from the bed and approach the newcomer, seizing their arm and inquiring, "Is Madame Su alright?" The person who entered was one of Wang Lianhua's subordinates. Sensing Shihan's agitation, he urged him to calm down. "Please, take it easy, Madame Su is fine, she's in the next room." Before the subordinate could finish speaking, upon hearing that Madame Su was nearby, Shirhan pushed him aside and dashed out the door towards the adjacent room. The subordinate, momentarily displaced, managed to steady himself in the breakfast tray, exclaiming, "Hey, don't rush." He hastily set down the tray and followed after, adding, "She hasn't woken yet, the doctor is still examining her." Upon entering the neighboring room, Shirhan was greeted by the sight of Madame Su lying on the bed. Just as he was about to call out her name, he was silenced by a glare from the doctor who was checking her pulse at the bedside. He immediately quieted, positioning himself beside the bed in anxious anticipation. Once the doctor completed the examination, Shirhan urgently inquired, "How is Madame Su?" The doctor reassured him, "She is stable, merely suffering from shock and some water inhalation. I will prescribe her some calming medicine, and she should recover soon." "But why hasn't she woken yet?" Shirhan pressed. "She should regain consciousness shortly." The doctor replied, "Thank you, doctor." Shirhan expressed his gratitude. The subordinate who had entered with the doctor then took the opportunity to escort him out. Once they were alone, Shirhan settled by the bedside, gently holding Madame Su's hand as he awaited her awakening. "Why aren't you going inside?" Xikong Zhaixing leaned against the wall, questioning the subordinate who had just returned from seeing off the doctor. "Now that they're awake, I wouldn't wish to intrude upon their heartfelt reunion," the subordinate replied, listening to the sounds emanating from the room. He then leaned closer to Xikong Zhaixing, asking, "Why is it so quiet at the Lotus Pavilion today? With the mistress gone, aren't they searching for her? Are you unaware that family scandals should remain confidential?" Xikong Zhaixing retorted, casting a bemused look at the inquisitive subordinate. "What are you still doing here? Have you prepared the medicine? Has your master replied to your message? Are you devoid of any tasks?" The subordinate promptly took his leave. As Xikong Zhaixing lingered in the same spot, he felt a profound understanding that, indeed, the nature of the martial world remained unchanged, regardless of its location. Chapter 27 of the Lotus Pavilion. A few days later, upon receiving a message via carrier pigeon, Wang Lianhua ventured to seek out Han Yi at Li Lianhua's residence. Upon seeing Wang Lianhua's arrival, Li Lianhua exclaimed, "Ah, young Master Wang has come again." There was no ulterior motive behind her words. She merely recognized that Wang Lianhua had concluded his treatments for Feng Duobing and was now prescribing some rehabilitation and recuperative remedies. As a result, he had not been frequenting the Tianji Mountain Manor, instead spending his days leisurely next door, playing the guqin and brewing tea, embracing a life of tranquility and ease. While the leisure was not unwelcome, there were those who, when faced with idle time, tended to seek out distractions, most notably, a certain young man of the Wang surname, who would meander over daily, regardless of necessity. Were it not for the medicine still in his possession, Li Lianhua would not have tolerated such an inconvenience. Wang Lianhua replied, "Indeed, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. I have been yearning for your presence, which is why I hurried over to see you, my dear sir." Li Lianhua responded, "Such urgency is entirely unnecessary." "What is that expression you wear?" Wang Lianhua inquired. Li Lianhua elaborated, "I am merely expressing my warm welcome to young Master Wang at my humble abode." Exchanging playful banter, they engaged in light-hearted conversation. Wang Lianhua then took a seat and leisurely poured himself a cup of tea before broaching the matter at hand. The reason for my visit today is primarily due to news from the Shuiyu town regarding Shuiyuzhen. The system host chimed in, there is news from the Tsilian manor. You should inquire what the esteemed Wang has to share. Initially, Han Yi had not recalled the matter until prompted by the system, at which point he eagerly asked, what news? Wang Lianhua informed him, recently, Shirhan and the lady of the Tsilian manor have eloped. Li Lianhua contemplated whether to excuse herself from their serious discussion, but before she could make a move, Wang Lianhua mentioned Shirhan. Shirhan? The Shirhan of the Golden Mandarin Alliance, she mused, intrigued by the potential news of her senior brother, and continued to listen intently. Wang Lianhua continued, he has already been rescued, and Li Mu has written to inquire about the next steps. Having digested the scandalous news of the elopement, Li Lianhua glanced at Han Yi beside her, letting out a sigh and shaking her head. The audacity of such an act was impossible for Han Yi to overlook. He rubbed his nose and cautiously asked his master, is something amiss? Oh, I never anticipated that you had connections with Shirhan from the Golden Mandarin Alliance. Li Lianhua sighed again, adding, this humble abode is quite small. I wonder if it can accommodate you. Li Lianhua certainly did not believe that Han Yi, possessing no martial prowess yet holding the secrets of the binding divine art, was affiliated with the Golden Mandarin Alliance. However, the coincidences surrounding his encounter with Wang Lianhua and the subsequent news of Shirhan felt rather uncanny. Surely it can accommodate me, Han Yi asserted confidently. However, sensing Li Lianhua's slightly accusatory gaze, he proceeded to explain, Master, I originally intended to roam the world of martial arts, but lacking the skills, I sought to find someone to guide me. As he spoke, he glanced at the observing Wang Lianhua, subtly glossing over his desire to become a disciple. Then I arrived at Shuiyu town to gather information and heard that the lady of Tsilian manor is kind-hearted, having saved a life, and it seems there are hints of a blossoming romance. My curiosity piqued, I asked them to keep an eye on the situation, Han Yi recounted, half-truthfully, before turning to Li Lianhua. So, Master, do you happen to know Shirhan? Li Lianhua denied any acquaintance, then began to ramble, me? Of course, I do not know him. Who in the world does not recognize the name of the Golden Mandarin Alliance? I was merely intrigued after hearing about such unexpected happenings at Tsilian Manor. Oh, is that so? Once the two had exchanged a few more words and moved past the topic, Wang Lianhua, having observed enough of the spectacle, decided to wrap things up. It seems my presence is no longer required at Tianji Mountain Manor. Since you are both so curious, why not accompany me to Shuiyu town to investigate further? The two exchanged glances and readily agreed to the proposal. Chapter 28 The Lotus Pavilion. After making their decision, Li Lianhua and her companions swiftly packed their belongings, ready to embark on their journey. However, they needed to inform the people at Tianji Manor beforehand. Early the next morning, He Zhuangzhu held onto Bai Lianhua's hand with reluctance, saying, Be careful on your journey, and if you encounter any difficulties, remember to write to me. Do not hesitate. By the way, do you think I should send some people to escort you, outside Tianji Manor? Bai Lianhua responded, Sister, do not worry. We have traversed this path together, and in a few days, I will also remember to write to you to assure you of my safety. Immersed in her role, Bai Lianhua echoed her sentiments. Meanwhile, Fang Duobing awkwardly bid farewell to Li Lianhua. Due to his frail health, he had few friends throughout his life, and Li Lianhua was his very first. Li Lianhua, if you are bullied out there, I will reluctantly agree to use the name of Tianji Manor to support you, he declared. Li Lianhua glanced at He Zhuangzhu, who had overheard the remark, hesitating slightly. Is that really appropriate? She questioned. If Fang Duobing insisted, what is inappropriate about that? Before he could finish, He Zhuangzhu smacked the back of his head, exclaiming, You impudent boy, what nonsense are you speaking in front of young Master Li? In He Zhuangzhu's eyes, Li Lianhua and his newly recognized sister were akin to a pair, making Fang Duobing's words a breach of decorum. Why did you hit me, mother? Fang Duobing protested, feeling wronged. Dare you speak so recklessly again? He Zhuangzhu raised his hand, indicating he might strike him once more. However, before he could act, Bai Lianhua intervened. I believe Xiaobao simply regards Li Lianhua as a friend. How they interact is not for us to meddle in. Persuaded, He Zhuangzhu resumed expressing his reluctance to part with Bai Lianhua, while Li Lianhua approached Fang Duobing to comfort him. Soon enough, Fang Duobing returned to his usual self and inquired about Li Lianhua's apprentice. Li Lianhua, I heard you have taken on an apprentice. Where is he? Li Lianhua pointed to Han Yi, who stood beside the Lotus Pavilion. That would be him. Fang Duobing followed her gesture and saw a refined young gentleman standing there. As their eyes met, the young man cupped his hands in greeting. Confined to a wheelchair, Fang Duobing could only return a partial bow before he began to scrutinize Li Lianhua. Though Li Lianhua initially wished to ignore it, Fang Duobing's expression was too evident. What are you doing? Fang Duobing felt that Li Lianhua had struck a stroke of luck. Not only did he have a sister with exceptional medical skills and a kind heart, but now a striking young man had come to seek his mentorship. Can Li Lianhua even fight, and with such an ordinary appearance, does he not feel inferior? How can I think like this? Li Lianhua is my good friend, I cannot undermine him, I must stand by his side. Fang Duobing earnestly told Li Lianhua, you must believe in yourself. Though Li Lianhua was utterly confused by the conversation, it did not prevent him from persuading Fang Duobing to part with his pocket money. After being relieved of his funds, Fang Duobing conceded that Li Lianhua made a valid point, even feeling that his savings were somewhat meager. Otherwise, he could have given Li Lianhua more silver for his journey. Eventually, when the sun reached its zenith, Li Lianhua and her group finally bid farewell to the people of Tianji Manor and set forth on their journey to Shuiyu town. 2 months later, upon arriving in Shuiyu town, Li Lianhua and her companions finally encountered Shirhan. Upon seeing them, Shirhan and Sun Yangzi knelt down to express their gratitude. Thank you for saving our lives. Your great kindness is something I shall never forget. Wang Lianhua, who typically showed little interest in such occasions, rose and began to leave before Shi Han could finish. It has nothing to do with me, no need for thanks. Seeing this, Han Yi also stood up, stating, it has nothing to do with me either. Left behind, Li Lianhua accepted the gesture of goodwill, saying, I require no repayment. I simply wish to know one thing, where is the body of Dan Guda? Originally, Li Lianhua had thought that since Shi Han was a member of the Golden Phoenix Alliance, he might possess some clues. To his surprise, Shi Han offered him a remarkable revelation. Upon hearing Li Lianhua's inquiry, Shi Han's face displayed a hesitant expression, clearly knowing something. Seeing this, Li Lianhua pressed on, if you know anything, please tell me. I shall owe you one. Shi Han, upon hearing this, bowed his head towards Li Lianhua. I cannot accept such praise. Our lives being spared is indeed a great kindness, but regarding Dan Guda, the leader entrusted me with his body. After a long pause, Shi Han finally glanced at Sun Yangzi before revealing, Dan Guda's body has been preserved in a medicinal coffin and is buried beneath the willow tree at the southern gate of Cailian Manor. Upon hearing the location of her senior brother's burial place, Li Lianhua dashed out the door, nearly causing Wang Lianhua to intervene. Where are you off to in broad daylight? Han Yi chimed in, indeed, master, where are you going? If you are up to no good, it would be better to wait until nightfall. Having been halted, Li Lianhua calmed down slightly since he now knew the whereabouts of his senior brother's body. Waiting until nightfall would not pose a problem. Chapter 29 of the Lotus Pavilion. As night fell, the shadows of the trees danced gracefully, and the harsh cawing of crows pierced the tranquility of the forest, a stark contrast to the serene surroundings. Lion Soul, lantern in hand, led us around to the southern gate of the Lotus Gathering, pointing to a willow tree not far away, and said, the body lies buried there. Upon hearing this, Li Lianhua closed his eyes briefly, inhaling deeply to suppress the tumultuous emotions surging within him. He raised the shovel and plunged it fiercely into the soft earth. Han Yi stood by, observing Li Lianhua's frantic movements, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. That he understood that even if they unearthed a corpse, it would not be the true Shanga Dao, yet he was uncertain whether to voice the truth, remaining silent as he assisted Lion Soul in digging for the coffin. Time ticked by relentlessly, and at last, Li Lianhua unearthed a coffin. The mingled scent of damp earth and decaying wood assailed their nostrils, inducing a wave of nausea. Han Yi stifled the upheaval in his stomach as he watched Li Lianhua trembling hands carefully lift the coffin lid. A pallid visage emerged before them, devoid of color, the eyes firmly shut, as if merely slumbering, yet the rigid contours of the face and the lifeless, ashen skin served as a stark reminder to Li Lianhua that the person lying within had long since departed this world. Senior brother Li Lianhua reached out, trembling, yearning to caress his brother's cheek, yet hesitating in fear of disturbing his eternal peace. Tears streamed down his face as memories flooded back. Shai, do not be afraid, your brother is fine. Shai, look, this is the wooden sword I made for you. Do you like it? Shai, we, as brothers, shall traverse the martial world together, upholding justice. The echoes of his brother's voice and laughter lingered vividly in his mind, yet now they were separated by the chasm of death, leaving him in unbearable anguish. Wait, something is amiss with this body. Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted Li Lianhua's reverie. He snapped his head up, eyes reddened, glaring at Wang Lianhua. What do you mean? Wang Lianhua, having crouched beside the coffin unbeknownst to them, elegantly covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with disdain. Ignoring Li Lianhua's emotional turmoil, he extended his hand to inspect the corpse closely, inhaling deeply, his expression growing increasingly grave. This cannot possibly be your senior brother. What did you say? Li Lianhua sprang to his feet, seizing Wang Lianhua by the collar. Repeat that. I said. Wang Lianhua's gaze turned icy as he forcefully shrugged off Li Lianhua's grip, locking eyes with him, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. This is not your senior brother. Shut your mouth, you speak nonsense. Unable to contain his emotions, Li Lianhua swung a fist at Wang Lianhua. Wang Lianhua seemed to have anticipated this reaction, effortlessly dodging the blow. He then produced a vial containing an unknown liquid and tossed it to Li Lianhua before turning to leave, leaving behind a chilling declaration that echoed in the air. Li Lianhua, you have been deceived. Li Lianhua did not attempt to catch the vial. It fell to the ground as he stood there, lost in thought. Han Yi approached, picked up the vial, and, deciding to take decisive action, called for Lion Soul's assistance to open it and pour the liquid onto the face of Shanga Dao. Before long, Shanga Dao's visage transformed entirely. Ah, this is not Shanga Dao. Lion Soul gasped, disbelief and a hint of panic lacing his voice. Unbeknownst to them, Li Lianhua had approached, his expression dark and foreboding. The corpse was indeed riddled with knife wounds, a fatal strike to the chest, a clean and decisive kill, yet this face bore no resemblance to the Shanga Dao they had desperately sought. He meticulously examined the body, scrutinizing every inch of skin and detail, only to discover that the little finger of the right hand had been severed, unlike his senior brother. This cannot be. Lion Soul murmured, standing by the coffin in disbelief. This is the body the leader entrusted to me. You members of the Golden Phoenix Alliance are cunning. Using a decoy to sow confusion is not beyond the realm of possibility. Li Lianhua finally spoke after a prolonged silence, his voice hoarse, as though it had been wrenched from his throat. Yet his complexion was ashen, devoid of color, beads of sweat rolling down from his forehead, clearly struggling against immense pain. Master, what is wrong? Han Yi noticed Li Lianhua's distress and hurried to support him. Li Lianhua's veins surfaced visibly on his hands, and a searing pain began to ripple through his chest, causing him to cough up blood. Master, benefactor. Li Lianhua collapsed weakly into Han Yi's embrace, his consciousness fading, the world around him warping, the sounds becoming increasingly distant. Only the excruciating pain remained, a stark reminder that the poison from his green tea had taken effect. Chapter 30 of the Lotus Tower. Li Lianhua lay curled up on the bed, his complexion as pale as parchment, devoid of any trace of color. His once resplendent azure robe was now stained with blood, a stark contrast to the former elegancy embodied, reduced to a state of utter disarray. A cough. Li Lianhua covered his mouth as he coughed violently, dark, alarming blood seeping through his fingers. The poison of bicha, the most insidious and malevolent substance in the realm, was mercilessly ravaging his body, gnawing away at the scant remnants of his vitality. Master, how are you? Han Ye's anxious voice pierced through the air, trembling with concern. He observed Li Lianhua's agonized visage, his own face etched with worry and sorrow. I'm fine, Li Lianhua forced a smile, though it appeared more grotesque than a frown. I'm not dead yet. At such a critical juncture, you still insist on being strong. Han Ye could not contain his indignation. Do you think you are made of iron? Once the bicha poison takes effect, even the gods cannot save you. Li Lianhua managed a feeble smile, refraining from retorting. Indeed, he was all too aware of his current plight. The Northern Darkness divine skill had yet to be mastered, and in his turbulent state of mind, the bicha poison had turned against him, leaving him as a mere shadow of his former self. Wang Lianhua sat beside him, brow furrowed and expression grave. He reached out to check Li Lianhua's pulse, his countenance growing even graver. Han Ye, witnessing Li Lianhua's condition, felt his heart descend into chaos. What was he to do? Could he truly bear to watch this once extraordinary man suffer to death at the hands of poison? Actually, there is another way. What way? If someone were willing to infuse a vast amount of internal energy into him, assisting him in mastering the Northern Darkness divine skill, he could then refine the bicha poison himself. Upon hearing this suggestion from Wang Lianhua, Han Ye fell silent. He recalled a tale from the demigods and semi-devils, where Wu Yazi had bestowed Su Zhu with 70 years of internal energy, enabling him to succeed, but now, he possessed only a mere thin layer, effectively nothing. Where could he find 70 years worth of internal energy? System, is there any way to save him? Han Ye anxiously inquired within his mind. The system detected the hostess' current predicament and announced a special item has been listed in the system shop. 1 cycle of internal energy, priced at 10,000 points. Limited time half price sale. Would you like to purchase? Do you really think I can afford it even at half price? Han Ye was almost driven to laughter by his own frustration. After all his hard work on tasks, he had only amassed 210 points, having been tricked by the system into spending 150 on a clone skill, leaving him with a mere 60. The host may opt for installment payments, with a down payment of 0 points. The system will devise a repayment plan based on the host's current situation. System QAQ buy it, but I want 2 portions. Host, do you intend to bind with me permanently? Just conduct your business and speak less. System QAQ ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully purchasing 2 cycles of internal energy. Would you like to extract it now? Extract. Han Ye took a deep breath, gazing at the frail Li Lianhua lying there, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. Wang Lianhua wanted to inquire why he didn't allow him to transfer internal energy to Li Lianhua, but seeing Han Ye's resolute demeanor, he relented. If it were unfeasible, he would step in later. Is everything alright? Oh. Confirming Wang Lianhua was unscathed, Han Ye propped Li Lianhua up, placing a hand on his back, a continuous flow of pure internal energy surging into him. Li Lianhua felt a warm current entering through his back, swiftly coursing through his limbs and bones, gradually warming his previously cold body, alleviating the deep-rooted pain considerably. He opened his eyes in astonishment, looking at Han Ye with confusion and disbelief. What are you doing? You should focus on guiding this internal energy to break through the bottleneck and master the Northern Darkness divine skill. Your disciple is of little use. Han Ye had no time to explain, and it was Wang Lianhua who elaborated from the sidelines. The magnitude of 2 cycles of internal energy was immense. Even for a master like Wang Lianhua, transferring it all at once was a formidable task, let alone for a novice like Han Ye. As seconds ticked by, Han Ye's complexion grew increasingly dire, his body beginning to tremble slightly. He felt his internal energy pouring out like a waterfall. To prevent both of them from perishing together, Li Lianhua could only cautiously suppress the bicha poison while guiding the internal energy Han Ye transmitted to shatter the bottleneck. At that moment, Li Lianhua sensed a tremendous sound resonating from within him, as if something had shattered. Immediately after, a powerful sucking force erupted from his body, voraciously devouring the internal energy Han Ye had delivered. Had it not been for Wang Lianhua, who was observing closely and sensed something amiss, he would have intervened decisively, otherwise, Han Ye would have been drained dry. Chapter 31 of the Lotus Pavilion. As the dawn light streamed through the window lattice, it cast a mosaic of shadows upon Li Lianhua's face. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him. A bitter smile played at the corners of his mouth, as if in self-mockery or perhaps in contemplation. The Northern Darkness divine art had been mastered, and the toxin of the green tea had been dispelled. He rose to his feet, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. At the stone table in the courtyard, Wang Lianhua, clad in a flowing red robe, leisurely sipped his tea. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon him, accentuating his striking features and exceptional beauty. With a shameless demeanor, Li Lianhua approached and sat down opposite Wang Lianhua, offering a contrite smile as he apologized. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Lianhua did not even lift his eyelids, as though he had not noticed Li Lianhua's presence, continuing to savor his tea. Yet, the tightness of his pressed lips betrayed his current mood. Growing weary of the silence, Wang Lianhua set down his teacup and stood to leave, only to be intercepted by Li Lianhua with a cold snort. Wang Lianhua cast a sidelong glance at him, his tone icy as he remarked, "Li Lianhua, your audacity grows ever greater. You dare to obstruct my path." Li Lianhua hastily pleaded, "Young Master Wang, I beg your pardon, please, enlighten me on how I might placate your anger." "Ah, you two seem to be having quite the lively discussion," a bright voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Han Yi appeared at the entrance, yet upon observing the tense atmosphere, he wisely chose to remain silent. Wang Lianhua shot a frigid glance at Li Lianhua and sidestepped him, continuing on his way. "Young Master Wang, wait!" Li Lianhua called out again, grasping at his sleeve with a pitiful expression. "I truly recognize my mistake. Please forgive me this once." Han Yi approached, eager to intercede on Li Lianhua's behalf. However, before he could finish his sentence, Wang Lianhua interrupted, "Enough, I do not wish to revisit this matter. Li Lianhua, if you genuinely desire to appease me, you must agree to one condition." Li Lianhua's eyes brightened, and he inquired eagerly, "What is it?" A playful smile curled at the corners of Wang Lianhua's mouth as he replied, "I require you to sell yourself to bury your brother." "What?" Li Lianhua and Han Yi exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. Wang Lianhua disregarded their shock, continuing, "Rest assured, I will make proper arrangements. As long as someone is willing to pay 100 taels for you, this matter will be settled." "Wang Lianhua, do not go too far. What's the matter? Are you unwilling?" Wang Lianhua raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. How could the once renowned Li Xiangyi be willing to stoop to such a thing? Wang Lianhua dismissed him, rising to leave. As he passed by, he dropped a parting remark, 3 days hence, at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, do not be late. Master, are you truly going to speak again, and I shall expel you from my tutelage?" "Oh, young Master Li has arrived," Wang Lianhua observed, arching an eyebrow at Li Lianhua, who had come to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion 3 days later. "Since you are here, come with me." Without waiting for a response, Wang Lianhua pulled Li Lianhua to the dressing table, seizing a brow pencil and beginning to apply it to his face. "What are you doing?" Li Lianhua struggled to evade, but Wang Lianhua firmly pressed down on his shoulders, rendering him immobile. "Do not move," Wang Lianhua coldly commanded, yet his touch was surprisingly gentle, as if he were handling a precious work of art. Before long, a stunningly beautiful visage appeared in the mirror. Li Lianhua gazed at his reflection, disbelief etched across his features. "Is this me? What, does it not resemble you?" Wang Lianhua, satisfied with his handiwork, smiled. "I assure you, there is no one in this world whom I, Wang Lianhua, cannot transform." "Wow, impressive!" Han Yi exclaimed from the side, utterly captivated. "Are you truly going to just stand there as my disciple?" "Of course not, Master. I have chosen to close my eyes instead," Han Yi promptly replied, obediently shutting his eyes in response to Li Lianhua's words. "You are indeed my exemplary disciple." "Not at all, Master, you flatter me." Chapter 32. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the epitome of extravagance and opulence in Shuiyu Town, has swiftly become the favored haunt of illustrious heroes and gallant figures since its grand opening less than a year ago, owing to its lavish decor and exquisite culinary offerings. However, today, the atmosphere at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion is rather unusual. Amidst the bustling crowd below, a poignant scene unfolds, an act of selling oneself to bury a brother. The protagonist of this drama is a striking young woman, her delicate features and graceful form barely concealed by her coarse linen garb. Yet, her pallid complexion and the lingering sorrow in her brow betray an underlying melancholy. Kneeling before the pavilion, she faces a warped wooden board bearing the words "selling myself to bury my brother," scrawled in a childlike hand that starkly contrasts with her refined demeanor, yet somehow evokes a peculiar harmony. On the 3rd floor, in a private room, Han Yi idly cracks sunflower seeds while observing the commotion below, engaging in light conversation with his companion. "I say, Wang, do you truly think she intends to sell herself? Is that what you wish to pursue?" Wang Lianhua, with her enchanting phoenix eyes slightly narrowed and a playful smile gracing her lips, replies with a hint of cunning, "For you, I would entertain the notion of 2 such transactions at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion today." Han Yi immediately declines, understanding that the words of this prominent figure could very well be acted upon. No, I believe my master finds amusement in this, I shall not intrude." Meanwhile, below, Li Lianhua, now referred to as Shan Xiaohua, lowers her head, striving to portray a frail and helpless damsel, yet, lacking any experience in acting, particularly in a role demanding heartfelt emotion, she remains rigid, resembling a bullied young bride. The throngs of passers-by grow in number, pointing and whispering about her plight. "Oh, how pitiable, such a young age to lose her kin. Indeed, she possesses a striking beauty, one wonders where she will end up. TSK, perhaps she shall be purchased by a kind-hearted soul to be kept as a concubine." Hearing the murmurs around her, Shan Xiaohua feels a tumult of emotions within. She had thought that being poisoned and facing imminent death was the worst fate, yet it seems she was naive. Must her senior brother be so insistent? Just then, a stir arises in the crowd as a flamboyant young gentleman, his hair slicked back and fanning himself with a folding fan, strides forth, flanked by a gaggle of sycophants. He pushes through the throng, approaches Shan Xiaohua, and surveys her with a lewd grin. "This young lady is indeed a beauty. How much for her? I shall purchase her." As he reaches out to caress her face, she instinctively recoils, only for him to audaciously attempt to grasp her hand. At that moment, a long, powerful hand seizes his wrist. It is Han Yi, who has leapt from the 3rd floor room, positioning himself protectively in front of Shan Xiaohua to block the unwelcome advance. Good sir, is it not a touch excessive to forcibly claim a maiden under the bright light of day? Han Yi regards the young man with a smile that barely conceals a warning. Clearly taken aback by the unexpected interruption, the young gentleman sizes up Han Yi, noting his unassuming attire yet extraordinary demeanor, accompanied by the poised Wang Lianhua, rendering him uncertain of their identities. What is your intention, my good fellow? My interest in this maiden is her fortune. He attempts to wriggle free from Han Ye's grip, but before he can finish, he feels a warm hand tighten around his throat. The grip, delicate yet undeniably strong, renders him breathless, his face turning crimson as he struggles like a chicken caught by the throat, unable to maintain his bravado. Among the entourage, one particularly dim-witted lackey boldly shouts, "How dare you! Release our young master at once, or you shall face our wrath." This proclamation prompts the young gentleman to roll his eyes in disbelief, thinking, is this fool jesting? Can't he see I am on the brink of asphyxiation? Wang Lianhua, observing the farcical scene with amusement, cannot help but laugh at the lackey's foolishness. And how precisely do you intend to show your displeasure? Like this, humph, you ought to be aware. Han Yi, sensing a deficiency in their intellect, chooses to engage the young gentleman in conversation. Pray tell, what is your perspective on this matter? The gentleman quickly backtracks. My dear sir, it is all a misunderstanding, truly. Will you still offer to purchase this young lady? Han Yi raises an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in his tone. No, I shall not. The young gentleman hastily shakes his head, fearing for his life. Han Yi, dissatisfied with this response, insists, do you not comprehend the virtue of performing a good deed? The young man stammers, then I shall buy her, is that truly your intention? Surely, it is not merely out of pity for her plight that you are offering money. Han Yi regards him with exasperation. At a loss for words, the young gentleman can only nod. Very well, Han Yi tightens his grip further. I shall pay. The young man scrambles to produce a stack of silver notes, handing them over to Han Yi, who finally releases him with a satisfied nod. He accepts the notes and hands them to Wang Lianhua Sr. You may handle this matter. Wang Lianhua, with a bemused glance at Shan Xiaohua, replies, very well, consider this a success. Really, Shan Xiaohua can hardly believe her ears. Having expected to endure this ordeal for days, the young gentleman glances between Shan Xiaohua and Wang Lianhua, suddenly realizing something. Why he stammers, pointing at Wang Lianhua. Startled, the young man retreats several steps, seeking refuge behind his lackeys. I shall not hold it against you. It is merely a few silver notes. I am not at all distressed. His lamentations, however, only grow more pitiful as he is ushered away by his sycophants. Do not be disheartened, young master. Whoa, it's not your money. Chapter 33 The Lotus Tower. Cursed be it. How dare they deceive me of my hard-earned money? They even feign such pitiable circumstances. I must truly be blind. The young master, incensed, paced restlessly within the confines of his chamber, his exquisite silk robe billowing like a flag caught in a tempest. Just days prior, while sauntering through the marketplace, he encountered a young maiden who sold herself under the pretense of mourning her deceased brother. The girl, possessing an enchanting beauty that evoked immediate sympathy, wept profusely as she recounted her brother's untimely demise due to a sudden illness. In a moment of weakness, he had succumbed to her charms, only to be ruthlessly swindled by two unscrupulous individuals. Typically, such transactions would amount to a mere 10 or 8 taels, yet these rogues had absconded with 500 taels of silver notes. Young master, do temper your fury. It is hardly worth your ire over such a wretched creature, ventured his loyal servant, Ah Fu, as he cautiously poured tea for his master, attempting to soothe his agitation. Pray tell, how can there exist such shameless individuals in this world? I, Wang Tianbao, have traversed the martial world for many years and have encountered countless souls. How could I possibly fall prey to such a petty con artist? Wang Tianbao retorted, taking a large gulp of tea, only to nearly choke on it. Noticing his master's exasperation, Ah Fu's mind began to whirl, and he leaned in closer, whispering, young master, perhaps we could seek out a storyteller. Wang Tianbao's eyes lit up, and he slapped the table with enthusiasm. Splendid. I shall ensure these swindlers are utterly disgraced, their infamy echoing throughout the entire martial realm, so that they may never deceive another soul again. Without hesitation, Ah Fu swiftly located a storyteller of some repute within the community. This gentleman, known as Mr. Lu, was renowned for weaving tales of extraordinary exploits and peculiar occurrences, captivating his audience with vivid narrative. Ah Fu slipped a silver ingot into Mr. Lu's hand and recounted the tale of deception with embellishments, particularly emphasizing the girl's cunning ruse and Wang Tianbao's lavish generosity. Upon concluding the story, Mr. Lu stroked his beard thoughtfully and inquired, might I ask, esteemed young hero, what was the name of that girl who sold herself to mourn her brother? What was her brother's name? Ah Fu hesitated momentarily, recalling only the girl's plight, and mused, her name was Shan Xiaohua, her brother should also bear the surname Shan, I presume. Indeed, perhaps it is also Shan, Ah Fu replied, albeit uncertainly. Shan? Could it be Shan Guda? Mr. Lu exclaimed in surprise. Ah Fu strained his memory, and after a moment, he confidently asserted, yes, it is indeed Shan Guda. With this confirmation, Mr. Lu recognized the significance of the revelation. After all, who could forget that it was the death of Shan Guda that ignited the fierce conflict between the Four Gaze sect and the Golden Swallow Alliance? The fact that Shan Guda was alive was monumental, prompting Mr. Lu to declare his intention to adapt this tale into a sensational new narrative. Thus, within days, the martial world was abuzz with a scandalous revelation. Shockingly, Shan Guda of the Four Gaze sect had not perished. He had resurfaced alongside his sister, employing the ruse of selling oneself to mourn a brother, thereby swindling both wealth and affection. It was said that Shan Guda's sister possessed a beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall, captivating many a young hero who willingly surrendered their fortunes at her feet. This rumor spread like wildfire, swiftly permeating every alleyway and thoroughfare. In taverns and tea houses, storytellers vividly recounted the exploits of the Shan siblings, leaving the unsuspecting audience in a state of disbelief. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this entire affair, Wang Tianbao, reclined in a private chamber of a tea house, savoring exquisite pre-rain Longjing tea while listening to the vivid narration of the Shan siblings' illustrious deeds unfolding below. A cold smile of vengeance curled at the corners of his lips. Dare to deceive me of my funds? You shall taste the bitter fruit of infamy. Little did he know, in a remote valley 1,000 miles away, a man clad in black abruptly lifted his head, his eyes glinting with cold fury. Shan Guda? Such audacity to impersonate me. Chapter 34 of the Lotus Pavilion. A continuous drizzle enveloped the air with a damp chill, mingling the scents of earth and fresh grass, as if a heavy curtain shrouded the entirety of Wanqingdao. What? What did you say? A furious roar echoed like thunder across the vast valley, startling even the birds in the forest into flight. Inside a modest cabin nestled in the valley, Dan Gudao abruptly rose to his feet, crushing the teacup in his grasp into fragments, scalding tea splattering across him without a hint of awareness, his visage a mask of brooding fury. Before him stood Feng Qin, a slender, astute middle-aged man, who trembled at the unexpected outburst, yet mustered the courage to repeat, "It is rumored in the martial world that you, master, are not dead, and that you are roaming the land with your sister, engaging in deceitful schemes." Utter nonsense, Dan Gudao bellowed, slamming his palm onto the nearby wooden table, causing the sturdy surface to splinter into several cracks. Which scoundrel dares to spread such slander? I'll have him killed on the spot. Feng Qin lowered his gaze, too fearful to meet Dan Gudao's fiery eyes. Ever since the execution of that plan 2 years prior, Dan Gudao had been leading Wanqingdao in a discreet manner. Even he himself had taken refuge in this remote valley, far from the thrones of people. Master, please calm your rage, Feng Qin said cautiously. I have already dispatched someone to investigate the source of this rumor. I trust we shall have results shortly. You make it swift. Dan Gudao gritted his teeth, declaring, "Find out who is behind these malicious rumors, and I will have them torn to shreds." He never anticipated that after painstakingly orchestrating his escape from the world, feigning death, and seeking shelter in these deep woods, he would still be unearthed. Moreover, he had been absurdly accused of swindling? Was he not a scion of the Southern Yin royal lineage, in need of resorting to such underhanded tactics? It was utterly ludicrous. What unsettled him further was the speed and breadth of the rumor's spread. It was evidently premeditated, aimed at drawing him out, but who, at this juncture, would dare to strike against him? The fleeting image of Li Shangyi flashed through his mind, and the mere thought of that possibility stirred a profound unease within him. He abruptly lifted his head and addressed Feng Qin. "Are you certain that Li Shangyi is truly dead?" "Li Shangyi, master, that was the poison of the green tea. Li Shangyi is undoubtedly dead." "No, send someone to search. We must see the living or the dead, even if he is deceased. I demand to see the body." "Understood," Feng Qin replied, hastily disguising himself before descending the mountain in pursuit of the elusive source of the rumor. Left alone in the cabin, Dan Gudao paced restlessly, the image of Li Shangyi's clear yet resolute eyes flashing repeatedly in his mind, like a sharp blade suspended above his heart, preventing him from finding peace. 1,000 miles away, at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, a scene of revelry unfolded, starkly contrasting the oppressive atmosphere of Wanqingdao. In a private room on the 3rd floor, Wang Lianhua languidly leaned against the window, clad in a moon-white brocade robe, fanning herself with a folding fan, listening to the storyteller below animatedly recounting the absurd tale of Dan Gudao and his sister's cons in the martial world. Dan Gudao is truly a remarkable individual. Not only did he feign death, but he also engaged in such capers. "Wouldn't you agree, master?" Han Yi laughed heartily from the table, not forgetting to engage in banter with his master, Li Lianhua. Li Lianhua cast him a fleeting glance. "Have you been too idle of late? Have you practiced your martial arts today?" Though her words held a hint of reproach, a complex expression flickered in her eyes. "I sincerely hope I am mistaken." Han Yi chuckled awkwardly. "I'm just curious," he said, then turned his gaze to Wang Lianhua, gently nudging him with his elbow. "Senior, do you think Dan Gudao will truly make an appearance?" Wang Lianhua set down his fan, a playful smile gracing his lips. "In this world, there is no fish that Wang Lianhua cannot lure." Han Yi's interest piqued further. "Are you saying you have a way to draw Dan Gudao out?" Wang Lianhua merely offered an enigmatic glance. "Are you eager to know?" Han Yi nodded vigorously. "Of course I want to know, please tell me." Quickly, Li Lianhua observed the lively duo before him, unable to stifle a sigh of exasperation. When these two were together, there was never a moment of respite. "Want to know? Then assist me with the task." Wang Lianhua leaned closer to Han Yi, whispering a directive into his ear. Upon hearing it, Han Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You want me to? You're not serious?" Wang Lianhua, noticing Li Lianhua's astonished expression, raised an eyebrow. "If you wish to continue, I will no need for that." "No need, I'll handle it. I'll handle it. My disciple is evidently adept. Let him take care of it." Li Lianhua hastily interjected before Wang Lianhua could finish, disregarding the accusatory glances from the side, for in such a situation, he simply closed his eyes, reasoning that perhaps it was the same for him. Wang Lianhua ceased to pay heed to the other two's antics, rising to his feet and moving to the window, gazing into the distance as though he could pierce through the layers of rooftops to behold the agitated figure within Wanqingdao. Dan Gudao, your grand performance is only just beginning. Chapter 35 of the Lotus Pavilion. News spread like a raging wildfire throughout the martial world, ultimately reaching the Baichuan courtyard. What? Dan Gudao is not dead? Moreover, he is parading around with a sister, swindling in the world of martial arts. Yun Baiqiu abruptly rose to his feet, the teacup in his hand dancing upon the table from the force of his reaction. It is absolutely true. The disciple who came to report trembled in fear, claiming that it was common knowledge, asserted by those who had witnessed it firsthand, that the young lady bore an uncanny resemblance to a celestial being. Absurd, utter nonsense. Bai Jiangchun waved his sleeve, his face brimming with indignation. If it were anyone else, it might be forgivable, but Dan Gudao was once the second master of the esteemed Si Gu men. How could he stoop to such disgraceful acts? Shi Shuilu furrowed her brows slightly, glancing at the usually silent Jihan Fo, and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Jihan Fo pondered for a moment before slowly responding, "This matter is exceedingly peculiar. Even if Dan Gudao truly survived, he ought to seek refuge in obscurity. Why then would he engage in such ostentatious behavior? Furthermore, why resort to actions that tarnish his reputation? Could it be?" Yun Baiqiu suddenly thought of something, and his expression shifted. Could it be that someone is orchestrating this? The intent is to lure us into a trap? Everyone fell silent, momentarily taken aback. This possibility was certainly not unfounded. "Regardless, we cannot remain passive," Jihan Fo decisively stated. "Thus, you shall convey the order to investigate the source of this information. Be sure to exercise utmost caution. We must not alert the snake in the grass." "Understood, I shall obey the command." Simultaneously, the Jin Yuan alliance also received this news. The fragrant incense wafted gently, and the beaded curtains hung low, where a graceful woman reclined upon a soft couch draped in pristine white fox fur. She was Jiao Liqiao, the holy maiden of the Jin Yuan alliance, with skin whiter than snow and features like a painting. Her crimson attire accentuated her noble and aloof demeanor, yet her expression was rife with mocking amusement. "What did you say? That fool Dan Gudao is swindling with his sister in the martial world?" Jiao Liqiao raised an eyebrow, her tone dripping with unabashed derision. "How laughable, he dares to claim descent from the southern Yin royal family, yet has fallen to such depths. It is utterly ridiculous." Upon hearing her words, Shui precautiously replied, "Holy maiden, the rumors in the martial world are indeed widespread, stating that Dan Gudao faked his death to escape and is now wandering with a beautiful sister, deceiving many and amassing wealth." "Ha ha ha." Jiao Liqiao could not contain her laughter, her voice ringing clear and melodious, yet laced with a chilling undertone. "What a fool! Does he think that with Li Xiangyi presumed dead, he can act with impunity? Such foolishness, to dream of restoring a fallen kingdom." Initially, Dan Gudao staged his own death to incite conflict between Si Gu men and Jin Yuan alliance, even covertly reaching out to her. Out of a sense of kinship to the southern Yin bloodline, Jiao Liqiao consented to collaborate with him, seeing an opportunity to eliminate the detested Li Xiangyi. Yet, she never anticipated that Dan Gudao would be foolish enough to resort to swindling. Does he not realize that such actions only serve to expose his whereabouts and invite greater troubles? Is he truly of southern Yin blood, or merely a counterfeit? "Holy maiden, should I send someone to investigate the veracity of this news?" Shui Pe inquired softly. Jiao Liqiao scoffed, "No need, let him make a fool of himself. He won't stir much of a tempest. However, what news do we have from the master?" At the mention of the master, Jiao Liqiao's previously icy demeanor softened, her tone transforming into one of tenderness, as if she had become a different person. "Returning to the holy maiden, the alliance leader remains in seclusion to recover. Then ensure someone keeps a close watch. If Yama requires anything, dispatch someone to deliver it," Jiao Liqiao said, her brow slightly furrowed at the thought of not having seen the master for a long time, leaving her rather displeased. "Yes, holy maiden." After the East Sea War, rumors regarding Li Xiangyi proliferated in the martial world like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Some claimed he had perished in the belly of a fish, his bones utterly lost. Others asserted he had assumed a new identity, living carefree in some obscure corner. Zhao Wanmian, however, did not believe Li Xiangyi could perish so easily. She traversed thousands of mountains and rivers, all in pursuit of a glimmer of hope. Nevertheless, the rumors of the martial world ensnared her like a vast net, especially the tale of Dan Gudao faking his death and swindling with his sister, which left her in a state of turmoil. She could hardly fathom, if Dan Gudao truly survived, what then became of Li Xiangyi, who had battled the Jin Yuan alliance for him. This news originated from Shuiyu town. "We should consider investigating it," Xiao Zijin suggested. Clad in purple robes, he stood elegantly beside Xiao Wanmian, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon her, like a vigilant hawk, ever alert to their surroundings. Xiao Wanmian nodded, her desire for the truth overwhelming her. Chapter 36 The Lotus Pavilion. Shuiyuzhen, a seemingly unremarkable town, has become a place of contention among the wandering folk, all due to a storyteller. Xiao Wanwen and Xiao Ziqin, disguised and mingling with the crowd, sought information regarding the infamous Dan Gudao. "Have you heard that Dan Gudao is nothing but a fraud?" boomed a burly man with a bushy beard in the tea-house, animatedly recounting the tale. "Indeed. It is said he has a sister, whose beauty could rival that of a fish falling from the water, a flower hiding from the moon. She specializes in seducing wealthy young masters, only for Dan Gudao to swoop in and rescue her, seizing the opportunity to extort them." Xiao Wanwen frowned at the absurdity of the story. It seemed utterly implausible. Not only was Dan Gudao reportedly dead, but even if he had feigned his death to engage in deceit, surely he would not resort to such crude tactics. "Good sir, is what you speak of true?" "I have heard that Dan Gudao has long since perished," questioned a slender man nearby. "Ah, but you are unaware." The bearded man stroked his beard with a smug expression. "Dan Gudao is a master of disguise. Perhaps he has merely hidden himself away." This notion was indeed plausible. Listening to the surrounding chatter only deepened Xiao Wanwen's confusion. Noticing her troubled expression, Xiao Ziqin whispered in consolation, "Do not heed his nonsense. Most tales in the martial world are fabricated. Since we are here, why not find a place to stay and gather information at our leisure?" Xiao Wanwen nodded in agreement and followed him to the largest inn in town, the Yulai Inn. Upon entering, they were met with a group of martial artists engaged in animated conversation. I tell you, I saw it with my own eyes. Dan Gudao's sister is a vision, a true beauty, far surpassing even Xiao Wanwan, one exclaimed, pounding the table with enthusiasm. Do not be absurd. The Qiao family mistress is the unrivaled beauty of the martial world, who could possibly compare? Another retorted. Xiao Wanwan felt her temples throb at the mention of her name. How had she been drawn into this? Just as she contemplated retreating to a quiet corner, she inadvertently bumped into a familiar figure. The person wore a simple blue robe, their hair loosely tied up with a wooden hairpin, and a plain mask obscured much of their face. Yet, the way they walked and spoke was strikingly reminiscent of a certain individual, Xian Yi. Xiao Wanwan, she blurted out. The person appeared momentarily stunned before responding with a laugh. Mistress, you have mistaken me. I am Li Lianhua. Li Lianhua, why are you still here? I is waiting. A delicate voice from the inn's courtyard interrupted him. A beautiful woman in red emerged, sidling up to Li Lianhua and affectionately linking her arm with his, her head resting on his shoulder as she smiled at Xiao Wanwan. My lord, who is this? Li Lianhua fell silent, uncertain of Wang Lianhua's intentions, yet instinctively aware that mischief was afoot. Observing Xiao Wanwan's silence, Wang Lianhua playfully removed Li Lianhua's mask, exclaiming, My lord, why wear a mask? Is this lady perhaps your secret admirer, and you fear being recognized? Staring at the unfamiliar face before her, Xiao Wanwan was momentarily at a loss for words. His every action and expression mirrored that of the spirited Li Shangyi from her memories, yet he introduced himself as Li Lianhua and seemed quite intimate with another woman. Miss, are you unwell? Li Lianhua inquired again, this time with a hint of concern in his voice. Oh, no, I'm quite well, Xiao Wanwan snapped back to reality, hastily shaking her head. I merely thought you bore a resemblance to an old acquaintance. Is that so? Li Lianhua chuckled lightly, his tone inscrutable. It seems this acquaintance must hold significant importance for you. Xiao Wanwan opened her mouth but struggled to articulate her thoughts. To express that he was the one she had longed for, that she had searched for him tirelessly, that she refused to believe he was truly gone, how could she utter such sentiments to a stranger? My lord, how could you inquire about this young lady so? Is it love at first sight? Wang Lianhua giggled, leaning closer to Li Lianhua with a teasing glimmer in her eyes. His demeanor was that of a charming seducer, while Li Lianhua appeared utterly helpless against her antics, merely allowing her to play as she pleased. Yet we must seek out I, or else he shall cause a ruckus. Li Lianhua subtly stepped aside, offering a gentle reminder. Wang Lianhua met Li Lianhua's gaze for a moment before nodding. You are correct, my lord. We shall take our leave, dear lady. With that, she linked her arm with Li Lianhua's and bid farewell. Only when they had distanced themselves did Xiao Wanwan exhale slowly. Wanwan? Xiao Ziqin observed her with concern. Are you truly all right? Your complexion does not seem well. Xiao Wanwan shook her head, striving to suppress the tumult within her. I am fine. Let us proceed. After settling into the inn, they parted ways to gather information. Chapter 37 of the Lotus Pavilion. After parting ways with Xiao Ziqin, Xiao Wanwan felt as though her heart was tossed in a tempest, unable to find tranquility. She endeavored to control her breathing, striving to suppress the inexplicable restlessness and unease that plagued her. The names Li Lianhua and Li Shangyi intertwined in her mind like threads intricately knotted together, defying any attempt to unravel them. She repeatedly reassured herself that in this vast world, there were countless individuals who bore resemblances to one another. Li Lianhua merely shared a few features with Li Shangyi. How could she have mistaken one for the other? Yet, the image of that tall figure, those clear eyes, and that familiar smile continually overlapped with the presence of Li Lianhua before her, rendering her incapable of dismissing the inexplicable stirrings within her heart. Could it truly be that her longing had led to this delusion? Xiao Wanwan vigorously shook her head, attempting to cast aside the tumultuous thoughts swirling in her mind. She entered a tea house, hoping to find a semblance of calm amidst the fragrance of tea and the hum of conversation. The tea house bustled with activity, serving as an ideal venue for gathering intelligence. She chose a seat by the window, ordered a pot of tea, and sipped while attentively listening to the discussions around her. Nevertheless, the persistent sense of unease and agitation lingered in her heart, refusing to dissipate. Meanwhile, within a lively tavern named Zui Xianlu in Xueyu town, the atmosphere was vibrant and boisterous. Han Yi sat idly in an elegant room on the third floor, propping his chin on one hand while casually swirling the wine glass in the other. He listened to the information that Li Mu had gathered, yet his gaze frequently darted downstairs. Young Master Li Mu, it has just come to my attention that Xiao Wanwan and Xiao Ziqin arrived in Xueyu town today at the hour of the snake, taking up residence at the Yulai Inn. As soon as the words left his lips, Li Lianhua and Wang Lianhua entered through the door. You arrived just in time. I have some news, Master. An old friend has come to Xueyu town. Guess who? Han Ye's face radiated excitement, seemingly unable to contain his eagerness to witness Li Lianhua's astonishment, entirely oblivious to Li Mu's peculiar demeanor. Li Lianhua exchanged a discreet glance with Li Mu, then turned her attention back to Han Yi, her tone calm and unwavering, as if discussing a trivial matter concerning Xiao Wanwan and Xiao Ziqin. Master, how do you know it's them? Han Yi poured a glass of wine for both Li Lianhua and Wang Lianhua, his curiosity piqued. In this world, who else could make your master so concerned? Wang Lianhua teased with a grin as she accepted her glass. Li Lianhua shot him a helpless glance, remaining silent, merely lifting her glass to take a delicate sip. The aroma of the wine was intoxicating, yet it could not mask the bitterness that surged within her heart. Observing Li Lianhua savoring her drink, Wang Lianhua feigned hurt, clutching her chest. Oh dear, Ai, you have no idea, just now, I encountered them with your master, and the look on her face truly wounded me. Wang Lianhua's words were like a thorny feather, lightly grazing the sensitive edges of Li Lianhua's heart, provoking a subtle itch. Maintaining an air of composure, Li Lianhua set her glass down and replied coolly, "Have you had too much to drink?" "Oh, I assure you, I am not intoxicated, I merely speak the truth," Wang Lianhua insisted, winking at Han Yi. "Yi, wouldn't you agree?" Han Yi glanced between his master and Wang Lianhua, sensing an awkward tension between the two, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. In a moment of inspiration, he concocted an excuse. "I just remembered that my hearing hasn't been quite right lately, I must see a doctor. I shall take my leave." Without waiting for a response from either of them, he swiftly exited, secretly congratulating himself on his cleverness in evading this celestial conflict. Chapter 38 The Lotus Tower. As soon as Han Yi departed, Wang Lianhua shed his previous air of nonchalance, raising his wineglass to savor a sip leisurely. His tone was tempered and indifferent as he remarked, "What purpose does this serve?" Li Lianhua, in silence, gazed out at the bustling throngs beyond the window, as if in search of something, yet seemingly finding nothing at all. The specters of Chao Wannian and the brothers who perished in the Eastern Sea battle, alongside his senior martial brother, loomed persistently in his mind, inducing a sense of suffocation. He understood that he ought to let go, to confront the reality with equanimity, yet the scar within him continued to throb faintly, preventing him from achieving true release. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his voice low and raspy, tinged with a barely perceptible bitterness. "I simply do not know how to face her." Wang Lianhua scoffed, draining his glass in one go. The liquid slid down his throat, leaving a distinct trail of moisture upon his fair skin, lending an air of ambiguity. He cast a sidelong glance at Li Lianhua, his eyes reflecting a hint of exasperation. "Li Shangyi, when did you become so indecisive? The you of yesteryears was not like this." Li Lianhua refrained from responding, gently tracing the rim of his glass, his gaze wandering, seemingly ensnared in a web of memories of the once spirited youth, clad in vibrant attire and brimming with confidence, had now transformed into a figure riddled with hesitation. How could this not evoke a sense of melancholy? "Are you still pondering the events of the past?" Wang Lianhua's voice carried a note of probing. He understood the intricacies of the human heart all too well. Li Lianhua, appearing carefree, was, in truth, a soul who buried his emotions deep within, nursing his wounds in solitude. "No," Li Lianhua vehemently denied, though his tone lacked conviction. He wished to steer clear of the heart-wrenching memories, not wanting Wang Lianhua to witness his vulnerability. He longed to bury those painful recollections deep within, concealing them from the world. Wang Lianhua, naturally unconvinced, rose and approached the window, observing the ebb and flow of the crowd below. His voice carried a wistful lilt. "I had thought that the 15-year-old Li Shangyi, who aspired to be the greatest in the realm, would return to the pinnacle of martial arts once the poison of the green tea was dispelled." Wang Lianhua, raised by his mother with a focus on vengeance, had retreated with Shen Lang after the death of the joyful king, wandering overseas. Bored during one of their excursions, he chose to return to the Central Plains for amusement. To his surprise, he encountered Han Yi, discovering the existence of the 3,000 worlds. After making an agreement, he embarked on a journey to seek the shattered void, eager to explore other realms. Yet, he found himself back at the beginning, confronting a Li Shangyi who had yet to come to terms with his past and a Han Yi who lacked martial prowess. Pinnacle of martial arts? Li Lianhua chuckled softly, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. "At present, I yearn for a quiet life. I have grown weary of the violence and chaos." "Weary?" Wang Lianhua appeared to find this notion amusing. He turned to face Li Lianhua, his peach blossom eyes piercing as if to unveil all of Li Lianhua's aides. "Li Shangyi, do you dare claim that you harbor no lingering affection for the current martial world? Do you dare assert that you do not wish to uncover the truth behind that incident from years ago?" Each word struck Li Lianhua's heart like a sharp blade. He recognized the validity of Wang Lianhua's assertions. How could he not feel nostalgia? How could he not yearn for the truth? His fingers tightened around the wineglass, knuckles turning pale. The reality of that bygone incident remained unresolved, until he laid eyes on his senior martial brother. He could never accept the notion that his brother was still alive. Convinced that everything was part of his brother's scheme, there must be a misunderstanding. He repeatedly admonished himself, striving to convince himself to believe this absurd lie. He feared confronting the truth, terrified that the convictions he had clung to for so long were fundamentally flawed. "Then let us wait a few more days. Hopefully, by then, you will no longer be as you are now." Wang Lianhua refrained from engaging in further argument with Li Lianhua and, having said his piece, turned to leave. Li Lianhua remained seated at the table, the cacophony of traffic outside mingling with the lingering scent of alcohol within the room, both failing to dispel the profound solitude and confusion that clung to his heart. Chapter 39 of the Lotus Pavilion. After Wang Lianhua departed, Li Lianhua poured himself another glass of wine, the liquid flowing gently from the exquisite white porcelain cup, reflecting his slightly troubled visage. "How could it be my senior brother?" he murmured softly to himself, his tone imbued with disbelief and deep anguish. The scene from years past remained vividly etched in his memory, the image of his senior brother lying in a pool of blood seared into his mind like a brand, impossible to erase. My senior brother, how could he be the mastermind behind it all? Li Lianhua shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel this terrifying thought from his consciousness. He would rather believe that everything was merely a coincidence than accept that the brother who once fought alongside him, as close as kin, could betray him. At that moment, a cheerful sound of footsteps approached, accompanied by the familiar voice of his master. "Master, I'm back." Han Ye's vibrant tone shattered the oppressive atmosphere within the room. "Master, guess what I saw today? Candied chestnuts, freshly roasted, they smell divine." Han Yi eagerly presented the warm chestnuts to Li Lianhua, hoping the aroma would chase away the melancholy that enveloped him. Oh, Li Lianhua replied with a faint acknowledgement, taking the paper bag, though it was evident that he had little interest in the candied chestnuts. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of his senior brother. He had no appetite for food. Master, do you know who is currently inquiring about news from Shuiyuzhen? Han Yi asked casually, yet he was secretly attentive, keenly observing Li Lianhua's reaction. Why do you suddenly ask about this? Li Lianhua did not directly respond to Han Yi's question but countered with another inquiry. His thoughts lingered on his senior brother's affairs, leaving him oblivious to Han Yi's probing. I'm just curious, the town has been particularly lively lately, with various factions converging, such as Baichuan Courtyard, Tianji Villa, and the Golden Swallow Alliance. Han Yi counted off on his fingers, deliberately pausing before revealing the final bait, and there is also the recently established Wancheng Dao, which is said to possess formidable strength and operates quite mysteriously. Wancheng Dao, Li Lianhua murmured, a sudden spark of insight illuminating his mind. Could this Wancheng Dao be connected to his senior brother? He abruptly lifted his gaze, his deep eyes fixed intently on Han Yi, as if seeking to uncover some hidden truth from his expression. Han Yi felt a chill run down his spine under Li Lianhua's sudden scrutiny, feigning calmness as he shrugged. I was just asking casually, why are you looking at me like that? Li Lianhua remained silent, lost in thought. He recalled Wang Lianhua's words before her departure, his doubts intensifying. If Wancheng Dao was indeed linked to his senior brother, then had his senior brother orchestrated the events of that fateful year? What could be his purpose in doing so? Master, what is wrong? Han Yi, noticing the fluctuating expression on Li Lianhua's face, could not help but inquire. Li Lianhua regained his composure and forced a faint smile. It's nothing. These are merely rumors from the Jianghu Point. One should listen to them without placing too much faith. Seeing that Li Lianhua was not in high spirits, Han Yi decided to change the subject, picking up the wine jug and pouring a full glass for Li Lianhua while cheerfully saying, Master, let us drink. Let those disputes of the Jianghu be left to those with ambition. We shall enjoy our carefree lives. Li Lianhua accepted the wine glass with a bitter smile, tilting his head back to down it in one gulp, followed by another, soon feeling the effects of intoxication. Though he had mastered the Baiming divine skill, making it difficult to become drunk, the relentless stream of strong liquor only deepened the turmoil in his heart, akin to being obstructed by a boulder, with only the sharpness of the alcohol providing a fleeting respite. Perhaps Li Lianhua sought to use this inebriation as a temporary escape from the painful enigmas and anxieties that plagued him. Han Yi observed his master consuming one drink after another, unable to restrain himself from advising, Master, you should drink less. Too much can harm your health. Li Lianhua, however, seemed oblivious to the warning, continuing to drink in solitude until he ultimately collapsed at the table. Master, master? Han Yi gently nudged Li Lianhua, but receiving no response, he turned to call out to the door, someone. A man clad in black attire entered at the sound of his voice, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists. Young master, what are your orders? Assist the master back to his quarters for rest and take good care of him, Han Yi instructed, adding a cautionary note, be careful not to disturb him. The man in black complied, cautiously lifting Li Lianhua and escorting him out of the room. Han Yi watched their departing figures, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured to himself, it seems the time has come to seek out the big boss to implement the next phase of our plan. With that, he rose and exited the room, heading straight for Wang Lianhua's location. Chapter 40 of the Lotus Tower. When Han Yi found Wang Lianhua, she was adjusting her collar in front of a bronze mirror, dressed in a simple, unadorned linen robe. Her hair was merely tied back with a white ribbon, reminiscent of the forlorn Shan Xiaohua he had encountered in the town. Han Yi's playful spirit was instantly ignited, and he could not help but tease, oh, is this not our pitiable Miss Shan? What, are we to witness a repeat of past performances? Wang Lianhua raised an eyebrow at Han Yi's reflection in the mirror, her tone laced with a hint of mischief. What? Has Master Han developed a heart for the delicate and fair, wishing to whisk me away to his abode to rid the world of my presence? At this remark, Han Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily waved his hands in denial. No, no, no. I am not worthy of such fortune. Wang Lianhua set down the wooden comb in her hand and turned to look at Han Yi with an enigmatic smile. What, is Master Han not usually one to cherish the delicate? Does my appearance fail to catch your eye? Han Yi forced a chuckle and quickly clarified, you jest, esteemed one, that your beauty is renowned far and wide, it is I who am unworthy. Wang Lianhua approached him and gently patted his shoulder, her words laden with meaning. There is no need for false humility, my lord. Given our relationship, if you desire, I could willingly part with this attire. Upon hearing her suggestion to don women's clothing, Han Yi felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly declined, no, no. How could I possibly accept such an offer? He had no desire to relive the memories of his previous experience in women's clothing, a recollection that was etched in his mind and impossible to forget. Wang Lianhua, witnessing his fearful demeanor, playfully flicked his forehead and said with mock irritation, enough of your pretense, speak plainly, what is it you seek from me? Seeing that Wang Lianhua was finally ready to discuss serious matters, Han Yi dropped his playful facade and replied earnestly, I have made arrangements with my master. Wang Lianhua nodded in acknowledgement. Han Yi steadied himself and lowered his voice to inquire, what shall we do next? With a slight smile, Wang Lianhua gestured towards the dressing table. Come, sit here. I shall transform your appearance. As Han Yi gazed at her mysterious smile, an ominous sense of foreboding arose within him. Tentatively, he asked, transform into whom? It wouldn't be another woman, would it? Wang Lianhua, amused by his wary expression, chuckled heartily. Rest assured, this time you shall not be dressed as a woman. Upon hearing this, Han Yi felt a bit of relief but remained unsettled, murmuring softly, yet some female heroes do not necessarily wear women's clothing, you know. Wang Lianhua, unable to contain her laughter, chided him, stop your prattling. If you continue, I shall make you Shan Xiaohua. Han Yi wished to protest further but was silenced by a sharp glance from Wang Lianhua, compelling him to obediently approach the dressing table and take a seat. As time ticked away, Han Yi scrutinized the unfamiliar reflection in the mirror, feeling a sense of déjà vu curiously, he asked Wang Lianhua, who is this? Without looking up, she replied, your master. My master? Han Yi examined the figure in the mirror more closely, shaking his head in confusion. This does not resemble him at all. It is merely somewhat similar. Internally, he mused, surely Wang Lianhua was not attempting to deceive him, this was a complete stranger, how could this possibly be his master? Furthermore, this individual appeared far too handsome, far surpassing his master in allure. Wang Lianhua, observing his dazed expression, teased him, what, is your master truly so unremarkable in your eyes? Snapping back to reality, Han Yi quickly waved his hands in denial. No, my master is charming and graceful, a true paragon of elegance. However, he suddenly paused, a figure flashing through his mind. He blurted out, could this be the visage of Li Shangyi? At this, Wang Lianhua ceased her movements and turned to him with an enigmatic smile. Indeed, it is precisely the person you are imagining. Ah? Han Yi was utterly bewildered. What exactly are you planning? He knew Wang Lianhua had a scheme, but the specifics eluded him. Now, seeing himself transformed to resemble Li Shangyi, he felt an intense sense of foreboding. Wang Lianhua merely smiled in silence, continuing to arrange his hair and face until everything was perfectly in place. Finally, she patted his shoulder and said, do not be anxious, it now depends on your ability to perform. Han Yi, further confounded by her cryptic statement, could not help but ask, what do you mean by perform? What am I to enact? Wang Lianhua simply smiled mysteriously and replied, you will understand in due course. With that, she pulled Han Yi up from the dressing table and produced a set of red garments commonly worn by Li Shangyi for him to change into. Reluctantly, Han Yi accepted the clothes and retreated behind a screen to change. Just as he donned the red attire of Li Shangyi and had yet to adjust his collar, someone entered through the window. Who is it? He inquired. Without looking up, Wang Lianhua replied, someone delivering goods. Wang Lianhua, the items are in hand. I must say, your plan is exceedingly risky. Do you not fear? A sharp glare from Wang Lianhua silenced him, and the voice of Xikong Zhaixing weakened. He sheepishly rubbed his nose, awkwardly explaining, fortunately, Li Lianhua was truly intoxicated, thoroughly so, otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Wang Lianhua, impatient, interrupted, enough, where are the items? Xikong Zhaixing hastily produced a tightly wrapped bundle and eagerly offered, here. The items you requested. Wang Lianhua received the bundle, weighing it in her hand before stating coolly, you may leave now. Xikong Zhaixing hesitated, unwilling to depart without a glance. Aren't you going to take a look? This is something I procured with great effort. Wang Lianhua narrowed her eyes dangerously, her tone icy as she queried, oh? Seeing her demeanor, Xikong Zhaixing quickly waved his hands in surrender. No. It's nothing, I shall take my leave now. With that, he dashed away as if pursued by a fearsome beast. Once Xikong Zhaixing had departed, Wang Lianhua finally unwrapped the cloth, revealing a sword within. The scabbard was plain and unadorned, yet it emanated a subtle, fierce energy. Wang Lianhua gently unsheathed the sword, its cold gleam unmistakably belonging to Li Shangyi. Chapter 41 of the Lotus Pavilion. Having changed into his garments, Han Yi gazed at the neck-severing blade in Wang Lianhua's hand, his heart weighed down by an increasing sense of unease. While he reveled in the thrilling escapades of martial arts novels, where blades flashed and vengeance was swift, such excitement was confined to the realm of fiction. He possessed no real-world experience of the tumultuous Jianghu. Wang Lianhua, what exactly are you plotting? Why present me with my master's sword? Han Yi could not restrain his curiosity. Wang Lianhua merely smiled, a grin that carried a hint of peril in Han Ye's eyes. It's merely a matter of returning what belongs to its rightful owner, she replied, pressing the blade into Han Ye's grasp before guiding him to a copper mirror. Now, do you not resemble the Li Shangyi of yore? As Han Yi beheld his reflection, a figure clad in crimson, his features striking, especially his eyes, which sparkled with clarity yet bore an innocence untouched by the world's harshness, he felt a disconcerting alignment with the heroic youth the system had shown him. Yes, I bear a resemblance, but what of it? Han Yi pondered, perplexed. Wang Lianhua refrained from addressing his query directly. Instead, she approached the table, poured herself a cup of tea, and leisurely sipped it. Only then did she lift her gaze to Han Yi, a glint of cunning dancing in her eyes as she spoke with a guiding tone. What do you think? If Li Shangyi were to suddenly reappear, yet his martial prowess significantly diminished, how do you suppose the denizens of the Jianghu would react? What might Dan Gudao think? Han Yi contemplated deeply, conjuring scenes from the martial tales he had read, and hesitantly replied, they would likely seize the opportunity to eliminate Li Shangyi? Correct, Wang Lianhua declared with a snap of her fingers, her laughter reminiscent of a sly fox that has pilfered its prey. Thus, I require you to wield this sword and draw the serpent from its lair. Draw the serpent from its lair? You cannot mean for me to impersonate my master? Han Yi grimaced, but I possess no acting skills. Wang Lianhua waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for acting, you only need. She paused, allowing her gaze to settle on the neck-severing blade in Hanya's grip. You simply need to present yourself as you are now, brandishing this sword, and take a stroll before Chaoan Mian in town, employing the Shangyi Tai sword technique your master taught you. The rest will be of no concern to you. As night descended, enveloping the sky in a shroud of ink, only a crescent moon cast its chilling glow. The dense bamboo grove lay shrouded in darkness, its shadows resembling monstrous claws poised to pounce. Drawn into the depths of this bamboo thicket, Chaoan Mian felt an unsettling wave of anxiety and fear wash over her. Suddenly, a cadre of cloaked figures emerged from the heart of the grove, akin to phantoms of the night, swiftly surrounding Chaoan Mian. Without uttering a word, they unleashed their blades, each strike vicious and aimed directly at her vital points. More despicably, a nefarious individual covertly sprinkled a peculiar powder, gradually hindering Chaoan Mian's internal energy and slowing her movements. At that moment, Wang Lianhua, accompanied by Han Yi, who was disguised as Li Shangyi, quietly positioned themselves atop a towering bamboo stalk at the edge of the grove. Wang Lianhua handed Han Yi a mask. It is your time to shine. Taking a deep breath, Han Yi accepted the mask and donned it, then leaped gracefully, akin to a nighthawk diving from great heights, landing firmly before Chaoan Mian. The neck-severing sword in his hand sliced through the darkness, emitting a dazzling arc of light that forced back the assailants surrounding her. Chaoan Mian gazed at the crimson-clad figure before her, a familiar silhouette, the blade he wielded, and the Shangyi Tai sword technique he executed conjured within her a mirage of nostalgia, as if time had reversed and the person she longed for had returned to her side. Shangyi, is it truly you? She murmured, her voice laced with disbelief and hope. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, a familiar voice echoed from beyond the bamboo thicket. Wang Mian. It was Xiao Jiqin's voice. Upon hearing Xiao Jiqin's call, Han Yi understood the urgency of his departure. Seizing the moment, he executed Li Shangyi's signature lightness technique, the Posa step, and vanished into the depths of the bamboo grove like a wraith. Chapter 42. The Lotus Pavilion. The following day, Li Lianhua, nursing the throbbing pain in his head from a hangover, sluggishly emerged from his room. He intended to pour himself a cup of tea to sober up, yet was unexpectedly confronted by a blinding flash of white in the courtyard. Wang Lianhua, or more precisely, Bai Lianhua, was seated at a stone table, leisurely savoring her tea. Dressed once again in the white garments she favored, her long, ebony hair was elegantly gathered with a jade hairpin, and despite the absence of makeup, her natural beauty radiated an ethereal charm, reminiscent of a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. Upon noticing Li Lianhua's awakening, Bai Lianhua set down her teacup, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Her gaze was as soothing as the spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, sending ripples of unease through Li Lianhua. My lord, you are awake. Is your head still aching? Would you like me to prepare a restorative soup for you? Her voice was soft, akin to that of a child being comforted. A shiver ran down Li Lianhua's spine, and he stifled the urge to flee. It seems I was the one who drank excessively last night, not you, he retorted. Bai Lianhua, unfazed, merely smiled at him, replying, My lord, how can you say such a thing? I am simply expressing my concern for you. Disinterested, Li Lianhua poured himself a cup of tea and gulped it down. With Bai Lianhua's persistent, sticky gaze upon him, he finished his breakfast and could no longer restrain his curiosity. What exactly do you want? If you have something to discuss, please do so without this pretense. Bai Lianhua set down her chopsticks and approached him, gently straightening his collar. Do not be so tense. I noticed you've been feeling down lately, and I thought to take you out for a change of scenery. So you wish to go out and would like me to be your charioteer? Li Lianhua inquired, his tone laced with skepticism. Bai Lianhua nodded, her expression one of utter certainty. Indeed, you have little to occupy your time, and your driving skills are commendable. I trust you. What do you mean by little to occupy my time? The moment Wang Lianhua suggested he was idle, Li Lianhua bristled. And what do you have to attend to? I must busy myself with teaching my disciples, unlike the leisurely pursuits of young Master Wang. Although Li Lianhua spoke thus, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity about where Wang Lianhua intended to go. Where are you headed? You will find out if you accompany me, Bai Lianhua replied. Must you insist on bringing me along? Li Lianhua's suspicions deepened as he scrutinized Wang Lianhua's face, as if trying to uncover a hidden agenda. You aren't in trouble, are you? You don't mean to use me as a shield, do you? Feigning surprise, Wang Lianhua raised an eyebrow and sighed dramatically. Li Lianhua, what thoughts occupy your mind? Do I seem like the type to push you into a pit of fire? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Lianhua nodded emphatically, his tone resolute. You do. Wang Lianhua couldn't help but chuckle at Li Lianhua's bluntness, shaking his head in mock exasperation. You, my friend, are quite the ungracious one. That is primarily because you do not require grace, Li Lianhua shot back. To be honest, I do have some matters that necessitate your assistance on this outing. Wang Lianhua's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he asked, Are you familiar with the Yihua Palace? I have heard of it. Wang Lianhua lowered his voice conspiratorially, I have come across some peculiar happenings at Yihua Palace recently. Subsequently, he embellished the account of the strange occurrences at Yihua Palace, leaving Li Lianhua utterly astonished. So, you wish for me to visit Yihua Palace? Li Lianhua finally grasped Wang Lianhua's intentions. Precisely. What say you, will you assist me with this endeavor? Li Lianhua scrutinized Wang Lianhua, a sense of unease gnawing at him. You can't possibly be toying with me, can you? Feigning heartbreak, Wang Lianhua placed a hand over his chest. My lord, how could you say such a thing? Do you truly perceive me in such a light? Before Li Lianhua could respond, Wang Lianhua abruptly changed the subject. Moreover, if you refuse, I shall have no choice but to enlist Ai Yi instead. The mere mention of his impetuous disciple sent a jolt through Li Lianhua. He recalled that his disciple was far from the most composed character. Should Wang Lianhua take him out, who knew what mischief might ensue? The image of Wang Lianhua's bouncing around before him sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to concede. Very well, rather than let Ai Yi fall under your influence, it would be better for me to accompany you and face the hazards together. Chapter 43. The Lotus Tower. Li Lianhua acquiesced to Wang Lianhua's request, and the two prepared to set off for the Yihua Palace. However, before departing, Li Lianhua made his way to the adjacent courtyard to brief his disciple, Ai Yi, who was practicing swordplay under the shade of a tree. He urged him to behave himself and refrain from provoking any trouble. This disciple of his could be as lazy as a cat at times, spending entire days cooped up in his room perusing the strange tales purchased from the town's bookstore. Yet at other times, he would scamper about like a curious monkey, stirring up mischief and enthusiastically watching street dogs brawl. Master, you need not worry. I am no longer a child. What trouble could I possibly cause? Han Yi replied, twirling his sword in an elegant flourish, its blade glinting in the morning sunlight, momentarily dazzling the eyes. He flicked his wrist, and the sword sheathed itself with a crisp sound. Wang Lianhua stood nearby, a knowing smile playing on his lips, his gaze lingering on Han Yi's face for a fleeting moment. Han Yi turned to meet his gaze, and they exchanged an understanding look that only they could comprehend. Li Lianhua observed their interaction with a slight furrow of his brow, a quiet sigh escaping his lips, yet he chose not to address it directly. He cast a sidelong glance at Han Yi, as if to say, how can you still say that? But he was too indifferent to pursue the matter further. He merely reiterated his warning to avoid trouble before departing with Wang Lianhua from Shuiyu Town. As Li Lianhua and Wang Lianhua vanished from sight, Han Yi's smile gradually faded. He turned back toward the house, contemplating that the Baichuan courtyard in Wanqingdao would soon come to investigate, and he must not let anything slip. Li Lianhua piloted the Lotus Tower in silence, the wheels crunching over the gravel path, each rotation echoing like a persistent heartbeat, urging him to speak, yet he suppressed the urge time and again. The bustling streets gradually gave way to desolate fields, the air infused with the sense of grass and earth, while a few crows flapped their wings in the distance, amplifying the sense of solitude. Only when Shuiyu Town had completely faded from view did he abruptly rein in the reins, bringing the Lotus Tower to a halt with a sound of the horse exhaling. By instinct, Li Lianhua leaned slightly forward but quickly regained his balance. He turned to look behind him, a faint aroma of tea mingling with Wang Lianhua's distinctive fragrance wafting towards him. Wang Lianhua lounged leisurely in the small tower, cradling a teacup. The tea within the white porcelain cup swayed gently as the Lotus Tower came to a stop, sending ripples across the surface. As if he had anticipated Li Lianhua's actions, he elegantly set the teacup down on a small table and leisurely inquired, "Why have we not departed?" Li Lianhua approached Wang Lianhua, his gaze sharp and penetrating as he queried, "What do you intend to do after drawing me out of Shuiyu Town?" Feigning surprise, Wang Lianhua raised an eyebrow, a glint of mischief flashing in his always smiling peach blossom eyes. He uncrossed his legs, leaned slightly forward, and innocently replied, "What do you mean by you all? I do not comprehend your words." "Do not feign ignorance." Li Lianhua's voice deepened, laced with an undercurrent of pressure. "My life-threatening situation has vanished." "It was your doing, was it not? What are you and Ai Yi truly planning?" Wang Lianhua observed Li Lianhua's serious demeanor and realized that playing coy would yield no benefit. He chuckled lightly and responded, "Since you are aware, why pretend to inquire?" Li Lianhua fell silent, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Wang Lianhua, awaiting an explanation. "Very well," Wang Lianhua conceded, recognizing Li Lianhua's determination to uncover the truth. He began to divulge some truths, albeit vaguely, as if he were fishing for answers. "Fishing?" Li Lianhua's brow furrowed, perplexed by Wang Lianhua's words. "What fish are we discussing?" Wang Lianhua chuckled softly, lifted his teacup, and took a delicate sip. "Of course, we are speaking of big fish. So, you have cast Ai Yi as bait?" Li Lianhua's brow tightened, thought swirling in his mind as he grasped a hint of understanding, yet it remained shrouded in fog. What could Ai Yi possibly serve as bait? "He is merely my disciple, not Li Xiangyi." Wang Lianhua smirked, raising an eyebrow in return. "Why could he not be bait? Is not Li Xiangyi's disciple more alluring than an ordinary person?" Li Lianhua paused, mulling over Wang Lianhua's words. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he looked up in disbelief at Wang Lianhua. "You intend for Ai Yi to impersonate Li Xiangyi?" Wang Lianhua merely smiled in response, taking a sip of tea, his eyes glimmering with satisfaction. "Absolutely not. No way." Li Lianhua rejected the notion outright, his tone resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. "Ai Yi knows nothing, how could he possibly impersonate Li Xiangyi? Moreover, I cannot allow him to face such dangers." Wang Lianhua set down his teacup and slowly rose, stepping toward Li Lianhua, patting his shoulder with a relaxed demeanor. "Did you not say that a disciple should bear the burdens of their master? Besides, you have discovered this, so you must surely return in secret." "Return?" Li Lianhua echoed incredulously, as if he had heard a ludicrous joke. "Return to clean up your mess?" Wang Lianhua chuckled nonchalantly, pouring himself another cup of tea, the fragrant steam rising, yet failing to mask the tension thickening in the air. "Your disciple is naturally your responsibility to manage." He took a delicate sip, his tone teasing, as if discussing an everyday occurrence. "You kept such a significant matter from me." "I didn't notice, I am his master." Should you be unwilling, I am more than capable of being his master, Wang Lianhua casually remarked, blowing gently at the floating tea leaves in his cup, entirely unfazed by the murderous glare Li Lianhua directed at him. Are you seeking a fight? I must admit, I have yet to witness the former world's #1's prowess. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Lianhua flicked his wrist, unfurling a folding fan, and with a swift motion, sent a gust of wind directly at Li Lianhua's face. Li Lianhua swiftly sidestepped, countering with a push that sent Wang Lianhua staggering back a few steps. In the blink of an eye, they both leapt from the Lotus Tower, engaging in a fierce aerial tussle. Li Lianhua seized a branch from a nearby tree, wielding it like a sword, while Wang Lianhua utilized his fan as a blade, their movements fluid and graceful, neither yielding an inch. Chapter 44 of the Lotus Pavilion. On the other side, Han Yi sat at a table in the private room of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, his brow furrowed and a troubled expression on his face. The rich aroma of food and wine wafted through the air, yet he felt no appetite. In the distance, the faint sounds of vendors calling out and children playing created a lively tapestry of bustling market life. However, none of this concerned Han Yi, as his thoughts were consumed by his somewhat unruly internal energy. Yet he struggled to master it, a source of great frustration for him. The last time he had saved his master by purchasing 2 decades of internal energy, most of which had been drained, yet he still had 20 or 30 years left, a gift his master had ultimately helped him refine. At that moment, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in his mind. Learning space, assisting the host in better controlling internal energy, limited time offer, an opportunity not to be missed. Han Yi sighed, massaging his temples, and replied helplessly, I have no points right now, with a debt of 10,000 points in installments, I'm down to just 60. Isn't this putting me in a bind? The system, seemingly prepared, adopted a more enticing tone. The learning space can be rented, 1 minute of learning is equivalent to a year outside. IT will not interfere with the host's plans, requiring only 60 points. This is an opportunity that must not be squandered. Do you have some sort of metric that drains the host's points? Han Yi retorted. Do not speak without reason, I am a legitimate system. Alright, a legitimate system, Han Yi replied dismissively. But if I fail to learn, can you refund my points? The system fell silent for a moment. Refunds are not possible, but the learning space will devise the most suitable learning plan based on the host's aptitude and progress, ensuring mastery of the material in the shortest time. After pondering for a moment, Han Yi decided to give it a try, reasoning that he had little choice. So how do I enter after purchasing? The system's voice brimmed with excitement. The host need only silently chant to enter the learning space. Following the instructions, Han Yi silently intoned, enter learning space. In the next instant, he felt a blur before his eyes, and the surroundings transformed instantaneously. Curiously surveying his environment, Han Yi found himself in a spacious room. The walls glowed faintly, illuminating the entire space. Welcome to the learning space, host, the system's voice resonated in his ear. Here, you will spend an unforgettable time of learning. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, Han Yi began to study earnestly. Meanwhile, due to her concern for Qiao Wannian following last night's events, Xiao Jiqing decided to accompany her today, the two of them seeking information together. They weaved through the bustling crowd, flanked by shops on either side of the street, the cacophony of vendor shouts creating an exuberant atmosphere. The resonant voice of a storyteller drifted from a teahouse, while the enticing aroma of wine wafted from a tavern, yet none of this captured Qiao Wannian's attention. Her gaze was distant, as if everything around her was inconsequential. Thoughts of the figure in red who had saved her with the Xiangyi sword consumed her mind, the image of his tall stature and formidable swordsmanship replaying incessantly. Wannian, let us check the Drunken Immortal Pavilion ahead. I've heard that Dan Xiaohua is selling herself there to bury her brother, Xiao Jiqing suggested. Alright, Qiao Wannian replied absently, her eyes wandering far away. Wannian, what's the matter? You've been distracted since we returned last night, Xiao Jiqing asked with concern. It's nothing, Xiao Wannian hesitated, the image of the red-clad figure surfacing once more in her mind. But what is it? Xiao Jiqing pressed, his tone laced with subtle worry. It's nothing. Let us hurry and inquire. Xiao Wannian shook her head, dismissing the thoughts and quickening her pace. Observing her hurried demeanor, Xiao Jiqing regarded her with a look of uncertainty. That he had noticed Xiao Wannian's unusual behavior throughout the day, yet without her words, he felt it inappropriate to pry further. The more he witnessed her deliberate avoidance, the more questions stirred within him. Could it be that the one who saved her last night was not as he seemed? It appeared he would need to visit the charity house tonight. Chapter 45 of the Lotus Tower. In the learning space, time seemed to stand still as Han Yi immersed himself in the ocean of internal energy. The personalized study plan devised by the system functioned like a seasoned mentor, guiding him step by step through the barriers he faced. It was unclear how long had passed when Han Yi suddenly opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance illuminating his gaze, and the aura surrounding him transformed into a calm and collected presence. He let out a long sigh, feeling the surging power within him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. System, this learning space is truly remarkable. The expenditure of 60 points was worth it. The system's voice carried a hint of pride. Naturally, anything produced by the system is of the highest quality. Alright, enough of your self-praise, Han Yi chuckled, shaking his head. Please send me out. I have urgent matters to attend to. Understood, host. As soon as the system's words faded, Han Yi found himself back in the private chamber of the Drunken Immortal Tower. He seated himself at the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a delicate sip, a bold plan surfacing in his mind. He resolved to create a persona for himself, pretending to be Li Xiangyi, who had just been released from his master, the greatest in the world, at the tender age of 18, and had yet to meet Xiao Wanman. Since he could not pretend to act, he would simply embody Li Shangyi, surprising them all. Without delay, Han Yi sprang into action, his fingertips lightly tapping as, in an instant, his handsome visage transformed into that of Li Shangyi. He then donned a flowing white robe, fastening a neck-cutting sword at his waist, and pushed open the door to the private chamber, descending the stairs with an air of elegance. Upon reaching the ground floor, he spotted Xiao Wanmen and Xiao Ziqin seated in the main hall. Li Shangyi? Xiao Ziqin exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she caught sight of the descending figure. Hearing Xiao Ziqin call out his name, Xiao Wanmen immediately stood and turned, beholding Li Shangyi standing behind her, clad in white, his stature tall and poised, still the spirited youth she remembered. Shangyi? Xiao Wanmen's voice trembled slightly, disbelief lacing her tone. Is it truly you? She gazed at him, as if unable to trust her own sight. Which of you might I ask? Han Yi raised an eyebrow, mimicking Li Shangyi's demeanor, feigning confusion as he scrutinized the two before him, his tone laced with arrogance. Xiao Wanmen's heart skipped a beat, her mind swirling in chaos as she beheld Li Shangyi, who appeared unchanged, still as striking and spirited as when they first met, yet, the warmth that once filled his gaze was replaced with a youthful audacity, as though he had never encountered her before. Xiao Ziqin regarded the individual before her, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Shangyi, her thoughts a tangle. Before she could articulate her thoughts, she heard him address Xiao Wanmen with a chilling indifference, questioning her in a tone devoid of warmth. Shangyi, how could you? Before she could finish, the atmosphere erupted. The patrons of the drunken immortal tower, who had been observing since Xiao Wanmen and Xiao Ziqin's entrance, had heard Xiao Ziqin call out the name Li Shangyi and turned their attention to the sudden appearance of the man himself. What? Li Shangyi, my heavens, where is he? The crowd instantly ignited with excitement. Patrons who had previously engaged in hushed conversations now sprang to their feet, rushing towards Han Yi and his companions. It is truly Li Shangyi. I cannot be mistaken. A burly man pushed his way to the front, his eyes wide, as if struggling to comprehend the sight before him. Master Li, is it really you? You are alive. An elderly man with graying hair approached unsteadily, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed with emotion. My goodness, I have actually seen the living Li Shangyi. This life has been worth it. A young woman exclaimed joyfully, her eyes shimmering with admiration. The crowd surrounded Han Yi, Xiao Wanmen, and Xiao Ziqin, each person eager to inquire about Li Shangyi's circumstances, expressing their reverence, and some even weeping with joy, as though reuniting with a long-lost kin. Taken aback by this sudden fervor, Han Yi had merely intended to greet Xiao Wanmen and the others. How had he, in the blink of an eye, become the center of such adulation? Chapter 46, The Lotus Pavilion. Han Yi felt as though he had inadvertently wandered into the midst of a pack of wolves, helplessly ensnared in the center of the crowd. The cacophony of voices around him roared like a tempest, seemingly intent on lifting the roof of the drunken immortal pavilion. He beheld a myriad of exhilarated faces, some rugged, others refined, some brimming with youthful exuberance, and others weathered by the trials of life, yet at this moment, they all shared a singular fervor in their expressions. Some attempted to push their way to the front, others stood on tiptoe, while a few outright climbed onto tables, all striving to catch a clearer glimpse of him. The ardent gazes enveloped him like torches, and the clamor crashed against his eardrums like relentless waves, leaving him somewhat dizzy and disoriented. Host, steady yourself. You are now Li Shangyi, project your presence. The voice of the system echoed in his mind, akin to a lifeline cast amidst tumultuous waves. Han Yi inhaled deeply, adopting the customary posture of Li Shangyi, slightly raising his chin and casting a sharp gaze around him, an invisible pressure emanating from his being that instantly quelled the crowd's uproar. Ladies and gentlemen, Han Yi declared with a resonant voice, clear and powerful, akin to the sound of pearls cascading onto a plate, swiftly silencing the surrounding tumult. I am profoundly grateful for your generous support of Li. However, I have only recently descended from the mountains and am currently burdened with pressing matters, thus I must take my leave. With that, Han Yi lightly tapped his toes, his form soaring gracefully upwards, akin to a great bird alighting upon the railing of the second floor. His white garments billowed, tracing an elegant arc through the air, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. He turned back, offering a slight smile imbued with pride and nonchalance, before leaping into the thrumming sea of humanity outside the drunken immortal pavilion. Below, the onlookers gazed in the direction of Han Yi's disappearance, momentarily lost in reverie, as though ensnared in a dream. When Li Lianhua and her companion returned to Shuiyu town, they had not yet reached the drunken immortal pavilion when they overheard a heated discussion at a roadside tea stall among several roguish figures. You wouldn't believe it. That day, the leader of Li leapt from the second floor of the drunken immortal pavilion, his poise, his demeanor, just as grand as in his heyday, exclaimed a lean man clad in simple attire, gesticulating animatedly as if he had witnessed the event firsthand, his voice brimming with excitement. Another voice, filled with incredulity, interjected, Is that true? Wasn't Li Shangyi said to have perished in the East Sea? How could he possibly be here? The speaker was an elderly man, his grizzled beard stroked thoughtfully, brow furrowed as if grappling with this astonishing revelation. Oh, you mustn't speak in jest. I saw it with my own eyes. His gaze was as fierce as the legends describe. A stocky middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table, cutting through the elder's doubts with unwavering conviction. I witnessed it myself. That day, Li Shangyi donned white garments and bore a sharp sword at his waist. He appeared as if he had stepped forth from a painting. The aura he exuded was simply beyond compare. Indeed, I saw it too. The crowd was immense, all gathered around the leader of Li, eager to behold his grandeur. The lean man chimed in, pride resonating in his voice as if he had borne witness to a legend. Do you think this appearance signifies that the leader of Li will re-emerge in the martial world? The elder ventured a bold hypothesis, a glimmer of anticipation and excitement in his tone. Very likely. In his prime, the leader of Li was a formidable figure in the martial realm. Now that he has returned, he must surely have grand ambitions, the middle-aged man exclaimed with fervor, as if foreseeing a tempest brewing in the world of martial arts. The discussions at the tea stall continued, growing increasingly fantastical, nearly rivaling the legendary tales spun by storytellers. As they departed from the tea stall, Li Lianhua turned her face aside, lowering her voice to speak to Wang Lianhua. The spectacle you've orchestrated is truly magnificent. I dare say it will soon spread throughout the martial world. Feigning innocence, Wang Lianhua blinked and replied with a light laugh, this has nothing to do with me, it is merely that Li Shangyi's fame is too great, drawing the admiration of the masses. What part do I play in this? I am but a passerby. Chapter 47 of the Lotus Pavilion. In a few words, Wang Lianhua deftly shifted the blame onto Han Yi, feigning nonchalance, as though the entire affair bore no relevance to him. Li Lianhua, however, remained unconvinced by his assertions. She merely scoffed softly, casting him a sidelong glance imbued with a hint of mockery. Do not pretend to be innocent, this matter concerns him. Can you truly claim it does not concern you? Are you bold enough to assert that this is not of your orchestration? Wang Lianhua, putting on an act of innocence, spread his hands in feigned surprise, exclaiming, how can my lord baselessly tarnish my reputation? I am entirely blameless and aboveboard, how could I ever engage in such deeds? Moreover, I have been in your company this entire time, how could it possibly relate to me? Li Lianhua found his brazen demeanor both infuriating and absurd. Do not play the fool with me, she retorted. Dare you claim you have not been stirring the pot behind the scenes? Can you truly say that those rumors circulating in the Jianghu are not of your making? Do you presume to assert that you have not fanned the flames and embellished the tales? As Wang Lianhua sensed her words growing increasingly outrageous, he quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, chuckling, all right, I concede. I cannot win this argument, shall I admit I misspoke, yet, I assure you, I have not deliberately spread any rumors, I merely nudged the speculations of those in the Jianghu a tad. Li Lianhua, weary of further debate, calmly inquired, what do you intend to do next? We cannot allow him to continue bearing the title of Li Shangyi indefinitely, can we? Observing her expression, Wang Lianhua ceased his teasing, suppressing his smile, and replied earnestly, rest assured, I have it all under control. Chaos will not ensue, come, let us find Ai and see what plans he has in mind. Li Lianhua acquiesced, for after all, the current Li Shangyi was indeed Ai, and she was curious to learn of his activities. Upon their return to the small courtyard where the three resided, the setting sun had cast a crimson hue across the sky. Ai, are you there? Li Lianhua called out as she pushed open the courtyard door, but received no reply. On the stone table within the courtyard, the teapot and cups were arranged meticulously, indicating that someone had been there, yet Han Yi was nowhere to be found. Where has that rascal run off to now? Li Lianhua scanned the surroundings, but to no avail, and let out a resigned sigh. Meanwhile, Wang Lianhua leisurely poured himself a cup of tea and remarked nonchalantly, in my estimation, he has likely gone off to stir up trouble, flaunting that captivating countenance of his. Captivating countenance, Li Lianhua retorted, he bears the visage of Li Shangyi, not some harbinger of misfortune. How has your interpretation become so distorted? Am I mistaken? Wang Lianhua raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Li Lianhua. After all, Li Shangyi was once the object of admiration for countless Jianghu maidens. Now that he has resurfaced, it is only natural that he seeks to attract attention. Enough with your ramblings. I ask you, do you truly have any inkling of his whereabouts? Li Lianhua, exasperated, found Wang Lianhua's penchant for such topics maddening, especially considering he was well aware of her disinterest in them. I do not know, Wang Lianhua shrugged, I am not privy to the inner workings of his mind. However, he paused, his tone shifting to one of certainty, given his nature, it is highly probable he has merely gone to bask in the excitement. Besides, he glanced at the sky, noting the waning light, he would certainly not miss a meal. As Wang Lianhua had surmised, at that very moment, Han Yi stood in the bustling streets of Shuiyu town, his handsome visage masked as Li Shangyi. He had seized the wrist of a ruffian, preventing him from further harassing a trembling young girl who cowered behind him. The girl, barely in her blossoming youth, gazed up at him with wide, glistening eyes filled with gratitude and hope. Gently, Han Yi patted the girl's shoulder, reassuring her, before turning his cold gaze upon the brutish thug. To prey upon a young lady is truly disgraceful. The ruffian, intent on retorting, faltered under Han Yi's piercing stare, his bravado crumbling as he retreated in shame. Only then did Han Yi turn back to the girl, offering her a warm smile as he softly said, fear not, my lady, I am Li Shangyi. The scene unfolded just as Xiao Wanwen and Xiao Zhiqin, in search of him, chanced upon the event. Chapter 48 The Lotus Pavilion. Xiao Wanwan covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes instantly reddening. She had never felt so acutely that Li Shangyi had truly returned. Xiao Zhiqin was struck as if by lightning, his mind a blank. He had harbored affection for Xiao Wanwan for many years, and only after the death of Li Shangyi did he glimpse a sliver of hope. During their encounter at the inn, he had told himself it was merely an illusion, a mirage. How could Li Shangyi possibly come back to life? Yet now, that very person stood before him once again, unchanged, even more radiant than before, and he could no longer deceive himself. The overwhelming sense of disparity left him breathless, as if his heart were being tightly gripped, nearly suffocating him. Han Yi smiled calmly at the young girl, gently saying, it is all right now. You should hurry home. The girl timidly lifted her gaze, casting a swift glance at Han Yi, then at the nearby Xiao Wanwan and Xiao Zhiqin. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded lightly, then lowered her head and took small steps away. As Han Yi watched the girl depart, he slowly turned around to find Xiao Wanwan and Xiao Zhiqin standing on either side of the crowd, their eyes fixed on him with intense scrutiny. He surveyed them with a tranquil gaze, as if he had never encountered them before, his eyes betraying no emotion, before shifting his gaze away and walking off. As they brushed past one another, Xiao Wanwan's tears could no longer be contained. She choked on her words, staring intently at Han Yi, fearful that if she blinked, he would vanish before her eyes. Li Xiangyi? Xiao Jiqin's voice was dry and hoarse, laced with a tremor he himself had not noticed. Han Yi slightly turned his face, regarding Xiao Jiqin with an unfamiliar gaze, his tone dispassionate as he asked, "Are you addressing me, good sir? I believe I do not know you." Xiao Jiqin gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. Was he feigning ignorance? No, that was impossible. His knowledge of Li Xiangyi was no less than Xiao Wanwan's. Li Xiangyi would never speak to him in such a manner, nor would he regard him with such a look. Yet, if he were not pretending, why deny it? Could it be that over the past 2 years, he had truly forgotten everything of the past? Xiao Jiqin's mind was a tumult of confusion, leaving him momentarily speechless. The system, observing its host being obstructed, was in a state of panic within Han Yi's mind. What should we do, host? Han Yi remained unfazed, maintaining his serene demeanor while mentally responding, what should we do? The system was nearly in tears, but they called out to you. Han Yi replied nonchalantly, so they called out to me. And then, am I supposed to stop and reminisce with them? The system fell silent for a moment, stammering, well, they know Li Xiangyi. I mean, they recognize you as Li Xiangyi. Han Yi corrected him slowly, incorrect. They recognize Li Xiangyi, not me. The Li Xiangyi I portray has never known them. The system was further perplexed, desperately searching through its programming for an appropriate response, but found none. It could only emit a bewildered electronic sound. Xiao Wanwan's tears flowed more fiercely, she bit her lip, struggling to suppress the urge to throw herself into his arms, her voice trembling as she said, Xiangyi, do you not remember me? I am Wanwan, I am Xiao Wanwan. This young lady, I do not know you, you must have mistaken me for someone else. His brows knitted slightly, yet his tone remained calm and unruffled, as if he were discussing a matter unrelated to himself. His distant demeanor pierced Xiao Wanwan's heart deeply. She staggered back a step, her vision blurred by tears, her mind echoing with the sweet memories of their past, now sharp as daggers, cruelly stabbing at her heart. How could you? Xiao Wanwan clutched her chest, sobbing uncontrollably, unable to articulate a coherent thought. Seeing her distress, Xiao Jiqin hurriedly stepped forward to support her, his voice laced with concern, Wanwan, are you all right? Xiao Wanwan shook her head, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Han Yi's retreating figure, her heart brimming with confusion and anguish. Was he truly Li Xiangyi? Why had he become like this? Ignoring the reactions of the two behind him, Han Yi strode forward to the system, relieved that he had extricated himself, let out a sigh, patting its non-existent electronic heart. Host, where shall we go now? Han Yi did not immediately answer the system's inquiry but instead looked up at the sky, casually remarking, it seems to be mealtime. My master and the others have left Shuiyu town, where shall I dine tonight? Upon hearing this, the system perked up. Host, let us go to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, it is the best place in town run by Boss Wang, and what? Host, do you have any money? Indeed, I currently possess nothing but my face to brush against at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Chapter 49. The Lotus Pavilion. As Han Yi made his way from the bustling streets to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, he was met with a myriad of scrutinizing gazes and incessant murmurs regarding Li Xiangyi. It was then that he comprehended the significance of Li Xiangyi's identity within this realm of martial arts. The host, Li Xiangyi's influence in this world is indeed formidable. Wherever we go, we become the center of attention. The system's voice resonated in Han Yi's mind, tinged with a hint of awe. Indeed, I never anticipated such a level of prominence, Han Yi replied mentally, his tone laced with a touch of helplessness. Perhaps we should first return to the courtyard and remove the disguise? The system suggested, expressing discomfort at being the focus of so many stares. You are absolutely right, that was precisely my intention. Han Yi nodded in agreement with the system's proposal. Let us hasten, for I am on the verge of starvation. The system urged, you cannot even eat, Han Yi replied, half amused, half-exasperated. ASA system, how could you possibly feel hunger? Ah, dear host, you seem to misunderstand. Though I cannot consume food in the literal sense, the sight of delectable dishes stirs within me a longing for a simulated experience of eating. The system retorted emphatically. Han Yi chuckled softly, choosing not to argue further as he quickened his pace towards the courtyard in the western part of the city. However, to his surprise, upon stepping into the courtyard, he spotted his master, Li Lianhua, and Wang Lianhua leisurely seated, sipping tea. The fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the air as the two engaged in light-hearted conversation, as if they had been awaiting his return all along. Observing the two who seemed to have anticipated his arrival, Han Yi felt a wave of guilt wash over him, causing his steps to falter involuntarily. The system gleefully chimed in his mind. Host, you are finished, you've been caught red-handed. Ha, silence, Han Yi retorted irritably, mustering the courage to enter the courtyard. The air was imbued with a gentle tea fragrance, mingled with an array of unfamiliar floral scents, intensifying Han Yi's anxiety to the point where his breathing quickened. He stole a glance at Li Lianhua, who appeared unfazed, casually holding his teacup and gently blowing on the floating tea leaves, as if he were oblivious to Han Yi's presence. Han Yi then shifted his gaze to Wang Lianhua, who regarded him with a knowing smile, his eyes sparkling with mischief, as if he had already discerned Han Yi's thoughts. Master, Wang Senior, you have returned so soon. Han Yi stammered, his gaze darting nervously, his voice faltering. Who is your master? Li Lianhua finally spoke, setting down his teacup and raising an eyebrow, his tone laced with playful mockery. I do not recall ever taking Li Xiangyi as my disciple. Beside him, Wang Lianhua eagerly fanned the flames of amusement, shaking his folding fan and grinning. I too have no recollection of such an event. Feeling increasingly uneasy, Han Yi cast a furtive glance at Li Lianhua, then at the amused Wang Lianhua, and stuttered, Master, I merely wished to spare you any concern. Concern? Li Lianhua arched an eyebrow, his tone tinged with amusement. I perceive you have been reveling in frivolity outside, have you not? And no, Han Yi quickly denied, but under Li Lianhua's piercing gaze, he faltered and, with a thud, fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he lamented, it was all Wang Senior's doing. He incited me to act thus. Wang Lianhua, upon hearing this, chuckled and shook his head, countering, oh, come now, one may indulge in a meal, but one must not speak recklessly. I certainly did not instruct you to impersonate Li Shangyi in public, nor did I encourage you to flaunt that face of yours. But Wang Senior did say that by masquerading as Li Shangyi, I could attract all eyes upon me, thus preventing anyone from discovering your true identity. Li Lianhua shook his head in exasperation. This lad had truly been led astray by Wang Lianhua's influence, spouting nonsense. So you chose to heed his words? I merely, Han Yi, feeling guilty, lowered his head and muttered softly, I only wished to protect my master. Li Lianhua was both amused and infuriated. This boy still believed he had a leg to stand on. Protect me, but flaunting Li Shangyi's visage in plain sight is what truly brings trouble upon me. Realizing his fault, Han Yi dared not utter another word, instead gazing up at Li Lianhua with a pitiful expression, hoping that his master's sense of compassion would lead him to pardon this transgression. Li Lianhua regarded his lively disciple, aware that he was not the mastermind of this escapade, but also recognizing that he could not simply let him off the hook. He thought that, having not guided him in recent months, today would be an opportune moment to impart some wisdom, hoping to keep him in line for a few days. Chapter 50 of the Lotus Tower. As the news of Shan Gudao's feigned death and his sister's deception spread like wildfire, Shuiyuzhen gathered various factions. The situation escalated dramatically when Li Shangyi made his appearance in Shuiyuzhen, further heightening the storm brewing in the martial world. Since the rumors of Shan Gudao's alleged demise and his sister's involvement swept through the streets and alleys, the once tranquil Shuiyuzhen transformed into a bustling hub. Various forces, akin to sharks sensing blood, surged into the seemingly serene town. In teahouses and taverns, martial artists engaged in lively discussions, sipping their drinks as they recounted the legendary tales of Shan Gudao and speculated about the authenticity of his sister. On the streets, one could observe numerous swordsmen and warriors, their eyes sharp and vigilant, scouring for information, eager to carve out a piece of the forthcoming chaos. The scene reached its zenith with the arrival of Li Shangyi, clad in white, radiating an aura of brilliance reminiscent of 2 years prior, thus propelling the unfolding drama to new heights. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this upheaval lounged leisurely in a private room on the 3rd floor of the drunken immortal tower, savoring fine wine while relishing the commotion below. Dressed in a gown as white as snow, cinched at the waist with a jade belt, she exuded an elegance that made her appear as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens. Her long, flowing hair cascaded like a waterfall, her features exquisite, skin fairer than snow, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Who else could it be but Wang Lianhua? Upon entering, Li Lianhua observed Wang Lianhua's attire and, with a resigned gesture to his forehead, exclaimed, Brother Wang, why have you donned women's clothing again today? Oh. How can you claim I am dressed as a woman again? Do I not resemble a maiden? Wang Lianhua retorted playfully, turning to adjust her sleeves with a coy demeanor. Very well, you are, indeed, a maiden, Li Lianhua replied, shaking his head in exasperation, having long grown accustomed to Wang Lianhua's occasional whims. My dear, how could you forget my surname after just a few days apart? Wang Lianhua feigned a pout, her eyes glistening with mock tears, evoking sympathy. Li Lianhua, witnessing this display, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had grown weary of Wang Lianhua's antics and finally relented, saying, Yes, Miss Bai, it is my fault. I beseech you to show mercy and forgive my oversight this once. Seeing Li Lianhua concede, Wang Lianhua's tears transformed into laughter as she delicately dabbed her non-existent tears with a handkerchief, reverting to her usual nonchalant demeanor, lazily leaning against the window, declaring, Now, that's more like it. At last, Li Lianhua settled opposite her and inquired, Pray tell, why have you summoned me? Surely it cannot be merely to witness your theatrics. Wang Lianhua poured herself a cup of wine from the jug on the table, took a delicate sip, and then replied, In recent days, quite a number of individuals have arrived in Shuiyuzhen. Guess who I have encountered? Li Lianhua's mind sparked with curiosity. It was likely those noteworthy enough to warrant Wang Lianhua's special mention. He asked directly. Who? Wang Lianhua, unruffled, responded leisurely, That depends on whom you wish to know about. For instance, there are those from Baichuan Courtyard, the court, the Golden Phoenix Alliance. She paused dramatically, gauging Li Lianhua's reaction. Li Lianhua remained silent, simply observing her. And who else? Wang Lianhua, realizing Li Lianhua was not easily swayed, continued, There are also those from the 10,000 Saints sect, who arrived last night, sneaking around as if they were thieves. Li Lianhua finally spoke, Oh, it seems this performance is more vibrant than I anticipated. Wang Lianhua smiled knowingly. Naturally, one must consider who has penned this script. Li Lianhua shook his head in resignation. Very well, what do you intend to do? Wang Lianhua set down her wine cup, a mischievous grin curling at her lips. Since they wish to witness a spectacle, let us prepare an even grander one for them, shall we? Li Lianhua raised an eyebrow. What do you have in mind? Wang Lianhua smiled mysteriously. Of course, we must orchestrate a grand opening act. What do you think? Should we invite Yi? Without hesitation, Li Lianhua declined. No, let him rest. Recovering from injury takes time. Wang Lianhua, anticipating his refusal, was not disheartened and asked, Then what do you propose? I shall not take the stage myself. Li Lianhua smiled lightly. No need for that. I shall handle it myself. Chapter 51 of the Lotus Pavilion. Breaking the Void. Ha, has Li Shangyi lost his senses? In the drunken immortal pavilion, a burly man with a bushy beard suddenly gulped down his drink and bellowed, Why forsake the title of the world's #1 to pursue some ethereal legend? Indeed, chimed in a slender man resembling a monkey, nodding in agreement. How many have yearned for the throne of the world's finest? And yet, he chooses to abandon it. But Li Shangyi has already achieved the pinnacle. What further secrets could he desire? Questioned another. Ah, you fail to comprehend, a storyteller, fanning himself with an ornate fan, feigned profundity while shaking his head. Li Xiangyi's aspirations lie in transcending to an even loftier martial realm, breaking the void. Do you grasp the concept? It is a path to immortality. Breaking the void, is that for real? A slight man nearby expressed skepticism. Of course it is, exclaimed a ragged old Taoist, slamming the table. A peculiar light gleamed in his murky eyes. In my youth, I too heard tales of a swordsman whose prowess was unparalleled a century ago. The old man's words possessed a captivating fervor. Those who had remained doubtful were now stirred by curiosity, eagerly gathering around, clamoring, "Elder, do regale us with your tale." The elder stroked his grizzled beard and, with an air of mystery, began, "It is said that a century ago, there existed an exceptionally gifted swordsman, known as the Elder. Spare us the suspense and continue." The crowd urged impatiently. Clearing his throat, the elder continued, "This swordsman, endowed with extraordinary talent, became invincible at a tender age, yet, he was not content, he diligently delved into martial arts, ultimately grasping the enigma of breaking the void." Is that truly so? What became of him? Did he really break the void? Indeed, it is true, I witnessed it with my own eyes. On a moonlit night, that swordsman ascended upon his sword, soaring into the heavens, ultimately vanishing into the void. The elder spoke with such vividness that it felt as though he had lived through the event himself. Is that true? How astonishing! Breaking the void, does it truly possess such might? Similar discussions unfolded in every corner of Shuiyu town. Speculations regarding the feigned death of the solitary blade and Li Xiangyi had transformed into an ardent pursuit of the secrets of breaking the void. In the private chamber of the drunken immortal pavilion, Wang Lianhua listened to the raucous debates below, laughing uncontrollably, nearly toppling from her chair. "Ha ha, Li Lianhua, see how they are all bewitched, as if ensnared by a spell. It is utterly delightful." Li Lianhua shook her head in resignation, gently lifting her teacup for a sip before slowly replying, "You truly revel in chaos. It was already lively enough without your added fuel." "Yet, your opening act seems rather grand," Li Lianhua continued, her brow slightly furrowing. "With news of Li Xiangyi's quest for breaking the void, those old-timers in the martial world will surely be unable to sit still." Are you attempting to draw them all in? Li Lianhua could already envision the throngs of ancient masters that would be attracted by the spreading rumor. Wang Lianhua finally stifled her laughter, though a glimmer of amusement still danced in her eyes. Pouring herself a cup of tea, she languidly remarked, "How can you blame me? They are simply too gullible. The world of martial arts is, after all, a tapestry of truth and illusion, where authenticity and fabrication intertwine seamlessly. Who can discern the difference?" Li Lianhua refrained from responding, instead observing the throng below. Some were elated, others skeptical, and some consumed by greed. A multitude of emotions intermingled, coalescing into a tremendous tide, propelling everyone forward. In the realm of martial arts, it is the allure of secrets and treasures that captivates the most. Ally Lianhua sighed softly, her tone laced with a hint of resignation and irony. That is indeed a truth. Wang Lianhua set her teacup down, her gaze fixed intently on Li Lianhua. But tell me, do you truly believe that breaking the void exists? Li Lianhua paused for a moment, then countered, "What do you think?" Wang Lianhua did not answer directly, instead gazing meaningfully at her. "If I were to say it does, how would you respond? And if I claimed it does not, what would you say?" Yet Li Lianhua discerned the essence of Wang Lianhua's gaze. It conveyed a belief in the existence of breaking the void. Meanwhile, the various factions in Shuiyu town had also caught wind of the news. Feigning death to pursue breaking the void, absurd. Even if he were not to feign death, would we dare impede our leader's quest for breaking the void? Could it be that the Saintess remains alive due to Li Xiangyi acquiring a tome capable of breaking the void, after succumbing to the poison of green tea? Li Xiangyi is indeed fortunate. Having been poisoned by green tea, he still comes into possession of such a tome. Junior brother, how hypocritical you are, to receive such a tome and not even inform your elder brother. Chapter 52. The Lotus Tower rumors surrounding Li Xiangyi's alleged transcendence beyond the void spread like wildfire throughout the martial world. Initially, people were skeptical. After all, such tales seemed too ethereal, merely fodder for idle chatter during meals. Have you heard? The word on the street is that Li Xiangyi isn't dead. They say he is off in pursuit of some sort of void breaking. Void breaking? What on earth is that? It sounds utterly implausible, perhaps the invention of some wandering storyteller. Who can say? Yet, it is true that Li Xiangyi is quite extraordinary. He defeated the blood domain demon at the tender age of 15, so perhaps such talent is not entirely beyond reason. Nevertheless, the seasoned veterans of the martial world could no longer remain idle. In their youth, they had caught whispers of the concept of breaking the void, and now, with Li Xiangyi's fake demise in mind, everything seemed to fall into place. Oldly, you've traveled far and wide, seen much. What can you tell us about this void-breaking business? An elderly man with a head of silver hair stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, breaking the void is said to be the supreme realm of legend, purportedly granting one the ability to shatter the void and ascend to immortality. Is that true? Does that mean Li Xiangyi is on the verge of becoming an immortal? Becoming an immortal, it is far from easy. Throughout history, only a few have succeeded. Then why would Li Xiangyi feign his death? Could it truly be in pursuit of this elusive realm? Who knows, perhaps he has discovered some secret technique that enables one to break the void. In an instant, speculations regarding the whereabouts of such a technique erupted in fervor. The news of both Li Shangyi and Shan Gudao appearing in Shuiyu town only intensified the focus on this locale. As the night deepened, a cool breeze wafted through the air, casting playful shadows from the trees outside. A shadow flitted by, and a figure clad in dark garb silently entered the room, kneeling before Wang Lianhua with clasped fists. "My lord, your subordinate has returned." Wang Lianhua smiled faintly and inquired, "How did the task proceed?" In a hushed tone, the cloaked figure responded, "My lord, Niushou Kongkong has issued a challenge to Xikong Jiaxing for a duel, aiming to steal secrets and contend for the title of King of Thieves." Wang Lianhua nodded with a knowing smile, "Very well, you may withdraw." The cloaked figure acknowledged the command and vanished into the night as silently as he had arrived. Wang Lianhua gazed out the window, a playful smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself, "It seems the developments are progressing smoothly. I only hope that Yi encounters no unforeseen complications." Meanwhile, Xikong Jiaxing lounged on a rooftop, casually propping his legs up as he read the challenge letter by moonlight, a hint of amusement dancing on his face. "Niaoshou Kongkong? How intriguing, let me see just how formidable you truly are." He had initially been disinclined to accept the challenge, but due to Wang Lianhua's veiled threats and his own curiosity to witness Niaoshou Kongkong's prowess, he acquiesced. Yet, what exactly was Wang Lianhua scheming to warrant such elaborate efforts? Xikong Jiaxing leapt from the rooftop, disappearing into the velvety darkness. Meanwhile, Han Yi, having received guidance from his master, found himself in Pingshan town. Fortunately, Xikong Jiaxing was present in Shuiyu town to assume his identity, allowing him to slip away unnoticed. Plans had unfolded smoothly, though he now owed the system 100 points, a minor inconvenience as far as he was concerned. After all, one cannot be burdened by too many debts. "My lord, everything is prepared. When shall we depart?" The voice of Li Mu broke Han Yi from his reverie. Han Yi returned to the moment, nodding gently as he replied in a low voice, "Very well, let us be on our way." Chapter 53. The Lotus Tower. After a brief respite at the inn in Qingshan town, Han Yi, accompanied by his subordinates, set forth under the cover of night towards Puchu Mountain. The mountain path was rugged, with dappled shadows cast by the trees on either side, and the occasional hoot of an owl pierced the stillness of the night, adding an eerie ambience to the surroundings. "My lord, shall we ascend the mountain directly like this?" Li Mu inquired, holding a lantern as he walked alongside Han Yi. In the dim light, Han Yi could discern the worry etched upon his face. "Certainly not," Han Yi replied in a hushed tone. "Puchu Mountain is enshrouded in illusions. Without employing some particular means, how could we locate the entrance?" Li Mu nodded, somewhat understanding, yet eager to inquire further, but was silenced by a lift of Han Yi's hand. Well versed in the unfolding narrative, Han Yi halted his group before a veil of illusions, the surrounding stillness almost suffocating, with only the howling wind reverberating in their ears. He inhaled deeply and, lowering his voice, addressed his companions. "Ahead lies the illusion. I shall devise a method to dispel it and subsequently reveal the stone door upon the mountainside. Remember, the moment the stone door opens, a boulder will roll down. Remain vigilant and be sure to evade it." Utilizing the skill embedded within his identity card, he dispelled the illusion and located the mountain wall. With precision, he lightly tapped his toes and leaped, landing steadily upon the wall, whereupon he vanished from sight. In the next instant, a stone door manifested upon the mountain wall, accompanied by a thunderous roar as a massive boulder tumbled forth, prompting his alerted subordinates to hastily retreat. The stone door slowly creaked open, revealing a dark, gaping maw akin to a great beast poised to devour all. Emerging once more, Han Yi took the lead into the entrance, followed closely by the others, who bore torches that illuminated their path. Upon entering the stone door, they found themselves in a narrow corridor, its walls adorned with intricate carvings that were not Chinese characters but rather slender, elegant lines. The ceiling even depicted Western bodhisattvas and arhats. Reaching the end of the tunnel, they encountered another stone door. With the feeble light from their torches, they could faintly discern bizarre runes carved into the door, exuding an uncanny aura. Typically, such a door would be barricaded by a heavy stone or some mechanism, yet Han Yi merely pushed it gently, and it swung open with ease, devoid of any sound of triggering traps, as though it had never been sealed. Li Mu's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Ah, my lord, how could this door open so effortlessly?" Turning to glance at him, Han Yi allowed a faint smile to grace his lips as he whispered, "It is surely because someone has opened it before." "Ah? Someone has been here?" Li Mu was even more astonished, instinctively lowering his voice. "Then shall we go in to discover?" Han Yi did not directly respond to his query but stepped into the stone door with a resolute tone. Li Mu hurriedly followed suit, and the group, holding their torches, ventured into the corridor beyond the door. Inside, the tunnel continued, sloping gradually downward, with the walls still adorned with those peculiar runes. The flickering flames revealed that indeed, beyond the stone door lay something, though it had long collapsed into a heap of debris. They navigated over the rubble, pressing onward in their exploration. After approximately the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they encountered yet another stone door. This one, however, was not the cold stone of before. It was lavishly adorned with gold, shimmering brilliantly in the flickering light. Upon closer inspection, they discerned that the door was sculpted in the likeness of Guanyin seated upon a lotus, vivid and lifelike, its majestic form starkly contrasting with the surrounding gloom. Yet, beneath this resplendent Guanyin door lay dozens of corpses strewn about haphazardly. By their tattered garments and the tools that accompanied them, it was evident they were tomb raiders who had met their demise. Han Yi and his companions cast but a cursory glance at the grim sight before continuing onward. Passing through the Guanyin door, the tomb passage inclined once more, with the walls now featuring even more intricate and bizarre patterns, seemingly narrating the identity and history of the tomb's owner in silence. As they journeyed deeper, they encountered a plethora of rare treasures and traps, and by now, they were no longer phased, silently following Han Yi's lead toward the innermost sanctum of the tomb. Time passed without measure, and at last, the path leveled into an expansive area. With the dim light of their torches, the group finally beheld their destination, a high platform. Upon it rested two enormous coffins, one of which lay in a state of decay, exposing its stark white bones, while the other remained intact, hinting at the presence of a figure within, seemingly merely asleep. Hanya's gaze fixated on the lifelike corpse, his attention drawn to the tightly sealed lips, between which glimmered a translucent pearl, radiating a soft glow. He knew this to be the fabled treasure known as Guanin's tear. Curious, Li Mu examined the two coffins and could not restrain himself from asking, "My lord, is the purpose of our journey to acquire this pearl?" Han Yi shook his head, gesturing toward the ancient box cradled in the corpse's hands. "No, our true objective is that box." Li Mu followed Han Yi's pointing finger and finally noticed the box in the corpse's grasp, prompting him to ask with intrigue, "My lord, what lies within that box?" Han Yi's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he replied, "I am not entirely sure what it contains." "My lord, can we not take both the pearl and the box?" After a moment's contemplation, Han Yi said, "It is not impossible. Since we have come this far, let us take both." With that, he stepped forward, cautiously retrieving the ancient box from the corpse's hands. Li Mu eagerly extracted the pearl known as Guanin's tear from the corpse's mouth, placing it into his satchel. Then, with their newfound treasures in hand, they turned to exit the dim tomb, taking care to reset the traps along their path and re-establish the illusions at the entrance. Chapter 54 The Lotus Tower. As the courtyard door swung open, the cacophony of voices outside remained unceasing. The vibrant sounds of merchants hawking their wares and storytellers spinning tales echoed in the bustling Shuiyu town, a place that seemed to never pause for breath. On either side of the street, tea houses and taverns stood in a splendid row, their crimson lanterns swaying in the breeze, casting a warm glow that illuminated the thoroughfare. Yet, within the confines of the small courtyard, a profound tranquility enveloped the space. Upon entering the room, Han Yi carelessly tossed the antiquated box onto the table, treating it as if it were nothing more than a pebble picked up from the roadside. The room was simply adorned, with a mahogany table and chairs positioned centrally, atop which rested a delicate tea set, releasing fragrant tendrils of aroma that wafted through the air. Wang Lianhua sat gracefully at the table, her slender fingers gliding over the box lid, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Is this the Rama Ding?" she mused aloud, while Han Yi poured himself a cup of tea, downing it in one swift motion, exhaling contentedly as he lazily remarked, "This is the only box in the coffin. It must be correct." The journey through the ancient tomb had indeed left him somewhat fatigued. Observing Han Yi sprawled helplessly across the table, Wang Lianhua set the Rama Ding aside and, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Could you not aspire to something more? Had it not been for the desire to return early, would I have had to witness this?" Han Yi propped his head up with his hand, feebly responding to Wang Lianhua, entirely oblivious to the fact that someone was approaching. Suddenly, a series of sharp knocks interrupted the air, startling Han Yi as he nearly leapt from his chair, resembling a cat caught off guard. In a flurry, he scrambled to conceal the box on the table. "Who is it?" Wang Lianhua swiftly intervened, her tone laced with playful mockery. "Why do you appear as though you're committing a crime? Who else could it be but my master?" Han Yi whispered urgently, his anxiety palpable as he paced like an ant on a hot pan. "What should I do? My master thinks I am still recuperating. This will undoubtedly give me away." As if on cue, a clear voice resonated from outside, "It's me." Han Yi froze in place, realizing he had been caught red-handed. Wang Lianhua, amused by his flustered demeanor, leisurely stated, "Yi, if you do not open the door soon, your master may very well break it down." Throwing an exasperated glance at Wang Lianhua, Han Yi lamented the timing of her jest. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he finally approached the door and opened it. "Master, what brings you here?" Han Yi feigned innocence, offering a smile to Li Lianhua in hopes of deflecting suspicion. However, Li Lianhua saw through his charade instantly, her gaze sweeping across the room before landing on Han Yi's shoes, which still bore traces of mud. "Is it inconvenient for me to come?" Li Lianhua raised an eyebrow. "Of course not, master." "Please, come in," Han Yi replied, stepping aside with resignation, internally praying that Li Lianhua would not uncover any clues. As Li Lianhua entered the room, the mingling sense of tea and earth enveloped him, causing him to frown slightly. His gaze first settled on Han Yi, who appeared evasive and guilty. Li Lianhua then shifted his attention to the leisurely Wang Lianhua, who held a cup of tea, her lips curling into a knowing smile. Finally, his eyes fell upon the ancient box on the table, its antiquated design and intricate carvings unmistakably hinting at its age. Yi, where did you procure this treasure? It seems to have some years behind it." This," Han Yi stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. "This is a find of ours during our excursion," Wang Lianhua interjected smoothly, coming to Han Yi's rescue. "What do you think? Would you care to sample it as well?" Li Lianhua merely smiled faintly at her words, choosing not to delve deeper. He approached the table, poured himself a cup of tea, took a small sip, and then remarked, "Yi, you seem a bit weary. Perhaps you should retire for the evening and rest." Upon hearing this, Han Yi felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "Master, I wouldn't want to intrude any longer. I'll take my leave now. You and Senior Wang may continue your conversation." With that, he hurriedly exited the room, as if fearing Li Lianhua might change his mind. Once Han Yi's footsteps faded into the distance, Li Lianhua turned his attention to Wang Lianhua, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "Did we not agree that he should not be involved in this matter?" Wang Lianhua took a delicate sip of her tea, responding leisurely, "It is hardly something I could prevent." Besides, rather than let him meddle independently, it is better to involve him and give him something to occupy his mind. Chapter 55 of the Lotus Pavilion. At the break of dawn the following day, Han Yi awoke, stretching languidly as a wave of refreshment washed over him, banishing the fatigue of the past few days. He pushed open the door, inhaling deeply. The morning air was crisp with a hint of coolness, interwoven with a delicate floral fragrance that invigorated his spirit. He made his way to the center of the courtyard, unsheathing his long sword, and commenced his practice. The blade shimmered, and his garments fluttered. The sequence of movements flowed with grace and power, a harmonious dance of strength and beauty. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, Han Yi sheathed his sword and stood, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead. As he turned to return to his quarters, he caught sight of Li Lianhua standing not far away, a smile adorning her face as she regarded him. Having observed him complete his training, Li Lianhua beckoned him over. "Master, what brings you here?" Han Yi inquired, approaching her. "Ah Yi, there is a matter at hand that requires your attention," she replied. Instantly alert, Han Yi's face brightened with anticipation. "Master, what is it? Please, give me your instructions." In response, Li Lianhua leaned in close, whispering several words to him. Han Yi listened intently, nodding in understanding, his expression shifting from moments of realization to others of solemnity. "Do you remember?" Li Lianhua asked. "I do, master," Han Yi affirmed with a nod. "Very well, I entrust this task to you. Remember to proceed with caution," she advised earnestly. Han Yi solemnly nodded, indicating his comprehension. As night descended, the deep indigo sky enveloped the world like a vast curtain, the moon hanging like a dim lantern, casting a soft silver glow that draped the surrounding mountains and forests in an air of mystery. Outside Shuiyuzhen, atop a modest hill, a few scattered homes were shrouded in nightfall, with only a handful of dim lights flickering. Midway up the hill stood a small courtyard constructed of bamboo, surrounded by a dense grove of bamboo swaying in the night breeze, whispering softly. Miao Kong Kong, having gathered intel, stealthily approached the bamboo courtyard, crouching low and treading lightly as he neared the lush thicket, blending seamlessly into the shadows of the night. He parted a few bamboo leaves, revealing keen eyes that vigilantly scanned the wooden dwelling. Before long, a familiar figure emerged in the courtyard, clad in white as pure as snow, none other than Li Shangyi. Miao Kong Kong held his breath, his heart racing involuntarily. It seemed the intelligence had proven accurate. Li Shangyi strode directly towards one of the rooms and pushed the door open. Miao Kong Kong dared not make a sound, focusing his mind and concealing his presence completely within the cloak of darkness. Wary of disturbing Li Shangyi, he contemplated leaving, intending to seek another opportunity. Yet shortly thereafter, Li Shangyi emerged once more, a book in hand. Curiosity piqued, Miao Kong Kong resolved to wait a little longer. Standing in the courtyard, Li Shangyi examined the book under the dim moonlight, gesturing with his hands as he read. Suddenly, he raised two fingers in a sword-like manner, pointing towards the heavens. With a resounding boom, the previously clear night sky darkened with tumultuous clouds, and a tempest of thunder and lightning erupted. Miao Kong Kong was taken aback, nearly gasping aloud. He looked up to see Li Shangyi unfazed, undeterred by the sudden storm. Instead, he calmly drew his long sword, brandishing it against the lightning and thunder as if engaging in a celestial duel. Streams of swordlight cleaved through the night sky, dazzling in their interplay with the flashes of lightning. Ultimately, Li Shangyi raised his sword high, striking it towards the heavens, unleashing a brilliant surge of sword energy that soared into the clouds. Simultaneously, a colossal bolt of lightning descended, as if to cleave the very fabric of existence. The thunder roared deafeningly, and Miao Kong Kong felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. When he regained his composure, he noticed the storm clouds had dispersed, the moon once again smiling down upon the world, and Li Shangyi had sheathed his sword, as if nothing had transpired. Miao Kong Kong gazed in awe at the spectacle before him, his heart thrumming with the realization that to command such a transformation of the elements, could this be the legendary realm of Shattering the Void? Initially, he had dismissed such mythical tomes as mere fabrications of wandering sorcerers, and his relentless pursuit of this particular scripture was solely to challenge the self-proclaimed king of thieves, Sikong Jiaxing. After all, with such grandiose claims, he was eager to discern who truly excelled. Little did he expect to witness such phenomena today. It was not until Li Shangyi returned to his chamber, extinguished the candlelight, and seemingly retired for the night that Miao Kong Kong felt emboldened to cautiously slip away from his hiding place. Chapter 56, The Lotus Pavilion. It was not until the skilled hands of the master departed that Han Yi, who had assumed the guise of Li Shangyi, approached the table. He picked up a fire starter and gently blew upon it. Sparks flew, igniting the oil lamp that adorned the table. The flickering flame instantaneously dispelled the darkness that enveloped the room, illuminating the lingering excitement upon his face. The smile at the corner of his lips was impossible to suppress as he recalled the earlier scene, feeling as if he truly possessed the power to summon the winds and rain, a sensation utterly marvelous. That was truly exhilarating, he could not help but whisper, his tone brimming with exhilaration and pride. "How about that, host? I wasn't deceiving you, was I?" The system's jubilant voice resonated in his mind, tinged with a hint of self-satisfaction. "This is something I have distilled from thousands of martial arts novels. It is undeniably awe-inspiring." Han Yi raised an eyebrow in triumph, then anxiously patted his chest, relieved that his master and the others were absent, otherwise, he would dare not engage in such theatrics. The system concurred, indeed, it would be disastrous if we were discovered. Little did they know, at that very moment, atop a towering peak not far away, Li Lianhua and Wang Lianhua were concealed within the night's embrace, witnessing all that transpired in the courtyard. "Did you see that?" Li Lianhua gazed at the silhouette of Li Shangyi, sword raised towards the heavens, his voice laced with an unmistakable yearning. He clenched his fists slightly, as if he too could feel that power surging skyward. Wang Lianhua gently waved his folding fan, a knowing smile playing upon his lips, fully aware of Li Lianhua's thoughts. What, do you wish to try it as well? Li Lianhua turned to him, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Do you think breaking through the void would be like that? Wang Lianhua closed his fan, casting a glance his way, who knows? The two exchanged smiles, and as the night breeze swept past, their garments fluttered gently in the wind, their gazes devoid of fear, filled only with a thirst for the unknown powers and the thrill of exploration. The storytellers of Shuiyuzhen initially found nothing remarkable about the events of that night. After all, despite the thunderous claps and blinding flashes, not a single drop of rain fell. Patrons in the tea-houses and taverns continued their meals and drinks, while only a few timid souls huddled beneath tables, trembling in fear. Isn't it strange, the thunder was so terrifying, yet not a drop of rain fell, mused a man clad in coarse fabric, seated at a table by the tea-house entrance, sipping tea while still recovering from the fright. Opposite him sat a burly butcher, devouring his meat, who paused to glance up at the remark. What is so strange about it? In this day and age, isn't it common for the thunder to roar while the raindrops are scarce? The butcher remarked nonchalantly, taking a swig of his drink before returning his attention to the bowl of meat before him. His voice boomed, causing the teacups on the table to tremble in response. At that moment, Miao Kong Kong appeared seemingly from nowhere, plopping down at the table with a loud exclamation, "What do you know?" That night, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Li Shangyi, clad in white, wielding his sword against the tempest, the aura was simply earth-shattering and soul-stirring. You're just boasting, it didn't rain at all that night. An elderly man, engrossed in a game of chess in a corner of the tea-house, looked up with dissatisfaction, casting a disapproving glance at Miao Kong Kong. Beside him, a young scholar echoed, "Exactly, do you take us for fools?" Miao Kong Kong slammed his hand on the table, his face reddening, defiantly proclaiming, "What reason would I have to deceive you? What I witnessed was far more spectacular than what the storytellers narrate." As he spoke, he gestured animatedly, as if he had experienced it himself. The surrounding patrons were left momentarily stunned, even oblivious to the tea spilling over their hands. In the center of the tea-house, several storytellers, initially languidly plucking at their strings, suddenly perked up at Miao Kong Kong's words, their eyes gleaming as if they had seen silver coins fluttering toward them. They promptly began to weave Miao Kong Kong's tale into various embellished versions, spinning new narratives with fervor. Chapter 57 The Lotus Tower in the town of Shuiyu. The storytellers have once again reaped a bountiful harvest, all thanks to the rumors surrounding Li Shangyi's ability to shatter the void. During this period, the townsfolk engage in animated discussions over their tea and meals, captivated by tales of how Li Shangyi wielded his fingers like swords to summon heavenly thunder, their faces alight with excitement and curiosity. "Ah, let me tell you, I witnessed it with my own eyes that night. Li Shangyi, he'd go on, you saw him, I could claim I dined with him. Hey, don't be incredulous. That night, amidst the flashes of lightning and peals of thunder, I distinctly saw a bolt descend from the heavens, and then Li Shangyi, enough. Do you truly believe just anyone could behold Li Shangyi? He is a figure akin to a celestial being. Indeed, if you genuinely encountered him, then such exchanges echo throughout the streets and alleys of Shuiyu town daily. Yet, the mind of the clever and resourceful individual, known as Miao Kng, is far removed from these idle speculations. His thoughts are consumed by that fabled manual, the one capable of bestowing the power to transcend the void. On a night shrouded in darkness and high winds, it is the perfect moment for action. Miao Kng resolves to take another risk. He gently pushes open the window of the inn, and under the faint glow of the moonlight, he deftly climbs out, avoiding the crowds of the town, and makes his way to the bamboo grove outside. The bamboo forest is eerily tranquil at night, the only sound being the rustle of leaves in the breeze. Moonlight filters through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the ground, as if concealing hidden perils. Miao Kng slows his pace, cautiously observing the surroundings. From a distance, he notices a light emanating from a room, which fills him with a twinge of disappointment. Just as he prepares to turn away, that light abruptly vanishes. A wave of panic washes over him, fearing he may have been detected, when suddenly, Li Shangyi emerges from the room, clad in a flowing white garment. He stands out strikingly against the night, the moonlight bathing him in a silvery glow. With a delicate leap, he moves with the grace of a swallow, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the bamboo grove. Miao Kng suppresses his excitement, and once Li Shangyi has completely departed, he stealthily enters the room. He retrieves a fire starter, gently blowing on it until sparks ignite, and by its dim light, he spots the book resting beside the bed, the very tome Li Shangyi had held that day. The cover of the book is unadorned and ancient, exuding a faint aroma of ink that seems to silently narrate the vicissitudes of time. Trembling, Miao Kng runs his fingers over the coarse pages, intensifying his inner yearning. Taking a deep breath, he eagerly flips open the pages, hoping to glimpse the secrets within. However, to his astonishment, the pages are utterly blank, devoid of a single word. His smile freezes on his face, disbelief widening his eyes as if he has encountered something utterly inconceivable. Undeterred, he flips through the book repeatedly, even shaking it upside down in hopes of dislodging any hidden papers, yet the pages remain barren, as if mocking his folly. Disappointment and confusion intertwine within him, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Just then, a mocking voice suddenly pierces the stillness behind him. "Oh dear, my apologies, I've beaten you to it." The voice, laced with a playful arrogance, shatters the silence of the room and causes Miao Kng's heart to leap. In terror, he turns around, and by the dim light, he sees the figure of a slender man with a cunning gaze, wearing a half-smile as he regards him. Although Miao Kng has never encountered this individual before, a name inexplicably surfaces in his mind. Sikong Jiaxing, Chapter 58. The Lotus Tower. Miao Kongkong cautiously took a step back, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the man before him, probing, "Are you Sikong Jiaxing?" "Indeed, it is I," Sikong Jiaxing replied with a light laugh, unfazed by Miao Kongkong's wariness. He retrieved a book from his bosom and waved it before Miao's eyes, asking, "What do you think, does it look familiar?" In the dim light of the flickering flame, Miao Kongkong discerned that the book in Sikong Jiaxing's hand was identical to the one he had seen previously, and he could faintly make out ink on the pages, clearly indicating it was not an empty tome. "Seems I was the first to discover Li Shangyi's secret manual," Sikong Jiaxing proclaimed with a smug smile, his gaze suggesting, "You think you can compete with me? You're still quite green." Observing Sikong Jiaxing's smug demeanor, Miao Kongkong's eyes flickered, and a plan began to form in his mind. He donned a facade of insincere admiration, inching closer to Sikong Jiaxing and speaking in an almost obsequious tone, "Brother Sikong, you are truly remarkable." "I am in awe, truly." However, Miao Kongkong deliberately elongated his intonation, leaving Sikong Jiaxing perplexed by this sudden flattery. "But what?" Sikong Jiaxing inquired, brow furrowed. "If you have something to say, just say it. Are you certain that what you possess is genuine?" At this, Sikong Jiaxing's brow knitted in suspicion, but he quickly regained his confidence, tapping the book in his hands, asserting, "Impossible. When have I ever made a mistake? This manual is undoubtedly authentic." "Ah, one mustn't be so hasty." Miao Kongkong lowered his voice, leaning in closer to Sikong Jiaxing, feigning secrecy as he continued, "You see, I've heard that Li Shangyi is quite cunning. Perhaps he deliberately left a false manual to ensnare the unwary." As he spoke, his hand stealthily reached towards the book Sikong Jiaxing had produced. "Dream on." Sikong Jiaxing made a face at him, swiftly evading Miao Kongkong's outstretched hand. "You think you can snatch my possession? You're still far too inexperienced." Seeing that Sikong Jiaxing had not fallen into his trap, Miao Kongkong decided to forego further pleasantries and lunged directly at him. In the cramped confines of the room, the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, fists and feet colliding. A firebrand was knocked to the ground, the flickering light dancing momentarily before extinguishing, plunging the room into darkness. In the enveloping gloom, Miao Kongkong relied solely on his hearing and intuition to gauge Sikong Jiaxing's position. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful gust of wind approaching from behind. Without a moment's thought, he sidestepped and retaliated with a backhanded strike. With a dull thud, Miao Kongkong felt a sharp pain in his palm, and before he could comprehend the situation, someone forcefully snatched the book from his grasp. "Ha ha ha, thanks." Sikong Jiaxing's voice rang out nearby, brimming with triumph. "If you desire this, here you go." Immediately, Miao Kongkong felt something thrust into his hand, and before he could react, a rush of air swept past his ear, accompanied by the subtle tremor of the window frame, as Sikong Jiaxing deftly leapt through the window, disappearing into the vastness of the night. Miao Kongkong, bewildered, instinctively tightened his grip on the object in his hand. With the faint moonlight illuminating his surroundings, he examined it closely and discovered that it was indeed the secret manual. A surge of joy filled his heart, and he hurriedly flipped it open, only to find the front page adorned with a glaring illustration of a wide-eyed turtle, beneath which were inscribed 4 flamboyant characters, "You have been deceived. Damn that Sikong Jiaxing for daring to play tricks on me." Miao Kongkong seethed with rage as he hurled the fraudulent manual to the ground, disregarding everything else as he swiftly activated his lightness skills and set off in pursuit of the direction in which Sikong Jiaxing had vanished. Chapter 59 of the Lotus Pavilion. With a swift motion, Miao Kongkong leapt through the window, and a refreshing night breeze, laden with the scents of damp earth and fresh grass, enveloped him, invigorating his senses. The silvery moonlight cascaded through the trees, casting dappled shadows that resembled monstrous claws poised to strike. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found no trace of Sikong Jiaxing, only the distant hoots of owls echoed from the depths of the forest. He had assumed that Sikong Jiaxing had made a hasty escape, yet to his surprise, just beyond a thicket, illuminated by the moonlight, stood the familiar figure, leisurely strolling as if deliberately waiting for him. A wave of confusion washed over Miao Kongkong. Why would Sikong Jiaxing, having seized the coveted manual, choose to linger rather than flee? Did he harbor some ulterior motive? As if to validate Miao Kongkong's suspicions, upon hearing the commotion, Sikong Jiaxing slowly turned, and in the soft glow of the moonlight, Miao Kongkong distinctly perceived the sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his gaze seemingly taunting. "Dare to chase me?" Before Miao Kongkong could fully grasp the situation, Sikong Jiaxing lightly sprang forward, his form flitting like a wraith, disappearing into the dense thicket in mere moments. Despite the multitude of doubts plaguing his mind, the thought of that manual capable of shattering the void spurred Miao Kongkong into action. Gritting his teeth, he inhaled deeply and unleashed his own agility, pursuing with the relentless fervor of a nimble leopard. The two engaged in a relentless game of chase within the forest, their movements intertwining in a symphony of strikes and blocks, the sounds of snapping branches and rustling leaves merging into a cacophony that startled several nightbirds into flight. In an unbidden turn of events, their fray inadvertently led them into a brightly lit town. Whether by design or happenstance, upon entering the town, Sikong Jiaxing did not veer towards the quieter corners. Instead, he darted into the bustling thoroughfares. With a few deft leaps, he ascended to the roof of a roadside tea stall, beckoning Miao Kongkong with a playful wave. "Come now, if you possess the skill, catch me." Miao Kongkong found himself incensed by this provocation, unable to restrain a furious retort. "You scoundrel, if you have the guts, stop running." Sikong Jiaxing erupted in laughter, perched atop the roof, his tone flippant. "Only a coward hides away. Come chase me, and if you catch me, the manual is yours." Aware that Sikong Jiaxing was deliberately riling him, Miao Kongkong nonetheless felt compelled by thoughts of the manual to continue the pursuit. Their escalating chase stirred a considerable uproar, quickly attracting the attention of the assembled townsfolk. Look, is that Sikong Jaishing up there, flitting about the rooftops, bellowed a burly man sporting a bushy beard, setting down his wine gourd as he pointed at the leaping figure of Sikong Jaishing. The crowd surged to the windows, peering across to the opposite rooftop. Amidst the commotion, they spied a slender figure clad in a blue robe, executing remarkable acrobatics that left onlookers in awe. And there, that must be Miaosho Kong Kong. What on earth has transpired between them? A keen-eyed man exclaimed, indicating the relentless pursuer. Word has it that someone commissioned them to steal a manual, another chimed in, curiosity piqued. What manual? Surely you mean the one rumored to possess the power to shatter the void. The murmurs grew louder, and Miaosho Kong Kong caught fragments of conversations mentioning Sikong Jaishing, himself, and the manual. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Could it be that this cunning rascal intended to escalate matters? Stirring the pot, as he chased after Sikong Jaishing, his mind raced with questions about the latter's true intentions, leaving him flustered and inadvertently slowing his pace. Yet Sikong Jaishing appeared oblivious to the surrounding chatter, deliberately decelerating to allow Miaosho Kong Kong to catch up before suddenly accelerating again, bounding across the rooftops as if toying with him. Chapter 60 of the Lotus Pavilion. The astute and cunning Miaosho Kong Kong felt an unsettling sensation. Could it be that he had been deliberately lured here by Sikong Jaishing, intending to use him as a pawn in a nefarious scheme? At this thought, a chill ran through him, prompting him to halt his steps. Why the sudden pause? Are you afraid? Sikong Jaishing, observing his reluctance to pursue, remained perched on a nearby rooftop, grinning mischievously and beckoning him with an air of provocation. That infuriating smile, illuminated by the moonlight, was particularly irksome, igniting a blaze of anger within Miaosho Kong Kong, yet, he resolutely suppressed his fury, sensing an unusual aura in the air. With vigilance, he scanned his surroundings and noticed several figures from the martial world scattered throughout the tea house and tavern, their eyes fixed on him with predatory intent, as though he were a coveted prize. Some huddled in small groups, whispering furtively, their glances occasionally darting in his direction, brimming with greed and desire. Others sat alone in shadowy corners, gripping their weapons tightly, as if poised to spring forth and seize some treasure at a moment's notice. The atmosphere was thick with tension and restlessness, causing a heaviness in his chest. Cursing silently to himself, he realized he might have fallen into Sikong Jaishing's trap. This crafty fellow had exploited his yearning for the secret manual, drawing him into this perilous situation, intending to benefit from the ensuing chaos. Taking a deep breath, Miaosho Kong Kong endeavored to regain his composure. His foremost priority was to extricate himself from this predicament. As for the coveted manual, he would devise a plan at a later time. Just as he prepared to slip away, a resounding shout erupted from the crowd. Sikong Jaishing, surrender the item. A burly man wielding a gleaming long knife charged forth from the tea house, the blade reflecting a chilling glint in the moonlight as it hurtled toward Sikong Jaishing. His bellow seemed to serve as a signal. The previously restrained individuals of the martial world surged to their feet, drawing swords and knives, their faces flushed with excitement. The manual is with him. Capture him, don't let him escape, whoever seizes it claims it. The cacophony of shouts, curses, and clashing weapons melded into a tremendous roar, akin to a tidal wave surging towards Sikong Jaishing. Their eyes ablaze with fervor, they surged forward like ravenous wolves, blades brandished, slicing through the air with fierce winds. Some recklessly vaulted over tables, appending them, the shattering of teacups adding to the chaos and frenzy. Witnessing the frenzy of the mob descending upon Sikong Jaishing, Miaosho Kong Kong realized he had to flee or risk being ensnared. He shouted, the manual is with him. I possess nothing. With that, he activated his likeness skill, darting like a specter through the throng, swiftly disappearing into the night. In stark contrast, Sikong Jaishing, encircled by the crowd, displayed no sign of panic. Instead, he wore a smile. Come on, chase me, he taunted, as he gracefully maneuvered through the air like a swallow in the night sky, leaping between rooftops, leading the frenzied mob in a particular direction. He purposefully slowed his pace, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too close, akin to flying a kite, tantalizing their appetite for pursuit. Thus, Sikong Jaishing dashed forward, a multitude of fervent martial artists in tow, racing toward the Baichuan courtyard in Shuiyu town. Within the confines of the Baichuan courtyard, Shi Shui was in deep discussion with Xiaowan Mian when a breathless informant burst in. Reporting to Director Shi and Miss Xiao, there's trouble in town. Shi Shui furrowed his brow, his voice low and stern. What trouble? What ass with the commotion? The informant gasped for air before replying, Director Shi, Miaosho Kong Kong and Sikong Jaishing have stolen the sect leader's manual. What? Shi Shui exclaimed, springing to his feet. Xiaowan Mian, equally astonished, felt a mix of disbelief and concern. Having witnessed Xiang Yi's survival, she had not deemed it a dire circumstance even upon hearing rumors of him possessing a manual. Her sadness stemmed from his secrecy rather than the existence of the manual itself. Shi Shui turned to Xiaowan Mian, seeking her perspective. Wan Mian, what do you think? We must investigate. If it's true, perhaps Xiang Yi will also appear, she replied. Shi Shui nodded, affirming her thoughts. Indeed, we should go see. If the sect leader shows up, we may be able to assist. With no objections from Xiaowan Mian, the two prepared to depart when a commotion erupted outside, growing ever closer. What is happening? Shi Shui's brow furrowed, an ominous premonition creeping in. It seems someone is approaching. Xiaowan Mian sensed something amiss. Exchanging glances, they both recognized the astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. Let us go see. Shi Shui decisively led Xiao Wan Mian and the others outside. As they stepped into the courtyard, they were taken aback by the scene before them. A throng of martial artists, chasing a figure across the rooftops, and that figure was none other than Sikong Jiaxing. Chapter 61 The Lotus Tower Impudent. Observing the audacity of this group as they recklessly cavorted about the grounds of Baichuan Courtyard, Shi Shui's voice resonated with fury, her almond-shaped eyes wide with anger, flames of indignation igniting within them. Swiftly, she unsheathed her whip from her waist, its silver glimmer flashing as it darted forth like a sinuous serpent, aimed directly at the foremost individuals in the crowd. Sikong Jiaxing, hearing the sound, reacted with remarkable swiftness, lightly tapping his toes upon the tiles to narrowly evade the striking whip. Unfortunately, those who followed in his wake were not so fortunate. They felt a fierce gust of wind pass by their ears, followed by a searing pain in their backs, as one of them let out a cry, tumbling from the rooftop and crashing heavily into the courtyard below. Shi Shui's strike was both rapid and ruthless, clearly indicative of her genuine wrath. The originally self-serving martial artists, engrossed in their immediate gains, had failed to notice their surroundings. Her intervention jolted many into awareness, leaving them exchanging glances, caught in a state of indecision. "You dare to run amok on Baichuan's territory!" Shi Shui admonished sternly, her whip slicing through the air once again, driving back several of those attempting to sneak away. "I assure you, Baichuan Courtyard will pursue this matter to the very end. If you possess any sense, you ought to leave at once." Intimidated by Shi Shui's commanding presence, some of the martial artists began to retreat, murmuring, "Let us go, let us go. We cannot provoke Shi Shui, we should leave quickly." However, not all were willing to concede, muttering in defiance, "Humph, what is so impressive about Baichuan Courtyard?" With keen ears, Shi Shui caught this remark, her gaze sharpening as she flicked her whip, causing the offender to feel a sudden sting across his face. "Care to repeat that?" I dare not," he stammered, clutching his face and pleading for mercy. Overawed by Baichuan Courtyard's formidable reputation, the martial artists, witnessing Shi Shui's unyielding nature, could only curse under their breath as they retreated from the courtyard. "Humph, at least you know your place." Shi Shui snorted coldly, retracting her whip. At that moment, Sikong Jiaxing unexpectedly spoke up, "Shi Shui, your whip skills are quite commendable. I wonder, though, if you can strike me?" Shi Shui found herself amused by his sudden provocation. "Sikong Jiaxing, do not revel in your hubris. I will certainly hold you accountable for today's events." With that, she swung her whip towards him with intent. "Ah, you won't reach me." Sikong Jiaxing nimbly evaded her assault, taunting her as he did. "Come and chase me if you can." With that, he executed a graceful leap, landing atop another rooftop. "You!" Shi Shui seethed, her frustration mounting as she pursued him with her own lightness of foot. The martial artists who had just exited the courtyard, witnessing the commotion, quickly followed suit, exclaiming, "Hey, there's an opportunity, let's chase after them." Meanwhile, within the confines of the Wanqing sect's stronghold in Shuiyu town, the masked Dan Guda listened intently as Feng Qing recounted the unfolding events. "Master, it seems Sikong Jiaxing has somehow acquired Li Xiangyi's secret manual and is currently being pursued by a throng of martial artists." I was wondering if we should. Feng Qing knelt, clasping his fists with utmost respect as he reported to the masked Dan Guda. "Oh, he certainly possesses audacity, does he not fear those martial artists banding together against him?" Feng Qing lowered his voice, excitement tinging his tone. "I believe this presents an excellent opportunity for us to capitalize on the chaos." Dan Guda pondered in silence for a moment, seemingly contemplating the implications, then replied, "You make a valid point. We must seize the chance to acquire that manual." "Yes, master, I understand," Feng Qing affirmed, bowing as he took his leave. "My dear junior brother," Dan Guda mused quietly, gazing at Feng Qing's departing figure, the mask obscuring his expression, leaving one to speculate on his thoughts. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, causing Dan Guda to whip around, his gaze scanning the surroundings like that of a hawk. "Who?" he demanded, his heart racing with alarm. Following the sound, he hurried to the entrance, flinging the door open to glimpse a shadow clad in black attempting to scale the wall. Without hesitation, Dan Guda leaped into action, unleashing a powerful strike imbued with force, aimed directly at the intruder's back. The figure in black reacted with remarkable speed, using Dan Guda's force to propel themselves higher, deftly vaulting over the courtyard wall and escaping. Dan Guda relentlessly pursued, ascending the rooftops with agility, yet unexpectedly, a figure appeared before him, nearly colliding with him. The newcomer winked at him, greeting him with a light-hearted tone. "What a coincidence, brother Dan." With that, they slipped away with the agility of an eel. Before Dan Guda could comprehend the situation, the sound of a whip slicing through the air reached his ears. As Shi Shui's fierce strike came within inches of him, he narrowly evaded the blow, only to find the black-clad figure returning unexpectedly, seizing the opportunity to snatch away his mask. Shi Shui, initially prepared to apologize for her misstep, gasped in shock upon recognizing the face beneath the mask. Dan Guda. Chapter 62 Lotus Tower. With a voice that resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, Shi Shui stirred a tempest of chaos. The individuals who had been trailing behind him, upon hearing the news of the presumed dead Dan Gudao's return, surged forward with an exuberance akin to having been invigorated by a potent elixir. Dan Gudao, was he not deceased? Indeed, the obituaries from the Four Directions sect had already been disseminated. Could it be that the rumors of Dan Gudao's fake death and subsequent deception were true? The murmurs around them grew increasingly fervent, while Dan Gudao's expression darkened, inwardly cursing his fate. A nameless fury blazed within his chest. He had envisioned himself as a stealthy cheetah, lurking in the shadows, poised to deliver a fatal blow to Li Xiangyi when the moment was ripe. Yet now, his identity had been prematurely unveiled, shattering all his meticulously laid plans. Drawing in a deep breath, he endeavored to suppress his rising ire and compel himself to regain composure. At this juncture, rage and regret were futile. He needed to devise a counter-strategy post-haste. Sure Shui, it has been many years since we last met. Your whipsmanship has undoubtedly improved, though your gaze leaves much to be desired, Dan Gudao remarked, his tone laced with unabashed derision as he flexed his wrist. Sure Shui's heart felt as if it had been turned upside down, a tumult of complex emotions swirling within her, rendering her momentarily speechless. They had all witnessed Dan Gudao's corpse, had confirmed it. Initially, she had dismissed the rumors of the shattered void as secret arts and the sect leader as feigned demise, but the assertion that the leader had not perished, combined with Wan's claim of having seen him with her own eyes, had compelled her to come to Shuiyu town. Now, however, everything left her utterly bewildered. Who exactly are you? Sure Shui tightened her grip on the long whip, eyeing Dan Gudao warily, her voice sharp with inquiry. Are you truly Dan Gudao? Did you not die? Die, who claims I am dead? Dan Gudao retorted with a chilling smile. I merely sought to live differently. Live differently? Sure Shui was about to press further when a sudden commotion erupted within the crowd, accompanied by gasps and shrieks. A chill ran down her spine. Before she could comprehend the unfolding events, a fierce gust of sword wind whipped past her ear, tousling her hair and producing a piercing shriek as the blade sliced through the air. A glimmering light flashed as it surged toward Dan Gudao. Clearly taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, Dan Gudao reacted swiftly, narrowly evading the lethal strike by pivoting aside. In an instant, he countered with his own blade, clashing against the sword with a resounding crack, sending it careening away. The sword, cast back into the air, spun gracefully, reflecting the cool moonlight. The onlookers, still reeling from shock, stared blankly in the direction the sword had flown, only to behold it being caught with a steady grip by an elongated, powerful hand. It was then that they recognized the familiar figure, clad in white garments that gleamed like freshly fallen snow. He stood tall upon the eaves, his expression austere. It was none other than Li Shangyi. The radiant moonlight cascaded down, enveloping him in a luminous sheen, rendering him almost ethereal. Li Shangyi slightly inclined his head, the tassels on his sword sheath swaying gently in the breeze, producing a crisp sound. He did not draw his sword but remained motionless, akin to a statue, exuding an icy aura. Only the reddening of his eyes betrayed the tumultuous emotions surging within him. His gaze bore into Dan Gudao with intensity, his lips pressed tightly together, silent yet radiating an overwhelming pressure that left the onlookers breathless. Li Shangyi's sudden appearance silenced the once boisterous crowd in an instant. All eyes, including Dan Gudao's, were fixed upon him, as if time itself had come to a standstill in that moment. Chapter 63 The Lotus Pavilion. The surroundings were so silent that one could hear a pin drop, with only the white hem of Li Shangyi's garment fluttering in the wind, reminiscent of a flag waving to herald an impending storm. It was Dan Gudao who first shattered the suffocating silence. He gazed at Li Shangyi, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Your swordsmanship, dear junior, remains as swift and unexpected as ever. He paused, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. After 2 years apart, it seems we are both still alive. Li Shangyi paid no heed to his jibes, staring intently at him instead, his gaze a tumultuous blend of shock, anger, and sorrow, emotions intertwining to render him momentarily speechless. Noticing the silence, Dan Gudao continued, shouldn't we find a place to celebrate this occasion? He deliberately emphasized the word celebrate, his tone dripping with provocation. Finally, Li Shangyi moved. He leaped down from the eaves, landing steadily before Dan Gudao, yet remained silent, his reddened eyes scanning him up and down as if trying to etch the figure of his elder brother into his memory, confirming that the man standing before him was indeed his senior. What's this? After 2 years apart, does the junior not recognize his elder brother? Dan Gudao taunted, his tone laced with derision. Or are you simply surprised that I am still alive? Li Shangyi remained mute, his eyes only growing redder as he tightened his grip on his sword, the whiteness of his knuckles betraying the tumult within him. Dan Gudao, sensing Li Shangyi's turmoil, felt a surge of satisfaction. He took a step closer, invading Li Shangyi's space, and enunciated each word with deliberate clarity. Is it not heartbreaking to have been deceived for so long by someone you deemed unworthy? He reached out, attempting to pat Li Shangyi's shoulder, but the latter sidestepped away. What's this? Are you afraid of me? Dan Gudao scoffed, didn't you believe that 4 Gui men could do without anyone, but not without you? Where has your courage vanished? Li Shangyi's throat constricted, as if he were swallowing a searing ember. The pain rendered his once clear voice hoarse and deep. He trembled, his lips quivering, as a solitary tear traced a glistening path down his cheek under the moonlight. Why, he managed to force out, each word saturated with profound sorrow and rage, resounding starkly in the stillness of the night. Why? Dan Gudao erupted into laughter, as though he had heard the most amusing jest. Li Shangyi, look at you now. You wonder why. I, on the other hand, wish to ask you why. He abruptly ceased his laughter, his features contorting with resentment as he ground out through clenched teeth. We entered the masteress tutelage together, yet throughout our lives, his eyes have only ever rested upon you. Everything you did was right. While I could do nothing without incurring his ire, you effortlessly received his praise, while I labored tirelessly for naught but a fleeting glance of approval. The fervor in Dan Gudao's voice escalated with each utterance, as if he sought to expel the resentment that had festered within him for years. Once a disciple, forever a father. I practiced relentlessly each day, driven by the desire to surpass you, to prove myself worthy in his sight, but what have I gained? All I received was rebuke, never a thought for my feelings, never recognition as his disciple. He pointed an accusatory finger at Li Shangyi, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. What I longed for, you acquired with ease, while I could never hope to attain it. Do you know that feeling? He inhaled deeply, his voice tinged with desolation. Even in the face of death, my thoughts were consumed by you. Li Shangyi's eyes widened in disbelief, and he blurted, what did you say? The news of their master's passing struck him like a bolt from the blue, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Their master had always been robust. How could he have passed away so suddenly? He found it impossible to accept, let alone believe. Dan Gudao's words pierced him like a dagger, suggesting that there were darker truths behind their master's death, implicating his own elder brother in the tragedy. Why do you doubt? Dan Gudao observed the shock etched on Li Shangyi's face, a flicker of vindictive pleasure igniting within him, his tone dripping with scorn. What did you do to our master? Li Shangyi's gaze burned fiercely, fixing on Dan Gudao, his voice thick with suppressed rage, each syllable seeming to be forcefully extracted from between clenched teeth. It was merely informing him that you, Li Shangyi, were ensnared by the Golden Mandarin Alliance in the East Sea, trapped between life and death. Dan Gudao replied nonchalantly, as though discussing a trivial matter. He paused, a cruel smile curling at his lips. Unfortunately, our master was in the midst of a critical retreat. Upon learning that his most cherished disciple was in peril, his heart turned to fire, and he fell prey to his own powers. His own powers rebounded upon him. Li Shangyi gritted through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse with anguish and fury. You are truly despicable. Our master cherished you dearly, Dan Gudao continued. Upon realizing you were in danger, he disregarded his own injuries to bestow upon me his entire life's energy, hoping to save you. And what became of him, left to wither away in the end, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Dan Gudao erupted into laughter, a sound rife with sorrow and despair. Tears streamed down Li Shangyi's face as he shut his eyes tightly, the gentle visage of his master surfacing before him, along with the teachings and affection bestowed upon him. Each memory flashed through his mind, the agony of his heart feeling as though it were being torn asunder. Our master sacrificed himself to save me, only to fall victim to your treachery. He opened his eyes with a sudden ferocity, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixating on Dan Gudao, demanding, why? Even if you harbor hatred for me, our lives were saved by him. Our master and mistress have shown us boundless grace. Why would you not spare even our master? All of this is, of course, because of you, because of your arrogance and disdain for others. Dan Gudao's voice grew louder, resonating with fervor, and now, I possess our master's lifelong power, it is rightfully mine. Li Shangyi inhaled deeply, struggling to suppress the sorrow and fury swelling within him, and declared with steely resolve, a traitor to our master, I shall surely avenge him today. Chapter 64. The Lotus Pavilion. As the words fell, Li Shangyi's figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, his hand gripping the long sword, veins bulging, charging straight towards Shan Gudao. The blade sliced through the air, emitting a piercing whistle, its tip aimed directly at Shan Gudao's throat, a chilling aura of death seemingly freezing the surrounding atmosphere. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Shan Gudao did not dare to underestimate his opponent. With a furious roar, he swung his long knife to meet the attack. In an instant, the interplay of sword and knife created a dazzling display of light and sparks, the two figures moving and colliding rapidly in mid-air, the powerful waves of internal energy causing the rooftops nearby to tremble. Li Shangyi struck with precision, each move targeting vital points, ruthless and unrelenting, as if intent on tearing Shan Gudao to shreds. Meanwhile, Shan Gudao relied on his agility to narrowly evade Li Shangyi's onslaught, all the while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Shi Shuai, initially perched on the same rooftop as them, witnessed the fierce clash and, fearing accidental injury, hastily leaped to the ground. It was then that she noticed, quite unexpectedly, that the people from Baichuan Courtyard had also arrived, standing at the periphery of the crowd, observing the duel with keen interest. The onlookers, previously engrossed in the spectacle, were suddenly stirred by a loud voice exclaiming, "What on earth is happening here?" Indeed, I too am baffled as to how this conflict erupted. The crowd erupted into a flurry of discussions, as if a kettle had boiled over. Ah, what a rare and momentous performance this is. I never anticipated being fortunate enough to witness it today, exclaimed a burly man with a thick beard, brimming with excitement. Isn't that the case nowadays? It seems that people revel in chaos, chimed in a diminutive man beside him, nodding in agreement. Amidst the confusion, a bewildered onlooker scratched his head and inquired, aren't those the leader of the Li sect and his senior brother, why are they fighting? At that moment, a storyteller emerged from the crowd, fanning himself leisurely, and began to explain, you are unaware of the circumstances. Allow me to elaborate. Clearing his throat, he continued, it is said that the leader of the Li sect possesses extraordinary talent and unparalleled martial prowess, whereas his senior brother is of mediocre ability, perpetually overshadowed. Over time, it is only natural that resentment would brew within him. Indeed, the human heart is most fragile when subjected to comparison, interjected a member of the crowd. The storyteller nodded, proceeding, this senior brother, consumed by jealousy of the leader's gifts, believed that their master favored Li. Thus, he contrived a scheme of feigned death, deliberately allowing his body to be seized by the Jin Yuan Alliance, igniting a fierce conflict between the Sigu sect and the Jin Yuan Alliance, while he took the opportunity to eliminate their master. What? Such a thing occurred? The crowd gasped in astonishment. What of the Li sect leader? Was he aware? Someone asked anxiously. The storyteller clapped his fan, exclaiming, the leader of the Li sect, a man of deep loyalty, remained oblivious, believing his brother truly perished, tirelessly searching for his whereabouts. Little did he know he would encounter him here today and uncover the truth that his master had been slain by his own brother. How could he not be filled with rage? Now it all makes sense. One can know a person's face but never their heart, the crowd collectively realized. Surely the legendary method of shattering the void cannot be a fabrication? Alas, it seems so, leaving us with nothing but disappointment, murmured the crowd, expressions etched with disillusionment. Hush, keep your voices down. Do not disturb these two masters in combat, admonished a swordsman in a low tone. This fellow is quite right, let us focus on witnessing the duel. Chapter 65 of the Lotus Tower. In the hands of Li Xiangyi, the sword resembled a silver serpent, tracing frigid arcs through the air as it sought the vital points of Shan Gudao. With each thrust he executed, a fierce wind surged forth, accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing air, as if he intended to rend Shan Gudao into fragments. The relentless assault forced Shan Gudao into a retreat, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his heart a tumult of astonishment and rage. As he clumsily evaded Li Xiangyi's onslaught, he could not help but roar in disbelief. Impossible, you have been poisoned by the green tea toxin, there is no way you could still be so sprightly. A cold smirk played on Li Xiangyi's lips, yet his movements remained unhurried. With a flick of his wrist, the sword's brilliance danced like a frenzied silver serpent, unpredictable and vicious, leaving Shan Gudao utterly defenseless. Shan Gudao was overwhelmed by the blinding silver light and the oppressive sword aura, the sharp whistling sound ringing in his ears, disorienting him and instilling a deep sense of dread. Why are you? Shan Gudao's words were once again interrupted by Li Xiangyi's fierce assault. Caught off guard, he was struck in the chest by a powerful kick from Li Xiangyi, sending him tumbling to the ground in a desperate attempt to evade further harm. Confusion swirled within him, a cacophony of thoughts racing through his mind. Wasn't Li Xiangyi poisoned? How could he possibly be unscathed? Could he have found an antidote? These tangled speculations only served to heighten Shan Gudao's anxiety, leading to increasingly erratic movements filled with glaring flaws. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiangyi pressed his advantage, the sword flashing like lightning as it struck repeatedly at Shan Gudao's shoulder, wrist, and knee, blood spurting forth and staining the ground crimson. With a pained shriek, Shan Gudao's long knife clattered to the earth, and he collapsed, unable to rise again. His eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on Li Xiangyi as though he were some monstrous apparition. With venomous fury, he glared at Li Xiangyi, his voice hoarse with incredulity. How can this be? How are you unharmed? Li Xiangyi stood with his sword at rest, looking down upon him, a mocking curve to his lips. Do you truly believe that the mere green tea toxin could claim my life? The toxin was said to be incurable. How could it be that Li Xiangyi was unfazed? Shan Gudao struggled to rise, but the movement aggravated his wounds, eliciting a muffled groan as he fell back to the ground. There is yet to be anything in this world that can take the life of Li Xiangyi, he coldly interrupted, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Impossible, I refuse to believe it. Shan Gudao shook his head, muttering in a frenzied manner, as if trying to convince himself while simultaneously seeking an answer. Li Xiangyi's words struck him like a bolt of lightning, severing the last thread of hope within his heart. He could neither accept nor believe that all his painstaking schemes had been so effortlessly dismantled. Despair and rage twisted his features, and a sudden realization struck him. He lifted his gaze, his eyes aflame with a deep-seated resentment and jealousy. It must be your master. He must have secretly imparted some profound technique to you, allowing you to emerge unscathed. In his mind, Li Xiangyi's survival was a testament to his master's favoritism, believing that the antidote or some superior martial arts manual had been clandestinely bestowed upon him. Yes, it must be so. My master has always favored you, teaching you everything while treating me as an outsider. Shan Gudao's emotions escalated, his voice becoming shrill as he clung to this notion like a lifeline, repeatedly asserting it in hopes of convincing himself and eliciting acknowledgement from Li Xiangyi. My master has never favored anyone, Li Xiangyi replied calmly, his tone even. He has imparted his teachings impartially to both of us. Impartially? Ah! Shan Gudao erupted into a maniacal laugh, hacking and coughing, blood spilling from his lips, rendering him a ghastly sight. If that were true, how could you have so easily defeated me? Defeating you is hardly a challenge, Li Xiangyi stated with unwavering composure, as if discussing a trivial matter. In the past, I merely indulged your weaknesses. Now, I shall apply the first lesson imparted by our master. Cleansing the door. Chapter 66, the Lotus Pavilion. The onlookers from the martial world had never witnessed such a spectacle. Each individual was rendered speechless, engaging in animated discussions as if a kettle had boiled over. Ah, my good fellow, you are well versed in worldly matters. Can you enlighten us on what transpired? A burly man scratched his head, perplexed, and inquired of those nearby. What is this poison of the emerald tea? Is it truly formidable? Another slight figure, caught off guard by the question, was merely a bystander, lacking any knowledge of the matter at hand. He could only shake his head in bewilderment. I have no idea. I've not heard of it before, but it certainly sounds lethal. You don't know? Then what are you doing here, mingling in the excitement? The burly man shot him a disapproving glance and turned to others. Brother, do you happen to know about this emerald tea poison? The individual addressed wore a similarly perplexed expression, shaking his head to indicate he, too, was in the dark. Some slower-witted individuals, unable to grasp the situation, turned to a storyteller nearby, anxiously imploring, "Excuse me, sir, could you elucidate what is happening here?" The storyteller, evidently taken aback by the sudden turn of events, adjusted his hat and stroked his beard before regaining composure. The emerald tea poison is a notorious toxin in the martial realm, he began, or so the tales say. It is colorless and tasteless, and those who fall victim to it, what happens to the afflicted? The crowd, now intrigued, pressed him for details. The storyteller, feigning an air of mystery, paused deliberately and lowered his voice. Those afflicted will suffer from rotting joints and decaying flesh within a month, unless one possesses extraordinary internal strength to expel the poison. Otherwise, an ordinary person will not survive beyond a month. A collective gasp echoed among the spectators, their gazes towards Li Xiangyi now transformed, brimming with sympathy and lamentation. So it was, the emerald tea poison held such potency. It must be due to the profound internal power of the leader of the Li sect that he remained unscathed. Wang Lianhua had already embedded several accomplices within the crowd, who now wore expressions of feigned concern, joining in the collective realization. Indeed, it must be that Li Xiangyi is favored by fate, allowing him to escape peril, one accomplice echoed. Yet, questions lingered about how Li Xiangyi fell prey to such treachery. It was truly disheartening, one accomplice feigned sorrow. Indeed, who could be so depraved? Others chimed in, their voices laced with mock indignation. To have poisoned Li Xiangyi, it must surely be someone from within, another conspirator remarked cryptically, successfully diverting the crowd's attention elsewhere. What? Someone from within? Could there be a traitor in the former Si Gu men? The mere suggestion ignited a frenzy of speculation among the crowd, and their whispers erupted into a cacophony of accusations. In mere moments, the collective gaze of suspicion shifted towards the members of Baichuan Courtyard. Those originally standing quietly at the periphery now found themselves thrust into the spotlight, as if seated upon a judgment throne, subjected to scrutiny from all directions. Xiao Wanwan had been a passive listener, but upon hearing the words from within, her brows furrowed sharply, a wave of unease washing over her. She abruptly turned to her companions, her almond-shaped eyes wide with disbelief. What poison? Xiangyi has been poisoned. How was I not informed of this? Her voice trembled slightly with shock, tinged with a sense of helplessness and confusion. Upon hearing Xiao Wanwan's words, others became even more convinced of their suspicions, their gazes towards the members of Baichuan Courtyard now laced with doubt. Yes, what is truly going on? A stout man bellowed, his jowls quivering with agitation as if trying to penetrate the truth behind the members of Baichuan. Could it be that those from the former Si Gu men were indeed the poisoners? A sharp voice sliced through the crowd, dripping with malice, as if it had already determined that the blame lay with Baichuan Courtyard. This accusation struck Xiao Wanwan like a dagger to the heart, plunging the members of Baichuan into an excruciatingly awkward predicament. It is highly plausible. Consider, who else but someone from within would have the opportunity to poison the sect leader? Meanwhile, the one who knew the truth, Shi Shui, glared at Yin Bishou, his heart ablaze with fury, almost compelled to seize another's sword and strike. Chapter 67 of the Lotus Tower. Ah, why is Director Shi casting his gaze upon Yin Bishou? One of the instigators exclaimed, feigning surprise while pointing dramatically in Yin Bishou's direction. His voice, sharp and piercing, sliced through the already tense atmosphere, instantly capturing the attention of many. Indeed, that look in his eyes seems as if he is ready to devour someone, another conspirator echoed, joining in the uproar, as he exaggeratedly mimicked Shi Shui's earlier expression, his features contorted as if he had encountered something truly terrifying. Could it be that the poisoner is none other than Yin Bishou? The first instigator lowered his voice, pretending to be mysterious, successfully diverting everyone's gaze towards Yin Bishou. Listening to the discussions around her, Xiao Wanwan felt a flicker of doubt arise within her, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Following Shi Shui's line of sight to Yin Bishou, she noticed him with his head bowed, his once upright posture now slightly hunched, his expression dimmed as if he were silently acquiescing to something. A sudden heaviness sank in Xiao Wanwan's heart, a chill racing from her toes to the crown of her head. She parted her lips, intending to inquire, but was interrupted by Yin Bishou. Yin Bishou slowly lifted his head, casting a gaze laden with complexity upon Xiao Wanwan, his eyes brimming with anguish and deep-seated guilt. Ultimately, he wearily shook his head and spoke in a subdued tone. It is I who have harmed the sect leader. What? Xiao Wanwan was momentarily struck dumb, as if struck by lightning, her entire being frozen in disbelief. Witnessing this, Ji Hanfo hurriedly attempted to prevent Yin Bishou from continuing. Bishou, you mustn't yet. Yin Bishou resolutely interrupted him, raising his head with determination, his gaze unwavering, and his tone imbued with finality. There is no need for further words. I am indeed the sinner. It was I who harmed the sect leader, this is the truth, and I must step forward to bear the responsibility. Ji Hanfo wished to say more, but was halted by the resolve in Yin Bichou's eyes. He recognized the unwavering determination within him and understood he could no longer deter him. Sighing helplessly, Ji Hanfo shut his eyes, filled with resignation and sorrow. He realized that Yin Bishou was seeking redemption in his own manner. Taking a deep breath, Yin Bishou faced the crowd and proclaimed with clarity, indeed, it was I who administered the poison of Bicha. I have wronged the sect leader, wronged the Si Guomen, and I am willing to accept any punishment. At this declaration, the crowd erupted in chaos, voices rising in a cacophony of accusations hurled at Yin Bishou, as if they had seized upon the weakness of a righteous hero, fervently assailing him. The shouts of insults and inquiries surged like a tempest, engulfing Yin Bishou. All of this was keenly observed by Shan Gudao and Li Xiangyi atop the platform. Shan Gudao, witnessing Yin Bichou's confession, erupted into laughter, pointing mockingly at Li Xiangyi. Ha, junior brother, behold, this is your most trusted ally. In the end, has he not betrayed you? Li Xiangyi remained silent, merely observing the farce below with a complex array of emotions in his eyes. Noticing Li Xiangyi's lack of reaction, Shan Gudao's smile gradually faded, he clenched his teeth, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes, and continued to taunt, and do you think this means you have triumphed over me? How naive you are, junior brother. Subsequently, Shan Gudao trembled as he retrieved a smoke signal from his bosom. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangyi turned his gaze towards the smoke signal, recognizing it as Shan Gudao's distress signal. However, Li Xiangyi showed no fear, he merely cast a calm glance at Shan Gudao, offering no indication of intent to prevent him from igniting the signal. The crowd, previously engaged in denouncing Yin Bishou, became captivated by Shan Gudao's laughter, turning their attention towards the rooftop. As they absorbed his words, unrest began to ripple through the throng, fear etched upon many faces as they realized a greater tempest was about to unfold. Could it be that Shan Gudao has reinforcements? Someone whispered, their voice trembling. Will we be swept into this conflict? Another voiced anxiously. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and even the timid began to quietly retreat, contemplating an early departure. Chapter 68. The Lotus Tower. As night gradually descended, it enveloped the surroundings like a vast, black curtain, obscuring the light of the stars and moon. The once brilliantly illuminated Shueyuan now lay shrouded in scattered flickers of light, reminiscent of fireflies swaying in the wind, appearing particularly feeble. The onlookers from the martial world, who had initially gathered to witness the spectacle, had largely fled in fear, leaving only the bolder souls to hide in the shadows, no longer daring to act with the same reckless abandon as before. They huddled in small groups beneath eaves and in corners, peeking cautiously to observe the unfolding situation, anxious not to miss any thrilling moments, yet equally fearful of being swept into the fray. The disciples of Baichuan Courtyard, however, remained steadfast, inspired by Shi Shui's impassioned rhetoric, each filled with righteous indignation, armed and prepared to fight alongside Li Xiangyi. Nevertheless, the reinforcements that Dan Guda yearned for had yet to materialize. Only he and Li Xiangyi stood defiant against the night wind on the rooftop. As the cool breeze swept through, it brought a chill that seeped into Dan Guda's heart. Will anyone still come? A figure hiding in the shadows quietly inquired of a burly man nearby. I don't know, Dan Guda, where are your people? Why haven't they arrived? A brave onlooker from the darkness shouted towards Dan Guda on the rooftop. Could it be that they are afraid and do not dare to come to your aid? Dan Guda's face turned ashen as he incredulously scanned the desolate surroundings, the echo of the earlier voice reverberating in the stillness of the night. Ha, Dan Guda, it seems you have exhausted your tricks. Another voice emerged from the crowd. Do you truly believe that your meager skills can defeat Li Xiangyi? The fearful onlookers, witnessing Dan Guda's prolonged wait for reinforcements, chimed in unison. Indeed, Dan Guda, you might as well surrender. Impossible. I have already sent out the signal. They cannot fail to come to my rescue, he declared through gritted teeth, a hint of panic lacing his voice. Trembling, he retrieved another signal smoke from his bosom and ignited it. The crimson flame illuminated his contorted face, rendering it particularly grotesque, yet, even as the smoke burned away, no one appeared. In despair, he shut his eyes and muttered, this cannot be. Li Xiangyi regarded Dan Guda's desolation with an unperturbed heart, viewing him merely as a wall that had collapsed under pressure, a lost cause. He spoke with a calm voice, which resonated distinctly in the quiet night. Dan Guda, I shall escort you back to Yunin Mountain, where you will pay your respects to your master at his grave. With that, Li Xiangyi grasped Dan Guda's shoulder, preparing to lead him away. Upon witnessing this, Shi Shui felt a pang of anxiety, and without a moment's hesitation, stepped forward, calling out with a quavering voice, Master. At the sound of Shi Shui's plea, Li Xiangyi paused, slowly turning his gaze towards her. His expression remained serene, as inscrutable as a bottomless lake, concealing his true emotions. The four guards had ceased to exist, and Li Xiangyi's voice, though soft, reached the ears of everyone present with clarity. As for me, as the master, I no longer require existence. Xiao Wanwan was already in tears, choking back sobs as she reached out, yearning to grasp something, yet her hand fell helplessly back down. Chapter 69. The Lotus Pavilion. The voice of Xiao Wanwan trembled with a hint of sorrow, piercing through the stillness of the night with remarkable clarity. Upon hearing her call, Li Xiangyi felt a shiver run through him, as if a delicate string had been gently plucked. Instinctively, his gaze fell upon Xiao Wanwan. She stood amidst the crowd, her tear-filled eyes blurred, appearing particularly pitiful under the flickering firelight. Biting her lip, she seemed to strive to suppress her grief, yet tears continued to cascade down her cheeks unabated. Xiao Wanwan raised her trembling hand, as if yearning to reach out to him, but it fell helplessly back down. A1, do not cry. Li Xiangyi found himself unable to contain his desire to offer her solace, yet he recognized that the moment was far from appropriate. Taking a deep breath, he swallowed the words that had risen to his lips, transforming all his pain and concern into a mere sigh. Xiangyi, do not abandon me, Xiao Wanwan choked out, her tears blurring her vision. She could not discern Li Xiangyi's face, only a vague silhouette, and a profound fear gripped her heart. Fear that this figure would vanish, fear of losing him once more. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from afar, interrupting Li Xiangyi's thoughts and sending a tremor through Xiao Wanwan's heart. Master! The instant the voice rang out, it captured the attention of all present, with the onlookers of the martial world turning to glimpse the identity of the newcomer. A figure clad in dark garments appeared, the fabric rustling in the night breeze, with a belt of the same hue cinching his slender waist, accentuating his tall stature. He lightly tapped the eaves with the tips of his feet, gracefully navigating over the crowd before alighting steadily behind Dan Gudao. Li Xiangyi recognized at once that the visitor was none other than his disciple, Han Yi. However, his expression was austere, his gaze sharp, resembling a drawn sword exuding an icy aura, markedly different from his usual demeanor. Li Xiangyi's eyes meticulously scanned Han Yi, from his somewhat disheveled hair to the sleeves of his attire, which were a shade darker than the fabric itself, finally resting on Han Yi's hands. The dark crimson stain of blood, illuminated by the moonlight, stood out glaringly, as if silently narrating a fierce struggle. You have engaged in a confrontation? Li Xiangyi inquired in a hushed tone. Han Yi did not respond immediately, he merely cast a silent glance at Li Xiangyi before slightly tilting his head, his gaze sweeping over Dan Gudao, who lay crumpled on the ground like a lost dog, eventually landing on Xiao Wanwan in the distance. He then averted his eyes, speaking softly to Li Xiangyi, Master, do what you must, there is no need to worry about me, I shall simply take him back. With that, Han Yi inhaled deeply, detecting the strong scent of blood emanating from Dan Gudao. Frowning, he bent down, swiftly sealing Dan Gudao's acupoints with a flick of his hand, then hoisted him onto his shoulder as if carrying a mere sack of goods. As for your earlier inquiry, I will explain everything upon your return, he added. Li Shangyi regarded his disciple, now capable of standing on his own, with a mix of emotions swirling within him that he understood Han Ye's intention and recognized the path he needed to take. Turning to glance at Xiao Wanwan, he opened his mouth, yet no words escaped. Noticing this, Han Ye gently patted Li Shangyi's shoulder, urging, "Master, do not leave behind any regrets." With that, Han Ye did not linger, leaping away with Dan Gudao in tow, disappearing into the shadows of the night. Chapter 70 of the Lotus Pavilion. Han Ye carried the solitary blade of Dan Gudao back to the small courtyard. The weight of the blade jostled upon his shoulder, leaving him feeling as though his bones might shatter. He had been acupointed, his entire body ached and tingled, rendering him immobile. Any attempt to struggle was futile, as he possessed not an ounce of strength, and could only submit to Han Ye's grasp, akin to a butchered pig. The cool night breeze filled Dan Gudao's nostrils, carrying with it a lang of earth and grass, laced with a faint metallic scent. His own blood. Internally, he lamented his plight, yet no sound escaped his lips, and he could only mentally curse Han Ye's ancestors from top to bottom. Upon entering the courtyard, Han Ye immediately spotted a man clad in grey short attire, languidly leaning against the corridor, casually cracking sunflower seeds, the shells strewn about like confetti. "Li Mu!" Han Ye called out, his voice reverberating through the stillness of the courtyard. Upon hearing his name, Li Mu ceased his idle pastime, nonchalantly stowing the remaining seeds, shells and all, into his pocket. He then straightened, brushing off the remnants of the seeds from his hands before turning to face Han Ye. In the dim light, Li Mu recognized Han Ye and instantly adopted a demeanor of respect, bowing slightly with cupped fists. "Young Master Han." With little regard, Han Ye unceremoniously dropped Dan Gudao to the ground, the thud resonating dully. "Take him to the bamboo house outside the town, and lock him up with that group. Keep a watchful eye, ensure he does not perish, nor allow them to escape." Li Mu cast a glance at the fallen Dan Gudao, his gaze lingering momentarily, devoid of any emotion, as if he were merely observing a stone by the roadside. He acknowledged with a nod, swiftly bending down to grasp Dan Gudao by the waist, while his other hand supported the bend of his leg, effortlessly hoisting him onto his shoulder. With a few agile strides, he vanished into the shadows of the night. Han Ye clapped his hands, brushing off non-existent dust from his garments, before striding into the courtyard. As he traversed the covered walkway, he soon spotted Wang Lianhua seated beside a stone table, her crimson attire fluttering gently in the night breeze, resembling a flickering flame. She held a cup of tea, savoring it with an air of elegance, seemingly indifferent to her surroundings. Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Lianhua set down her cup, her slender fingers lightly tapping the table, producing a crisp sound. She lifted her gaze to Han Ye, a faint smile playing on her lips, eyes glinting with a mix of jest and mockery. "Ah, is this not our great hero, young Master Han? What brings you back so soon?" She deliberately elongated her tone, lacing her words with a hint of playful derision, as if commenting on a trivial matter. "I had thought you would need to engage in another bout with Dan Gudao before returning." Recognizing her teasing manner, Han Ye quickly donned a smile in an attempt to curry favor. "I charged in precisely because you were present, and besides, your men were stationed nearby, which emboldened me to act." As he spoke, he scrutinized Wang Lianhua's expression, hoping for her approval. However, she merely regarded him with a bemused smile, offering no response to his attempts at flattery. "Is that so? Are my men merely your reinforcements?" she inquired, her tone still light, yet laced with an edge as her gaze lingered on Han Ye before she slowly articulated, "They are merely spectators." Han Ye's ingratiating smile faltered momentarily, only to be replaced by an even more radiant grin as he settled beside Wang Lianhua. "Then if they were to engage in a brawl, it would surely lack excitement. I could serve as the martial stand-in, what do you think?" Martial stand-in, now that is a novel term. Wang Lianhua chuckled softly, deftly pivoting her wrist to deftly restrain Han Ye's hand as he reached for the teapot. "Enough of your antics. You ought not to linger here," she remarked, her brow slightly furrowing as she waved her hand as if to dispel an unwelcome scent. "The odor on you has completely overshadowed my flowers." Chapter 71. The Lotus Pavilion. On the following morning, as the sun unveiled its golden edge, a few melodious birdsongs stirred the slumbering courtyard awake. The cobblestone courtyard, bathed in the soft golden hues of dawn, appeared particularly tranquil. Upon pushing open the courtyard door, the disguised Li Lianhua instinctively inhaled deeply, savoring the air imbued with the dewy freshness of morning, intertwined with a faint, elusive floral fragrance that uplifted the spirit. Upon his return, he was greeted by the sight of two figures, one clad in red and the other in white. Han Ye lounged lazily in a grand armchair, idly twirling a folding fan, his crimson attire radiating brilliantly in the morning light. He occasionally unfurled the fan with a gentle flick, or tapped the armrest of the chair lightly, exuding an air of leisure and contentment. Meanwhile, Li Shangyi, dressed in garments as white as snow, sat upright at a stone table, cradling a cup of tea, seemingly engrossed in listening to Han Ye's words. Observing this scene, Li Lianhua felt an indescribable strangeness. Anyone entering the courtyard to see their past self attentively listening to their disciple would surely find it disconcerting. "What are you two doing?" he could not help but inquire, his voice tinged with curiosity and bewilderment. Upon hearing the commotion, Han Ye promptly rose from his chair, warmly welcoming, "Master, you have returned, please, take a seat." As he spoke, he picked up the teapot that had been prepared on the table, pouring a cup of tea and presenting it to Li Lianhua. Li Lianhua accepted the teacup, gazing at the tea for a moment, even bringing it to his nose for a careful sniff, before earnestly questioning the one who had poured it for him, "Is this tea poisoned?" "Master, what nonsense are you speaking?" Han Ye feigned indignation, reaching to take the teacup from Li Lianhua's hand. "Your disciple is not like Yun Bishio, a heartless person who would poison you. Li Lianhua, maintaining his composure, gently set the teacup down on the table, deftly evading Han Ye's outstretched hand with emotion. My disciple would not, but you might, he remarked. Master, why do you say such things? Am I not your disciple? Han Ye pretended to sulk, pouting as he looked at Li Lianhua with innocent eyes, attempting to feign sincerity. Li Xiangyi, unable to endure Han Ye's exaggerated antics any longer, turned his head away, adopting an expression of unfamiliarity. Strangely, it was Li Lianhua who seemed unperturbed, even beginning to accept this new persona of someone. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of a playful smile gracing his lips, as he leisurely lifted the teacup, gently blowing on the floating tea leaves, before nonchalantly agreeing, you speak truly. You are now my disciple. Seeing that Li Lianhua had finally embraced his persona, Han Ye retracted his sulky expression and began to speak earnestly. Master, this is. He gestured toward the white-clad youth beside him, pausing deliberately as if straining to recall something. Li Lianhua, playing along, set down the teacup and turned to the white-clad youth, feigning confusion as he asked, who might this be? This is. Han Ye pretended to ponder for a moment before slapping his forehead in epiphany, exclaiming, I've remembered. This is Li Xiangyi, the young hero I just met. Li Xiaojun is exceptionally talented, although he still has 2 years before his coming-of-age ceremony, he is already renowned throughout the realm. Han Ye began to extol Li Xiangyi's heroic deeds with great fervor. With each word he spoke, Li Xiangyi nodded in tacit agreement, his expression radiating just the right amount of confidence, as if every word Han Ye uttered was the absolute truth. Of course, these tales were entirely fabricated. And my master is truly remarkable, he is the best in the world. At this point, Han Ye lowered his voice intentionally, adopting an air of mystery. Moreover, this young hero Li has only recently been released by his master, allowing him to traverse the realm so openly in this attire. Li Lianhua had been listening while casually sipping his tea, occasionally offering affirmations to indicate his attentiveness. However, upon hearing this, he paused slightly, his hand gripping the teacup, halting for a moment. He glanced at the loquacious Han Ye, then at Li Xiangyi, nearly choking on the double entendre of the remark. What, are you two putting on this act to implicate me? Yet, in the end, Li Lianhua nodded, indicating he had committed this persona of Li Xiangyi to memory. Although he had remembered, it did not imply that Li Lianhua would adhere to the script. He set down the teacup and casually inquired, why have I not seen Wang Lianhua today? Where is she? Before Han Ye could respond, a woman clad in white emerged from the room, her movements graceful and alluring, a charming smile gracing her lips as she sweetly remarked, so it turns out the gentleman has been thinking of me. Li Lianhua fell silent, having initially presumed that Han Ye was Wang Lianhua and Li Xiangyi was Han Ye. Now, who did this newly appeared figure represent? Chapter 72 The Lotus Pavilion. The moment the woman appeared, Li Lianhua was enveloped by a familiar scent of cosmetics, a fragrance so sweet and cloying that it made him involuntarily frown. Are you? He ventured to inquire, gazing at the woman before him. The woman in white trembled slightly at his words, reminiscent of a white lotus swaying in the wind, evoking a sense of compassion. The alluring smile that once adorned her face faded instantly, leaving her pallid as parchment. Her eyes, observable to the naked eye, swiftly reddened, and 2 crystalline tears began to swirl in her eyes, as if they were on the verge of cascading down, a sight that tugged at one's heartstrings. She bit her lower lip delicately, striving to suppress her emotions, attempting to prevent the flood of tears, yet, ultimately, she could not hold back. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and as they glistened, 2 pearly droplets rolled down her fair cheeks, trembling slightly at her exquisite chin, finally falling onto her pristine collar, leaving a small damp mark. The tears soaked the peony patterns on her attire, enhancing her already pitiable allure. With a slight lift of her chin, she gazed at Li Lianhua with an expression of utter vulnerability, her eyes filled with grievance and bewilderment. In a voice tinged with a hint of a sob, she softly implored, My lord, how could you forget me after just one night apart? The sound sent a shiver down Li Lianhua's spine. With a familiar tone, familiar intonations, and familiar mannerisms, Li Lianhua was suddenly reminded of the past, whereby Lianhua, with tears like rain, would lament his callousness. He instinctively leaned back, attempting to distance himself from the woman, only to realize that his actions were perceived by her as a desperate attempt to evade. No, he could not allow Wang Lianhua to lead him by the nose this time. Regaining his composure, he endeavored to appear more sincere. He set down his teacup, leaned slightly forward, and locked his gaze onto the woman in white, speaking as gently as he could. How could I forget you? Of course, I remember you. Upon hearing this, the tears in her eyes almost ceased, though the corners of her eyes still glistened with moisture. She regarded Li Lianhua with a gaze imbued with melancholy, inquiring, Then why do you not call me by my name? Li Lianhua felt a chill at the sight of her expression. A sudden spark of inspiration struck him, and he tentatively called out, Xiaohua? Regardless of whether it was Lianhua, or Xiaohua, addressing her as Xiaohua seemed a safe bet. Upon hearing her name, the woman in white instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, her eyes shimmering with undeniable joy. I knew you would not forget me, but my lord has never called me by my name before, she said, pausing intentionally, casting a reproachful glance at Li Lianhua, as if chiding him for his heartlessness. Then, as if a realization dawned upon her, a blush crept upon her cheeks, she shyly lowered her head and, with an even softer and more enchanting voice, inquired, Has my lord's willingness to call me Xiaohua come about because our relationship has changed? Li Lianhua instantly recognized her intention to stir up trouble. Who has altered their relationship? There is nothing particularly special between us. Though this thought crossed his mind, he maintained an appearance of tenderness and consideration, smiling gently as he replied, Xiaohua, you jest. Given our connection, it is only natural that I hold you dear in my heart, is it not? The woman in white smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Li Lianhua found himself in a precarious position. What else could he say? At this point, could he possibly concede? Beside him, Li Shangyi clenched his fist against his lips, his shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter. Han Yi raised an eyebrow, watching Li Lianhua's reaction with great interest, as if observing a splendid performance. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Han Ye's mind. Host, I truly feel that Li Lianhua has made significant progress. He is becoming increasingly adept at handling such situations. Perhaps it is due to his experiences. Han Yi mentally responded to the system's astonishment, marveling at Li Lianhua's adeptness in managing Wang Lianhua's advances, nearly unable to suppress his applause. Chapter 73 At the Lotus Tower. Wang Lianhua covered her lips with a delicate hand, letting out a soft giggle. With a playful inflection in her voice, she said, "Oh, sir, how can you be so impatient after just a few words?" Her tone dripped with sweetness, causing Li Lianhua to involuntarily shiver. He felt a twitch at the corner of his eye but maintained a gentle smile as he replied, "You misunderstand. How could I wish to send you away? I merely thought that I and the others have been standing for quite a while and might be weary. It would be better to let them sit down and have a proper conversation." As he spoke, Li Lianhua subtly shifted to the side, attempting to create some distance from Wang Lianhua. However, she keenly sensed his intention, her eyes glinting mischievously as she playfully grasped the sleeve of his garment and leaned closer, sweetly declaring, "Very well then, I shall oblige for your sake." Seeing this, Li Lianhua discreetly withdrew his sleeve, concealing his discomfort by lifting his teacup for a sip, before inviting the other two individuals. Brother Sikong, shall we take a seat and converse?" Li Shangyi quickly stifled his smile and moved to sit at the table. Han Yi followed leisurely, his penetrating gaze lingering momentarily between Li Lianhua and Wang Lianhua, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes, before he finally took a seat opposite Li Lianhua. The fragrance of tea enveloped them as the four of them, Li Lianhua, Wang Lianhua, Han Yi, and Li Shangyi, finally gathered around the table. Li Lianhua lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip, casually remarking to Han Yi, "Brother Sikong, it seems this is our first time sitting down together for tea, is it not?" Han Yi paused, allowing his gaze to rest on Li Lianhua for a moment, a meaningful smile curving his lips as he responded, "Indeed, Brother Li speaks true. We have yet to find the opportunity until today, thanks to your gracious invitation." Li Lianhua humbly smiled, "Oh, not at all, Brother Sikong is too kind." They exchanged pleasantries, creating a pleasant atmosphere. After the small talk, Li Lianhua set down his teacup and cautiously broached the topic at hand. "Might I inquire, Brother Sikong, what brings you here today?" Han Yi waved his hand dismissively, "I know nothing of your affairs. I am merely following orders." With that, he lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip, exuding an air of elegance, as if it were none of his concern. Li Lianhua then turned his attention to Li Shangyi, who, feeling somewhat guilty, averted his gaze and could not meet Li Lianhua's eyes. With a resigned sigh, Li Lianhua finally focused on the ever-smiling Wang Lianhua, asking, "So, what performance are you putting on here?" Wang Lianhua, unfazed, willingly began to explain, saying it was to assist Li Lianhua's confusion deepened, and he frowned slightly. Noticing his bewilderment, Wang Lianhua could not help but chuckle softly. "Did you know that the character Li Shangyi, as portrayed by I, is essentially a newcomer, one who has just descended the mountain and has no connection to the Four Corners sect?" Li Lianhua nodded thoughtfully, raising his teacup to sip, masking his surprise as he began to understand, murmuring, Seeing that he had grasped the situation, Wang Lianhua's smile widened. With such a character, how could it be merely a fleeting appearance? That would be rather dull, wouldn't it? Li Lianhua set his teacup down and looked up at Wang Lianhua, inquiring, "So, what do you intend to do?" Wang Lianhua replied with a smile, "Aren't you returning to Yunin Mountain? Since you are taking I with you anyway, why not let him play the part a little longer? And what identity do you assume now?" Li Lianhua asked. Wang Lianhua adjusted her sleeve languidly, saying, "I am currently Wang Xiaohua, the fiancée of Li Shangyi." Li Lianhua, upon hearing this, gazed at Wang Lianhua in disbelief, then glanced at the bewildered Li Shangyi, finally turning back to Wang Lianhua. "How is it that I feel he seems quite unaware of this matter?" Upon hearing Li Lianhua's words, Li Shangyi instinctively nodded in agreement. Wang Lianhua, catching the exchange, tilted her body slightly, a teasing glimmer in her eyes as she looked at Li Shangyi. "Oh, do you perhaps have an objection?" "I do not," he replied. Li Lianhua sighed softly, taking another sip from his teacup, then lowered his voice to Li Shangyi. If you are being forced into this, just blink your eyes." Receiving the cue, Li Shangyi promptly blinked vigorously, his long eyelashes fluttering like tiny fans before his eyes. Observing his frantic blinking, Li Lianhua shook his head helplessly and set down his teacup, feigning seriousness as he declared, "In that case, I shall have no choice but to close my eyes." Ha 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 ha. Chapter 74 of the Lotus Pavilion. As the weather gradually turned cooler, the once verdant mountains and forests were now adorned with the mottled hues of autumn. Leaves of gold swayed precariously on the branches, eventually succumbing to the gentle caress of the wind, carpeting the paths that wound through the hills. News of the purported death of the solitary blade, Dan Guda, and the poisoning of Li Shangyi by Yun Bisho spread like wildfire throughout the martial world. Initially, many were left in the dark, but it soon became clear that the rampant rumors surrounding the secret techniques were merely a ploy devised by Li Shangyi to draw out the snake from its lair, aiming to bring the nefarious Dan Guda to justice. In no time, taverns and teahouses, as well as the streets and alleys, buzzed with discussions of this matter, applauding Li Shangyi's unparalleled cunning, as the once tumultuous martial realm gradually returned to a semblance of peace. During this period, Wang Lianhua had been treating Xiao Wanwan under the guise of Wang Xiaohua. Now, with Xiao Wanwan's health nearly restored, Wang Lianhua had handed over the remedy for asthma, signaling that it was time to embark on their journey to Yunin Mountain. Early the next morning, Li Lianhua and her companions packed their belongings and prepared to set off. Li Mu drove a horse-drawn cart closely behind them, the sound of hooves crunching on the fallen leaves echoing in the crisp air. Inside the cart sat the bound Dan Guda and Feng Qian, both now prisoners, resigned to their fate under Li Lianhua's control. Li Lianhua lifted the curtain of the cart for a brief glance. Dan Guda sat with his eyes closed, seemingly accepting his fate, while Feng Qian glared at him with a fierce hatred, as if wishing to consume him whole. Upon seeing Feng Qian and the others, Li Lianhua realized that the signal smoke Dan Guda had released that night had not vanished without a trace. Rather, the reinforcements had been delayed by other matters and could not arrive in time. She lowered the curtain, her brow slightly furrowed, pondering why Wang Lianhua insisted on bringing Feng Qian along to Yunin Mountain. Yet, Wang Lianhua merely smiled and remained silent, asserting that the situation was not yet clear and that Feng Qian would prove useful in due course, though it was said that there was no need for a send-off. Xiao Wanwen and others still came to bid farewell. Today, Xiao Wanwen donned a simple yet elegant light blue dress, draped with a white cloak, her long black hair pinned up with a jade hairpin, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Shi Shui and the others were clad in sturdy attire, swords at their waists, standing solemnly behind Xiao Wanwen. Observing the cheerful exchange between Li Shangyi and Wang Xiaohua not far off, Xiao Wanwen felt a tumult of emotions. Although they had clarified matters that day and she was aware of the existence of another Li Shangyi, witnessing the scene of this other Li Shangyi offering a piece of candy to his fiancée left her momentarily disoriented. Li Shangyi, with a smile, presented a beautifully wrapped candy to Wang Xiaohua, who gleefully accepted it, unwrapping the candy and popping it into her mouth, her eyes twinkling with delight, reminiscent of a little fox that had stolen honey. That sight pricked Xiao Wanwen's heart. Once, Li Shangyi had gifted her many candies of various kinds, and she too must have felt the same joy and contentment as Wang Xiaohua did now. Her gaze fell upon the youthful visage of the 18-year-old Li Shangyi, whose brows and eyes sparkled with the vigor of youth, as if nothing in this world could trouble him. Indeed, he had no worries at present, for he remained the proud and carefree Li Shangyi. Once upon a time, Li Lianhua had also possessed such a radiant smile, yet now, he was simply Li Lianhua. To be honest, seeing another vibrant Li Shangyi standing side by side with his fiancée, a match made in heaven, and hearing of the absurdity of spatial distortions caused by the shattered void had shaken even the seasoned Shi Shui and his companions. However, another Li Shangyi stood vividly before them, his appearance indistinguishable from the boy they remembered, leaving them with no choice but to accept this reality. Yet for Xiao Wanwen, watching Li Shangyi and Wang Xiaohua share laughter evoked a different sentiment within her. Indeed, no matter where the light shone, there would always be someone accompanying it, especially someone as dazzling as Li Shangyi. It was a small consolation that he had a healthy companion to travel alongside him. How fortunate Wang Xiaohua was to walk beside him, while she could only watch helplessly as he drifted further away, gradually fading into a blurred memory. A wave of emotion washed over Xiao Wanwen, her eyes brimming with unshed tears as she quickly lowered her head, concealing her distress from others. Li Lianhua, however, noticed and gently called out to her, "Oan, are you all right?" Xiao Wanwen composed herself, raising her head to meet the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar visage, still filled with concern, and forced a faint smile. "I'm fine, please take care on your journey." Shi Shui and the others stood behind, observing the serene Li Lianhua and the elegantly clad Xiao Wanwen together, while on the other side, the dashing Li Shangyi, brimming with vitality, held hands with the charming Wang Xiaohua, creating an uncanny impression of time intertwining. Chapter 75 of the Lotus Pavilion. Wang Lianhua appeared to be frolicking with Li Shangyi, yet her peripheral gaze remained vigilant. Observing Li Lianhua and Xiao Wannian, she noticed Li Lianhua slightly tilting her head, her gentle eyes resting upon Xiao Wannian, listening intently to her words, occasionally nodding in agreement. That barely perceptible tenderness and concern, akin to the warm sun of spring, melted in the depths of Li Lianhua's gaze, yet it did not escape Wang Lianhua's keen observation. A thought crossed Wang Lianhua's mind, and she discreetly nudged Li Shangyi with her elbow, lowering her voice with a hint of mischievous mirth. "Your master truly cares for this young lady, Miss Qiao." Li Shangyi, perplexed, turned his head in confusion, uttering a faint ah, following Wang Lianhua's line of sight, only to see the back of Li Lianhua engaged in conversation with Xiao Wannian, leaving him bewildered. Wang Lianhua intended to continue speaking, but refrained, realizing that some matters are best left hinted at. Excessive words could lead to unnecessary complications. "Never mind, you wouldn't understand anyway. What's the matter?" "Nothing much, just childish matters." "Don't concern yourself too deeply." With that, Wang Lianhua turned and made her way towards Xiao Wannian and Li Lianhua. Although Li Shangyi was still in the dark, he followed suit and stood beside Li Lianhua. "Ah, Miss Qiao, I have a secret to share with you. May I have a moment of your time?" Wang Lianhua deliberately spoke in a manner suggestive of intimate conversation between young ladies, drawing Xiao Wannian into the Lotus Pavilion. Li Lianhua and Li Shangyi exchanged glances, puzzled by her words, yet they did not dare to object, merely watching as Wang Lianhua led Xiao Wannian away. Inside the Lotus Pavilion, Xiao Wannian, equally bewildered, asked, "Little flower, what is it? Is there something on your mind?" Wang Lianhua guided Xiao Wannian to a table, then retrieved a book from her robe and handed it to her. "Miss Qiao, your asthma previously hindered your progress in martial arts, but now that you are following my prescribed treatment, asthma should no longer be a valid excuse for your lack of practice. This Lianhua treasure manual is a legacy from my sect, and I present it to you." Xiao Wannian instinctively pushed it away, exclaiming, "How can I accept such a precious gift? Take it, consider it an additional safeguard." This time, Li Lianhua was fortunate, the poison was resolved, but who knows if there will be a next time. Wang Lianhua insisted, placing the book into Xiao Wannian's arms. A tremor ran through Xiao Wannian's heart. Indeed, Shang Yi had once been poisoned by green tea, and though he was fortunate to have survived, who could guarantee that such dangers would not arise again, if only she could possess the power to protect him? As if perceiving her thoughts, Wang Lianhua smiled gently and continued, Miss Zhao, I understand what you are contemplating. Zhao Wannian wished to express more, but Wang Lianhua interrupted, even if it were not for him, do you not wish to practice martial arts for yourself? Do you not yearn for greater skills? Silence enveloped Xiao Wannian as Wang Lianhua struck at the heart of her concerns. She had been frail since childhood, and martial arts had always been a formidable challenge for her. Yet, how she longed to stand shoulder to shoulder with Shang Yi, rather than merely hiding behind him as someone who needed protection. Wang Lianhua regarded Xiao Wannian with a glimmer of admiration and added, rest assured, Miss Zhao, should you find this arrangement unsuitable, I can act as your master. Calling me master would not be a disgrace to you. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Wannian finally nodded, carefully tucking the manual into her bosom. Observing this, Wang Lianhua retrieved a translucent jade pendant from her sleeve and handed it to Xiao Wannian. This is a token. Keep it, and should fate allow, it will serve as proof of your identity in the future. Xiao Wannian accepted the pendant with both hands, feeling its warmth and faintly scented fragrance, the origin of which remained a mystery to her. Wang Lianhua looked at her intently, enunciating each word. Remember, your master's name is Wang Lianhua. Ah, Lianhua? Xiao Wannian instinctively repeated, seemingly puzzled. No, it is Renhua, the flower that pines for the man, unaware of his frailty. Wang Lianhua chuckled, shaking her head, deliberately emphasizing the phrase. Renhua, the flower that pines for the man, unaware of his frailty, Xiao Wannian murmured softly, etching the words deeply into her mind. She lifted her gaze, determination shining in her eyes as she solemnly nodded, declaring, I will remember. Finally, after bidding farewell to Li Lianhua and her companions, Li Lianhua turned to Wang Lianhua, curiosity etched on her face. What secret did you share with Miss Zhao just now? Li Shangyi, equally intrigued, perked up his ears, eagerly awaiting her response. Oh, you wish to know? Wang Lianhua teased, elongating her words, a sly smile playing on her lips. Well, you shall have to ponder that for yourselves. Chapter 76. The Lotus Pavilion. In the early winter season, the biting cold wind swept through the mountains, revealing the once verdant trees now scattered with withered leaves, trembling in the chill. A gust of wind stirred the fallen leaves on the ground, swirling them into the air before they settled upon the mountain path. At long last, Li Lianhua and his companions arrived at the foot of Yuning Mountain. As they ascended, accompanied by the two solitary blades, the mountain path grew increasingly rugged and treacherous. Dense woods flanked either side, the leaves rustling in response to the cold breeze. Li Lianhua tightened his garments around him, inhaling deeply. The frosty air was imbued with the sense of earth and fallen foliage, sharpening his awareness of the trials that lay ahead. Upon reaching a clearing midway up the mountain, the solemn gravestone of his master, Qi Shan, stood quietly before him. A bouquet of withered wildflowers trembled in the wind at the foot of the monument. Li Lianhua gazed at the gravestone, memories flooding his mind, his master's visage, the earnest teachings imparted during their training, the tender care received during times of injury, and the persistent admonitions given before his descent, now echoed only by the cold stone. It felt as though an invisible hand gripped Li Lianhua's heart, rendering him breathless. He recalled their last parting, having promised to mend the broken wine gourd, which was now restored, yet he lamented the lost opportunity to share a few hearty drinks with his master. These recollections pierced his heart like needles, causing him profound anguish. He approached the gravestone slowly, trembling hands reaching out to caress the frigid stone, as if touching his master's gentle face, striving to feel the remnants of warmth that once existed. A sudden thought resonated through the stillness of the forest. Shan Gudao stumbled from a kick by Li Lianhua, collapsing heavily before the gravestone. Suppressing his grief, Li Lianhua knelt on the ground, bowing thrice before the monument. Master, your disciple has been unfilial. It is only today that I come to pay my respects. Tears welled in Li Lianhua's eyes, blurring his vision and rendering his master's face a mere haze through the glistening tears. He choked back his emotions, recounting the trials and tribulations of the years gone by, revealing the long-suppressed feelings of longing and regret. Over the years, I have endured much and have finally come to understand many truths, he murmured, his voice dwindling as he succumbed to deep self-reproach and guilt. Master, I miss you dearly. At this point, his voice broke completely, and tears flowed uncontrollably, falling upon the ground. Han Yi and the others, witnessing Li Lianhua's profound sorrow, quickly offered gentle words of comfort. After a half hour, Li Lianhua managed to compose himself, rising to his feet and continuing onward with Han Yi and the others. Beyond his master's south resting place, the mountain path steepened further, though stone steps along the way made the ascent somewhat manageable. After traversing a stretch, a bamboo grove emerged before them, and amidst its depths, several thatched cottages could be faintly discerned. Li Lianhua knew that his mistress, Tsinpa, resided there. After navigating through a maze, they finally beheld the familiar abode of Tsinpa. The thatched cottage, seemingly imbued with the essence of time, transported Li Lianhua back to days of yore. Overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions at the sight, he hesitated, standing rooted in place until he gathered the courage to take a deep breath and call out, Mistress, I have come to see you. Tsinpa, busy drying herbs in the courtyard, paused at the familiar words, lifting her head suddenly, a flicker of surprise lighting her murky eyes. Without a moment's delay, she abandoned her task and hurried toward the entrance, flinging open the door to find Li Lianhua and his companions before her. Initially taken aback, her gaze soon settled upon Shan Gudao, a hint of confusion crossing her features. Chapter 77 The Lotus Pavilion Master. Li Lianhua's voice trembled slightly as he beheld his mentor for the first time, an inexplicable pang of sorrow surging within him. Upon hearing this call, Sun Po awakened from her reverie, scrutinizing the young man before her with newfound clarity. The youth appeared considerably leaner, yet his features still bore a familiar gallantry. "Xiangyi, is it truly you?" Sun Po stammered, her voice quaking with disbelief, as if she were witnessing a mirage. She raised her hand, yearning to touch Li Lianhua's face, only to hesitate midair, fearful of shattering this dreamlike illusion. Li Lianhua's eyes moistened as he grasped Sun Po's hand, gently pressing it against his cheek. Feeling the warmth radiating from her palm, he choked out, "Master, it's me, I have returned." "Returning is all that matters, returning is all that matters," Sun Po exclaimed, tears streaming down her aged face as she clutched Li Lianhua's hand tightly, scanning him from head to toe, as if to assure herself that this was no figment of her imagination. For countless nights, she had dreamt of that spirited young lad, and now he truly stood before her, though the world around them had irrevocably changed. Who are these individuals? Sun Po's gaze shifted to Han Yi and the others, ultimately resting on the bound and bowed figure of Dan Gudao, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Isn't that your senior brother? Why is he bound?" As these words left her lips, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Li Lianhua inhaled deeply, suppressing the sorrow welling within him, and turned to Dan Gudao, speaking in a calm tone, "Master, there are matters we ought to discuss inside." Sun Po then noticed the peculiar expression on Li Lianhua's face, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Nevertheless, she nodded and ushered everyone into the courtyard. Han Yi and Wang Lianhua exchanged worried glances, while Li Mu accompanied the bound Dan Gudao, following closely behind Li Lianhua as they crossed the threshold. Upon entering the courtyard, a faint aroma of medicinal herbs greeted them, mingling with the earthy scent of soil and bamboo leaves, instilling a sense of tranquility. The main room within the courtyard was simply and modestly furnished. A weathered wooden table bore a few coarse porcelain tea bowls, accompanied by a teapot missing a spout, while several bamboo chairs were haphazardly arranged around the table. The walls were adorned with several calligraphic works, clearly crafted by a master's hand, though the paper had yellowed and the ink blurred, enveloping the room in an ineffable solitude and desolation. Sun Po gestured for everyone to take a seat, then brought forth steaming tea, presenting the final cup to Li Lianhua with a tone laced with concern and curiosity. "Xiangyi, what has transpired? Why is your senior brother bound, and who are these individuals?" Li Lianhua accepted the teacup, taking a gentle sip. The warmth of the tea slid down his throat, yet it could not dispel the bitterness that lingered in his heart. He first pointed to Han Yi, introducing him to Sun Po. "Master, this is Han Yi, my newly accepted disciple." Han Yi promptly rose and bowed respectfully. "Junior Han Yi, greetings to Master." Sun Po smiled and nodded, signaling Han Yi to refrain from further formalities. "Good child, please sit and speak." With that, her attention turned to Wang Lianhua, who was elegantly attired in a moonwhite gown, draped in a delicate pink veil. Her long, dark hair was elegantly pinned up with a white jade hairpin, with a few strands cascading down her cheeks, accentuating her snow-like complexion and picturesque features. Sun Po's eyes sparkled with admiration as she appraised Wang Lianhua, before inquiring, "And who might this young lady be?" Li Lianhua paused, hesitating over which name to introduce. After a moment's thought, he decided to reveal her true name, believing Wang Lianhua would not mind. "This is Wang Lianhua, my savior." Wang Lianhua offered a slight smile and stood to acknowledge Sun Po. "Junior Wang Lianhua, greetings to Master." "Good child, you need not be so formal." "It is I who must thank you." Sun Po's words faltered abruptly as a realization struck her. She suddenly lifted her gaze to Li Lianhua, seizing his wrist with urgency, her voice trembling as she demanded, "What do you mean by savior? You must clarify this." Li Lianhua gently patted the back of Sun Po's hand, soothingly replying, "Master, please do not fret, allow me to explain everything slowly." He drew a deep breath, suppressing the pain within him, then knelt before Sun Po alongside Dan Gudao, his voice low as he recounted the tribulations of the past few years. From being poisoned by Yun Baiqiu, to the grievous injuries sustained during the East Sea battle, and the subsequent retreat of his master into seclusion for healing. It was then that Dan Gudao's sudden return to convey the news of his death had driven his master into madness, a truth that left him utterly drained. As Sun Po listened to Li Lianhua's recounting, her complexion grew increasingly pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. When she learned that it was Dan Gudao who had brought forth the news that led to her master's descent into madness, it felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck her, and she nearly collapsed. She could hardly believe that her disciple would fabricate such a vile lie, causing her master to fall into madness, and what pained her further was the profound malice hidden behind that deceit. Her lips quivered with a mixture of sorrow and rage as she uttered, "Dan Gudao, your master has treated you well, yet you." Chapter 78 The Lotus Pavilion. Shan Guda abruptly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Sun Po. "Is this not a result of your blatant favoritism? Throughout my life, you have perpetually shown preference for Li Xiangyi, always contemplating his welfare. What makes him superior to me?" As he spoke, his agitation intensified, his voice rising with fervor. "I am a descendant of the Southern Yin royal family. Why should I demean myself beneath others?" "What?" Li Lianhua stood up in disbelief, her expression a tumultuous blend of shock and confusion. "Are you claiming to be a scion of the Southern Yin dynasty?" Shan Guda let out a wild, manic laugh. "Is this unexpected? Li Xiangyi, let me inform you, I am indeed of the Southern Yin lineage, and all of you should bow before me." Wang Lianhua took a sip of tea before leisurely responding, "Your senior brother, Li Lianhua, harbors ambitions beyond merely living a carefree existence in the martial world." He paused, his gaze fixating on Li Lianhua with a hint of amusement. You must be unaware that this esteemed senior brother of yours has conspired with the remnants of the Southern Yin, aspiring to overthrow the realm. Is this what you refer to as matters yet to be clarified? Li Lianhua's brow furrowed, his tone imbued with gravity. Wang Lianhua nodded, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Then surely you are aware of the intricacies of the situation. Li Lianhua regarded Wang Lianhua intently, awaiting his elucidation. Wang Lianhua chuckled softly and began. More than a century ago, when the Southern Yin had yet to fall, a princess wed into the Dishi dynasty, marrying the then crown prince, who was known as King Fangji. Following a failed rebellion, King Fangji and Princess Xian were executed and interred in a prestigious grave, yet their bloodline endured. With the fall of Southern Yin, some believe that the descendants of King Fangji and Princess Xian represent their hope for restoration. Fengqing is one among them. So, they sought out Shan Guda? Li Lianhua grasped the situation, realization dawning. But how did they ascertain his connection to the Southern Yin royal family? Shan Guda snorted derisively. I possess proof. The jade pendant left by Princess Xian is in my possession. Upon hearing this, Li Lianhua felt an overwhelming absurdity wash over him, muttering, this is madness, truly madness. Sinpa could no longer endure the discourse. She slammed her hand upon the table, causing the teacup to tremble precariously, nearly spilling its contents. Utter nonsense, that pendant is clearly, she abruptly halted, inhaling deeply as if to quell the tempest of emotions within her. After a moment, she turned to Li Lianhua, her eyes shimmering with a complex light, and spoke slowly, Xiangyi, allow me to continue this narrative. Though puzzled by his master's sudden fervor, Li Lianhua nodded in acquiescence, urging her to proceed. Sinpo's gaze drifted, seemingly lost in distant memories, her voice turning somber and melancholic as she recounted a long-buried tale. In those days, your master had a close friend named Li, whose family were all descendants of the Southern Yin royal lineage. She paused, as if carefully choosing her words. Later, they incurred the wrath of bandits and met a tragic end. When your master received the news and rushed to the scene, only 2 young lords survived, the elder named Li Xiangxian, and the younger, you. At this revelation, Sinpo's gaze bore into Li Lianhua, filled with pity and sorrow. Li Lianhua was taken aback, disbelief etched across his features as he stared at Sinpa, as if he had stumbled upon an immense secret. His mind was a cacophony of confusion, fragments swirling chaotically, yet failing to coalesce into a coherent picture. He opened his mouth, intending to voice his thoughts, yet found himself at a loss for words, merely staring blankly at Sinpa, awaiting her further explanation. Chapter 79 The Lotus Pavilion. However, your master did not find you at that time. The voice of Aunt Sin was filled with regret and helplessness as she sighed softly and continued, by the time your master located you, your elder brother had already succumbed to a grave illness. At this point, her eyes glistened with tears. Before he passed, he entrusted his only cherished possession, the so-called jade pendant, to a little beggar, namely Dan Gudao, asking him to look after you. Aunt Sin's voice grew softer, as if fearing to disturb something. Impossible. Dan Gudao suddenly rose to his feet, vehemently refuting, no way, you are deceiving me. You must be lying, Da. I have no recollection of such an event. His tone was laced with panic and disbelief, unwilling to accept Aunt Sin's words. Of course, you do not remember when your master brought you back, you suffered from a fever due to an arm injury that resulted in amnesia. Think about it, do you not lack memories from your childhood? Aunt Sin calmly explained, observing the agitated Dan Gudao. Impossible, impossible. Dan Gudao sank down to the ground, murmuring to himself, seemingly unable to come to terms with the truth. Aunt Sin's gaze shifted to Li Lianhua, her tone tinged with compassion, and she realized that Xiangyi was too young to have any recollection. The previously silent Feng Huan's expression darkened upon hearing this revelation. He finally grasped that they had been misidentifying individuals all along. The true heir of the Southern Yin royal lineage was, in fact, Li Xiangyi. He looked at Li Lianhua in disbelief, his eyes brimming with shock and regret, realizing that they had nearly destroyed the true heir of the Southern Yin dynasty by poisoning him. Li Lianhua observed the almost shattered Dan Gudao and then glanced at the pale-faced Feng Huan, feeling a tumult of emotions within. It turned out that he was indeed a scion of the Southern Yin royal family? On this night, as winter approached, the air had taken on a chill, and the courtyard was eerily silent, as though even the wind held its breath in anticipation. Though the ordeal had concluded, Li Lianhua felt an even heavier weight in his heart. He pushed open the door, lightly stepping on the floor, and silently leaped onto the rooftop, as if only the cold night could provide him with a modicum of solace. Sitting on the frigid tiles, he caught sight of the moonlight casting a cool glow upon them, mirroring his equally cold visage. The moon hung hazily in the sky, its silvery light spilling over the courtyard, creating a scene that was both familiar and strangely foreign, as if shrouded in a thin veil, obscuring the true details. He gazed upward, where a full moon hung in the night sky, surrounded by twinkling stars that accentuated the profound depth of the heavens, much like the intricate emotions swirling within him. As he beheld the tranquil night sky, Li Lianhua couldn't help but reflect on the events of the day. Aunt Sin's words reverberated in his ears like thunder, rendering his mind numb. He endeavored to grasp something, yet found his memories tangled like a chaotic ball of yarn, impossible to unravel. A myriad of thoughts flooded his mind, emotions clashing within him. He realized he was not alone. He had family, yet his brother had perished to save him, and he had remained oblivious to this truth. Struggling to recall everything about his brother, he could only conjure the vague silhouette described by Aunt Sin and the jade pendant. Slowly, he extended his hand and retrieved the jade pendant from his bosom. It felt smooth and warm. Ever since the events had unfolded, his master had insisted that it was a relic of their family, urging him to keep it safe, which he had done, carrying it close ever since. Suddenly, a gentle voice shattered the night's tranquility. Young master, whom are you longing for under the moonlight? The voice rippled through Li Lianhua's reverie like a stone cast into a still pond. Turning at the sound, he beheld Wang Lianhua, now clad in a flowing water-red skirt, standing a short distance away, bathed in moonlight. Her figure appeared even more graceful, exuding an ethereal charm. Wang Lianhua was always like this, radiant as the warm sun in winter, yet possessing an air of enigmatic allure. However, her interruption allowed Li Lianhua to momentarily set aside his thoughts, instinctively replying, "I was merely admiring the moon." "But what of you, Sir Wang? Why are you awake at such an hour, pondering someone?" Wang Lianhua stifled a laugh behind her hand, swiftly retorting in kind. The two exchanged playful banter, their words tinged with flirtation, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a clandestine meeting beneath the moonlight. Anson, who had been concerned about Li Shangyi, caught sight of this scene from afar and misinterpreted their relationship, turning to leave while murmuring, "Young people should converse more, I shall not intrude." Li Lianhua watched Anson's retreating figure, then glanced at Wang Lianhua standing opposite him, finding the scene oddly reminiscent. Chapter 80 of the Lotus Tower. In the early winter, the gentle warmth of the sun penetrated the clouds and gracefully cascaded over the high courtyard walls, casting a golden glow upon the flagstone-paved ground of the yard, imbued with a touch of winter's unique warmth. Several verdant bamboos swayed delicately in the mild breeze, their dancing leaves casting mottled shadows in the corners, gently swaying with the wind. Li Lianhua, clad in a pale azure long gown, sat leisurely in the courtyard beside an intricately carved redwood chess table. The chessboard, starkly divided into black and white, bore witness to a fierce battle, the situation shifting unpredictably. He held a black piece, gently pinching it from the box, and tapped it against the board, producing a crisp sound, yet his gaze drifted beyond the chessboard to Han Yi, who was practicing his swordplay not far away. The youth, dressed in robes as white as snow, moved with agility, his long sword dancing like a silver serpent, the glint of the blade exuding a chilling aura that starkly contrasted with the warm sunlight. He alternated between thrusting and sweeping with his sword, the blade slicing through the air with a piercing whistle, its clarity resonating in the tranquil courtyard. Fengqing stood respectfully beside Li Lianhua, detailing the current state of the remnants of the Southern Yin clan with a tone imbued with both concern and hope. With every word, his apprehension and anticipation deepened. Ever since he learned that Li Lianhua was the true descendant of the Southern Yin royal family, Fengqing had longed for him to resurrect the Southern Yin, leading his kin back to their homeland. As Li Lianhua listened, he engaged in a game of chess with Wang Lianhua, occasionally offering insights into Han Yi's sword techniques. He appeared indifferent, yet each word spoken by Fengqing stirred ripples in his heart like pebbles cast into still water. Today, Wang Lianhua donned a water blue long dress, her dark hair elegantly pinned up with a white jade hairpin, exuding an ethereal grace. She played with the white pieces, her slender fingers delicately placing them on the board, her movements elegant and composed, as if she were unfazed by the unfolding events. Upon hearing Fengqing mention the lineage of Zhao Liqiao, Li Lianhua's hand, poised over the chess piece, hesitated slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He lifted his gaze to Fengqing, seeking confirmation. "Are you saying that Zhao Liqiao is also of the Southern Yin royal bloodline, and thus, my cousin?" "Indeed," came the reply. Li Lianhua fell into a moment of silence, the image of Zhao Liqiao's strikingly beautiful visage surfacing in his mind, his heart a tumultuous sea of emotions. He had never conceived that he might have family in this world. Yet, if the Southern Yin were to be revived, as this thought crossed his mind, he set down his piece and turned to Fengqing, his voice heavy with gravity. "Of Fengqing, in this time of peace, why stir the waves once more? I implore you to abandon this notion and live well." Fengqing, upon hearing this, shook his head with a bitter smile. "Oh my lord, you do not comprehend. We, who carry the weight of deep-seated enmity since our youth, view the restoration of our nation not merely as a duty, but as the very essence of our survival. We are adrift, with no sense of home, merely a group of pitiful souls with nowhere to turn." Fengqing's voice was laden with sorrow and helplessness. For years, the remnants of the Southern Yin had felt like dust forgotten in the corners, isolated and struggling to survive within the crevices of existence. Yet, Li Lianhua yearned to persuade him further, only to be interrupted by Fengqing. "My lord," Fengqing interjected, "I understand your reluctance to see the flames of war rekindled. However, since the fall of the Southern Yin, our clan has scattered far and wide, enduring relentless hardship, perpetually yearning for our homeland. The restoration of our nation is our sole hope." A hint of choking emotion crept into Fengqing's voice, his eyes glimmering with unshed tears, clearly indicating that the painful past had left an indelible mark on his heart, one he could not erase. At that moment, a faint metallic clink echoed, heralding Han Ye's arrival as he sheathed his sword and approached Li Lianhua, radiating warmth. Upon hearing Fengqing's words, his brows furrowed slightly, his youthful face bearing an unexpected gravity as he interjected, "Master, if the people of Southern Yin have nowhere to turn in the Central Plains, why not seek a new beginning elsewhere?" Li Lianhua shifted his gaze from Fengqing to Han Yi, inquiring, "A new place? Where would that be?" Han Yi, sensing his master's lack of opposition, continued, "There are surely many suitable places overseas for habitation. We could set sail and assist the Southern Yin people in finding a new homeland." "Set sail?" Fengqing looked at Han Yi in astonishment, clearly never having contemplated such a possibility. Li Lianhua remained silent, his gaze fixed on Han Yi, as if pondering the feasibility of his words. Set sail, indeed? Chapter 81 of the Lotus Pavilion. After careful contemplation, Li Lianhua deemed the prospect of venturing out to sea to be indeed plausible, and thus nodded in agreement. He then summoned Fengqing, imparting a few careful instructions, bidding him to set forth and make contact with the scattered remnants of the Nanyin lineage. Meanwhile, he would join Han Yi and Wang Lianhua to celebrate a lively New Year's Day with their master's wife atop Yunin Mountain. At the summit of Yunin Mountain, in the modest courtyard where their master's wife resided, they arranged a hearth, placing a pot of Tusu wine upon it to warm, its fragrant aroma wafting through the air, mingling sweetly with the crisp mountain breeze. Li Lianhua picked up a fire starter, gently blowing upon it, causing the flame to leap forth and ignite the charcoal within the stove, which crackled with a lively sound. In the center of the courtyard stood an ancient plum tree, proudly erect, its branches adorned with buds poised to bloom, swaying gently in the cold wind. "Allow me to set off the fireworks," exclaimed Han Yi, brimming with enthusiasm as he seized a firework tube, darting into the courtyard to light the fuse with the fire starter. With a resounding bang, the fireworks soared into the sky, bursting forth in a kaleidoscope of colors, illuminating the smiles of all present and casting light upon the distant undulating mountains. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and before long, the early spring quietly arrived, the snow in the mountains yet to fully thaw, while tender green shoots eagerly peeked out, infusing the tranquil forest with a vibrant vitality. "Master's wife, why don't you accompany me down the mountain?" Li Lianhua said, gazing at the early spring scenery outside the courtyard, addressing the master's wife who was sipping tea within. As he spoke, he approached the stone table, naturally pouring himself a cup of tea, its fragrance enveloping him with a soothing essence. The master's wife set down her teacup, shaking her head with a smile. "You, my child, can never seem to settle down." She looked up at Li Lianhua with eyes full of affection. "While the world below the mountain is undoubtedly captivating, the tranquility here atop Yanning Mountain is far more precious to me. Do come to visit me occasionally, but there is no need to worry excessively." Li Lianhua wished to say more, yet was interrupted by the master's wife. "There is no need for further discussion," she stated firmly. "If your master were aware, he would wish for you to live freely and unburdened by worldly matters." Hearing her words, Li Lianhua felt warmth in his heart and ceased to press the issue. "Take care, master's wife. Once I have resolved matters concerning the Nanning lineage, I shall return to Wanyu." After bidding farewell to the simple bamboo dwelling on Yanning Mountain, Li Lianhua descended with Han Yi and the others, where they were met by the waiting Fengqing at the foot of the mountain. "Young master, everything has been arranged," Fengqing said respectfully. "Then I shall trouble brother Feng to lead the way," Li Lianhua replied with a faint smile, following Fengqing as they embarked on the journey to Shishou village aboard the Lotus Pavilion. Upon entering Shishou village, Li Lianhua immediately spotted the flamboyantly dressed Zhao Liqiao amidst the crowd. Today, she was clad in a dazzling red ensemble, standing out prominently among the throng. Zhao Liqiao also noticed Li Lianhua, striding directly towards him with an unfriendly demeanor. "Li Shangyi, is this fellow Fengqing as chosen master?" Before Li Lianhua could respond, Zhao Liqiao continued, "Let me make it clear, Li Shangyi, I harbor no fondness for you. Do not presume that just because the esteemed one looks favorably upon you, I shall treat you with courtesy." Li Lianhua shook his head in resignation, recognizing that Zhao Liqiao remained as unabashedly blunt as ever, seemingly incapable of accommodating anything beyond her own opinions. The system, having spotted a comment while watching a drama, excitedly shared with Han Yi, "Host, I tell you, if Li Lianhua uses the excuse of agreeing to a duel with Defacing to propose marriage, Zhao Liqiao's attitude will undoubtedly undergo a complete transformation." Han Yi, somewhat skeptical, inquired, "Is that really true?" The system confidently reassured, "Trust me, this information is absolutely authentic." Although Han Yi still harbored doubts, he could not resist the urge to bring this matter to Li Lianhua's attention. After listening, Li Lianhua furrowed his brow slightly, gently shaking his head as he murmured, "A forcibly bent melon is not sweet. This approach is unwise." Zhao Liqiao, who had been mocking Fengqing for choosing the wrong master, caught a glimpse of Li Lianhua and Han Yi whispering to one another, her ears pricking up to catch every word. When she heard Han Yi suggest that Defacing marry her, the previously contemptuous expression on her face faltered, her heart involuntarily quickening. Feigning composure, she continued to argue with Fengqing, though her gaze could not help but dart towards Li Lianhua. Sensing that he remained oblivious to her presence, she let out a silent sigh of relief, yet her grip on the golden ring tightened unconsciously. Li Lianhua, oblivious to her subtle changes, merely sighed in exasperation, finding the entire affair somewhat absurd, and chose not to engage further. Thus, this matter was temporarily set aside, especially since Defacing was still recuperating, rendering it inappropriate to broach the subject. Chapter 82 The Lotus Pavilion. Upon encountering Li Lianhua, the descendants of the Southern clan did not immediately exhibit excessive enthusiasm. Instead, an elder among them stepped forward respectfully, bowing to Li Lianhua as he articulated their request. "Young Master Li, we humbly beseech you to assist in verifying our bloodline, to fulfill the long-held wish of our clan." They were already aware of the mix-up involving Fengqing, and they wished to avoid another mistake. Li Lianhua nodded slightly in agreement. Under the watchful gaze of the assembly, a middle-aged man approached the elder, cradling a wooden box intricately carved with elaborate patterns. The elder cautiously opened the box, revealing a finely crafted silver knife and a translucent jade vial within. The elder lifted the silver knife, gesturing for Li Lianhua to extend his hand. Li Lianhua gently nodded and offered his left hand. The elder deftly made a small incision on Li Lianhua's fingertip, and a drop of crimson blood immediately welled forth. The elder, quick of hand, brought the jade vial close to capture the drop of blood. He then meticulously sealed the vial and closed the wooden box, turning to face his kin as he proclaimed loudly, "At noon tomorrow, I shall announce the results of the bloodline verification at the entrance of the ancestral hall." Having spoken, he turned his attention to Li Lianhua, his tone considerably softened. "After the weary travels of today, it would be best for you all to rest in the guest quarters. I shall return to trouble you again tomorrow." Li Lianhua inclined his head slightly, responding in a gentle voice, "I appreciate your kindness." The elder smiled, addressing Fengqing, "Fengqing, please escort young Master Li and the others to their accommodations." Then, surrounded by several middle-aged men, he made his way toward the ancestral hall. The following day, the clan members gathered early in the open space before the ancestral hall, their expressions solemn and their gazes fixed intently on the grand entrance, awaiting the final verdict. The doors of the ancestral hall slowly swung open, and the elder emerged, holding the jade vial aloft amidst the throng of his kin. He surveyed the surroundings and, raising the vial high, excitedly declared, "Li Shangyi, he is the true bloodline of the Southern Yin royal family." With that proclamation, he knelt on the ground, tears of joy streaming down his face as he trembled with emotion, exclaiming, "May the bloodline endure, heaven bless Southern Yin." The other clan members followed suit, kneeling in reverence, their eyes brimming with hope and awe. Once Li Lianhua's identity was confirmed, they promptly commenced discussions regarding maritime ventures. Zhao Liqiu had come merely to catch a glimpse of Li Shangyi, and upon witnessing the conclusion of the proceedings, she turned to depart. She had no intention of accompanying them on their maritime journey. She wished to remain by her master's side. If the day came when her master was unwilling, she would not shy away from attempting what had been discussed. As dawn broke, the sea breeze began to stir, and the wharf buzzed with activity. Li Lianhua stood upon the dock, gazing at the distant sky, tinged with hues of fish-belly white, his thoughts adrift. The surface of the sea shimmered, a seamless blend of water and sky, as seagulls soared freely above. Suddenly, a familiar cadence of footsteps approached from behind. Turning, he beheld Wang Lianhua, clad in red, fanning herself with a folding fan, her lips adorned with the familiar, irreverent smile, as if she had merely come to partake in a springtime garden gathering, now ready to disperse as the event concluded. "I thought you would not come to bid me farewell," Li Lianhua remarked, his tone calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Wang Lianhua waved her fan, stepping closer, and replied with a smile, "What, does my lord truly lament the departure of a humble servant?" Li Lianhua offered a faint smile, "We are fated to part, so what does it matter whether it is sooner or later?" Wang Lianhua closed her fan, gently tapping Li Lianhua's shoulder, her demeanor unexpectedly earnest. "Li Lianhua, the world is fraught with peril. Do take care of yourself? Rest assured, this life you saved is indeed precious, it shall not be easily extinguished," he reassured her. Wang Lianhua chuckled at his jest, reverting to her playful demeanor as she responded, "I merely came to enjoy the excitement. Having savored enough, it is only natural that I do not linger." Li Lianhua nodded, his expression tranquil. "I had anticipated as much." Wang Lianhua raised an eyebrow, then, "Do you suppose we shall meet again?" Li Lianhua fell silent for a moment before softly replying, "I can only hope." At that moment, Han Yi approached from behind, bowing respectfully to Wang Lianhua. "Senior Wang, take care." Wang Lianhua smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Li Lianhua then shifted his gaze to Han Yi, inquiring of his disciple, "Are you also preparing to leave?" Han Yi nodded, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "Master, if you do not mind, I could write to you." "Very well," Li Lianhua responded with a smile, "do ensure your letters are detailed, so I may keep abreast of your circumstances." Then, may the mountains be high and the waters long. May we meet again by fate. Chapter 83 of the aftermath of the Lotus Pavilion. In recent years, with the aid of Li Lianhua, the remnants of the Southern Yin clan have successfully reconstructed their homeland overseas, gradually leading their lives back onto a stable path. Witnessing the flourishing state of the Southern Yin, Li Lianhua felt an immense sense of comfort within his heart. He knew that it was time for him to depart. After selecting a few astute and capable individuals to oversee the affairs of the Southern Yin, he set forth on his journey back to Yunin Mountain. Perhaps out of divine compassion, as he passed through a quaint little town, Li Lianhua encountered a gaunt little yellow dog, curled up in a corner and trembling with fear. It appeared utterly pitiable. Moved by a surge of compassion, he took the creature under his wing and tended to it with care. The little yellow dog, displaying a remarkable understanding, soon regained its vitality, following Li Lianhua with a wagging tail, pleading for affection. Li Lianhua affectionately named it Fox Spirit, and the pair, one man and one dog, seemed perfectly matched. Upon returning to Yunin Mountain, Li Lianhua adopted a semi-reclusive lifestyle. Each day, he would either accompany his masteress wife in tending to flowers or take leisurely strolls with Fox Spirit amidst the mountains. Occasionally, he would pay his respects at the graves of his master and senior brother, ensuring that the places they once inhabited were kept tidy. His masteress wife, observing that he was still young, expressed her unspoken concern over his choice to lead such a conflict-free existence, often lamenting, "What are you doing here at such a tender age?" In response, Li Lianhua would merely smile and remain silent, fully aware that his martial prowess had already touched upon a certain threshold. Having endured the vicissitudes of human emotions, the strife of the martial world over the years, he now yearned to stay by his masteress wife and live a tranquil life. He believed that after her passing, he could leave without regret. During these years, he would occasionally receive letters and fine wine sent by eye, each delivered by a snow-white owl. Remarkably, this method of gifting was a novel experience for him. I had mentioned that it was a childhood dream of his, though the specifics of that dream remained unclear to Li Lianhua. Before departing, Wang Lianhua entrusted all his subordinates to Li Lianhua. Although he claimed it was merely to alleviate his boredom, Li Lianhua understood it as a gesture of concern from Wang Lianhua in his own unique way. Thus, during his leisure hours at Yunin Mountain, apart from brewing wine, studying medicine, and caring for his dog, Li Lianhua would also peruse the letters arriving from the foot of the mountain, keeping abreast of the latest happenings in the martial world. Indeed, observing the unfolding events proved to be quite entertaining. One sunny day, Li Lianhua methodically organized the medicinal herbs in his bamboo basket, his movements gentle and practiced. He carefully turned each dried herb, ensuring that every leaf basked evenly in the sunlight. Suddenly, as if sensing something, his previously tranquil eyes flickered ever so slightly. He set down the herbs and leaned in to listen. A barely audible sound drifted from the distance, reminiscent of someone stumbling into a maze. After reflecting for a moment, he recalled a foolish young man who had written to him recently, expressing his intent to pay a visit to Yunin Mountain to seek apprenticeship. It became clear that the one lost in the maze was none other than this young man. Li Lianhua did not rush to intervene but continued to arrange the herbs. Once he had neatly placed the last herb, he clapped his hands and rose, making his way toward the source of the commotion. Navigating through a thicket of bamboo, he soon spotted a familiar figure stumbling through the maze. Feng Duobing, the young man's forehead was beaded with sweat, clearly having been ensnared within the maze for quite some time. In his desperation to find an exit, he muttered to himself, "How can this be? This maze is far too formidable." Seeing Feng Duobing in such a state of disarray, Li Lianhua could not help but chuckle. "Little Bao Feng, you really did manage to sneak out." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Feng Duobing looked up in surprise, and upon recognizing Li Lianhua, his face lit up with joy. "Li Lianhua, what are you doing here?" "Of course I'm here. But what about you? Why aren't you content to stay at home and instead venture to Yunin Mountain?" Li Lianhua replied, crossing his arms and regarding him with a bemused smile. "I am here to seek my master," Feng Duobing declared with unwavering confidence. Since the conclusion of the incident involving Dan Gudao, rumors had circulated in the martial world that Li Xiangyi had retreated to Yunin Mountain due to betrayal by those close to him. In a moment of whimsy years ago, Li Lianhua had offered to take Feng Duobing as his disciple. Little did he expect the young man to take him seriously, clinging to the thought for all these years. However, now that he had arrived, it would not hurt to impart some knowledge. "Since you're here, is Bai Jia also with you?" Feng Duobing inquired, his tone brimming with anticipation. "Why are you so chatty?" Li Lianhua interrupted him, bemused by the young man's incessant questions, reminiscent of a curious child. Feng Duobing, still have more to say," he began, but Li Lianhua raised a hand to halt him. All right, let me tell you, there are certain requirements to enter Yunin Mountain," Li Lianhua stated. "What requirements? How do you know there are requirements?" Feng Duobing asked, perplexed. "I know because I am the examiner," Li Lianhua replied, pulling a book from his robe and tossing it to Feng Duobing. "You can only ascend the mountain once you master this." "Ha? Why are you the examiner?" Feng Duobing exclaimed, bewildered as he caught the book, unsure of its contents. "This, my friend, is a technique renowned alongside Yang Joslo. It is Suzhou Quick," Li Lianhua declared with utmost seriousness. "Suzhou Quick? Are you jesting?" Feng Duobing questioned, flipping through the pages of the book with skepticism. Li Lianhua ignored his doubts, turning away as he headed up the mountain while saying, "If you wish to be my disciple, you better start practicing. Stop wasting time." Seeing this, Feng Duobing hurriedly followed suit, the two of them walking side by side along the mountain path, their silhouettes gradually elongating as their voices faded into the distance. Chapter 84. A System Space. Han Yi returned to the system space, where the system settlement page emerged. 2 identity cards dimmed, signifying the completion of their reclamation, while another continued to shimmer with golden light, indicating it had yet to be reclaimed. In the points section, the numbers danced incessantly, leaving Han Yi momentarily dazzled. Firstly, deductions were made of the unreclaimed identity card resulted in a loss of 100 points, compounded by the 100 points previously expended for the lightning skill, leaving Han Yi's point balance tragically diminished to a mere 200. Not to mention the substantial debt incurred from purchasing 2 cycles of internal energy, which, despite an initial payment of 0, meant he was burdened with a staggering debt of 10,000 points. On the income side, completing 2 tasks in this world yielded a total of 2,000 points, and the rewards for embodying 3 golden identity cards amounted to an impressive 500 points, culminating in a final balance of 300 points. Yet, the weight of his enormous liabilities loomed over Han Yi like an insurmountable mountain, rendering any semblance of joy unattainable. Wasn't it promised that playing roles would facilitate easier point accumulation? "Now, I find myself in debt of 700 points, Han Yi couldn't help but lament to the system, his tone rife with bitterness. "Such sentiments are misguided, host," the system retorted calmly, unfazed. Previously, completing a task yielded but a meager 1 or 200 points, whereas now, embodying a role directly elevates task rewards to 1,000 points, alongside additional rewards for identity card embodiment. 500 for gold, 300 for purple, 200 for blue, and 100 for white. It is, by all accounts, a foolproof investment. Moreover, the 10,000 points you chose to spend on 2 cycles of internal energy could have sufficed for just 1. The system's voice rose slightly, seemingly displeased with Han Yi's choices. "And let us not forget the Jiang Yuyan card, which you voluntarily opted not to reclaim, willingly incurring the delayed points." It continued, "Your extravagant spending is solely your own doing. How can you attribute blame to me?" Having been influenced by powerful figures in the previous world, Han Yi's voice grew softer, trembling slightly, as if he had committed an unforgivable transgression against the system, filled with remorse. "Forgive me, you initially informed me that points were meant to extend my lifespan, yet I still opted for the more secure 2 cycles of points. I even purchased the lightning skill without any points, and when I saw the others had yet to master their martial arts, I rashly chose to retain Jiang Yuyan. I recognize that your intentions were in my best interest, and here I am, reproaching you with such tone, when the fault lies entirely with me. I wonder if, faced with such a host, you might choose to abandon me." Han Yi's voice dwindled to a near whisper, almost a murmur. Observing his host's growing guilt, the system began to question whether its tone had been too harsh, hastily seeking to console him. No, host, you are merely too benevolent. Moreover, the golden identity cards represent the avatars of formidable figures, it would not be prudent to contravene their wishes." The system, increasingly convinced that it had been too harsh on Han Yi, swiftly rescinded its decision to deduct the delayed points. Stammering, it explained, the delayed points need not be deducted, consider it a gift for your first embodiment of a golden identity card. It paused before adding, furthermore, regarding the lightning skill purchase, I actually covered that expense, so it shouldn't count against your points. I have already reimbursed you the deducted amount. The system endeavored to rectify its previous missteps, sifting through records until suddenly, it brightened with excitement. Ah, yes, the Heavenly Tao from the last world was exceedingly pleased with our actions and has graciously bestowed upon you a considerable amount of merit. These merits are invaluable treasures. Hanyi mused that his system was rather gullible, pondering whether it might one day be swayed by others. To prevent any potential deceit in the outside world, he resolved to impart more experience in that regard. Host, do not dwell in sorrow, the system cautiously observed Hanya's mood, fearing he might plunge back into self-reproach. It racked its brain for comforting words until an idea struck. Before you embark on your next task, a small world has commissioned a temporary task, would you like to accept it? Hanya's eyelids flickered, seemingly piqued with interest, yet he remained silent. Chapter 85 of the live broadcast system. The system began to explain on its own accord. It is as follows. The little Heavenly Tao of the previous world originally had no concept of shattering the void. However, due to the emergence of this concept in your destined child, it has led him to seek advancement. The voice of the system brimmed with excitement, as if it were the one about to ascend. And then? Hanyi finally inquired. Then he joyfully boasted to the other little Heavenly Taos from parallel worlds. As a result, a small world approached, stating that it had no expectations of upgrading but was deeply concerned for its own destined child and sought our assistance. How can we help? The Heavenly Tao of that small world expressed that it perceived the destined child of this world as particularly spirited, hence it wished for its own destined child to learn from him, the system elucidated. Hanyi, bewildered, asked, how can he learn? The masters of that world cannot even see him, can they? The system pondered for a moment before a sudden spark of inspiration struck. This is simple. I have a friend who is a live broadcast system. I can summon him. His previous host has already retired and should have no pressing matters now. A live broadcast system? The system hastily clarified. Indeed, every system possesses an automatic task experience storage function. We can have Little Z assist in editing the footage, broadcasting it to that world, and setting a specific audience size. Once they have viewed it, we can then distribute task rewards, such as allowing your master in that world to heal completely. Since healing can be achieved directly, why wasn't this mentioned to me earlier? The system, feeling guilty, explained sheepishly. Host, we are a role-playing system. Your task is to detoxify your master. During the mission, all related items in the system shop would be concealed to prevent you from taking shortcuts. It cautiously observed Hanya's expression, attempting to glean a hint of understanding from his face. Hanyi sighed in resignation and asked, why wasn't such an important matter clarified with me beforehand? The system, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, replied meekly, QAQ. Seeing its pitiful demeanor, Hanyi sighed once more, waved his hand, and said, all right, I understand. Just hurry and summon your friend. The system, as if granted a reprieve, promptly agreed. Understood. Host, please wait a moment while I contact him. Ding, the live broadcast system is requesting a connection. Please allow permissions for the role-playing system. Connection successful. A cheerful voice suddenly resonated within the system space. Little 9, I have arrived. The system's tone brightened considerably, akin to reuniting with a long-lost friend. Little Z, you're here. It even went so far as to introduce Hanyi. Host, this is the live broadcast system Little Z that I mentioned to you. Hanyi politely nodded but was eager to pose a question. Excuse me, but why is he called Little Z while you are Little 9? The system seemed to have anticipated this query and answered without hesitation. There is no particular reason. It is simply because my number ends with 9. The live broadcast system, Little Z, chimed in. Exactly, no reason at all. Every system has a unique number. Though Hanyi found this explanation somewhat dismissive, he chose not to pursue the matter further, responding nonchalantly, very well. Then, Little Z cleared his throat and addressed Hanyi in an official tone. Are you prepared, host? Although I am here on a temporary assignment, you are still required to complete my associated tasks. Hanyi was momentarily taken aback, a singular thought echoing in his mind. What manner of absurdity is this? How can tasks descend from the heavens without prior warning? Ding. Please complete a live broadcast as soon as possible. Task rewards to be determined, audience to be determined. Seeing his reaction, the system quickly interjected. Host, we will first edit the video and then broadcast it to that world. This will count as fulfilling a live broadcast. Hanyi took a moment to digest the system's words and asked curiously, I see, what should we do next? Upon hearing this, Little Z perked up, confidently patting his chest. You need not worry. I shall guide you. Ah, then I must trouble you. Not at all, it's my duty. Now, let us begin. Little Z stated, as he navigated to the video editing interface within the system space. I believe this segment is worth keeping. What about this one, should we cut this? With nothing to do, Hanyi observed the two systems editing the video, finding the process rather enjoyable. Chapter 86 Viewing at the Lotus Pavilion Timeline. Fang Duobing encounters Li Lianhua once again at Lingshan. Participants Li Lianhua, Fang Xiaobao, Di Feixing, Shan Gudao, Feng Qing, Cinpeng, Jiao Lijiao, Shui Gong, Shuepen, Jiao Wanyan, Zhi Shui, He Xiaowei, He Xiaofeng, Lu Rujing, Su Xiaoyong, Su Wenkai, Guan Hemon, the Princess, Master Wolio. Fang Duobing pressed the sword sheath against Li Lianhua's neck, while his other hand firmly grasped Li Lianhua's wrist, meticulously feeling the rhythm of his pulse and the flow of internal energy within his meridians. The internal energy is void, the Dantian is powerless, Fang Duobing murmured in disbelief, subsequently releasing Li Lianhua. "Humph, do you truly lack martial prowess?" Fang Duobing inquired skeptically, his tone laden with a hint of provocation. Li Lianhua furrowed his brow slightly, gradually straightening up and distancing his back from the rough tree trunk. With a gentle shake of his hand, he remarked, "This fellow is indeed merciless." Steadying his mind, he casually replied, "My condition is still quite poor, I cannot withstand torture." "But you have brought disgrace upon me before the Finghua Hall." Fang Duobing retorted angrily, the memory of his prior humiliation igniting his fury. "Rest assured, I, Fang Duobing, will not lay a hand on one devoid of martial skills. You are quite eloquent, are you not? Do you not possess numerous insights on how Buddha Bishi trains his interrogators? Come back with me to Baichuan Academy," Fang Duobing scoffed, seemingly foreseeing the fate that awaited Li Lianhua. "I am eager to see if your silver tongue can escape the clutches of Baichuan Academy's prison." As Fang Duobing spoke, Li Lianhua suddenly noticed a screen materializing in the sky, suspended in midair and emanating a soft glow, starkly contrasting with the surrounding environment, rendering it exceedingly conspicuous. "Hey, young brother, what do you see up there?" Li Lianhua pointed towards the sky, his voice tinged with curiosity. Fang Duobing felt insulted. "Do you take me for a fool? Such claims are not worthy of my belief." "No, there is truly something in the sky, after all, I am standing right before you." "What harm is there in taking a glance?" Li Lianhua explained helplessly, his tone sincere, devoid of any pretense, skeptical yet intrigued. Fang Duobing turned to look, only to behold a massive screen floating in the air, radiating a faint luminescence, resembling a mirage and appearing exceedingly strange. "What sort of trickery is this?" Fang Duobing inquired, pointing at the screen, his tone rife with caution and doubt. "Young brother, your words are misguided. How could this be my trickery? If I possessed such abilities, would I have been captured by you?" Li Lianhua raised his hands in exasperation, asserting that he was not the architect of this phenomenon. Simultaneously, others in this world who could also see the screen were equally bewildered. He Zhuangzhu of Tianshu Mountain Villa, after consulting his subordinates, discovered that only he and his sister could perceive it. The icy seawater washed over his body, the biting cold stirring him from his stupor. Li Shangyi struggled to open his eyes, realizing he lay upon the shore, drenched and racked with pain coursing through his limbs. Upon seeing the figure that appeared on the screen, Fang Duobing exclaimed excitedly, "It is my master." Beside him, Li Lianhua, perplexed by the sudden appearance of this supposed disciple, replied, "Young brother, perhaps it is best to remain quiet and watch until the end." With no choice but to acquiesce, Fang Duobing fell silent, momentarily suppressing his myriad of questions and excitement, focusing intently on the unfolding content on the screen. Chapter 87 of the viewing experience of Lotus Tower 2. Li Shangyi struggled to his feet, staggering a few steps as he endeavored to regain some strength. After a considerable pause, he began to drag his weary body, moving step by step towards the direction of the Four-Gaze Gate. On his way back, he overheard the murmurs of the surrounding townsfolk, this throng of people, surging up the mountain and then descending, now finally at peace. Was it not the result of divine beings clashing, leaving the common folk to suffer? Another voice, laced with derision and ire, interjected, "But, divine beings clashing? What divinity are you speaking of? Those ruffians from the martial world, with their so-called sects and alliances, bickering and fighting day in and day out, what have they brought but calamity upon us?" As Li Shangyi surveyed the ravaged streets, with collapsed houses in utter disarray, a wave of desolation surged within him. He stumbled back to the Four-Gaze Gate, where he witnessed the grievous casualties among his disciples, sprawled haphazardly on the ground, their blood staining the earth. His hand weakly struck the doorframe, producing a dull thud. With the Four-Gaze Gate in such a state, what achievements could possibly arise? Perhaps it would be best for everyone to part ways. Yet another voice countered, "The sect leader's fate remains uncertain." "Do you wish to divide the sect? I ask you, who is responsible for the heavy toll on the Four-Gaze Gate? Indeed, if not for the leader's obstinate pride and reckless defiance, how could we have fallen prey to the schemes of the Golden Mandarin Alliance? How could we have lost so many brothers? When I vowed to avenge the second sect leader, each of you was eager to join in, raising your voices in unison. How is it now that all blame is cast upon the leader?" Lu Rujing roared, "Whoever dares to step out of this gate, I shall slay them." Xiao Zhiqin stepped forward to mediate. "Everyone, cease your quarrels." The predicament of the Four-Gaze Gate today, though a result of Li Shangyi's hubris, is not something he desired. Listening to their back and forth, Li Shangyi's heart grew colder. He understood that the Four-Gaze Gate was doomed. Silently, he circumvented them and returned to his chamber. Everything in the room remained as he had left it, save for an envelope upon the table. He remembered that he had yet to read Owen's letter. Trembling, he opened the letter, familiar characters leaping into view, and upon reaching the end, the familiar name of Owen rendered him unable to deceive himself any longer. Li Shangyi lingered in his room for an extended period, only rising to depart the Four-Gaze Gate as the sun dipped below the horizon. He felt adrift, ultimately retracing his steps back to the east. As the scene unfolded, the screen thoughtfully displayed a message. "The first episode has concluded. Continue tomorrow." Fang Duobing struggled to catch his breath, nearly choking. Since witnessing Li Shangyi's laborious return to the Four-Gaze Gate, he could hardly restrain himself from leaping into the screen to assist him. Upon finally reaching the entrance, he was met with the sight of those within shifting blame and condemning Li Shangyi, even Xiao Zhiqin audaciously proclaiming the leader's demise. Fang Duobing could no longer contain his outrage. Pointing at Xiao Jiqin on the screen, he exclaimed, "How can they be like this? This is not my master's fault." Fang Duobing's face flushed with anger as he gazed at the bickering disciples of the Four Gaze Gate, filled with frustration. What is wrong with the people of the Four Gaze Gate? My master has returned and spent so long in his room, can they not see him? Reflecting on the past decade, as Qiao Wanwen and Xiao Jiqin had tirelessly sought Li Shangyi's whereabouts, only to declare him dead, pierced Fang Duobing's heart like a knife. Now they had the audacity to search for him after 10 years. When they did not seek him, they now wished to find him. He glared at the screen, as if wishing to bore a hole through it. Having experienced all this, Li Lianhua, upon seeing the desolate scene, initially felt a pang of guilt, but all her sorrow was eclipsed by the indignation of the foolish boy beside her, who championed her cause. Others in the Lotus Tower world were equally transfixed by the screen. What? Shangyi has returned. Xiao Wanwen gasped, covering her mouth, disbelief etched across her face, her eyes instantly reddening. Had he only seen that letter afterward? The one she had penned herself, imbued with a sense of finality. She had always believed it was her missive that had unsettled Shangyi, leading him to lose the decisive battle. Yet now it appeared that this was not the case at all. Shangyi had, in that dire situation, returned to the Four Gaze Gate, dragging his wounded body alone. How infuriating it was that none of them had noticed. He must have felt so disheartened, Xiao Wanwen murmured, her heart wrenched in agony. A decade of searching, a decade of yearning, only to discover the absurdity of it all, that they had been so near, yet so far apart. What? The sect leader returned. Shi Shui could scarcely believe his eyes, rubbing them to gain clarity. It truly was the leader, truly returning to the Four Gaze Gate, yet they had all failed to notice. A profound sense of guilt surged within him. Had they discovered it then, would the leader have? Lu Rujing, exasperated, smacked his forehead, lamenting, how could I not have thought of this? The leader, gravely injured, would most likely return to the Four Gaze Gate. If only we had been more vigilant, if only we had searched harder, could we have altered the outcome? Shangyi's mother, Tsinpa, gazed sorrowfully at the screen, tears blurring her vision. In her heart, Li Shangyi had always been a radiant youth, yet now she could not fathom how he must have felt returning to the Four Gaze Gate, wounded and alone. The thought of such helplessness, disappointment, and despair was enough to rend her heart asunder. Ha! Li Shangyi, oh Li Shangyi, his subordinate Zhao Liqiao mused upon seeing him awaken, initially thinking him fortunate to be alive, only to later witness him collapse at the East Sea, believing he had perished. Junior brother, this is the Four Gaze Gate you established. Dan Gudao contemplated the scenes on the screen, his emotions tangled. He had long wished for Li Shangyi's demise, yet upon seeing him truly fall, he felt a tumult of emotions within. Grandfather, did Li Shangyi truly die like this? Sighing, he reflected on the final image of Li Shangyi collapsing, many believing this was indeed how he met his end. Chapter 88 The viewing experience at the Lotus Pavilion, Part 3 The following day, the case of the Ling Mountain child was successfully resolved, and the mastermind, Xin Lei, was brought to justice. Fang Duobing, preoccupied with the new content about to be presented in the Celestial Show, sought companionship for the viewing. However, as Li Er and Wang Fu were unable to witness the spectacle, he reluctantly turned to Li Lianhua, who shared the ability to see the celestial display. Following the direction in which Li Lianhua had departed, he searched until he discovered Xin Lei, menacingly wielding an iron chain to restrain Li Lianhua. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Duobing unsheathed his sword, and with a flash of cold light, Xin Lei collapsed to the ground. Rushing forward, Fang Duobing examined Li Lianhua's condition and, relieved to find him unharmed, let out a sigh of relief. Ah, Li Lianhua, were you not supposed to fetch something? How did you end up here? He inquired. Oh, merely a wrong turn, Li Lianhua replied nonchalantly. Really? Fang Duobing's expression was one of confusion, clearly unconvinced by the explanation. Li Lianhua offered no further clarification, instead countering with a question, what brings you here? Realizing the urgency of the matter, Fang Duobing smacked his forehead and exclaimed, oh dear, I almost forgot. Li Lianhua, look up at the sky, the celestial show is about to commence. As Li Shangyi collapsed, a figure clad in a cassock approached slowly. It was Master Wu Liao from Pudu Temple. As consciousness gradually returned, Li Shangyi felt an overwhelming heaviness in his eyelids, as if they were laden with lead. He struggled to open his eyes, only to find this seemingly simple action extraordinarily taxing. After what felt like an eternity, he finally overcame the oppressive force, his eyelids slowly lifted, and his vision transitioned from a blur to clarity. A familiar figure came into view. Master Wu Liao. Monk, did you employ your Buddhist arts to rescue me from the grasp of the King of Hell? Li Shangyi's voice was hoarse and feeble, reminiscent of a broken wind instrument, intermittent and strained. Master Wu Liao pressed his palms together and sighed softly, what merit do I possess? It is merely that the fate of Lord Li should not be extinguished. Master Wu Liao approached the table, picked up a clean cloth, and gently wrapped a medicinal jar within it, his tone laden with gravity. Alas, Lord Li's meridians are shattered, and the poison of the green tea has already spread throughout his body. Fang Duobing seized Li Lianhua's arm in disbelief and demanded, what poison of the green tea? My master has been poisoned, how can this be? He is unparalleled in martial arts, how could he succumb to poison? Who administered it? Is the poison potent? Is there an antidote? Li Lianhua, did you witness this? Speak, for goodness sake. Li Lianhua felt an ominous premonition, sensing that his identity would soon be revealed. Subtly, he withdrew his arm from Fang Duobing's grasp and said, calm down for a moment. The celestial show is yet to conclude, let us continue watching. Xiao Wanwen murmured to herself, the poison of the green tea, how could Shangyi be poisoned? Lu Rujing furrowed his brow, pondering how the master of such extraordinary martial prowess could fall victim to such a deadly toxin. At this juncture, he suddenly halted, as if struck by a terrifying realization, his complexion growing increasingly pale. Di Feixing, who had been in seclusion to recuperate, sprang to his feet upon witnessing the scene and exclaimed, "Shangyi was poisoned during our duel?" Li Shangyi took the medicinal bowl and drank it all in one go. The bitter concoction coursed down his throat, lingering in his mouth long after. He set down the bowl, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Li Shangyi is no more. This is the way of destiny." Master Wolio gazed at the once vibrant youth now burdened with grave injuries and sighed, "Lord Li, your injuries are severe, you must hasten back to the Forgaze sect and seek the aid of your disciples and friends in the martial world. Otherwise, your life may be at risk." After a moment of silence, Li Shangyi inquired, "Monk, how much longer do I have to live?" Master Wolio pondered for a moment before responding slowly, "You may barely endure for another 10 years. Li Shangyi, struggling against the affliction of the green tea poison, moved forward step by step. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, his eyes caught sight of a striking Zen phrase on the wall. "With a tranquil heart, the lotus blooms everywhere." He paused, savoring the wisdom encapsulated in those words, a faint smile of acceptance appearing on his lips. Turning to Master Wolio, he spoke with a light-hearted tone, "Monk, your Zen saying is quite exquisite, I have come to understand it." With that, he departed without looking back. Master Wolio watched Li Shangyi's retreating figure, his heart a tumult of emotions, unable to suppress the urge to call out, "Lord Li." However, Li Shangyi did not turn back. He merely tilted his face slightly, his tone calm yet resolute, stating, "Li Shangyi has perished in the East Sea, henceforth, there exists only Li Lianhua in this world." Fang Duobing's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the celestial display and then turned to Li Lianhua, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long while. Li Lianhua felt uncomfortable under Fang Duobing's scrutinizing gaze and attempted to redirect his attention. "Why do you keep staring at me? Pay attention to the celestial show." Fang Duobing grasped Li Lianhua's arm, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Li Lianhua, you are my master, aren't you? You are my master? In this vast world, there are countless individuals with the same name. Surely, Fang Xiaoxia has mistaken his identity, perhaps it is merely a coincidence," Li Lianhua explained helplessly, attempting to retract his hand. "Impossible. In my entire life, you are the only Li Lianhua I know." Fang Duobing, unusually astute in this moment, clung to Li Lianhua, his eyes gleaming with certainty. "I refuse to believe otherwise. I am convinced you are him. I see the resemblance in your features to my master in the celestial show. Furthermore, it was stated that due to the poison of the green tea, one's appearance would gradually change, so you must indeed be my master. Shani is still alive. This is wonderful." Senpo's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Ever since she had witnessed Shangyi collapse on the east seashore the previous day, her heart had been lodged in her throat, fearing he had perished. She had packed her belongings to head to the East Sea to retrieve his body, but thankfully, fate had smiled upon them. Shangyi was still alive, yet, she pondered, with the poison still unremedied, how could this child not think to return to seek his master's help? Chapter 89 Viewing the Lotus Tower. In this vast world, there seemed to be no place for me to call home. Li Lianhua emerged from Putua Temple, and for a moment, found himself at a loss, unable to decide where to go, prompting a bitter smile to cross his lips. He thought it might be wise to return to the East Coast, for his senior brother's body had yet to be recovered, and perhaps some clues could be unearthed aboard the dilapidated ship of the Golden Mandarin Alliance. However, by the time Li Lianhua finally made his way back to the East Coast, he had yet to uncover any leads before he suddenly lost consciousness again. When Li Lianhua awoke once more, he discovered that a stunning woman clad in an ivory white gown had come to his rescue. "My name is Wang Xiaohua, and I am a physician. Please take your medicine, young master." "Master, the young lady from the celestial screen is truly beautiful, and she possesses medical skills that saved your life. Where is she now?" As the saying goes, a life-saving grace deserves a lifetime of loyalty. "Does this mean she is now my master's wife?" A barrage of questions from Fang Duobing bombarded Li Lianhua like cannon fire. Li Lianhua fell silent, unable to recall a Wang Xiaohua having saved him. Although he found it difficult to address this matter, he could certainly counter another. "Young hero Fang, could you please refrain from calling me master?" Li Lianhua sighed as he rubbed his forehead, attempting to shift the topic. "Have you forgotten? As a child, you said that if I mastered that sword technique with a wooden sword, you would accept me as your disciple." Fang Duobing exclaimed excitedly, gripping Li Lianhua's arm as if afraid he would flee, recounting tales from their childhood. "Ah, dear junior brother, you are indeed fortunate, as there seems to be someone to save you wherever you go." At that moment, the celestial screen, as if aware of their questions, displayed the same line as yesterday, along with an additional message of the second episode has concluded. The next will not necessarily be tomorrow. A friendly reminder, this is merely a different development from another world. Upon reading these words, Fang Duobing could not help but widen his eyes, glancing at the celestial screen and then back at Li Lianhua with an expression of curiosity. "Master, what does not necessarily tomorrow mean? And what does another world signify?" Li Lianhua remained silent, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He understood, just as the celestial screen indicated, that this could merely be an alternate progression of events in another realm, for he had no recollection of a person named Wang Xiaohua. He reasoned that his memory could not be so poor as to forget someone who had saved him a decade ago. With Fang Duobing's incessant inquiries proving bothersome, Li Lianhua ultimately resolved to slip away clandestinely. Upon returning to the Lotus Tower, he resorted to his old tactics, administering a sedative in Fang Duobing's tea. Seizing the opportunity while he slumbered, Li Lianhua quietly departed. When Fang Duobing finally opened his eyes, he found himself lying in a desolate wilderness, his anger flaring uncontrollably. How could it be that he, the esteemed young master of the Fang family, had been abandoned by his own master time and again? It was simply outrageous. Yet, as he pondered further, he realized that Li Lianhua was afflicted by the poison of the green tea, and he was uncertain whether the antidote had been found. The possibility of encountering various dangers filled him with concern, his heart racing like an ant on a hot pan. Young master, perhaps you should sit down and have something to eat, Wang Fu suggested, unable to contain his anxiety for his young master. This rice is clearly of the lowest quality. I have not fallen so low as to starve myself, Fang Duobing retorted sharply, his mood exceedingly foul. Not eating will only lead to a hollow stomach, young master. We truly do not have a single coin to our names, Li Er interjected, unable to resist offering a reminder. Upon hearing this, Fang Duobing reluctantly suppressed his fury and turned to Wang Fu and Li Er, instructing, search the bundles once more and see if you can find anything of value. It was then that they discovered some remnants of Pu Erhuang's belongings, including ink and brushes. Fang Duobing casually picked up a letter penned by Pu Erhuang, only to find it incoherent and lacking structure. He opened several letters, piecing them together to reveal an apology. Traveling north personally? Fang Duobing murmured to himself, a thought suddenly flashing through his mind. Upon reflection, he realized that Li Lianhua seemed quite interested in the remnants of the Golden Mandarin Alliance, and he suspected that Li Lianhua would undoubtedly pursue that path. There was but one mountain road leading north, and he was determined to follow it in hopes of finding his master. Fang Duobing hastily gulped down a few bites of food, and upon glancing upwards, he noted that the celestial screen remained shrouded in darkness. Resolutely, he stood up and addressed Wang Fu and Li Er. It is getting late. We must set off at once. He swiftly approached the horses, mounted one with agility, and turned back to beckon the two who remained in a daze. What are you waiting for? Let us go. Wang Fu and Li Er, not daring to delay, hastily gathered their belongings and followed suit. Chapter 90 of the viewing of the Lotus Pavilion. Fang Duobing and his companions journeyed northward, their horses' hooves shattering the delicate morning mist and startling the birds nestled in the trees. They hurried along the path, driven by an urgent desire to uncover the whereabouts of Li Lianhua. Simultaneously, others who could gaze upon the celestial canvas began to mobilize, discreetly seeking information about Li Lianhua. Upon learning that she had once graced the foot of Ling Mountain, they flocked there like bees drawn to nectar. One day, as Fang Duobing's party traversed a dense thicket, the sun reached its zenith, casting dappled shadows on the ground as rays filtered through the leaves. Feeling a twinge of fatigue, Fang Duobing decided to pause for a moment's respite. Leaning casually against a grand tree, he instinctively gazed skyward, pondering silently, I wonder where my master is now and if all is well with him? I also wonder if the celestial canvas will unveil new scenes today. As he mused, the previously dark sky suddenly illuminated, as if an invisible hand gently drew back a curtain to reveal a spectacular stage behind it. Instantly invigorated, Fang Duobing fixated on the celestial display, fearful of missing even the slightest detail of the unfolding scene. Depicted Li Lianhua, after being rescued, remaining unable to leave the quaint fishing village, enduring the torment of bitter medicine each day. At this sight, Fang Duobing erupted into hearty laughter, his previous grievances against Li Lianhua dissipating like mist. He laughed unabashedly, disregarding any semblance of decorum. In stark contrast, Li Er and Wang Fu were startled by Fang Duobing's sudden outburst, exchanging bewildered glances filled with confusion and trepidation. They huddled together, whispering, in this desolate wilderness, could it be that the young master has encountered something sinister? Why is he laughing so ominously at the sky? Is it possible that such malevolent forces have grown so bold as to manifest in broad daylight? Meanwhile, Sun Po remained transfixed by the screen, observing the once spiritedly Shangyi ensnared in the fishing village. Rather than feeling sympathy, she marveled, exclaiming, what an exquisite formation, truly impressive. Sun Po's admiration for Wang Xiaohua grew with each passing moment. Possessing a kind heart, mastering medical arts, and understanding the intricacies of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, she was indeed a rare gem of a woman. Upon witnessing Wang Xiaohua, tearfully calling out to her husband Li Shangyi, Sun Po mused. If they could truly be together, that would be quite splendid. In contrast, Zhao Liqiao could not contain her laughter at the sight of Li Lianhua's misfortune. Ha ha, Li Shangyi, look at you now. How the tides have turned. The celestial display continued, showcasing Li Lianhua's construction of the Lotus Pavilion, where he even crafted a spacious medicine cabinet for Wang Xiaohua's practice. The princess, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim. They appear quite well matched, a harmonious pair of talent and beauty, destined for each other. I wonder if their companionship might blossom into something deeper over time? I beg your pardon for the interruption, please continue, Li Lianhua said. Do not utter such nonsense. We are merely in an employment relationship, and I have no inclination towards men, Wang Xiaohua responded. Is it because you fear you may not have another chance to speak? Please, do not say that. I shall take my leave at once, Sikong Zhaixing interjected. Wang Xiaohua tossed a jade token, which Sikong Zhaixing caught before departing. Li Lianhua felt as if his ears had betrayed him. Could the aftereffects of the bicha poison be manifesting so swiftly? Had he just heard Wang Xiaohua referred to as? Yes, Wang Xiaohua affirmed, gazing at the enchanting figure before him. Li Lianhua's clear voice echoed, leaving him in need of a moment's solitude. At this juncture, those observing the celestial canvas were momentarily stunned, as if time itself had stilled. What, a man? Fang Duobing, previously lounging in the shade, sprang to his feet upon hearing those words, his eyes wide with disbelief. What? Miss Wang is a man? Young master, please do not frighten me, which Miss Wang, there is no one else here but Miss Li. Wang Fu exclaimed, his heart racing as he glanced around, only to find the trio alone. Li Er, equally shaken by Fang Duobing's reaction, turned pale, clutching Wang Fu's sleeve tightly, trembling with fear. Only Fang Duobing, able to witness the celestial display, remained absorbed in its revelations. Chapter 91 The viewing experience of the Lotus Tower. Li Lianhua woke from his slumber, feeling as though he had just emerged from a dream, a peculiar one in which Wang Xiaohua was a man. Upon pushing open the door and stepping out into the courtyard, he beheld a young gentleman of noble lineage, possessing a delicate visage and ruby lips. His features were exquisite yet devoid of any effeminacy. Who could this be? Fang Duobing, upon catching sight of the gentleman seated in the courtyard, was compelled to speak, but restrained himself, recalling how frightened Wang Fu and the others had been moments prior. He ultimately chose to remain silent. It appeared the gentleman had a poor memory, for he seemed oblivious to the mellifluous quality of voices over the past few days, causing Li Lianhua's eyes to ache. Miss Xiaohua? It is I, the gentleman declared, his demeanor radiant, no longer resembling the frail willow swaying in the breeze. Lianhua, just like me. No, it was a sentiment of pity akin to that of a flower that knows not of the heartache it inflicts upon those who admire it. He Xiaofeng initially found it astonishing that such a strikingly beautiful maiden was, in fact, a man. However, upon the entrance of Wang Lianhua, adorned in resplendent red attire, she was left utterly speechless, taking a considerable moment to regain her voice, murmuring, "How can there be such a handsome young man in this world?" Unable to resist, she glanced skyward to confirm once more that the ethereal figure in white was indeed the same as the gentleman before her. "Sister, look. That red attire on him is simply exquisite." He Xiaofeng exclaimed, gripping her sister's arm in excitement. He Zhuanju also found Wang Lianhua's crimson ensemble to be breathtaking, nodding in agreement and echoing her sister's sentiments. Indeed, it is splendid. This attire enhances his already remarkable countenance, truly a dashing young gentleman, like a jade figure amidst the throngs. Zhao Liqiao, witnessing such a striking young man, felt her heart stir. When Wang Lianhua donned female attire, he was a vision of unparalleled beauty. In male attire, he was a gallant figure, inspiring a yearning within her. There's such a being in another world, and perhaps in this one as well? Zhao Liqiao pondered silently before summoning Shuepa, instructing her in hushed tones, "Go, send someone to inquire about this gentleman's whereabouts." Shuepa complied and departed, yet Zhao Liqiao's gaze lingered on the heavens, unable to tear herself away. Li Lianhua was struck by a thought akin to that of his counterpart in another realm. When had this martial world ever seen such a character? "Li Lianhua, if you have nothing to do, why not come and drive the carriage?" The Wang gentleman promptly assumed his character, and before he could utter a word, tears began to stream down his face. How could the gentleman harbor such thoughts? Had their time together grown stale, leading to a waning of affection? I am not, I must drive the carriage, do not disturb me." Li Lianhua felt compelled to interject, turning away to cease further conversation. Alas, there was no choice but to resume his duties at the reins. Of Fang Duobing could no longer contain himself and let out a laugh, having chuckled at the sky numerous times over the past few days. "Young master, are you certain you are well?" Li Er inquired, perplexed by her master's sudden mirth. "Is there something amusing in the heavens?" "Oh, nothing, Fang Duobing replied, tilting his head skyward, seemingly in search of the right words. "I merely find the clouds above to be quite comical. Yes, the clouds are amusing." As he spoke, he covertly glanced at the sky, where familiar subtitles had appeared. Episode 3 has concluded. Please continue next time. Ahem, well, we have rested long enough, let us resume our journey. To mask his embarrassment, Fang Duobing hastily encouraged. Li Er and Wang Fu exchanged bewildered glances, utterly mystified by their young master's amusement, yet they quickly fell into step behind him. "Rarely do we encounter someone whose tongue is sharper than that of Xiang Yi," Xiao Wanwan remarked, observing the interaction between Li Lianhua and Wang Lianhua on the celestial screen. Chapter 92 The viewing experience at the Lotus Pavilion 7. On the following dawn, as the first light of day began to break, Fang Duobing had already risen. After a brief ablution, he eagerly urged Li Er and Wang Fu to prepare the horses, ready to embark once more on the quest to locate Li Lianhua. The trio, mounted on their steeds, continued their journey northward, treading upon the gentle hues of morning. As Fang Duobing rode along, his thoughts lingered on the celestial spectacle that had unfolded the previous day, pondering when it might next occur, and whether he would be graced with further news of Li Lianhua today. Lost in contemplation, he was suddenly captivated by a familiar, melodious female voice resonating from the heavens, imbued with excitement, seemingly exclaiming praises for a beautiful maiden. A jolt of recognition struck Fang Duobing. The voice belonged to his aunt, He Xiaofeng. In a moment of urgency, he yanked the reins, causing his spirited steed to whinny, its front hooves rearing high, nearly unseating Fang Duobing. Quickly, he calmed the startled horse, casting aside all else to gaze skyward, fearful of missing any detail. Li Er and Wang Fu exchanged glances, uncertain yet instinctively following their master to the roadside. He Xiaofeng addressed the air. "Indeed, I am He Xiaofeng, and this is my nephew, Fang Duobing. May I inquire your name, fair maiden?" "My apologies for the oversight. I am Bai Lianhua, the lotus that blooms amidst the green bamboo, adorned in the faded garments of the pink lotus." Bai Lianhua offered a bashful smile, then turned to Li Lianhua, her eyes twinkling with playful mockery. "And this is Li Lianhua, who, like myself, appears quite flustered." Li Lianhua, catching the glimmer of jest in the eyes of a certain young gentleman, felt a pang of foreboding. Indeed, upon hearing the introduction, her heart sank, realizing the implications. The assembled company of Tianji Mountain Villa exchanged knowing glances, their expressions conveying a shared understanding. He Xiaofeng gasped, "What, you share such a relationship?" As she scrutinized the two, her gaze bore the weight of one observing flowers amidst refuse. Li Lianhua's smile faltered, her hands tightening within her sleeves. This arrangement certainly seems incongruous with Miss Bai, He Xiaofeng remarked, gesturing as though to physically separate Li Lianhua from Bai Lianhua. Upon hearing his sister's comment, He Zhuanju could not suppress a gentle cough. Xiaofeng, while I too perceive the disparity between Li Lianhua and Bai Lianhua, such candor may come off as impolite. Understood, sister. I merely speak my mind, He Xiaofeng waves dismissively, her enthusiasm unabated as she continued to watch the celestial display of Fang Duobing, meanwhile, was beaming with delight, reveling in the moment. After all, it was he who had put Li Lianhua in an awkward position, and the spectacle above reflected his own triumph. He puffed out his chest, as if he had achieved something of great significance. Lear, observing her master's foolish grin directed towards the sky, felt an increasing sense of unease. Gently, she tugged at Wang Fu's sleeve. Wang Fu, do you think we ought to find a physician? The master has been grinning foolishly for quite some time, could he be possessed? Wang Fu, sensing the oddity of the situation, recoiled slightly and whispered, Lear, with the ghost festival approaching, could it be that some sinister force has latched onto the master? Lear shivered at the thought. Do not speak such nonsense. If anything were amiss with the master, the Zhuanju would surely not spare us. Fang Duobing, overhearing, declared, I am not ill, nor am I possessed. Have you heard? It seems a figure known as the King of Thieves, Xikong Jiaxing, has recently emerged in the martial world. What do you mean you forgot to pick the apricots? Li Lianhua interjected. Fang Xiaobao, what do you seek from me? Fang Duobing retorted, what do you mean what do I seek? And do not call me Xiaobao, address me by my full name. Had it not been for sister by mentioning you appeared so solitary, I would not have come to find you. I truly cannot fathom how someone as exceptional as sister Bai could have taken a liking to you. Li Lianhua sighed, is it possible that our connection is merely that of healer and patient? Fang Duobing looked skeptical. Are you saying you are not being supported by sister Bai? That the little house outside is not your shared abode, is Bai Lianhua not named in your honor? Li Lianhua replied, though we reside in that little house, I am utterly destitute, indeed reliant on her. The garments I wear were crafted by her hands, she does not go by the name Lianhua. Fang Duobing's expression shifted to one of disbelief, as he regarded her with the countenance of one who has discovered a heartless, pampered rogue. Li Lianhua fell silent, observing this exchange. Sinpa murmured to herself, indeed, this appearance resembles that of a dependent, pampered youth. If Li Shangyi were to don the original visage, she began to contemplate the possibility of transforming Li Shangyi into a guest of the curtain. Li Lianhua furrowed her brow slightly, diverting her gaze from the celestial display, and murmured, the martial world there seems rather lively at first, there was Wang Lianhua, and now another known as the King of Thieves? Chapter 93. Viewing experience of the Lotus Pavilion today, the duration of the celestial screen was notably brief, concluding earlier than usual. A familiar closing remark gradually emerged, signaling the end of the fourth episode and formally declaring the day's viewing is complete. Fang Duobing reluctantly withdrew his gaze, yet the images from the celestial screen replayed vividly in his mind, causing a slight smile to grace his lips. Did you both think I couldn't hear you? What do you mean by foolish laughter? I, your young master, am neither ill nor have I encountered anything unclean. Fang Duobing suddenly raised his voice, addressing Wang Fu and Lear beside him, his tone tinged with discontent. Lear looked up, her expression one of confusion as she regarded her young master, and queried, but, young master, you are indeed laughing foolishly at the sky. Fang Duobing was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, Lear and the others could not see the celestial screen and thus could not comprehend his current feelings. He could only awkwardly explain, I just find the clouds in the sky amusing. But young master, there are no clouds in the sky. Wang Fu scratched his head, looking at Fang Duobing with a perplexed expression. Fang Duobing felt an even greater sense of frustration, yet could not find a suitable reason to clarify, so he stubbornly asserted, in any case, your young master is not ill. Having said that, Fang Duobing ignored their bewilderment and resumed his journey on horseback, leaving Wang Fu and Lear exchanging glances. Although they were filled with questions, they dared not inquire further due to Fang Duobing's status as their young master, and thus remained obediently silent as they followed along. Time flew by, and before long, it was mid-July. On this day, Fang Duobing unexpectedly encountered Li Lianhua at an inn, and he was filled with overwhelming joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward, exclaiming excitedly, Master! Li Lianhua gazed at the exuberant youth before him, feeling a sense of helplessness. Why does this foolish boy persistently pursue me? To avoid complications, Li Lianhua decided to establish 3 rules with Fang Duobing. He could accompany him, but there was no room for additional guests at the Lotus Pavilion. Fang Duobing readily agreed, assuring that he would send Lear and Wang Fu back to the Tianji Villa. Upon hearing this, Lear became anxious and could not help but ask, Young master, are you truly going to follow this false physician? What false physician? Show some respect, this is my master. Fang Duobing shot Lear a stern glare, correcting her with a serious tone. Lear wished to say more, but Fang Duobing silenced her with a look. Subsequently, when the matter of the Yuqing case was settled, Fang Duobing instructed Wang Fu and Lear to return to Tianji Villa while he remained steadfastly by Li Lianhua's side. Fearful that Li Lianhua might vanish without a trace as before, he paid close attention to his movements. Wherever Li Lianhua went, he followed. When Li Lianhua evaded the people from Baichuan courtyard, he too discreetly avoided them. Thus, Fang Duobing shadowed him closely until they returned to the Lotus Pavilion, where the celestial screen began to play once more. If you truly dislike Sister Bai, you ought to have clarified things with her sooner. If you lack funds, I can lend you some, Li Lianhua mused, pondering whether this period had merely been a dream since the Eastern Sea battle, questioning if he had never truly awakened. Thus, the admirable young men of this world must be judged by my master, Li Shangyi, who once captivated the heroic Xiao Enxia, causing the streets of Yangzhou to be filled with spectators drawn by his red silk sword dance. Suddenly jolted back to reality by the involuntary triggering of keywords, Li Lianhua was about to retort at Fang Duobing when he was interrupted. What are you obstructing me for? If certain words bring discontent to all, perhaps they should remain unspoken. Seeing Li Lianhua in such a state, Tsinpa felt a pang of sorrow. Shangyi, you foolish child. Zhao Wanwen covered her mouth, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes as she choked out, Shangyi, you are the light that others pursue, so radiant, so warm. She inhaled deeply, striving to compose herself, yet could not help but weep uncontrollably. But your brilliance can also wound hearts, just as mine can never match your pace. Yet, how could that possibly be your fault? From a third-party perspective, Fang Duobing could not help but notice Li Lianhua's dissatisfaction with Li Shangyi displayed on the celestial screen. Was it due to what transpired after the Eastern Sea battle? Was it the sight of those corpses? Fang Duobing turned his head, glancing at the man beside him who had fallen silent due to the celestial screen's content. Master, what are you truly thinking? Unable to restrain himself, Fang Duobing reached out and gently tugged at Li Lianhua's sleeve. Master. Li Lianhua came to his senses, lowering his gaze to meet Fang Duobing's eyes filled with concern. Master, Fang Duobing's voice was soft, as if afraid to disturb something fragile. But this is not your fault. Li Lianhua averted his gaze from Fang Duobing, returning his attention to the celestial screen, his tone devoid of emotion. It is because of my poor decisions that so many perished in the Sigu Men. That is not true. Fang Duobing suddenly stood up, interrupting Li Lianhua with fervor. Master, do not shoulder all the blame. Li Lianhua regarded the suddenly standing Fang Duobing with a slight furrow of his brow. What are you doing? Realizing he had momentarily lost his composure, Fang Duobing took a deep breath and sat back down. Master, he racked his brain, attempting to persuade his master, when an epiphany struck him. Master, who poisoned you? Li Lianhua was taken aback, evidently not anticipating Fang Duobing to bring this matter up. How do you know? Were you poisoned before the Eastern Sea battle? Ignoring Li Lianhua's astonishment, Fang Duobing continued, the person who poisoned you must be from Sigu Men. Li Lianhua opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Fang Duobing interrupted, Master, think about it. If there were no traitor in Sigu Men, how would the Jin Yuan Meng know your plans? The more Fang Duobing spoke, the more agitated he became. So many lives were lost. It had to have been a traitor who leaked information to Jin Yuan Meng. Li Lianhua fell silent, unable to refute Fang Duobing's assertion, for deep down, he knew Fang Duobing had a point. But this is merely your conjecture. After a long pause, Li Lianhua finally spoke, his tone tinged with fatigue. Fang Duobing grew anxious. Master, Li Lianhua. Li Lianhua sighed helplessly, are you still watching the celestial screen? You talk so much. Fang Duobing turned away, sulking and refusing to look at Li Lianhua, sitting nearby in a huff as he resumed watching the celestial screen. Are you doing this on purpose? What is the young master talking about? What purpose? Have you discovered that I added more Huanglian to your medicine? No, it's nothing. Gazing at the seemingly oblivious Bai Lianhua, Li Lianhua realized he would not hear any truth from her but appeared to have stumbled upon something unexpected. What Huanglian? I wondered why my medicine was so bitter. You deliberately added a lot of Huanglian. What Huanglian? Who mentioned Huanglian? It seems your poison is worsening. Young master, you should seek out medicinal herbs soon. No, Bai Lianhua promptly exited the scene, leaving behind a Li Lianhua who attempted to interject but to no avail. As Fang Duobing observed the celestial screen where Li Lianhua was being consoled, the tension he had held onto finally eased, and he let out a long sigh. However, when he noticed Li Lianhua reveal a faint smile at the end, he could not help but turn his head, stealing a glance at Li Lianhua beside him. The princess propped her chin on her hand, watching the two figures on the celestial screen, feeling that something was amiss, musing aloud, why do I feel they are somewhat compatible? Su Xiaoyan replied, it seems you wretched lotus, why don't you come out? Have I done something to offend others lately? Why is young Master Fang so furious and scolding me? If you find me displeasing, just say so, there is no need to make such a fuss, I could leave directly, and it wouldn't trouble anyone. Bai Lianhua turned away, covering her face, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Ah, Sister Bai, do not cry. Please don't cry, I didn't mean to say that, let me explain. Ah, how can there be someone bullying a frail woman here? Truly, the world has declined, and humanity is no longer as it once was. Indeed, how childish you are, still teasing young Master Fang here. Likewise. The 5th episode has concluded. Stay tuned for the next installment. As the celestial screen depicted Li Lianhua and Bai Lianhua conspiring together, Fang Duobing cast a reproachful glance at Li Lianhua. Li Lianhua, however, maintained an innocent demeanor, asserting defiantly, little treasure, this has nothing to do with me. I have done nothing. His voice carried an incredulous conviction, as if to defend his absolute innocence. Chapter 94 of the Lotus Pavilion viewing experience. But you have spilled my medicine several times. The grievances swelling within Fong Duobing resembled unspoken frustrations, finally erupting at that moment. Li Lianhua, however, raised his chin defiantly, showing no signs of weakness. I have done all this for your own good. In the face of his explanation, Fong Duobing felt even more indignant. His anger and sense of injustice transformed into an uncontainable force, eager to retort, for my own good, you. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words to articulate the complexity of his feelings. Li Lianhua leaned forward, speaking earnestly, Little Bao, consider this as my disciple. If you are deceived while traversing the martial world, whose face will you be tarnishing? His tone seemed to convey profound concern and expectation, as if reminding him of the heavy burdens of responsibility. Fong Duobing gazed up, bewildered, and replied dully, whose face, but my own? Of course, it would be mine. Li Lianhua suddenly raised his voice, standing abruptly, his hands pressed on the table, leaning slightly toward Fong Duobing as he enunciated each word with gravity. You are my disciple. If others see you being duped so many times, what will they say? They will claim that I am a poor teacher. Li Lianhua's voice resonated like a clarion call, each word striking Fong Duobing's heart like a hammer, instilling an inexplicable pressure and invisible sense of duty within him. Finally, Li Lianhua straightened, his tone softening as he continued, everything I do for you is out of concern for your well-being. I never anticipated that you would fail to comprehend my intentions. With a sigh, he slowly turned away, his footsteps heavy as he prepared to leave. At the doorway, he paused, casting a deep glance back at Fong Duobing, sighing as if he felt that Little Bao did not grasp his heartfelt anguish, before departing the room without looking back. Fong Duobing remained seated, observing Li Lianhua's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. He murmured to himself, so, Master's actions are all for my benefit. He had entirely overlooked the fact that Li Lianhua had spilled his medicine before even acknowledging him as a disciple. Once outside the room, a barely perceptible smile graced Li Lianhua's face as he mused inwardly, this foolish boy is still easily deceived, it seems I must take the time to educate him properly. Meanwhile, upon emerging from seclusion, Di Feixing was preoccupied with the matter of Li Xiangyi being afflicted by the poison of the green tea, and promptly summoned Yama. Yama, are you aware of the green tea poison? Di Feixing inquired directly, his voice tinged with urgency. Reporting to you, my lord, I possess some knowledge regarding the green tea poison, Yama responded without delay. Then enlighten me, what is so formidable about this poison, and is there an antidote? Di Feixing pressed. Yama, not daring to withhold information, candidly informed Di Feixing that the green tea poison was of his own concoction, ultimately appropriated by Zhao Liqiao, who had used it on Li Xiangyi. Upon hearing this, Di Feixing was consumed by rage, storming to confront Zhao Liqiao, seizing her by the throat, and rebuking, how dare you act on your own accord? Snow Gongxue stepped forward to plead for Zhao Liqiao, my lord, please temper your wrath. The saintess had only the best intentions. My lord, everything I have done is for your benefit. Zhao Liqiao exclaimed, her words laden with feigned innocence. Considering Zhao Liqiao's years of unwavering loyalty, Di Feixing suppressed his fury, releasing her while warning her against further schemes, asserting that matters concerning him and Li Xiangyi required no outside interference. After calming himself, Di Feixing instructed Yama to hasten the development of an antidote for the green tea poison, and dispatched Wu Yan to investigate Li Lianhua's whereabouts. With everything arranged, Di Feixing stood alone by the window, observing the scene in the sky where Li Lianhua and Bai Lianhua were colluding to toy with Little Bao, reflecting, Li Xiangyi, I never anticipated that the esteemed leader of the Sigu men would stoop to amuse himself with a child. Before Di Feixing could finish his lamentation, Wu Yan returned, clasping his hands and reporting, my lord, I have discovered Li Lianhua's location. Di Feixing turned abruptly, urgency in his voice, where is he now? Wu Yan promptly replied, reporting to you, my lord, Li Lianhua is currently in Yu City. The following morning, Li Lianhua spooned a portion of minced meat with a wooden ladle and gently placed it in front of the fox spirit. The fox spirit wagged its tail in delight, relishing its owner's affection, extending its pink tongue to lick the meat clean in a few swift motions, its eyes closing in satisfaction. Seeing the fox spirit's contentment, a tender smile crept onto Li Lianhua's lips. He reached out to stroke the fox spirit's fluffy head, which nuzzled against his palm in bliss. Suddenly, a faint rustling of leaves caught Li Lianhua's attention, prompting him to lift his head, scanning the direction from whence the sound originated. He noticed a tall figure standing among the branches, partially concealed in the dappled light. Li Lianhua set down the wooden ladle, gently patting the fox spirit's head to signal it to remain quiet. He rose, his gaze calm as he regarded the newcomer, who leaped down from the tree, landing steadily before him. The visitor was none other than Di Feixing. Li Xiangyi, how have you been? Di Feixing observed the composed Li Lianhua, his tone laced with complex emotions. Li Lianhua smiled faintly, responding serenely, my dear brother, you must have mistaken me, I am Li Lianhua, not Li Xiangyi. Di Feixing, naturally unconvinced, snorted coldly, propelling himself toward Li Lianhua with the force of a released arrow, his fingers poised like claws, aimed directly at Li Lianhua's chest. Li Lianhua had anticipated such an attack. With a flicker of his eyes, he deftly sidestepped Di Feixing's fierce strike. Master! At that moment, Fong Duobing heard the commotion outside and rushed out from the Lotus Pavilion, catching sight of Di Feixing's assault on Li Lianhua. Alarmed, he drew his sword, thrusting it fiercely toward Di Feixing without a second thought. Though Fong Duobing's swordplay was fierce, it appeared juvenile in Di Feixing's eyes. He countered with a swift palm, sending Fong Duobing staggering back several steps, then sneered, you underestimate yourself. As Di Feixing's words fell, he moved again. This time his strikes were even more ferocious, each one targeting vital points, clearly fueled by genuine anger. Li Lianhua found himself evading Di Feixing's onslaught while simultaneously protecting Fang Duobing, the situation fraught with peril. Little Bao. As Li Lianhua saw Di Feixing's palm hurtling toward him, he had no choice but to employ the Posa step, guiding Fang Duobing to evade the blow. Witnessing the technique Li Lianhua employed, Di Feixing's pupils constricted, a tempest of emotions surging within. The Posa step, it truly is you, Li Shangyi. Realizing his identity had been exposed, Li Lianhua sighed helplessly. Alliance leader Di, it has been a while. Di Feixing ignored Li Lianhua's pleasantries, seizing his wrist with a vice-like grip, his rough fingertips pressing firmly against Li Lianhua's pulse point. He channeled a fragment of internal energy into Li Lianhua's body, meticulously assessing his condition to determine if the poison had been neutralized and how well he had recovered. Ally Lianhua felt his wrist caught in an iron grip, a domineering force invading his body. Yet, he made no resistance, resignedly allowing Di Feixing to probe Fang Duobing. Witnessing this scene, felt a surge of fury rise within him. Just as he prepared to reprimand Di Feixing, a single glance from Li Lianhua silenced him. After a moment, Di Feixing withdrew his hand, his taut expression revealing a hint of seriousness as he spoke gravely. I will find a way to help you detoxify, and then we shall compete once more. Since you were poisoned back then, the outcome naturally does not count. Fang Duobing, upon hearing this, became instantly displeased, pointing at Di Feixing and exclaiming loudly, if it weren't for the treachery of your Golden Phoenix Alliance back then, how would Master have fallen victim to poison? Di Feixing's expression darkened at Fang Duobing's words, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He scoffed, who are you to speak? You have no right to voice your opinion here. He then scrutinized Fang Duobing from head to toe, condescendingly remarking, you just referred to Li Shangyi as your master? With your meager skills, Li Shangyi's judgment must be rather poor. Fang Duobing's face flushed crimson with anger at Di Feixing's taunts, his finger trembling as he pointed at him, momentarily at a loss for words. In a fit of rage, he abruptly drew his sword, aiming it at Di Feixing, ready to contest him. Di Feixing, unyielding, allowed a glint of menace to flash in his eyes, bracing himself for battle as tensions escalated between the two, the atmosphere thick with impending conflict. Just then, the heavens above suddenly illuminated, heralding the onset of a new scene. Chapter 95. Viewing the Lotus Pavilion. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Li Lianhua hastily interjected to halt the quarrel between the two. Cease your bickering. The celestial spectacle has commenced, will you not watch? Of course we shall watch. Once it concludes, I shall confront him. Di Feixing retorted with a cold scoff, refusing to back down. Li Lianhua shook his head in exasperation. These two were truly irreconcilable. He turned to Di Feixing and, with a hint of irritation, remarked, Di Alliance leader, as a senior, how can you squabble like a child? Winning against him, does it truly bestow any honor upon you? Having made his point, he then directed his stern gaze at Fang Xiaobao, admonishing him, and you, Fang Xiaobao, do you dare to challenge anyone indiscriminately? Li Lianhua delivered equal reprimands to both, urging them to settle down and properly observe the spectacle. Does your sister Bai enjoy sweets? Is that so? I had no inkling, yet you seem to indulge in them daily. Surely you are not trying to deceive me? How could you harbor such thoughts? I relish sweets. Why should not your sister Bai share the same fondness? Am I truly perceived as such in your eyes? That was not my intention. I certainly believe you. As Li Lianhua observed the antics of Li Shangyi on the celestial screen, he could not suppress a chuckle, turning to Li Lianhua with a mocking tone. Li Lianhua, you seem to effortlessly don the mantle of a senior while still finding time to amuse yourself at others' expense. Unfazed by the jibe, Li Lianhua leisurely lifted his teacup and took a sip, responding with calm deliberation. Alliance leader Di, your words are misplaced. These actions on the celestial screen have no bearing on me. Do ensure you relay this to Sister Bai. To clarify on my behalf, I truly am not casting aspersions upon her. Rest assured, with our bond, would I not lend my assistance? Li Lianhua nodded, adopting a demeanor that suggested he bore the weight of their conversation, patting Fang Duobing on the shoulder before departing with his box of sweets. Unbeknownst to him, the joy of collecting a box filled with confections did not shield Li Lianhua from the growing ire of Fang Duobing, who returned to his dwelling in high spirits. There, he encountered Bai Lianhua, who quipped, oh, where might you be taking my offering? Offering? This is a gift from Fang Xiaobao, he retorted. I had thought someone had learned of my penchant for sweets and sent a gift as an apology. Di Feixing, resting his chin on his hand and tilting his head slightly, responded with a hint of sarcasm. Some seniors truly lack decorum, resorting to deceit against their juniors. With that, he cast a sidelong glance at Li Lianhua. Li Lianhua appeared unaffected by the barbs, maintaining his composure as he sat steadily, lifting his teacup to delicately blow upon the floating leaves before sipping with elegance. Fang Duobing shifted his gaze between the two, his heart torn in turmoil. He found Di Feixing unlikable and refrained from siding with him. However, he was the one who had been deprived of the confections, and thus could not contain his frustration, ultimately choosing to sit in silence, fuming. Young master, I fear your antidote may not be concocted at this juncture. Bai Lianhua's words triggered a wave of despondency in Li Lianhua. He opened his mouth to respond, but before he could utter a word, Bai Lianhua continued, yet I possess a cultivation technique that, once mastered, will harmonize the dual energies within, rendering the practitioner impervious to all toxins. Impervious to all toxins? Young Master Wang, this tome is exceedingly precious. I have no means to repay such generosity. It is merely a manual. Once bestowed, it rightfully belongs to you, nothing more. Fang Duobing sprang to his feet, grasping Li Lianhua's arm with fervor, exclaiming, "Master, did you hear that? Your affliction can be cured." Di Feixing waved his hand dismissively, his tone dripping with disdain. "What are you so agitated about? It is the Li Lianhua on the screen who possesses the antidote, not your master. Why do you revel in such folly? You!" Fang Duobing's face flushed with anger as he pointed at Di Feixing, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Have I spoken in error?" Fang Duobing trembled with rage, yet was at a loss for a retort, ultimately sinking back into his seat, muttering under his breath. Li Lianhua shook his head in resignation, rubbing his temples. The tension between these two had been palpable from their first encounter, truly a source of vexation. However, concern gnawed at Li Lianhua's mind. If the celestial display continued, would it truly unveil the secrets of that priceless tome? Such a manual capable of counteracting toxins, and who knows how many eyes might behold it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dan Guda watched the unfolding events with seething jealousy, his teeth clenched as he muttered, "Oh, junior brother, you are indeed fortunate. Wherever you go, you find those who favor you first. It was the master's preference for you, and now, an unknown benefactor presents you with an antidote manual." Chapter 96. The viewing experience of the Lotus Pavilion. Since discovering Li Xiangyi, Di Feixing had taken up residence in the Lotus Pavilion, reluctant to depart. He recalled that Zhao Liqiu had once mentioned a miraculous healing artifact hidden within the Yiping grave. The Tears of Guanyin, capable of fully restoring his martial prowess. Contemplating the potential of this wondrous relic, he wondered if the Tears of Guanyin might also counteract the poison of the Bai Ti. To this end, Di Feixing sought the counsel of the Medicine Demon. Medicine Demon, could the Tears of Guanyin be effective against the poison of the Bai Ti? Master, the Tears of Guanyin are indeed a healing treasure. It is possible that they may also alleviate the effects of the Bai Ti poison, the Medicine Demon replied. Although he did not offer a definitive answer, his words undoubtedly invigorated Di Feixing's resolve. Upon receiving this revelation, Di Feixing resolved to journey to the Yiping grave in search of the Tears of Guanyin to cure Li Xiangyi. He hoped that Li Lianhua and Fang Duobing would accompany him. "What purpose do you have in going to the Yiping grave?" Fang Duobing inquired warily, ever suspicious of Di Feixing's intentions. "There lies the Tears of Guanyin, perhaps capable of neutralizing the Bai Ti poison," Di Feixing stated plainly, revealing his objective without hesitation. "Is that true?" Fang Duobing exclaimed, glancing at Li Lianhua with excitement. "If we can find the Tears of Guanyin, then Master S poison can be cured." Li Lianhua, however, remained unfazed. His sole desire was to locate his senior brother swiftly, dismissing all else as inconsequential. "Li Lianhua, accompany me, and I shall share news regarding the Shanga Dao," Di Feixing pressed, deploying his trump card as Li Lianhua showed no signs of being swayed. Only then did Li Lianhua lift his head and ask, "Is this truly the case?" "Indeed, I never speak falsely." Upon hearing Di Feixing's affirmative response, Li Lianhua finally nodded in agreement, deciding to join them on their expedition to the Yiping grave. Moreover, since the three of them had convened, the celestial canopy above seemed to harmonize with their journey, shifting to a daily broadcast frequency, as if deliberately accommodating their passage. Thus, during their journey to the Yiping grave, the trio began to eagerly follow the celestial broadcasts. They glimpsed another world where Li Lianhua's disciple, Wan Lianhua, and her friend, Han Yi, appeared. They also witnessed Fang Xiaobao from an alternate realm, that child adamantly declaring his disinterest in learning Li Lianhua's martial arts. From that moment on, Di Feixing derived great amusement from teasing Fang Duobing with the name Li Duobing. Each time he saw Fang Duobing fuming in response, Di Feixing felt a surge of delight. Fortunately, the celestial canopy refrained from revealing the contents of the tome known as the Biming Divine Art, and even the details of Li Lianhua's tutelage were only briefly mentioned. However, during the 9th episode's broadcast, an unexpected event transpired. On this particular day, Di Feixing had brought the Medicine Demon to the Lotus Pavilion, wishing for him to assess Li Lianhua's current condition. Yet, as they watched the celestial display, they were met with an astonishing revelation: the corpse of Shan Guda was merely a result of disguise, indicating that it was not the true Shan Guda. "Li Lianhua, you have been deceived." Han Yi stepped forward to retrieve a vial from the ground, boldly calling upon the lion spirit for assistance. He opened the vial and applied the contents meticulously onto Shan Guda's face. Before long, Shan Guda transformed into an entirely different visage. "Ah, this is not Shan Guda. The Golden Mandarin Alliance is cunning. Employing a decoy to sow confusion is certainly within their capabilities." As the 9th episode concluded, Li Lianhua stood frozen, his breath quickening upon witnessing the unmasking of Shan Guda. His complexion shifted dramatically, the pallor of his face drained of color, his lips turning a sickly hue. Fang Duobing was the first to notice Li Lianhua's distress, exclaiming, "Master!" Li Lianhua clutched his chest in agony, his body trembling violently, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead. The Medicine Demon, perceiving the urgency, swiftly produced a porcelain vial, extracted a pill, and administered it to Li Lianhua. Di Feixing, disregarding all else, extended his hand and gradually channeled his internal energy into Li Lianhua's body, aiding in the suppression of the rampant Bai Ti poison within. Fortunately, the Medicine Demon's pill possessed remarkable efficacy, and coupled with Di Feixing's profound internal power, the two collaborated to successfully quell the poison once more. Chapter 97, The Lotus Tower Viewing Experience. 12. Upon witnessing Li Lianhua from another realm succumbing to the poison triggered by Dan Gudao, Han Yi furrowed his brows and inquired of the live streaming system, "Is there any way to release the live rewards in advance?" "That is not permissible. The rules dictate that rewards can only be claimed after the live stream concludes, and this is immutable." "Then, can we broadcast the remaining segments within a single day?" That can indeed be arranged. Thus, the system coordinated with the live streaming apparatus to adjust the intervals between each segment, compressing what would ordinarily take an extensive amount of time into a mere day span. In another world, as the celestial screen displayed the lifeless body of Dan Gudao appearing in Shuiyuan, it was explicitly stated that the corpse was a fabrication, prompting an unsettling thought in Li Lianhua's mind. His pale fingers gripped the tabletop tightly, knuckles turning an ashen hue, while his brow was etched with an inescapable sense of worry and anxiety. He recognized that his current physical condition could not withstand further strain, yet he could not remain passive. He needed to ascertain the truth with his own eyes, even if there was but a sliver of hope. He was determined to pursue it. Defacing observed Li Lianhua, who was compelling himself to endure his illness and undertake risks, his brow knitted with concern. He understood that once Li Lianhua had spoken his intent, he would not relent. Ultimately, Defacing resolved to venture alone to Yiping Grave, hoping to swiftly retrieve the Guanyin tear, thus buying more time for Li Lianhua's recovery. Fang Duobing watched with trepidation as Li Lianhua insisted on going to Shuiyuan, his heart brimming with unease. He could not bear to watch Li Lianhua face everything alone, nor could he allow him to put himself in jeopardy. Consequently, he resolutely decided to accompany Li Lianhua to Shuiyuan, vowing to stand shoulder to shoulder with him regardless of what lay ahead. The following day, their group set forth on their respective journeys. By midday, Fang Duobing and Li Lianhua paused to rest. As they consumed meager fare, they tuned into the celestial livestream to glean the happenings of another world. The previous day's broadcast, depicting Li Lianhua's poisoning, had filled Sinpo and others with grave concern. However, upon viewing today, they noted a marked improvement in Li Lianhua's complexion, which appeared rosy and vigorous, as if the poison had been alleviated. Su Xiaoyong gazed at the radiant Li Lianhua on the celestial screen and turned to her sworn brother, Guan Hemeng, remarking, "It seems that the Li sect leader in the celestial screen has regained his health." Guan Hemeng smiled slightly in response, stating, "If I am not mistaken, the celestial screen may have omitted certain events. It is likely that the Li sect leader's poison has indeed been cured." Below, amidst the bustling crowd, a tragic scene unfolded. A young girl of delicate features, clad in coarse linen, knelt before the drunken immortal tower, where a warped wooden board bore the words "Selling myself to bury my brother" in a childish scrawl that seemed incongruous with her grace yet oddly harmonious. Oh, how pitiful. Losing family at such a tender age. Indeed, she is strikingly beautiful, but one wonders where she will be sold. Perhaps, she might be bought by a kind-hearted soul as a concubine. Fang Duobing, upon seeing Li Lianhua's feminine guise on the celestial screen, was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. As he witnessed Li Lianhua earnestly donning women's attire and pretentiously selling himself to bury his brother, he found himself in stitches, nearly doubled over in laughter. Li Lianhua shot him a helpless glance and snapped, "Is it truly that amusing?" Fang Duobing stifled his laughter, waving his hand dismissively. Not amusing at all. Yet, upon turning his gaze back to the celestial screen, he could not suppress another round of hearty laughter. Li Lianhua sighed in resignation, secretly relieved that he was not the Li Lianhua of that world, thus spared the embarrassment of such a spectacle. In a private room on the third floor, Wang Lianhua reclined languidly by the window, listening to the storyteller below narrate the absurd tale of Dan Gudao and his sister's exploits in the world of con artistry. Dan Gudao truly is a remarkable character. Feigning death is one thing, but engaging in such schemes, wouldn't you agree, master? He Zhuangzhu, witnessing this scene, clapped in delight, unable to suppress his laughter. He had long suspected Dan Gudao was no virtuous soul, and now, with rumors swirling, albeit from another world, it brought him joy. Laughing heartily at Dan Gudao's feigned death and sisterly deception, I wonder what emotions he would experience upon witnessing this. Master, do you know who is currently inquiring about news from Shuiyuan? Why the sudden curiosity? Isn't it simply a matter of intrigue? The town has been particularly lively of late, with various factions converging, such as the Baichuan Courtyard, Tianji Mountain Manor, and the Jin Yuan Alliance. There's also a recently established entity, the Wanqing Dao, rumored to possess considerable strength and to operate quite mysteriously. Could this Wanqing Dao possibly be related to your senior brother? As the 10th episode concluded, the mood for Li Lianhua was decidedly complex. He was no fool. The mere announcement of Dan Gudao's feigned death on the celestial screen instilled within him a sense of disquiet. He dared not contemplate the implications. If true, he would indeed be the subject of ridicule. From Fang Duobing's perspective, Li Lianhua's hand clenched slightly, knuckles turning pale as the absurdity of the situation intensified within him. He took a deep breath, striving to suppress the tumultuous emotions surging within, and exhaled a heavy sigh, reminding himself to remain composed. Li Lianhua, Fang Duobing's worried gaze lingered on him, words unspoken. Li Lianhua shook his head, signaling that all was well, and deftly shifted the conversation. The celestial screen mentioned it would continue shortly? Fang Duobing, indeed distracted, responded, "Will it resume soon? The celestial screen will continue broadcasting?" We shall soon find out. Chapter 98. The viewing of the Lotus Tower. Suddenly, a group of figures clad in black emerged from the depths of the bamboo grove, like phantoms of the night, swiftly surrounding Qiao Wanwen. Without uttering a word, they drew their swords with lethal intent, aiming straight for the vital points of Qiao Wanwen. More despicably, someone covertly scattered a peculiar powder, gradually obstructing Qiao Wanwen's internal energy and rendering her movements sluggish. At that moment, a swordsman clad in crimson descended from above, landing gracefully before Qiao Wanwen. The neck-severing sword in his hand sliced through the darkness, emitting a brilliant glimmer that repelled the assailants. Sinpa, gazing at the familiar figure in red against the sky, exclaimed, "Xiangyi?" Shi Shuwei and Lu Rujing also stared in disbelief at the silhouette above, almost simultaneously exclaiming, "The sect leader." Xiao Wanwan held her breath, her eyes fixated on that figure. The hue of crimson was the color that haunted her dreams, that silhouette was the Shang Yi she could only behold in her slumber. At that moment, Xiao Wanwan and Xiao Ziqin were seated in the grand hall of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, seeking information. Upon lifting her gaze, Xiao Ziqin spotted Li Shangyi, dressed in white, descending the stairs, unable to suppress her surprise. Li Shangyi? Hearing Xiao Ziqin call out his name, Xiao Wanwan immediately stood and turned, only to find Li Shangyi behind her, garbed in white, his stature as upright as ever, still the spirited young man she remembered. He Xiaofeng, who had a penchant for colors, had closely followed Li Shangyi's entrance, and by the end, could not help but exclaim, "This is indeed the sect leader of the Li clan, truly deserving of his reputation." Sun Pa, observing Li Shangyi in white against the sky, instinctively reached out to touch his visage, tears welling in the corners of her eyes. Memories flooded back to a decade prior, recalling that spirited young man. Now, Li Lianhua, gazing at the familiar face against the sky, pondered a question. Who is this? Junior brother, your appearance is truly irksome, Dan Gudao remarked, pressing a hand to his chest, struggling to suppress the tumultuous emotions roiling within. After the news of Dan Gudao's feigned death and his sister's deception spread, the once tranquil Shuiyuan became a hub of activity, bustling with various factions. Even more astonishing was the appearance of Li Shangyi, who had vanished following the Eastern Sea War, now present in Shuiyuan. You haven't seen it, have you? That day, sect leader Li leapt from the second floor of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, his demeanor and grace remain undiminished from years past. Indeed, I witnessed it too. The scene was a throng of people, all gathered around sect leader Li, eager to catch a glimpse of his splendor. Li Shangyi's emergence undoubtedly poured another ladle of hot oil into the already boiling pot, propelling the turbulence of the martial world to its zenith. As the 11th episode concluded, the clamor above transformed into countless fine needles, piercing deeply into Dan Gudao's heart. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white, as jealousy and resentment churned within him. Why, no matter the time or place, does Li Shangyi always become the focal point of attention? He shines like a radiant star, drawing all eyes upon him. Meanwhile, no matter how hard he strives, he is destined to dwell in his shadow. Junior brother, why is it that whenever you appear, all eyes must be upon you? Why can't you simply follow the plan and fade away quietly? Li Lianhua furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze firmly locked onto the spectacle above. The interplay of light and shadow depicted a vast and tumultuous martial world, yet beneath the surface lay a current of hidden turmoil, imparting a sense of impending storm. Beside him, Fang Duobing sensed something amiss, scratching his head in confusion and murmuring, "Why does this feel so strange?" Chapter 99 of the Lotus Pavilion Viewing Experience 14. As anticipated, rumors of the so-called breaking of the void once again graced the celestial screen. The spectators gazing at the heavens were rendered speechless, shock etched across their faces. Fang Duobing's eyes widened, his astonishment barely contained as he seized Li Lianhua's sleeve, urgently inquiring, "Master, master. Is what they say true? Can there truly be someone who can shatter the void and ascend to the heavens in broad daylight?" Li Lianhua offered no response to Fang Duobing. He was lost in contemplation, sensing that the series of rumors on the celestial screen seemed too fortuitous, akin to a scheme. No, perhaps it was indeed a scheme. Meanwhile, at a distant location, Di Feixing had also halted his journey, raising his gaze to the celestial screen, his eyes alight with fervor. He had relentlessly pursued the pinnacle of martial arts, yearning to compete with the world's greatest, and the phrase breaking the void undeniably opened the door to a new realm of understanding for him. What? Such a state exists, he murmured to himself, his voice brimming with desire and excitement. Sun Po was also pondering the veracity of these claims. Having lived through a significant portion of her life and weathered countless storms, she had always dismissed such ethereal legends. Yet, the very existence of the celestial screen compelled her to reassess everything, her mind repeatedly wrestling with the possibility of breaking the void. Could it be that such incomprehensible phenomena truly existed in this world? Simultaneously, others began to harbor doubts regarding the detoxification manual known as the Biming Divine Skill. After all, the content displayed on the celestial screen was far from baseless, and thus far, the only manual mentioned was indeed the Biming Divine Skill. Dan Gudao shared this sentiment. His thoughts were in turmoil, akin to a jar of condiments overturned, a mixture of sour, bitter, spicy, and salty emotions flooding his heart. Originally, he found some solace in the fact that Li Shangyi was gravely poisoned and on the brink of death. However, the emergence of the Biming Divine Skill, which not only could detoxify but might also be the ultimate technique for breaking the void, was simply intolerable. Why was it that Li Shangyi always managed to escape peril, transforming danger into safety? The heavens seemed to favor him excessively. At this thought, a wave of profound bitterness surged within Dan Gudao, akin to a pot of vinegar overturned, making his teeth ache with the sourness. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his flesh, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Miaosho Kongkong, having gathered intelligence, stealthily approached the bamboo courtyard, taking advantage of the night's cover to lurk undetected. Before long, a figure resembling Li Shangyi emerged. Li Shangyi pointed his fingers like swords towards the sky with a deafening roar. The previously clear night sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, thunder rumbling and winds howling. Miaosho Kongkong was startled, nearly gasping aloud. He looked up to see Li Shangyi composed and unafraid amidst the sudden tempest, calmly drawing his longsword and brandishing it against the lightning and thunder as if contesting with the heavens themselves. Sword lights cleaved through the night sky, intertwining with the lightning in a dazzling display. Ultimately, Li Shangyi raised his sword high and struck down towards the heavens, a radiant sword aura soaring into the firmament. Simultaneously, a colossal bolt of lightning descended, as if to rend the very fabric of heaven and earth asunder. The 12th episode concluded, promising to continue shortly. If prior to witnessing the celestial screen's depiction of the so-called breaking of the void, the crowd remained skeptical, witnessing Li Shangyi riding the winds with his sword, battling against the storm of thunder rendered all doubts obsolete. The imagery from the celestial screen burned into Li Lianhua's mind like a brand, the furtive figure of Miao Shou Kong, the dappled moonlight outside the bamboo courtyard, and that proud swordsman clad in white standing between heaven and earth replayed in his mind repeatedly. Especially the final strike from Li Shangyi, with sword energy surging into the sky as if to cleave the very firmament itself, that momentum, that power, made Li Lianhua's heart race uncontrollably. He understood that was the strength he could only yearn for yet could not attain. An indescribable bitterness spread within Li Lianhua's heart. Once, he too had been filled with youthful vigor, dreaming of traversing the world with his sword, reveling in the rivers and lakes, yet now he found himself merely surviving like a broken shell of a man. Li Lianhua's gaze fell upon his pale, feeble hands, trembling slightly at the fingertips. Once, these hands had wielded the sharpest swords in the realm, vanquishing countless formidable foes, yet now they could scarcely hold a cup of tea steady. A bitter smile escaped Li Lianhua. Even if breaking the void were real, what relevance did it hold for a fading wretch such as himself? Breaking the void belonged to the glory of another world, Li Shangyi's world, while he, Li Lianhua, was merely a pitiful creature struggling in the crevices of fate. Chapter 100. The viewing of the Lotus Tower. As the news of Li Shangyi shattering the void spread, the hearts of those who could witness the celestial curtain became tumultuous, lingering in shock from the spectacle. Soon, they beheld the audacious figure of Miao Shou Kong attempting to steal the secret manual once more. He Xiaofeng, her eyes wide with disbelief, munched on sunflower seeds while venting to her sister. Can you believe it, sister? Miao Shou Kong is incredibly bold. After witnessing Master Li riding the wind with his sword, cleaving through thunder, he still dares to pilfer the manual? Oh dear, my apologies, but I was a step ahead of you. Miao Shou Kong thought he had escaped the grasp of Xikong Jiaxing, only to find that after traversing a dense thicket, that familiar figure was leisurely strolling in the moonlight, seemingly waiting for him deliberately. Confusion welled within Miao Shou Kong. Having snatched the manual, why would Xikong Jiaxing not flee but instead linger here? Could he be harboring some nefarious scheme? Fang Duobing seized Li Lianhua's arm, his expression fervent and voice urgent. Master, this Miao Shou Kong is not only recklessly bold but also utterly foolish. This is clearly a trap. Indeed, it is a trap, but what is Xikong Jiaxing's intention? Fang Duobing pondered, his brow furrowed in confusion. Master, why would Xikong Jiaxing steal the manual and remain here to deliberately entice Miao Shou Kong? Li Lianhua gently pushed Fang Duobing's hand away, picked up a teacup, and took a leisurely sip before responding. You shall find out as you continue watching. What is happening? Shi Shuwei furrowed her brow, a disquieting premonition rising within her. It seems someone is approaching. Impudent! Shi Shuwei glared at the unruly group, heedless in the premises of Baichuan courtyard, her eyes wide with fury. She swiftly drew her whip from her waist. With a flash of silver, it darted forth like a serpent, targeting the foremost individuals in the crowd. As the 13th episode concluded, the next segment would follow shortly. Shi Shuwei, witnessing this scene, felt her rage ignite, slamming her palm upon the table, springing to her feet, exclaiming impudent, in unison with the Shi Shuwei on the celestial curtain. Then, she caught sight of Xikong Jiaxing deliberately provoking her, seemingly steering her towards a certain direction. Confusion filled Shi Shuwei's mind as she wondered what scheme Xikong Jiaxing was concocting. In the next moment, the Shi Shuwei on the celestial curtain was already brandishing her long whip, swirling through the air like a silver serpent in pursuit of Xikong Jiaxing. Suddenly, an unfamiliar figure appeared, narrowly evading Shi Shuwei's strike. Before the crowd could discern the newcomer's identity, a figure clad in black, like a wraith, lunged towards the mysterious silhouette. The black-clad figure moved with astonishing speed, reaching the shadow in the blink of an eye, yanking off the mask to reveal a familiar face. It was Dan Gudao. Dan Gudao? Many gasped in astonishment beneath the celestial curtain, his name resonating like a stone cast into tranquil waters, sending ripples across the surface. A teacup shattered, the sound crisp as tea splattered, soaking Li Lianhua's garments, yet he remained oblivious. His gaze was fixed intently upon that familiar visage on the celestial curtain, as if he sought to see through the very essence of that individual. That face had haunted his dreams countless times over the years, each instance accompanied by pain and regret. Dan Gudao, this name pierced his heart like a dagger, evoking a swift and agonizing response. His breath quickened, and his hands tightened involuntarily, knuckles whitening. Senior brother, is it truly you? Countless questions swirled in his mind, leaving him momentarily adrift in thought. Fang Duobing, witnessing Dan Gudao's emergence, was equally astonished. However, upon hearing the shattering of the teacup, his attention shifted from the celestial curtain back to Li Lianhua, fearing the resurgence of his poison, the consequences of which would be dire. The potion demon, who had been closely monitoring Li Lianhua at the Lotus Tower, hurried over, anxious to ascertain his condition, fearing that Li Lianhua might suffer another bout of toxicity, rendering his previous efforts futile. I'm fine, Li Lianhua reassured, releasing his tightly clenched hands, gesturing that all was well, his tone calm, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Equally astonished was Di Feixing, his gaze transfixed upon Dan Gudao on the celestial curtain, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. The battle at Donghai had erupted following Dan Gudao's demise, leading to a catastrophic conflict between the Sigwoman and the Jinyuan alliance, with Li Shangyi grievously poisoned and near death. If Dan Gudao still lived, the implications were staggering, and Di Feixing dared not contemplate further, burning with a desire to know what would unfold next. For the first time, those watching the celestial curtain felt the passage of time drag unbearably, each moment stretching like a century. Chapter 101 Viewing the Lotus Pavilion. Sure Shui, after all these years, your whip skills have indeed improved, yet your gaze leaves much to be desired, remarked Dan Gudao with an unmistakable air of mockery, as he flexed his wrist. A sharp wind, akin to the whisper of a blade, rushed past Sure Shui's ear, tousling her hair, and she could even hear the piercing shriek of the sword slicing through the air. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light shot forth, aimed directly at Dan Gudao. Clearly taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, he reacted with remarkable swiftness, pivoting sharply to narrowly evade the lethal strike. In the next breath, he countered, his blade colliding with the sword, producing a crisp clang that sent the weapon hurtling away. As the sword spiraled through the air, reflecting the chilly moonlight, the onlookers, still reeling from shock, stared blankly in the direction it had flown, only to witness it being firmly grasped by a long, powerful hand. It was then that they recognized the familiar silhouette, clad in robes as white as snow, standing tall upon the eaves, with a countenance as stern as ice. It was none other than Li Shangyi. The mere appearance of the seemingly deceased Dan Gudao had already sent shockwaves through the crowd, but now, with Li Shangyi looming above them, the connections were apparent to anyone with a modicum of intelligence. Lu Rujing voiced her speculation with clarity. So, the sect leader had known all along that Dan Gudao was alive, orchestrating this entire scenario to draw him out. Your disciple's sword strikes with such speed and unpredictability. Dan Gudao mused. What have you done to your master? All I did was inform you, Li Shangyi, that you were trapped in the East Sea by the Jin Yuan alliance, teetering on the brink of life and death, Dan Gudao replied, his tone dispassionate, as if discussing a trivial matter. Unfortunately, at that moment, Master was deep in meditation, reaching a critical juncture. Upon hearing that his most cherished disciple was in peril, he was overcome with urgency and fell into chaos. With a swift motion, Li Shangyi clenched his teeth, his voice hoarse and filled with anguish and fury. You are truly despicable. Master cared for you deeply, abandoning his own safety to impart his life's work to me, so that I might rescue you, and what became of him, left to wither away. Ha ha ha. A traitor to the master, today I shall avenge him. The 14th episode concluded, promising to resume shortly. The duration of this segment was brief, yet its content was sufficiently thrilling. As everything began to connect, we furrowed her brow tightly. She inhaled deeply, rubbing her temples, feeling as though a great weight pressed down upon her heart. She had initially thought Dan Gudao's abandonment of wife and child was already the height of villainy. Once deceased, she intended to say little more. However, she was taken aback to discover that he had faked his death and engaged in such treacherous acts against his master, an unforgivable sin, utterly outrageous. He Xiaofeng, unable to contain her indignation, pointed an accusing finger at the screen, exclaiming, that heartless scoundrel. Zhao Liqiao frowned in disgust. The ruthlessness of Dan Gudao had surpassed her expectations. Though she had made her own choice to ally with a tiger, witnessing Dan Gudao's despicable behavior filled her with revulsion. Indeed, none could compare to the esteemed master. Shuepi gasped in disbelief, her eyes glued to the screen, murmuring to herself, once, Dan Gudao was considered a paragon of virtue, revered by thousands. How could he stoop to such treachery against his own master? The righteous path? The righteous are merely hypocrites. Seated at the table, sipping tea, Li Lianhua was so incensed that his eyes turned red. He crushed the teacup in his right hand, tea mingling with blood as it dripped through his fingers, his left fist clenched tightly, nails digging into his flesh. He had envisioned countless scenarios, speculated that his senior brother might have faked his death, or that there could be some underlying conspiracy, yet he never anticipated that his brother would be the very one responsible for their master's demise. How could this be? Li Lianhua whispered, overwhelmed by a tumult of sorrow and rage, his emotions crashing over him like tumultuous waves. Anger surged within him, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Initially, Fang Duobing had viewed Dan Gudao through a forgiving lens, being his uncle, but upon witnessing such a revelation, he could no longer contain his fury and shouted at the screen, I thought you were wronged, uncle. I never imagined you would be this kind of person. Turning abruptly, he noticed Li Lianhua, overcome by his rage, had begun to bleed. Yao Mo had assumed that Li Lianhua had regained his composure and would no longer be in distress. However, as he turned to fetch some medicine, he was startled to see Li Lianhua suddenly spewing blood, causing Yao Mo to drop the herbs he had been holding and rush to Li Lianhua's side, fearing that if Li Lianhua truly fell victim to poison, he would surely incur the wrath of the master upon his return. Chapter 102 Viewing the Lotus Tower, Part 17 As Li Lianhua regained his composure, Yao Mo pondered within himself, wondering why Li Shangyi's temperament seemed so unstable. It felt as though they could perceive something beyond his grasp, their gazes transfixed upon the heavens. Had they perhaps uncovered an extraordinary phenomenon? Surely, the mere act of staring at the sky could not provoke such tumultuous emotions in Li Shangyi. Curiously, Yao Mo looked upward, but aside from the glaring sun, he beheld nothing amiss and returned to diligently tending to his medicinal herbs. It was indeed plausible. Consider this, who other than their own could have had the opportunity to poison the leader of the Li sect? Meanwhile, knowing the truth, Sure Shui cast a furious glance at Yun Bishou, his wrath simmering to the point where he nearly seized another's sword to strike. Fang Duobing, observing the unfolding scene upon the celestial screen, turned to Li Lianhua with a tone laced with concern, inquiring, Master? Li Lianhua subtly shook his head, signaling that he was unscathed. He raised his left hand and gently patted Fang Duobing's shoulder, conveying a sense of reassurance. A faint smile graced his pale visage, indicating that he was not particularly troubled. He believed that, in comparison to the matter of his senior brother's feigned death leading to his master's demise, the poison administered by Yun Bishou seemed trivial. After all, in Li Lianhua's heart, nothing could eclipse the anguish wrought by his master's life and his senior brother's betrayal. And do you think this means you have bested me? How navi you remain, junior brother? Subsequently, Dan Gudao, trembling, retrieved a signal smoke from his bosom. Could it be that Dan Gudao has reinforcements? Someone whispered, their voice tinged with trepidation. Are we to be ensnared in this conflict? Another expressed their concerns, the crowd murmured restlessly, and even the timid began to stealthily retreat, planning to make an early exit. Zhao Liqiao scoffed disdainfully, casting a sidelong glance at Xue, her tone laced with mockery. Dan Gudao still has a trick up his sleeve? Xue inclined slightly, her tone respectful, perhaps it is Fengqing and the others. A cold smile curled Zhao Liqiao's lips, I would assume so. As Dan Gudao ignited the signal smoke, the hearts of both the martial artists on the celestial screen and those observing it collectively raced, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Dan Gudao's allies. Yet, after a prolonged wait, the imagery on the screen remained stagnant, as if time itself had frozen. What is happening? Fang Duobing blinked in confusion, fearing he might be hallucinating. Why does the celestial screen not move? He waved his hand in the air, yet he could not alter the stillness of the display. Dan Gudao, where are your people? Why have they not arrived? Could it be that they are too afraid to come to your rescue? Laughter erupted around him. Ha, Dan Gudao, it seems you are at your wits' end. The surrounding timid martial artists, witnessing Dan Gudao's failure to summon aid, chimed in, indeed. Dan Gudao, you should capitulate. Impossible, I have already dispatched the signal smoke, they cannot possibly neglect to save me. Dan Gudao, trembling, extracted another signal smoke from his garment and ignited it once more. However, until the smoke dissipated, no one appeared. Dan Gudao, I shall escort you back to Yunin Mountain, where at your master's grave, you will atone for your transgressions. The 15th episode concluded, promising to continue shortly. Fang Duobing felt a swirl of emotions. Although Dan Gudao was not a virtuous man, he was nonetheless his uncle. The realization struck him that not a single soul had come. Rather, it was not that the screen was inert, but that no one had arrived at all. The princess clapped her hands joyfully, her eyes sparkling with delight. How wonderful, Li Xiangyi has finally avenged our master. Chapter 103 Viewing the Lotus Pavilion Master. Han Yi lightly tapped the roof's edge with the tips of his toes, gracefully leaping over the crowd and landing steadily behind Shan Gudao. Upon witnessing Han Yi's reappearance, Fang Duobing suddenly turned his head, gazing earnestly at Li Lianhua. Master, Fang Duobing stated with unwavering confidence, I became your disciple before him, I should be the eldest senior brother, correct? Li Lianhua was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected assertion, a question mark slowly forming in his mind. Not quite. There is no such person in our world, have you perhaps immersed yourself too deeply into this? Yet, he still nodded nonchalantly, yes, you are absolutely right. Satisfied, Fang Duobing turned back to watch the celestial screen. Upon returning, Li Lianhua was greeted by the sight of two figures, one clad in red and the other in white. Han Yi reclined lazily in a grand chair, toying with a folding fan, his red attire gleaming vividly in the morning light. Meanwhile, Li Xiangyi, dressed in pristine white, sat at a stone table, cradling a cup of tea, seemingly engrossed in Han Yi's words. Fang Duobing pointed at the figure in red, languidly leaning against the chair, fan in hand, and expressed his discontent. This junior brother truly lacks decorum. Master is seated beside him, yet he displays no sense of propriety. Li Lianhua could only shake his head in resignation. This foolish boy was easily drawn into fantasy. Seeing this scene made him think of that? Without hesitation, Fang Duobing nodded vigorously, justifying, indeed, how can a disciple be so relaxed in front of their master? Gently patting Fang Duobing on the head, Li Lianhua chuckled, look a bit closer. Fang Duobing blinked in confusion, peering intently at the celestial screen, his brows furrowing slightly as he seemed to stumble upon a discrepancy. Wait a moment, why are there two masters on the screen? Perplexed, he gazed at the recently arrived Li Lianhua and the seated Li Xiangyi, utterly bewildered. Xiao Wannian also noticed the anomaly on the celestial screen, her expression mirroring disbelief. How can there be two Xianjias? After watching the celestial display for so long, they all knew without a doubt that Li Lianhua was indeed the former Li Xiangyi. Could it be a disguise? We suddenly pondered this possibility, considering that there were individuals well-versed in the art of disguise. Perhaps that noble young man, Wang Gongzi, at the mention of her sister's words, He Xiaofeng envisioned Wang Gongzi, increasingly convinced of this likelihood. Observing Li Xiangyi and Wang Xiaohua engaged in light-hearted conversation not far away, Xiao Wannian felt a tumult of emotions. Li Xiangyi smiled as he offered a beautifully wrapped candy to Wang Xiaohua, who joyfully accepted it, unwrapping the candy and popping it into her mouth, her eyes crinkling in delight, reminiscent of a little fox that had just found honey. Are you all right, Amian? I'm fine. You all be careful on your journey. Standing behind, Shi Shui and the others watched the tranquil scene of Li Lianhua alongside the elegantly attired Xiao Wannian, while on the other side, the dashing Li Xiangyi strolled with the charming and radiant Wang Xiaohua, creating an illusion of time intertwining. After witnessing the celestial display for so long, they finally glimpsed the content they had longed to see. It seemed that the notion of breaking through the void was not merely a myth, but indeed a tangible reality. If another world as Li Xiangyi could achieve this, it stood to reason that he, defacing, could as well. Initially, Li Lianhua suspected that the other Li Xiangyi was employing a disguise, given that many skilled in such arts appeared on the celestial screen. However, when he saw the claim of being from another world, he sensed something amiss, especially regarding Wang Xiaohua. Was she not the Wang Lianhua adept in disguise? Yet, upon witnessing the moment on the celestial screen where Li Xiangyi handed candy to Wang Xiaohua, an inexplicable pang of sorrow washed over Li Lianhua's heart. He recalled the countless times he had offered candy to Amian, promising her the sweetest confections, uncertain if he would ever have the chance to keep that promise again. Miss Qiao, due to your asthma, you have not made much progress in martial arts. Now that you follow my prescription, asthma should no longer be a hindrance. This Lianhua treasure mirror is a cherished legacy of my sect, a gift for you. But this is far too precious. I cannot accept such a valuable item. Take it as an additional safeguard. At this time, luck was on Li Lianhua's side, as he was cured of his poison, but who knows when the next encounter may arise. Even if not for him, do you not desire to practice martial arts? Do you not yearn for greater skills? Remember, your master is named Wang Lianhua. As the 16th episode concluded, it would resume shortly. Only upon witnessing this scene did Li Lianhua confirm that Wang Xiaohua was indeed Wang Lianhua. Finally grasping the source of his previous disquiet, Xiao Wannian truly envied her counterpart from that other world. At least she had the chance to stand alongside Li Shangyi. Even if they could not become lovers, they could at least be confidants, unlike now, when she had no idea of his whereabouts, burying all her longings deep within her heart. Chapter 104 Viewing the Lotus Tower. Master, is that truly you, Xiangyi? Zhenpu inquired, her voice trembling with disbelief. Master, it is I. I have returned, Shan Gudao's excitement grew, his voice rising in fervor. I am of the Southine royal lineage. Why should I be subservient to anyone? You claim to be of the Southine royal bloodline. Surprised, are you? Li Shangyi retorted. Let me be clear. I am of the Southine dynasty, and all of you should bow before me. Lu Rujing gasped in incredulity. Shan Gudao is indeed a descendant of Southine. His brows knitted together as he recalled how Shan Gudao had previously spoken of Southine. Had he known all along? The princess furrowed her brow slightly, having thought this was merely a matter of personal vendetta, only to find it entangled with the Southine royal family. With a soft sigh, she murmured, Shan Gudao, a descendant of Southine, yet foolishly dreaming of restoring the kingdom. What a delusion. He Xiaofeng anxiously clutched her sister He Xiaowia's sleeve, whispering, Sister. What shall we do? Her eyes were filled with concern and unease. He Xiaowi gently patted her sister's hand, signaling her to remain calm. Fear not, very few are privy to this information. Nothing will come of it, yet, a flicker of seriousness crossed her gaze. To be on the safe side, she resolved to dispatch a trusted confidant to investigate once the screening concluded. She could not allow anyone to discover that Xiao Ba was Shan Gudao's son. Fang Duobing felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen, his mind a blank slate. He muttered, My uncle is from Southine, so what of me? Is my entire family? Li Lianhua's gaze fell upon the kind visage of Master in the screen, her eyes misting with emotion, filled with guilt and longing. She softly whispered, Master, after all these years, how have you fared? Once the spirited Li Shangyi, he now appeared as a mere shadow of himself. How could he face his master? Clenching his fists, he silently vowed to uncover the truth. If his elder brother were truly alive, and if he himself remained fortunate enough to live, he would return to Yunin Mountain with his brother to seek his master's forgiveness and stay by his master's side, making amends for the years of his transgressions. Zhenpu could endure no more. With a forceful slam on the table, the teacups trembled, nearly spilling their contents. She scolded, Utter nonsense, that jade pendant is clearly Shangyi's. Allow me to continue recounting this tale. Years ago, your master had a friend by the surname of Li, a family of Southine royalty. They later fell afoul of mountain bandits and suffered a tragic demise. When your master received the news, only 2 young lords survived. The elder named Li Shangxian, and the younger, yourself. Before his death, he entrusted his only valuable possession, the very jade pendant, to a small beggar, who was none other than Shan Gudao, asking him to look after you. As the 17th episode concluded, Fang Duobing exhaled deeply, patting his chest in relief. Thank goodness I am not of Southine. That nearly frightened me to death. He wiped the sweat from his brow, still shaken. His emotions had surged like a roller coaster. Initially believing he shared blood with Southine, upon discovering Shan Gudao's heritage, he was filled with anxiety and uncertainty. However, the subsequent revelations from the screen indicated that his master, Li Lianhua, was the true descendant of Southine. Wait, what? My master, Li Lianhua? Master, you are of Southine royal blood, Fang Duobing exclaimed, turning sharply to Li Lianhua, his eyes wide with disbelief. Li Lianhua shook his head helplessly, indicating his ignorance of the matter. The revelations from the screen were simply too explosive. At first, his elder brother's fake death leading to his master's demise, then Yin Bisho poisoning him, and now the claim that his elder brother sought to restore Southine while he himself was the true descendant? And he had a brother. I have a brother, named Li Shangxian. Li Lianhua repeated the name from the screen, as if trying to ingrain this unfamiliar name into his memory. He rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of dizziness. The incessant shocks left him feeling mentally overloaded. He even began to question whether the poison from the green tea had worsened, causing him to hallucinate. How else could he comprehend such extraordinary claims? Li Shangyi, Li Shangxian, Li Lianhua murmured, attempting to find some semblance of familiarity, yet found none. Master, you have a brother, Fang Duobing exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment, his tone laced with disbelief and curiosity. He glanced at the screen, then back at Li Lianhua, his face revealing an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Li Lianhua shook his head once more, indicating his own lack of information. As you saw, the screen stated that I was but a child then and do not recall what. Li Shangyi is the true descendant of Southine. Lijiao Licha suddenly leaped from her seat, her eyes wide with disbelief as she reiterated the claims from the screen. She struggled to accept this truth, never anticipating that the very person she wished to eliminate, Li Shangyi, was indeed of Southine lineage. How could this be? Had she misidentified her target? Was Li Shangyi truly her master? Meanwhile, Feng Xiang, en route to Shuiyu town, was equally stunned by the revelations from the screen. He gazed at the images above, his heart in turmoil. After years of searching, had he misidentified his master? Impossible. Shan Gudao abruptly rose, shattering the wineglass in his grip, the liquid cascading through his fingers. Oblivious to the mess, furiously waving his arms, he shouted at the screen, This cannot be. I am the true descendant of South Een, I possess the jade pendant, I have the token, I am the rightful heir. He could not accept this reality. After finally finding something to surpass Li Shangyi, how could it possibly be a fabrication? The master of Shirshui Gate is the true descendant of South Een. Thus, the implication was that the South Een heirs sought to reclaim their kingdom but had mistakenly targeted the wrong individual, acting under the orders of a counterfeit, poisoning the rightful heir? Su Xiaoyang muttered to herself. Su Wenkai, you mean to say that Zhao Liqiu is also of South Een royalty, and she is thus my cousin? Yes. Li Lianhua, having learned of yet another relative, exclaimed, Master, Zhao Liqiu is your cousin. Fang Duobing, however, remained oblivious to Li Lianhua's exasperation, still reveling in the shocking revelations unveiled by the screen. Chapter 105 of the Viewing of the Lotus Pavilion. In this serene era, why stir the waters once more? My lord, you fail to grasp that we, burdened since childhood by a sea of blood and deep-seated grievances, view the restoration of our nation not merely as our duty, but as the very essence of our survival. We know not where home lies, we are but a wretched band without a refuge. There are surely many places abroad suitable for habitation. We could venture overseas to assist the Southern Een people in finding a new homeland. The words have resonated like a heavy tolling bell in their hearts, deeply affecting, and the others, indeed, who among the exiled Southern Een descendants has not endured a life of hardship and dislocation. Initially, scoffed at for choosing the wrong master, yet her peripheral vision caught sight of the hushed exchange between and, prompting her ears to perk up, absorbing every word. When she heard suggest that should marry her, the previously disdainful expression on her face cracked, and her heart involuntarily quickened its pace. Mused, if my lord is intent on competing with, would she not find it more convenient to acknowledge him as her cousin? Might he, out of respect for, acquiesce to marry her? Meanwhile, S. mind was consumed with thoughts of martial contests. If were to recognize, would he not be able to visit him frequently and engage in open competitions? We humbly request your cooperation in verifying our lineage, to fulfill our clan's long-held aspirations. The doors of the ancestral hall creaked open, revealing an elder who, cradling a jade vial, stepped forth slowly amidst the throng of onlookers. He surveyed the surroundings, raised the jade vial high, and proclaimed with fervor. He is indeed of the Southern Een royal bloodline. S. cold smile betrayed her thoughts. What a fool, after finding someone, did he not think to verify the bloodline? Can a mere jade pendant confirm his status? Did he not consider the possibility of it being counterfeit or a deliberate trap? Standing docilely to the side, concurred to the Saintess speaks true, has indeed been overly rash. In a fit of frustration, slapped himself, wishing to vanish into the earth. Why did he not verify the bloodline in the first place? Suddenly, familiar footsteps approached from behind. Turning, he saw arrive. It felt as though she had merely come to partake in a spring outing, yet now the gathering had drawn to a close, and it was time to part ways. I thought you Wen Ti come to see me off. Regarded with a calm demeanor, revealing no hint of emotion. What, does my lord find it hard to part with me? We must eventually say our goodbyes. What does it matter whether now or later? The world is perilous. Take care of yourself. Rest assured, this life, after all, you saved it, holds great value and is unlikely to be extinguished easily. Then, may the mountains be high and the waters long, may we meet again by fate. Witnessing this, could not help but interject, Master, do not be too sorrowful. Turned to with a smile. Why should I be sorrowful? I do not know them. Paused momentarily, then realized, slapping his forehead aright, that it's all from another world. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, thinking how foolish he had been to include his master in this. The final episode of the viewing concluded, and rewards were to be distributed. Was rewarded with restored martial prowess, robust health, and the alleviation of all ailments. As the announcement of rewards concluded, a beam of golden light descended from above, enveloping. Initially, felt only a gentle warmth, akin to the sun's embrace on a winter's day. Gradually, this warmth intensified, transforming into streams of heat that coursed through his limbs simultaneously. The ailments that had plagued him for years melted away like snow, vanishing without a trace. When the golden light dissipated, slowly opened his eyes, his face, once pale and frail, now radiated with vibrant health, his eyes sparkling with vitality. And, standing nearby, witnessed this miraculous transformation. As the golden light faded, could hardly contain himself, rushing to his side, eager to check his pulse. Maintained his composure and offered no resistance. However, his brow furrowed deeper, his fingers trembling slightly as they touched his pulse. Initially believing that's rosy complexion indicated recovery, grew concerned upon seeing his troubled expression and hastily inquired. What's wrong? Is my master all right? Seemingly oblivious to his question, remained fixated, muttering in disbelief. How can this be? How can this be? Agitated, grasped his arm, pressing for answers. What is happening? Speak to me. Finally snapping back to reality, Met's gaze, his eyes filled with incredulity, his voice trembling. He is well. Was momentarily stunned, then quickly grasped the implication, exclaiming in delight. Are you saying my master is truly fine, not a single ailment remains? Indeed. Nodded vigorously, his tone still laden with astonishment, is indeed well, not a single issue lingers. After decades in medicine, I have never witnessed such a miraculous occurrence. Overjoyed, nearly leaped, glancing from two, foolishly asking isn't that a good thing? Why do you look so troubled? My master is well, you should be happy. Still frowning in disbelief, shook his head, murmuring. But he just coughed blood moments ago, and now he is fine. This is simply unheard of, unseen. Unskilled in deceit, found himself at a loss on how to explain sudden recovery to. After all, could not perceive the celestial tapestry and would not believe the truth. Scratching his head, stammered for a while but could not articulate a coherent explanation. Meanwhile, calmly brushed off his sleeves, speaking with quiet resolve. Regardless, since I am already well, you may take your leave. Your master will have no objections. If he does, he will likely come directly to seek me out. and, observing this, decided to change direction, preparing to return to the Lotus Pavilion. Utilizing his lightness skill, swiftly traversed several paces, yet after covering some distance, he abruptly halted. Had regained his martial prowess, but he had not doubted if he returned now, would he not be destined to fail? After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and resolved to adhere to the original plan of seeking out Chapter 106. The viewing experience at Lotus Tower. As the curtain fell on the cinematic experience, Han Yi exhaled deeply, relieved that the viewing had finally concluded. Simultaneously, the radiant aura of the streaming system, which had been hovering nearby, flickered softly, seemingly preparing to depart. Xiao 9, I must take my leave. Alright, Xiao Zi, thank you for your efforts, until next time. The streaming system smiled, its luminescence intensifying before swiftly contracting, ultimately transforming into a beam of white light that vanished into thin air. Han Yi watched the streaming system's departure until the light completely dissipated, at which point he redirected his gaze, intending to inquire about his task rewards and why they had not yet been issued. He wondered if the system had perhaps kept his rewards for itself. Before he could voice his questions, he heard the system announce, "Ding, you have a new task order, please accept." Han Yi was taken aback. What? System, have you contracted a virus? He asked tentatively. The system's voice sounded almost plaintive. Oh, I'm not malfunctioning, this is something I recently learned. With a resigned gesture, Han Yi placed his hand on his forehead. Please refrain from learning everything indiscriminately. It will only lead to trouble. The system appeared even more bewildered. Have you assigned me a new task? No, it's an additional task, the system clarified hurriedly. Before Han Yi could fully comprehend the meaning of an additional task, the system rushed to explain the entire situation. Due to our projection of the celestial curtain, the original timeline of the minor world has experienced a certain degree of deviation. The minor world holds us accountable for this, thus requiring us to undertake repairs. The system's tone conveyed a hint of guilt. Han Yi could not help but retort, isn't it rather peculiar if the timeline does not deviate? The system automatically disregarded Han Yi's retort and continued, the minor world wishes for us to guide the development of the plot, ensuring that those who were originally meant to survive can also do so in this new narrative. Han Yi raised a pertinent question, why was there no such additional task in the previous world? The system explained, in the previous world, the plot had yet to commence, allowing it to directly pursue a new timeline. However, in this world, the plot is already unfolding. Accepting this explanation, Han Yi proceeded to inquire, how do I enter that minor world? The system replied, we can deploy the shell we retrieved from the previous world into this minor world. Han Yi nodded, very well, can I choose the deployment location? Indeed, the system affirmed. Then place me near the solitary sword, Han Yi decided. Understood, host. Once everything settled, Li Lianhua found himself with an additional cousin and a persistent challenger, Defacing, who was intent on sparring with him. Zhao Liqiao consistently trailed behind Li Lianhua, incessantly calling out cousin, cousin, while Defacing never ceased his requests for a match, claiming he needed to assess Li Shangyi's recovery. Overwhelmed by the antics of these two lively characters, and unable to shake them off, Li Lianhua ultimately decided to take them along on his maritime journey. On board, Fang Duobing and Defacing remained at odds, engaging in daily quarrels, while Zhao Liqiao gleefully escalated the situation, resulting in a raucous atmosphere that rivaled a theatrical performance. With your meager skills, it's a mystery how Li Shangyi accepted you as a disciple. Defacing scoffed, regarding Fang Duobing with disdain. Meager skills? Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of my so-called meager skills. Fang Duobing retorted, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront Defacing. Li Lianhua, initially pondering who might be deliberately guiding their current course, and contemplating the doctor in white who treated Lu Rujing's eyes, wondered if that noble son might also exist in this realm. However, upon lifting his gaze, he witnessed Fang Duobing and Defacing on the verge of yet another brawl, prompting him to intervene. I ask you both, can you not settle down for a moment? We are on a ship, cannot you behave yourselves? Li Lianhua rubbed his temples, feeling a headache approaching. If he won't fight me, then Li Shangyi, you can fight me. Defacing declared, pointing at Fang Duobing as he addressed Li Lianhua. Master, look at him. Fang Duobing complained, visibly vexed. What's wrong with the esteemed one? The esteemed one merely wishes to spar, cousin, why not engage in a match with the esteemed one? Zhao Liqiao chimed in supportively. Li Lianhua, troubled and exasperated, sighed, alas, it is all your fault. Even my master is sighing now. Sighing, what is there to sigh about, just have a match. Cousin, how about you across the sea? Ships sailed in unison towards a common horizon, their white sails against the azure sky resembling scattered feathers, propelled forward by the winds and waves. The cacophony aboard gradually faded, carried away by the sea breeze, leaving only the sound of waves lapping against the hull and the distant calls of seabirds. Chapter 107 of the Eight Dragons. Upon the lofty Tianshan Mountains, where snow persists throughout the year, an expanse of dazzling white stretches as far as the eye can see. The radiant sunlight reflects upon the snow-covered ground, casting an even more blinding brilliance that envelopes Han Yi, making him feel as though he is adrift in a boundless void of whiteness. Clad in a flowing white garment, he nearly melds into the snowy surroundings. The biting cold wind sweeps past, causing his attire to flutter, as if attempting to draw him deeper into this infinite snowy realm. Han Yi squints slightly, striving to discern the path ahead, but the piercing glare of the snow makes it nearly impossible to see that. He can only rely on his instincts to navigate towards the Lingzhou Palace on Tianshan. Reflecting on his choice of clothing, Han Yi silently laments, realizing that although the white attire is elegant and graceful, it has become a cumbersome burden in this environment. Taking a deep breath, he strives to quell the impulse to wrestle the system from his mind and give it a good thrashing. He had initially believed that with the golden identity card possessing sentience, he could recline as a hands-off manager, leisurely savoring the beauty of this world without needing to personally attend to every matter as he had previously. However, to his dismay, this world still demands his direct involvement, leading him to feel a profound sense of helplessness and even question the purpose of existence. Nevertheless, he reassures himself that the tasks in this world are quite simple. Just then, the system exacerbates his frustration. Wow, host, you truly are a diligent and hands-on individual. The term diligent is emphasized in an exaggerated manner, causing veins to throb at Han Yi's temples. Good heavens, how can you even utter such words? As he prepares to utilize his likeness skills, Han Yi is momentarily stunned by the system's unexpected remark, causing a disruption in his internal energy, which almost leads him to tumble into the snow. He quickly steadies his mind, regaining his composure to ensure he lands safely, thus avoiding the fate of faceplanting into the snow. Once stabilized, Han Yi irately addresses the system. Do you think I chose not to use the identity card out of desire? Just look at the identity card you drew this time. The system retorts, what's wrong? It's of golden quality, the highest level, and it's male, perfectly meeting the host's requirements. Han Yi nearly bursts out laughing in frustration. Then why don't you mention the age of the identity card? Host, the system replies, one could only say your expectations are too high. Upon hearing this, Han Yi feels an overwhelming urge to unleash a torrent of curses upon the system. After struggling to follow the system's map to the correct path, Han Yi finally halts. Before him stands a towering peak, its summit eternally draped in snow, reflecting a dazzling light under the sun's rays. The peak is shrouded in swirling clouds, resembling a celestial realm. Han Yi gazes upward, catching glimpses of several ancient structures perched upon the rugged cliffs. This must be the Piaomiao Peak, he muses inwardly. However, just as Han Yi prepares to step forward, two young women clad in soft yellow dresses emerge from the nearby thicket, blocking his waypoint. One exudes a lively energy, while the other embodies a calm and composed demeanor. Despite their youth, both possess an air of confidence, clearly trained in martial arts. Stop right there, the more vivacious of the two steps forward, her voice crisp and clear. This is the Piaomiao Peak of Tianshan. Without the permission of the Tonglao, entry is forbidden. Han Yi halts, his expression calm as he bows respectfully, retrieving a letter from his robe and presenting it to the two women. I am Han Yi. I come on behalf of another to pay my respects to the Tonglao. Please convey this letter to the young ladies. The two women exchange glances before one of them takes the letter, examining it closely. After confirming its authenticity, she responds, please wait here, I shall report to the Tonglao. With that, she tucks the letter away and, with a light leap, employs her agility to ascend the mountain path toward the peak. Han Yi watches her figure disappear into the misty mountains before returning his gaze, patiently awaiting her return. The cold wind atop Piaomiao Peak bites at his cheeks, yet Han Yi stands unmoved, seemingly impervious to the chill. After some time, the young woman who had gone to announce his presence returns and informs him, the Tonglao requests your presence, please follow me. Han Yi nods and follows her up the winding mountain path toward the Lingjiu Palace at the summit. Shortly thereafter, he encounters a massive stone with the inscription Duanhuan Cliff. Next, he traverses the perilous Shizu Cliff before arriving at the Jetian Bridge. Though referred to as a bridge, it is merely a chain connecting the cliffs on either side of the 100-Zhang Gorge. Crossing the Jetian Bridge, he ascends a narrow path, reaching the pinnacle of Piaomiao Peak in less than half an hour. Continuing onward, he finally arrives before a majestic palace, built into the mountainside. The palace boasts grandeur with its flying eaves and intricately carved beams, exuding an air of solemnity and reverence. As Han Yi follows the young woman into the grand hall, he sees an 8 or 9-year-old girl seated high upon a throne. Despite her youthful appearance, she emanates an imposing presence that commands respect and discourages direct gazes. I am Han Yi, here to pay my respects to the Tonglao, he declares with reverence, bowing deeply. Raise your head. Let me have a good look, the Tonglao instructs. Upon complying, Han Yi allows the Tonglao to scrutinize him. In a short while, she remarks, you are indeed a fine-looking youth, and your martial prowess appears commendable. If that is the case, descend the mountain and retrieve the 7 treasures ring, then you shall be the leader of the Xiaoyao sect. Han Yi grows increasingly perplexed. What is going on? Why must I retrieve the 7 treasures ring? Wasn't my task to obtain a copy of the Xiaoyao sect's texts to ensure its legacy endures? Do you have some doubts? Indeed, I am somewhat unclear. What does it mean to acquire the 7 treasures ring and become the leader of the Xiaoyao sect? Are you not a disciple taken in by my master? The Tonglao inquires, puzzled. Han Yi senses a misunderstanding and attempts to clarify, is there not some sort of misunderstanding here? Did not my master teach you the Beiming divine skill before sending you here? Although I learned the Beiming divine skill from my master, he is not Zaiyaozi. Furthermore, only the leader of the Xiaoyao sect can learn the Beiming divine skill. The letter also stated that the 7 treasures ring was to be given to you. Then does that not make you the master's newly appointed leader? Young master, it is time for training, Mei Jian announces, as always, approaching Han Yi. Good, Han Yi sighs inwardly. Ever since the Tonglao recognized him as the next leader of the Xiaoyao sect, coupled with the letter as proof, the members of Lingjiu Palace began to refer to him as the young master. Since he only mastered the Biming divine skill, the Tonglao deemed it would be embarrassing for him to represent the Xiaoyao sect, thus commencing his lessons in other martial arts, along with various disciplines such as astrology, chess, painting, and calligraphy. She did not expect him to master everything but insisted he acquire proficiency in at least one or two areas, thus, amid the system's laughter, he commenced a daily regimen of supplementary studies. Once again, following Mei Jian to the garden, he moved aside a full mountain and entered a secret passageway. Mei Jian raised a torch, leading the way while discreetly activating mechanisms to prevent hidden traps and toxins from being triggered. The passage was convoluted, spiraling downward. After following Mei Jian for over 2 miles, she finally pushed aside a stone on the left, respectfully stepping aside to allow Han Yi to enter. Since the first time he inquired why Mei Jian did not accompany him, he had refrained from asking again, as Mei Jian dared not defy the Tonglao's orders. Upon entering the stone chamber, the walls were polished to a smooth sheen, adorned with countless circles, each about 2 feet in diameter, engraved with various designs, some depicting human figures, others animals, texts, and even mere symbols. Each circle was marked with numbers Jai, Jai-er, E-er, and upon a cursory glance, there appeared to be around 800 or 900 in total. Currently, he was examining Jiaqi, the Tianshan Luyang hand. Chapter 108, The Heavenly Dragons 8 Parts 2. Thus, each morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth, Han Yi commenced a new day of martial arts practice. Seated cross-legged upon the cold stone platform, he diligently studied the illustrations on the stone wall, practicing each movement with precision. The Tianshan 6 Yan palm, embodying utmost yang and rigidity, the enigmatic and unpredictable life and death talisman, and the exquisitely intricate Tianshan Jimei hand. Each martial art was profound and captivating, ensnaring Han Yi in its depths. At times, he would focus his mind and cultivate his inner energy. At other moments, he would sweat profusely, executing the techniques with a fluid grace. Whenever he encountered perplexities, the Tianshan Tonglao would personally offer guidance, illuminating his path with her insights. Her explanations, both profound and accessible, would invariably strike a chord, leaving Han Yi enlightened and invigorated. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Han Yi's martial prowess surged remarkably, granting him a deeper comprehension of the Xianyao sect's teachings. On a day marked by clear skies and gentle breezes, the fully recovered Tonglao strolled through the vibrant garden, her spirits as buoyant as the splendid weather. Suddenly, a thought struck her. It was time to seek out Weiyazi. She planned to use Han Yi as an excuse to descend the mountain in pursuit of Weiyazi, confident that her master's letter would lend her credibility. However, before she could put her plan into action, Yupa arrived with alarming news, reporting that Ding Chuanxiu, that wretched scoundrel, had brazenly attacked Weiyazi. Upon hearing this, Tonglao was engulfed by a tempest of fury, exclaiming, Li Qiushui, that shameless harlot. Can she not even manage her own dog? Shaking with rage, she yearned to descend the mountain immediately and rend Ding Chuanxiu to pieces, yet, being a seasoned veteran of the martial world, her anger gradually subsided, allowing her to regain her composure. She exchanged a knowing glance with Yupa and instructed, Go, summon the young palace master. Once Yupa had departed to fulfill her command, Tonglao turned her gaze to the distance, as if organizing her thoughts. Moments later, Han Yi arrived. Following Yupa, Tonglao then informed him of Ding Chuanxiu's heinous deeds, saying, Junior brother, as the next leader of the Xianyao sect, it is only fitting that you take on the responsibility of purging our ranks. What? Another task? Han Yi thought, bidding farewell to Tonglao as he embarked alone on the path down the mountain. Bearing the weight of his new mission, the ethereal Mount Pumiao loomed majestically, piercing the heavens, while the mist coiled around the mountains like a fairyland. The winding descent was flanked by dense forests, casting shadows that obscured the sun, with occasional birdsong echoing through the serene expanse. Han Yi proceeded with caution, ever vigilant against unforeseen dangers. Meanwhile, the voice of the system echoed persistently in his mind, urging him to don his disguise. Host, you must inevitably assume your alternate identity. A short pain is better than a prolonged one. It is wise to act swiftly. Han Yi felt a sense of helplessness at the system's insistence, unable to suppress a retort. In such a perilous world, how can you bear to let a mere child roam freely? What are your intentions? Are you a legitimate system? I ought to report your employment of child labor. Despite his words, Han Yi understood that taking on the alternate identity was an eventuality. He merely wished to delay the inevitable. He feigned reluctance, as though swayed by the system's relentless persuasion, ultimately yielding to the circumstances. He summoned the system panel, gazing at the 3 golden identity cards before finally selecting the first one, the small black child, and opting to assume that role. Chapter 109 of The Heavenly Dragons 8 Parts 3. As the night descended, shrouded in darkness devoid of stars and moonlight, the forest lay enveloped in an inky blackness, pierced only by the howling wind that whistled through the treetops. Along the mountain path, several corpses lay strewn haphazardly, the ground stained crimson with blood, and the air thick with the acrid scent of death. A band of mountain bandits busied themselves gathering their plundered goods, each face twisted in a menacing scowl, unmistakably a gang of desperate rogues. The second in command, his visage marred by a grotesque scar, barked in a gruff voice, Hurry up, gather all the valuables, we must vacate this cursed place at once. No sooner had he spoken than the previously clear night sky was abruptly obscured by dark clouds, extinguishing the moonlight and plunging the forest into utter darkness. Suddenly, a chilling howl of wolves echoed from the distance, reverberating through the valley and sending shivers down the spine. The second in command's countenance shifted, and he muttered a curse under his breath, Damn it! Why must the wolf pack appear at such an inopportune time? He scanned the surroundings warily and urged his comrades, Brothers, we must leave, we cannot linger here any longer. Just as he turned to flee, he was taken aback by the unexpected sight of a small figure that had appeared on the path ahead. In the dim light, the child's features were obscured, revealing only a vague silhouette. A robust bandit, who typically boasted of his fearlessness, was rendered petrified by the sudden apparition, exclaiming in terror, "A ghost!" Before his words had faded, the dark clouds dispersed, revealing a resplendent moon that cast a silvery glow, illuminating the path and unveiling the diminutive figure. It appeared to be a child, emaciated and fragile, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Clad in a tattered brocade robe, once vibrant but now ragged and stained with blood, it was unclear whether the blood belonged to him or another. Were it not for his disheveled appearance, one might mistake him for a lost young master. With his head bowed and unkempt hair obscuring his face, the childless countenance remained hidden, yet his slender frame stood upright, exuding an inexplicable aura of pressure in the presence of the fearsome bandits. "Ha ha ha. It is merely a snot-nosed brat, yet you've been frightened to such an extent," mocked a lanky bandit, jabbing a finger at the hulking man. "Indeed, a full-grown man reduced to a quivering coward by a mere child, how ludicrous." The surrounding bandits joined in raucous laughter, and the once proud giant turned crimson with shame, wishing for nothing more than to sink into the earth. The humiliated bandit, his face flushed, bellowed in rage, "Damn it, where did this little wretch come from? Has he a death wish?" With that, he drew his large blade and charged toward the child with a furious roar. However, the anticipated scene of bloodshed never materialized. The child evaded the attack with astonishing speed and agility. Before the giant could react, the child lunged forward like a ferocious beast, leaping into the air and executing a swift arc before seizing the bandit's throat with an iron grip. The giant had no time to utter a cry of anguish before being hurled aside like a rag doll, crashing heavily several meters away with a dull thud. The surrounding bandits stood stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as if they could swallow an egg whole. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, with only the wind howling through the mountains, yet this was merely the beginning. The child's figure flitted about like a specter, appearing before the bandits before they could even blink. It was then that they noticed something was amiss. The child's eyes were vacant and hollow, as if devoid of a soul. His face was dark, smeared with a layer of black, and the skin visible through the tattered fabric bore a strange, ominous hue, resembling a child poisoned beyond recovery. The foremost bandit, witnessing the child preparing to strike, felt a surge of panic as alarms blared in his mind. He attempted to evade, only to find his limbs weighed down as if encased in lead, utterly immobile. In that critical moment, a figure swept through like a gentle breeze, moving with lightning speed to grasp the child's wrist, executing the maneuver with fluid precision. With a swift motion, he yanked the child behind him and delivered a powerful kick to the nearest bandit, sending him flying back, colliding with his comrades in a cascade of chaos. The newcomer then disregarded the fallen bandits, swiftly pressing a finger to the child's nape. The child emitted a muffled groan, his body slackening as he lost consciousness, falling limply into the man's embrace. With a gentle motion, he cradled the child in one arm and turned to depart when one bandit, struggling to rise, clutched his chest and shouted, "Where did this pretty boy come from, daring to meddle in our affairs?" "Host, he calls you a pretty boy," the system's voice chimed in at an opportune moment. Nearby, several corpses lay scattered, the ground soaked in blood, reminiscent of a harrowing scene from a hellish battlefield. The bandits, still gripping their blood-stained knives, had evidently just committed murder. "Did you do this?" "And if we did," another bandit retorted nonchalantly, "we merely sought to relieve some fools of their wealth, unaware that they would crumble so easily under our hands." Having received his answers, Han's gaze sharpened, a glint of cold steel flashing in his eyes. He moved like a wraith, swiftly sealing the bandits' acupoints with deft strikes, immobilizing them in an instant. Then, he produced a finely crafted whistle arrow from his pocket, pulling the mechanism with force. A piercing whistle shattered the stillness of the forest, echoing through the valley. Before long, several figures clad in red darted through the trees like bolts of lightning, gracefully landing before Han. Subordinates from the Lingzhou Palace, having rushed to the scene. "Greetings, young master," they bowed respectfully to Han. Han nodded slightly, gesturing toward the incapacitated bandits. "Escort these nefarious brigands to the nearest town hall for further proceedings." "Yes." With a sense of relief washing over him, Han cast one last glance at the grim tableau before sighing softly. He then lightly touched the ground with his toes, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he departed the realm of chaos, cradling the child in his arms. Chapter 110 The Heavenly Dragons 8 Parts 4 Upon returning to the inn, Han Yi gently placed the child on the bed. He observed as the strange dark aura on the child's face gradually dissipated, and let out a soft sigh, pressing his fingers to his brow, feeling an overwhelming sense of fatigue. In his heart, he silently rejoiced at his timely arrival, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Reflecting on the encounters along the way, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Initially, he intended to use a doppelganger to assume a new identity and deploy it nearby, but the unreliable system had instead placed him in a vertical proximity. A glance at the map revealed a distance of nearly 5 meters, yet in reality, he found himself at the bottom of a cliff. With no other option, he had to navigate a lengthy detour down the mountain path before finally reaching the base of the precipice. To his dismay, he discovered that his doppelganger had stumbled into the forest alone and had encountered a pack of wolves, intensifying his concern. Even worse, during the struggle with the wolves, the doppelganger had succumbed to poison, which, although he ultimately vanquished the entire pack, had also resulted in an uncontrollable surge in his own lethality. Soon after, he had come across a band of mountain bandits. Had he not arrived in time, the outcome could have been catastrophic. Lost in thought, he suddenly caught a glimpse of movement from the small figure on the bed. The child was waking. A twinge of embarrassment struck him. In previous worlds, he would only encounter these identities once they operated independently. This time, however, he was the one donning the guise and observing himself from such close quarters, a sensation that was undeniably peculiar. The small child fluttered his eyelashes a few times, slowly opening a pair of clear eyes that still bore a hint of confusion from slumber. As his gaze wandered, seemingly assessing his surroundings, Hanyi felt an unexpected urge to tease him. Clearing his throat, he lowered his voice and feigned a deep tone, saying, "Little one, you are finally awake?" The child on the bed was indeed startled by his voice, shrinking slightly, his eyes filled with wariness and unease. Suppressing a chuckle, Hanyi continued, "I must tell you, I spent 1,000 taels to rescue you from the clutches of the flower thief." Before he could finish, he noticed the confusion in the child's eyes dissipate, replaced by a glimmer of surprise and gratitude. The child struggled to sit up but, weakened, fell back down. Hanyi quickly extended his hand to assist him, allowing him to lean against the headboard. Realizing he was in the presence of his benefactor, the child gazed up at him, his eyes brimming with appreciation, silently thanking his savior for rescuing him once again. Hanyi was momentarily taken aback by the title of benefactor, instinctively wanting to consult the system. "System, what is happening? Why does he call me benefactor?" Host, this is the background setting between the doppelganger and the host. In the narrative, you are the one who saved him, the system explained. Background setting, what setting? Hanyi asked, increasingly perplexed, unable to recall such a detail. It is inscribed on your identity card, the system replied, its tone tinged with a hint of exasperation, as if to suggest that he had forgotten even this. Where is it written? I do not recall seeing that, Hanyi insisted, straining to remember any description related to this setting. It is well known in the martial world that the Mo family fortress was wiped out in a single night by Gong Yeling, with the exception of the fortress lord who went north for medicine and the Mo family miss whose whereabouts are unknown. However, in truth, the young master was rescued by someone, the system elucidated patiently. Hanyi fell silent for a moment before murmuring, "Am I that person?" "Indeed, host. You, how could anyone deduce that I was that individual?" Hanyi could not help but retort, finding the system's hints far too vague. "Why could you not discern it?" "Are you not human, host?" the system queried, sounding somewhat bewildered. Taking a deep breath, Hanyi decisively blacklisted the system for 3 minutes. He steadied himself and looked at the child on the bed, who appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, with delicate features, though his pallor suggested he had not yet fully recovered. Feeling a surge of compassion at the child's frail state, Hanyi reached out to stroke his hair gently and spoke softly, "It is getting late, and I wonder if you are hungry? I have called for warm water, let us have something to eat, take your medicine, and then rest." The child nodded, his eyes widening in attentive compliance. Hanyi paused, his gaze lingering on the child as myriad thoughts swirled in his mind. He initially wished to inquire if the child remembered him, but reconsidered, fearing such a direct question might evoke unpleasant memories. Thus, he opted for a more tentative approach, asking, "Do you know my name?" Without hesitation, the child nodded, his voice sweet yet tinged with weakness, yet unable to mask his gratitude towards Hanyi. "I do." The benefactor said his name is Hanyi. The child's melodious voice was as refreshing as a mountain spring, yet the repeated address of benefactor left Hanyi feeling a touch exasperated. He sighed softly, extending his finger to gently caress the child's hair, and said, "You need not call me benefactor. Simply call me brother." After a brief pause, he gazed tenderly at the child and tentatively inquired, "May I call you a you?" The child blinked, his long eyelashes fluttering as if pondering the suggestion. Hesitation flickered in his eyes, but ultimately, he obediently nodded in agreement. At that moment, a light, brisk sound of footsteps approached from afar, halting just outside the door, followed by the respectful voice of the innkeeper, "Esteemed guest, your requested items are ready." Turning at the sound, Hanyi called out, "Bring them in." As soon as he finished speaking, the door was gently pushed open, and several innkeepers entered in succession, their movements steady, indicative of their specialized training. The leading innkeeper carried a steaming wooden tub, a pristine towel draped over its edge, wafting a faint herbal aroma. Following him were 2 others, one bearing a steaming water bucket, while the other presented a tray laden with neatly stacked children's clothing and a bowl of hot, fragrant noodle soup. A warm atmosphere enveloped the room, dispelling the chill of early spring. The innkeepers carefully set the bathwater and clothing in the center of the room, placing the bowl of soup on the low table beside the bed, before respectfully addressing Hanyi, "Esteemed guest, please enjoy your meal." Hanyi nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Seeing this, the innkeepers bowed and withdrew, quietly closing the door behind them without a sound. Chapter 111 The demigods and semi-devils. 5 warm steam slowly rose from the bath, enveloping the room in a misty embrace, where the subtle fragrance of herbs mingled with the comforting warmth, creating an atmosphere that was both refreshing and serene. Hanyi gently rolled up his sleeves and tested the water temperature with his hand, ensuring it was not too hot before shifting his gaze to Mou, who lay on the bed. Although Mou's wounds had been superficially treated, Hanyi chose to use a warm towel to gently cleanse his body to prevent any risk of infection. He carefully unfastened Mou's garments, revealing the frail form of the child, marred by an array of alarming scars. With a tender touch, he dipped the towel in warm water and meticulously wiped Mou's injuries, cautious not to inflict any pain. As he worked, he observed Mou's expression, noting the slight furrow of his brow that suggested discomfort. Softly, he inquired, "Does it hurt?" Mou shook his head and replied in a whisper, "No, thank you, benefactor." Hanyi sighed softly at this, responding gently, "I have told you not to call me benefactor. Simply refer to me as brother." Mou hesitated momentarily but eventually nodded obediently, murmuring, "Thank you, brother." Once he had thoroughly cleansed the grime and blood from Mou's body, Hanyi dressed him in a fresh set of clothing. After completing this task, he moved a low table to the side of Mou's bed and placed a steaming bowl of noodles before him, saying softly, "Come, have something to eat." As Mou gazed at the fragrant noodles, his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. A bit embarrassed, he glanced at Hanyi before taking the bowl and chopsticks, eating delicately. Observing Moyu's enthusiastic consumption, Hanyi's face broke into a smile of satisfaction. Once Moyu finished his meal, Hanyi poured him a glass of warm water and gently asked, "Are you full? Would you like some more?" Moyu shook his head, setting down his bowl and utensils, replying softly, "Thank you, brother. I am full." "That is good," Hanyi said, tidying up the dishes and placing them aside. "It is getting late. You should rest early." Moyu nodded and lay down obediently. "Is it all right for me to sleep alone? Do you want to stay and keep me company?" At this, a flicker of hesitation crossed Moyu's eyes. Noticing this, Hanyi rephrased, "Then let me stay until you fall asleep before I leave. Sleep well, do not be afraid, I am here." Only then did Mizuru close his eyes in peace. Hanyi sat by the bed, quietly watching Moyu's serene face as he slept. The child's breathing was steady, long lashes casting shadows upon his cheeks, his pallor hinting at illness, yet it could not conceal the delicate beauty of his features. As he gazed at Moyu's tranquil slumber, Hanyi felt an inexplicable sense of fulfillment swell within him, so much so that he could not help but indulge in the illusion that he was being exceptionally well behaved. He could not resist boasting to the system, "I am indeed very obedient." "Host, is it not possible that the one being obedient is the identity card rather than you?" the system interjected, attempting to pull its host from his self-satisfaction. "Moyu is obedient. The identity card I portray is obedient, my logic is entirely sound." Hanyi retorted, selectively ignoring the mention of the identity card, as if this could convince himself. The system sighed in resignation, deciding not to engage in further debate as long as the host is happy. Suddenly struck by an idea, the system continued, "Host, why not also assume the roles of the other two identity cards?" "Now." "Indeed," the system patiently explained. "You are currently the young lord of Lingzhou Palace and the next master of the Xiaoyao sect. You could simply claim that you have taken in 3 disciples from outside." Hanyi pondered this, finding some merit in the system's words, yet he recalled his task of cleansing the sect upon descending the mountain. "Can you help me locate Ding Chuanxiu's whereabouts?" "Host, why would you assume I could pinpoint Ding Chuanxiu's location?" the system queried, sounding incredulous. "You mean to say, as we undertake tasks in this small world, you lack the means to locate Ding Chuanxiu?" Hanyi asked in disbelief. "If the host is willing to spend points, you are utterly useless. Other systems can do this." Hanyi retorted mercilessly, his tone dripping with disdain. "Honestly, I am not particularly concerned about his current location." Hanyi paused, his tone becoming casual. "After all, Ding Chuanxiu will head to the Starry Sea. I can simply go there directly." The system mercilessly countered, "Being stingy does not require excuses." Hanyi shot back defiantly, "Being useless does not require excuses either." The system fell silent. Then, in perfect synchrony, the system and Hanyi mutually blocked each other for 3 minutes. Chapter 112 of the Heavenly Dragon 8 Part 6 of Prior to simultaneously embodying 3 identities, Hanyi still felt a sense of effortless ease, even indulging in the illusion of being exceptionally well-behaved due to his flawless performance. Now he merely wished to send these 3 troublesome identities away like unruly children, and deliver a punishing blow to his past self from a few days ago. Why did he heed the system's nonsensical advice to juggle 3 identities? Why did he invite such turmoil upon himself? Had he known he would end up in such a tangled mess, he should have resolutely declined from the outset. The system wholeheartedly concurred. "Host, have you finally realized? You were previously ensnared in the delusion of being well-behaved, yet in truth, only your identities were compliant, not you." Hanyi rolled his eyes weakly, too weary to engage with the system's mockery. The system continued its incessant chatter. "Moreover, host, the current situation is that your identities are no longer obedient." Taking a deep breath, Hanyi suppressed the urge to format the system. He had truly erred. He should never have believed the system's fallacies and attempted to embody 3 identities concurrently, and now, he was not only tasked with portraying the enigmatic Moyu, who bore 2 internal energies and 2 toxins that could not easily disrupt their balance, but also the exuberant Tang Wulu, as well as the taciturn and territory-conscious Fei, who had just emerged from the mountains. Each of these identities possessed distinct personalities, demanding substantial time and effort for him to comprehend and enact, especially Tang Wulu. Ever since he adopted this persona, he felt as if he had become unmoored, akin to flipping a peculiar switch that compelled him to leap about and stir up trouble. Strangely, upon assuming the role of Tang Wulu, he found himself at odds with Moyu, who in turn looked upon Tang Wulu with disdain. The 2 young rascals, for reasons unbeknownst to them, would inevitably clash upon meeting, as though they were destined rivals. Was mutual aversion and natural predisposition? As Hanyi pondered, his gaze shifted towards the 2 individuals engaged in gathering flowers. "Tang Wulu, steady your hands, do not let the basket tumble to the ground." Moyu, having nurtured a minor temper over several days, promptly shoved the flower basket towards Tang Wulu. "Then you do it." "I'll take it," Tang Wulu exclaimed, seizing the basket and sprinting away. Observing this scene, Hanyi sighed inwardly, feeling as though he were teetering on the brink of a mental breakdown. He withdrew his gaze, redirecting it towards the furrowed-browed Fei, who was diligently learning to read, providing him with a modicum of solace. Fortunately, Fei remained compliant. After being subjected to several days of turmoil, Hanyi contemplated devising a strategy to manage these spirited youngsters. The chaos could not continue unabated. Fei was indeed a model of tranquility, quietly focusing on his studies and even seeking to practice swordsmanship with Hanyi, rendering him the most manageable of the 3 identities. As for Tang Wulu, being from the Tang clan, it seemed fitting to teach him the arts of medicine and poison, while the subtleties of hidden weapons could wait. Regarding MOU, this child possessed a frail constitution that necessitated careful nurturing, thus, he would benefit from medicinal baths to gradually restore his health. However, Han Yi found himself financially constrained, lacking the funds to procure any precious herbs. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that Lingzhou Palace was affluent and likely did not lack such resources, yet, the first step of his new plan was swiftly thwarted. Fei, gazing at the paper and brush before him, furrowed his brow even tighter, shaking his head vigorously as he enunciated, "No need it." Han Yi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp Fei's meaning. "What? Are you saying that after learning to write your name and your mother's, you no longer need to continue learning?" Fei nodded and added, "Also, yours." At last, Han Yi comprehended. Fei believed he had mastered writing their names and saw no need to learn any further characters. Amused yet exasperated, he patiently explained to Fei, "But what will you do when you need to write a letter? You cannot simply write names each time." Fei pondered for a moment before producing two neatly folded sheets of paper from his pocket and presenting them to Han Yi. Curious, Han Yi accepted the papers and opened them, discovering each bore a single character, good and bad. Han Yi's system, haha, Chapter 113 of the Demigods and Semi-Demon 7. After finally persuading Fei to continue diligently practicing his calligraphy, Han Yi felt a slight relaxation of his taut nerves, pondering to himself. Although the initial phase of the plan has not progressed smoothly, the subsequent stages should not be met with similar adversity. With this thought in mind, Han Yi resolved to promptly implement the second phase of his plan, primarily to occupy the ever-energetic and restless Tang Wulu with some tasks. He hastened through the lengthy corridor, intending to take a shortcut through the garden to reach Tang Wulu's quarters. However, the moment he stepped into the garden, his keen hearing detected a subtle yet crisp sound, a click. This noise was faint, yet it resonated like a taut string, instantly pulling at Han Yi's nerves. Almost instinctively, he sprang lightly from his toes, soaring gracefully into the air and landing securely atop the garden's roof. Meanwhile, where he had stood just moments before, a series of glimmering poison needles shot forth from the ground like serpents striking their prey. Silently and swiftly the needles whizzed through the air, embedding themselves deeply into the wall not far away. A few innocent flowers and grasses, touched by the poison needles, withered instantly, transforming into a dark puddle of liquid. Han Yi gazed down at the nearly lethal needles, descending into a contemplative silence. Within the residence of Lingzhou Palace, the only one daring enough to launch an assault against him, the young master of Lingzhou Palace, was none other than Tang Wulu. Observing this scenario, the system, having arrived at the same conclusion, erupted into a fit of raucous laughter. Han Yi, unable to endure any longer, decisively silenced the system for 3 minutes. Yet, before he could exhale in relief, the sound of something slicing through the air echoed once more. At this time, Han Yi was already prepared. He tilted his body slightly, effortlessly evading a concealed dart that shot towards him from the direction of a rockery. The dart zipped past his ear, creating a gentle breeze that even tousled a few strands of hair that hung loosely on his forehead. With furrowed brows, Han Yi swiftly drew the folding fan from his waist, snapping it open with a flourish, and cast a vigilant gaze towards the rockery, commanding in a cold tone, "Who was lurking there? Step forward." At that moment, Tang Wulu was hiding behind the rockery, holding a delicately crafted concealed dart, clearly the source of the earlier projectile. Upon being discovered by Han Yi, Tang Wulu leisurely emerged from his hiding spot, idly toying with the dart in his hand, a mischievous smile gracing his face as he confidently remarked, "My father always said, the world is fraught with danger. One must remain vigilant when venturing outside." He paused, his gaze glinting with mischief as it landed on Han Yi, laced with a hint of provocation. "Isn't it that I fear you might be lacking in skills and unable to protect me in the future?" As he spoke, Tang Wulu gestured playfully with the dart towards Han Yi, as if to say, "See, am I not impressive? Has your father not taught you that concealed weapons should not be recklessly discharged?" Han Yi nearly burst into laughter at the audacity of the boy. He closed his fan, tapping lightly on the ribs with his articulated fingers, producing a crisp sound. In the next instant, he lightly pressed off the ground, his form soaring like a hawk, yet as weightless as a feather, landing squarely in front of Tang Wulu. Before Tang Wulu could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a gentle tap on his head, neither painful nor irritating, but it stirred a sense of annoyance within him. What if someone gets hurt? Han Yi's tone was calm, yet underscored with an irrefutable severity. Tang Wulu, covering his head, muttered in discontent, "Didn't you evade it? I didn't even hit you." He looked up, his large, glistening eyes darting playfully, a glimmer of cunning flashing across his face. Han Yi was both amused and exasperated by the boyish innocent demeanor, shooting him a pointed glare, fully aware of his mischievous nature, and decided to temporarily hold back his admonitions. "Enough of your dangerous antics. Come with me," Han Yi declared, reaching out to pull Tang Wulu along. "Why should I follow you?" Tang Wulu waved his small hand, evading Han Yi's grasp, a proud expression adorning his face. "Simply because you cannot best me at present," Han Yi replied, his hand striking like lightning as he sealed Tang Wulu's acupoint. Before Tang Wulu could react, he found himself immobile, helplessly watching as Han Yi hoisted him up and strode away with purpose. "Let me go, or when I recover, you will be in for it," Tang Wulu shouted, exasperated. Han Yi, ignoring his protest, continued on his way, carrying Tang Wulu towards his courtyard. Chapter 114 of the Eight Dragons, Part 8. After much effort, Han Yi finally managed to capture Tang Wulu's attention with a small trinket gifted by the esteemed Wang. Although he knew this distraction might not last long, a wave of weariness washed over him as he rubbed his brow. After a brief respite, he turned to execute the final stage of his plan. The memory of Mou's obedient demeanor brought a faint smile to his lips. However, as he traversed the garden, a flicker of hesitation gripped him. Surely, nothing unexpected would arise this time? Yet, he quickly dispelled his doubts. After all, Ayu had always been sensible and compliant, and he anticipated no mishaps. With this reassurance, Han Yi quickened his pace towards Mo's chamber. Upon reaching the door, he beheld Mo seated gracefully by the window, delicate fingers poised over a brush as he diligently practiced his calligraphy. The faint sound of footsteps reached Mo's ears, causing his brush to pause momentarily. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze, his dark, bright eyes peering through the window to discern the visitor's identity. Upon recognizing Han Yi, a radiant smile blossomed on his fair face, illuminating his previously clear eyes with a twinkling brilliance, as if stars had been infused within them. He joyfully called out brother, and without hesitation, set aside his brush to rush towards the door. Seeing this, Han Yi chuckled and said, "Slow down, I won't run away." "Brother, what brings you here?" Mo tilted his head upwards, his tone laced with a hint of playful affection. Han Yi gently ruffled Mo's hair, speaking softly, "I came to see you. Are you practicing your writing?" "Yes, the characters you taught me, I practice every day," Mo replied obediently. "Excellent, keep it up," Han Yi encouraged. "How do you feel today? Is there anything discomforting?" "I feel well, brother, there's no need for concern." Mo shook his head, responding dutifully. Han Yi scrutinized Mo's expression, relieved to find no signs of illness, allowing him to relax. "That's good to hear," he nodded, his voice gentle. "I will arrange for some medicinal bath ingredients shortly, to help you recuperate." Upon hearing the term medicinal bath, a flicker of hesitation crossed Mo's otherwise joyful countenance. Memories of the past days surfaced in his mind. Although the sisters of Lingzhou Palace treated him with courtesy, their presence had often made him feel uneasy. Lowering his gaze to his toes, a faint blush crept onto his pale cheeks as he softly asked, "Brother, can it just be the two of us during the medicinal bath?" Observing Mo's cautious demeanor, Han Yi immediately comprehended his concerns. To be frank, aside from him, the rest of Lingzhou Palace comprised solely of women, who referred to themselves as servants. Among the three children, only Tang Wula seemed to adapt, while the other two exhibited some resistance to their advances. Han Yi understood their sentiments. After all, they were all boys, and being surrounded by women in Lingzhou Palace could indeed be uncomfortable. Of course, Han Yi offered Mo a reassuring glance, speaking softly, "It will just be the two of us." He affectionately tousled Mo's hair, soothing him as one would a startled creature. "Wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." Watching Han Yi step out of the room, Mo's anxious heart gradually found solace. He approached the window, gazing at the blooming flowers in the courtyard, his spirits lifting like the vibrant spring light. He knew his brother would keep his word, which filled him with comfort and warmth. Once outside the room, Han Yi made his way to the pharmacy of Lingzhou Palace. In fact, he had already instructed the staff to prepare the necessary herbs for the medicinal bath before his arrival. True to its reputation, Lingzhou Palace was well stocked with various rare herbs, and soon, all the required ingredients were assembled, each exuding a delicate fragrance of superior quality. After meticulously checking the herbs to ensure their correctness, Han Yi summoned several members of the Xiantian sect to assist in transporting a hot water-filled wooden tub to Mo's room. Upon re-entering the chamber, Han Yi was greeted by an amusing sight. Mo, like a startled fawn, darted about the room, a light blush adorning his fair cheeks as he sought to evade several Lingzhou Palace attendants attempting to assist him with changing clothes. "Young master, please don't hide. Allow us to help," coaxed one attendant, holding a set of clean garments with a gentle tone. Another chimed in with a smile, "Indeed, young master, your evasion makes it quite difficult for us." Hearing this, Mo hesitated momentarily, but soon resolutely shook his head, his voice barely a whisper yet imbued with undeniable determination, "I can manage on my own." Although there were maidservants at home, their fervent attentions left him feeling ill at ease. At that moment, Mo caught sight of Han Yi standing at the door, seemingly amused by the spectacle. His eyes brightened, as if he had found a pillar of support, and he looked at Han Yi with a mix of grievance and plea, softly calling out, "Brother." Noting the situation, Han Yi cleared his throat gently, signaling the overly enthusiastic attendants to withdraw. "Ahem, you may all leave now. I will handle things from here." The women exchanged knowing glances, stifling laughter as they bowed and exited in an orderly fashion, kindly closing the door behind them. Chapter 115 of The Heavenly Dragon. 8 parts. A gentle, ethereal mist arose as warm vapors spiraled upward, enveloping the wooden tub. Han Yi extended his hand, his fingertips lightly touching the surface of the water, warm currents cascading between his fingers. He closed his eyes, gradually channeling his inner strength into the water, attuned to the condition within Mo's body. Two distinctly different toxins intertwined like serpents, gnashing at each other within his meridians, yet maintaining an extraordinary balance. The opposing forces of inner strength resembled two fragile boats swaying in a tempest, on the verge of capsizing, yet resiliently holding their equilibrium amidst the raging storm. The room was enveloped in tranquility, punctuated only by the subtle rippling of water and the increasingly rhythmic breaths of Mo. Han Yi meticulously sensed the flow of each meridian in Mo's body, verifying whether this precarious balance had been disrupted. His tense expression gradually eased. Fortunately, everything remained under control. The medicinal concoction in the tub gradually diluted until it became crystal clear, signifying that the effects had fully manifested. Han Yi finally exhaled in relief. He carefully lifted the unconscious Mo from the tub, taking his pulse with great precision to ensure a steady rhythm before allowing himself to relax. Thankfully, despite the internal conflict between the toxins and inner strength, the vitality remained, affirming that his treatment approach was not misguided. Thus, each day, A Fei would sit under the sun, grappling painfully with the convoluted characters of his books, while Tang Wulu buzzed about like a diligent bee, immersed in the world of exotic herbs and vials, tirelessly experimenting with his poisons. Han Yi would occasionally remind him to use himself as a test subject, cautioning him against casting his ambitions upon others in Lingzhou Palace. Although Tang Wula feigned indifference, he nonetheless took the admonition to heart. Under Han Ye's meticulous care, Mou adhered to a daily regimen of medicinal baths, soaking in a tub exuding a delicate fragrance, feeling the pains within his body gradually dissipate. Time passed serenely and methodically, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had slipped by. On one particular day, Tang Wulu, having procured a peculiar flower from an unknown source, presented it with petals of an eerie purple hue, releasing a faint scent that inexplicably caused Han Yi to sneeze. Rubbing his nose, he shook his head in resignation. He recognized Tang Wuli's nature. This was surely another venture into the realm of poisons. However, Tang Wulu had been relatively subdued during this period, yet being cooped up in the room conducting experiments warranted a bit of physical activity. Thus, he remarked casually, "I plan to brew some wine, would you care to join me?" Upon hearing this, Tang Wulu immediately perked up, albeit with a hint of skepticism. "Can your brew really be palatable?" Mou, who had been quietly listening, was stirred by Tang Wuli's doubts towards Han Yi. He abruptly raised his head, eyes wide, and declared with unwavering conviction, "The wine my brother brews will surely be delightful." "How can you be so certain? You have never tasted it. It might not even be as good as my poisons." "You!" Mou glared at Tang Wulu, flustered and at a loss for words, his cheeks flushing with indignation. Observing the playful banter escalating between the two, Han Yi shook his head in exasperation. These two lively spirits thrived on exchanging jibes whenever they met. All right, are you two going to join or not?" Han Yi interjected, preventing the squabble from further intensifying. "Let us go." "Who is afraid of whom?" Tang Wulu retorted disdainfully, yet his eyes sparkled with eagerness. Mou nodded in agreement, gazing at Han Yi with anticipation. Seeing that both were on board, Han Yi turned towards A Fei, who sat in the courtyard, engrossed in a book, though clearly distracted. A Fei had never been fond of reading. The dense characters were far more daunting to him than Tang Wuli's poisons. Upon hearing the mention of brewing wine, his ears perked up instantly. Brewing wine meant avoiding books, something A Fei had long awaited. As Han Yi approached, he promptly set aside his book, adopting an earnest demeanor of attentiveness. Before Han Yi could speak, A Fei eagerly nodded, indicating his enthusiastic willingness to join their winemaking endeavor. Chapter 116 of The Heavenly Dragons 8 Parts 10. Upon confirming that all three were eager to embark on the journey together, Han Yi, accompanied by the exuberant Tang Wula and Mou, along with the already restless A Fei, departed from the residence of Lingzhou Palace. They chatted and laughed heartily as they made their way outside the city, ultimately reaching a hillside adorned with a profusion of wildflowers. The warm sunlight bathed the entire slope, while a gentle breeze wafted through, bringing with it a delightful fragrance of flowers intermingled with the scent of fresh grass, invigorating the spirit. "This shall suffice," Han Yi remarked, surveying the surroundings with a satisfied nod. "What good is this? There isn't even a fruit tree in sight. How can we brew wine?" Tang Wula scoffed, wrinkling his nose in distaste. "Today, we shall indulge in something special, wine brewed from flowers." "Flowers?" Tang Wula and Mou chorused in astonishment, their faces a canvas of surprise. "Indeed, flowers," Han Yi affirmed. "The vast expanse of blossoms here are treasures in their own right. The wine crafted from them not only boasts a sweet and fragrant flavor but may also possess beautifying properties." "Is that truly the case?" Tang Wula and Mou's eyes sparkled with intrigue, especially Tang Wula, who had an insatiable curiosity for the peculiar. A Fei, though silent, exhibited a glimmer of interest in his typically cool gaze. "Absolutely true," Han Yi chuckled. "When have I ever deceived you?" "Then let us begin at once," Tang Wula exclaimed eagerly. Thus, the four of them divided their tasks and commenced the collection of blossoms. Han Yi took charge of directing, while Tang Wula and Mou were responsible for the gathering, and A Fei meticulously sorted and arranged the picked flowers. "Let us start from that patch over there, filled with white blossoms. Be cautious and watch your step, do not trip," Han Yi advised thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the nearby sea of white flowers. Understood, Tang Wula waved his hand dismissively, seizing Mou, who was still dazed, and pulling him along. "Come, let us race to see who can gather more." Before Mou could react, he was dragged several paces forward by Tang Wula, nearly stumbling over a small stone on the path. "Hey, slow down." Mou managed to steady himself, shaking off Tang Wula's grip with annoyance. "Who said I wanted to compete with you? What, are you afraid?" Tang Wula taunted, a challenging glint in his eyes. "Just admit it if you're scared of losing." "Who is afraid of losing?" Mou retorted defiantly, widening his eyes. "A competition is a competition. I am not backing down. That's the spirit you voiced." Tang Wula smirked, revealing a mischievous grin. "Let us go." With that declaration, he dashed forward like a gust of wind, heading straight for the sea of white flowers. "Hey, that's cheating!" Mou cried out, hastily pursuing him. "Wait for me." Amid their playful banter, Tang Wula and Mou swiftly reached the expanse of white blossoms. "Ah, I've gathered more than you," Tang Wula boasted, clutching a large handful of white flowers triumphantly. "What's so impressive about that?" Mou replied, unyielding, as he bent down and intensified his efforts in gathering. Meanwhile, A Fei quietly trailed behind Han Yi, observing him as he navigated through the flower-laden field, occasionally bending to select flowers with care. "Hey, Han Yi, you still haven't mentioned which flowers we'll use for the wine," Tang Wula inquired curiously while continuing to pluck flowers. "Well, for the floral wine, we'll need a variety of blossoms," Han Yi replied, feigning mystery with a smile. However, each flower possesses its own unique fragrance and benefits, so to brew an exquisite wine, careful selection is paramount. MOU interjected, you didn't know? Floral wine, of course, requires an assortment of flowers for its creation. Han Yi couldn't help but chuckle at their banter, these two were truly capable of sparring over anything. Chapter 117 The Eight Dragons Sections 11 As the sun dipped below the horizon, it painted the sky in a magnificent shade of orange-red. The four individuals returned to the Lingzhou Palace with their bountiful harvest. Han Yi meticulously washed the freshly picked flowers, discarding the inferior ones, before placing them in a prepared wine jar in precise proportions. He then added snow water collected from the Tianshan Mountains and carefully selected wine yeast, sealing the jar with oiled paper, patiently awaiting the fermentation process. He gently patted the jar and smiled at Tang Wula, saying, well then, we shall leave the rest to time. Ha! Tang Wula exclaimed, unable to contain his eagerness. How long must we wait? At least a month or two, Han Yi replied with a chuckle, patting his shoulder. Good wine takes time. Patience is key. MOU interjected coolly from the side, you have no patience at all. If everyone were like you, waiting would be a rarity. Who says I lack patience? Tang Wula retorted defiantly. It's just a month or two. I can wait. Every morning, Han Yi would guide Fei in sword practice. Fei displayed remarkable talent in this area, often grasping concepts with little effort. Whenever the sword's light flashed, a sharp glimmer would dance in Fei's eyes, reminiscent of a newborn leopard, brimming with the audacity of youth. In the mornings, he would teach Tang Wula to identify medicinal herbs and concoct poisons. Despite Tang Wula's mischievous nature, he possessed an extraordinary gift for toxin creation, having already devised numerous peculiar concoctions at such a tender age. In the afternoons, Han Yi would administer medicinal baths and acupuncture treatments for MOU. After all, in order to detoxify him, his body needed to be robust first. As evening approached, Han Yi would instruct the three children in reading and writing. Though their personalities were varied, they were all exceptionally bright and quick learners, which brought Han Yi great satisfaction, making him feel that life was indeed fulfilling. In their leisure time, Han Yi would take them on excursions to admire the stunning scenery around them, leading a life of leisure and contentment. Yet, as this tranquil existence lingered, the system began to grow restless. Host, are you planning to retire? Have you forgotten that you still have a mission to undertake? When did I ever have a mission to clear the premises? Han Yi asked nonchalantly, reclining in the courtyard with a novel in hand, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. But you descended the mountain specifically to clear the premises, the system countered. Why are you so invested in something that isn't your task? Han Yi finally lifted his gaze from the book, responding with irritation. Do you think it makes sense for me to take the children to find Ding Chuanxiu? The system was momentarily speechless, left to silently close its metaphorical mouth. Observing this, Han Yi felt a sense of satisfaction as he returned his attention to the book, though his thoughts wandered to MOU. The first phase of MOU's medicinal bath treatment was nearly complete, and it was indeed time to start learning something new. Perhaps he could carve a small wooden sword for MOU to practice with. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Han Yi turned a page in his book. On the page, a swordsman clad in white engaged in a fierce battle with a massive white tiger. Han Yi couldn't help but smile at the kitsch nature of the narrative, yet he found it endearing. The following morning, a ray of dawn sunlight streamed through the window, casting a delicate golden hue upon the courtyard. Little MOU rose early, clutching a small wooden sword hand-carved by Han Yi, and eagerly ventured into the courtyard to practice basic sword maneuvers. Emulating Fei, though small in stature, he executed the movements with impressive seriousness and focus on his youthful face. Han Yi sat nearby, gazing tenderly at the two children, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Just then, a disciple from the Shantian sect, clad in black, hurriedly approached Han Yi, kneeling on one knee and clasping her fists in salute. Reporting to young palace master, I have located Ding Chuanxiu's whereabouts. At this, Han Yi set down his teacup and inquired casually, oh? Where is he now? The disciple lowered her head and replied, Ding Chuanxiu has been spotted near Wushan, approximately 300 miles from here. If all goes well, he should pass through this area within 3 days. Han Yi waved his hand, dismissing the disciple, though his brow furrowed slightly as he pondered, why has Ding Chuanxiu suddenly appeared here? The system's voice suddenly echoed in Han Yi's mind, host, is it possible he is merely passing through? Han Yi was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Are you trying to sing? The system was perplexed. Clearing his throat to mask his amusement, Han Yi redirected the conversation, forget that, you mentioned he is merely passing through? The system elaborated, Ding Chuanxiu's stronghold, the Xinxiu Sea, is located in the western regions. He is likely returning there, and this route happens to be a necessary passage. Understanding dawned on Han Yi, and he shook his head helplessly, thinking, so that's how it is. I worried for nothing. Chapter 118 of Demigods and Semi-Devils. The imminent news of Ding Chuanxiu was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples through Han Yi's heart. He abruptly rose to his feet, draining the remaining half-cup of tea in one swift motion. The liquid flowed down his throat, bringing with it a hint of bitterness, yet rendering him more alert. He turned and ventured into the bamboo grove behind him, hoping the serene surroundings would help him clarify his thoughts. The rising sun filtered through the layers of bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows upon him. The interplay of light and shadow mirrored the inner turmoil he was experiencing. With his hands clasped behind his back, he walked through the forest, occasionally halting, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. At times, he would gaze up at the sky, allowing the gentle breeze to caress his face, as if in search of answers. In his mind, he weighed the pros and cons. What were his chances if he acted directly? If he were to fail, how could he retreat unscathed? Would waiting to observe the situation lead to missed opportunities? As seconds ticked away, the light in the bamboo forest shifted gradually with the passage of time, and the scales within Hanya's heart began to tip. Rather than allowing him to continue wreaking havoc upon the world, it would be far wiser to eliminate him promptly and eradicate future threats. He returned to his room and accessed the system's marketplace interface, exchanging 100 points for Ding Chuanqiu's real-time location over the next few days. With this information, he could track Ding Chuanqiu's movements and devise a comprehensive strategy. Host, there are many valuable items available in the system marketplace, would you like to explore them? The system's voice chimed in at an opportune moment, laced with a subtle undertone of flattery, suggesting that if the host felt insufficiently powerful, he could procure items to enhance his odds. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Yi declined and no need. His tone was calm yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. After all, his master was the greatest in the world, he did not require external assistance to deal with Ding Chuanqiu. It was only then that the system realized its host had already become a swordsman. At the moment of his refusal, the sharpness emanating from his brow resembled a blade unsheathed, carrying a chilling aura. Deep within the forest, the night was as dark as ink, the oppressive gloom resembling a vast curtain that obscured the stars and moon above, muffling all sounds within the woods. Towering trees loomed like grotesque giants, their gnarled branches intertwining to cast immense shadows, rendering the already dim forest even more foreboding. The night wind whispered through the trees, producing a haunting sound akin to ghostly murmurs or the roars of wild beasts, sending shivers down one's spine. Ding Chuanqiu glided through the forest with the grace of a spectre, eager to reach the next town before dawn and find a place to rest. However, just as he was about to traverse the dense thicket, an open clearing suddenly appeared ahead, bathed in a ghastly pale light under the moon, starkly contrasting the surrounding darkness. A shiver ran down Ding Chuanqiu's spine, instinctively causing him to slow his pace, his gaze warily scanning the area. He spotted a figure in white, standing motionless in the center of the clearing, as if merging seamlessly with the night. Alarm bells rang in Ding Chuanqiu's mind. He silently gathered his internal energy in preparation while scrutinizing the figure, attempting to discern their identity from their attire and silhouette, yet, the darkness was too profound. He could only vaguely discern the figure's tall stature and snow-white clothing, unable to make out their features, which heightened his unease. After all, the ability to appear silently before him without his notice indicated that their martial prowess was undoubtedly superior to his own. As he hesitated, contemplating whether to take a detour, the figure in white slowly turned around. With the faint moonlight illuminating the scene, Ding Chuanqiu finally beheld the stranger's visage. Although he was unfamiliar, the sight stirred a tempest within him, for the individual spoke his name directly. They had come for him. Chapter 119 of Tianlong Babu. Who are you? Ding Chuanqiu inquired, suppressing the unease bubbling within him, his voice deep and hoarse, as if it were forced from the very depths of his throat. In the stillness of the night, it resonated with an unsettling clarity. Simultaneously, his right hand stealthily moved towards his waist, where he concealed his most prized concealed weapon, the soft silk whip. This weapon, intricately woven from celestial silkworm silk mixed with various metallic threads, was as fine as a hair yet lethally sharp. It could dispatch enemies without a trace, serving as his greatest reliance in the martial world. Sensing the pressure emanating from his opponent, Ding Chuanqiu prepared himself for an imminent confrontation. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, striving to penetrate the facade of the figure before him. The man in white let out a cold laugh, the moonlight illuminating his youthful and handsome countenance. It was none other than Han Yi. I am the one who will take your life, Han Yi stated icily, his tone devoid of warmth, as if proclaiming a matter of the utmost triviality. His voice, though not loud, reached Ding Chuanqiu's ears with crystal clarity, each syllable striking like a hammer upon his already anxious heart, weighing it down further. Is it you? Ding Chuanqiu scoffed, a derisive smile creeping across his face. Impudent youth, do you know who I am? He could scarcely believe that this young man, appearing barely in his 20s, would audaciously claim he could end his life. Truly, he was unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Ding Chuanqiu, the discarded disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, a traitor to his master and destroyer of his ancestors, is a man whom all seek to punish, Han Yi articulated, each word laced with a chilling coldness, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. Ding Chuanqiu's complexion paled, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes, though he swiftly concealed it. Today, I shall act as heaven's agent, ridding the world of you, this scourge of the martial realm, Han Yi declared, his tone calm yet imbued with an undeniable resoluteness. Such audacity! Ding Chuanqiu retorted, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. I have traversed the martial world for many years. What tempests have I not weathered, yet never have I encountered a brash young fool like you. His voice dripped with disdain and contempt, as if Han Yi were not but an ant that could be crushed with ease. Since you seek death so fervently, I shall oblige. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Ding Chuanqiu's figure blurred and he lunged at Han Yi like a wraith. His attack was ruthless and unrelenting, the soft silk whip slithering through the air like a venomous serpent, striking towards Han Yi's vital points with dazzling silver streaks. In the face of Ding Chuanqiu's fierce onslaught, Han Yi remained unerringly composed. A cold smile played upon his lips as he leisurely drew his longsword from his waist. The blade shimmered, emanating a chilling aura, reflecting the moonlight as if a silver dragon danced across the night sky. Han Yi's swordplay was both ethereal and deadly, countering Ding Chuanqiu's flurry of strikes with remarkable swiftness. With such meager skills, you dare to show off before me? Han Yi remarked, his tone dripping with disdain. Ding Chuanqiu's expression darkened immediately. Since his debut in the martial world, he had rarely encountered opponents capable of matching his prowess with the soft silk whip. Today, however, he found himself belittled by this young lad, igniting a fierce anger within him. You little beast, seeking your own demise. Ding Chuanqiu roared, charging forward once more. This time, he infused the soft silk whip with the inner strength derived from his mastery of the transformation technique, amplifying its power exponentially. Observing this, Han Yi remained unfazed, invoking the Northern Darkness divine art. A formidable pulling force surged from Han Ye's dantian, akin to a great whale siphoning water, drawing the inner strength from Ding Chuanqiu's whip into himself. Ding Chuanqiu felt an overwhelming force yanking him forward, his eyes widening in terror as he attempted to retract his whip, only to discover his inner strength dissipating without a trace, as if swallowed by the sea. His complexion shifted dramatically, his voice trembling. Impossible, how could you wield the Northern Darkness divine art? Han Yi paid no heed to Ding Chuanqiu's panic, he felt pure inner strength flooding into his meridians, filling his dantian. Ding Chuanqiu watched helplessly as years of arduous cultivation were siphoned away by Han Yi, his face growing increasingly pale, the once rosy hue of his skin withering as if he had aged decades in mere moments. Stop. Please stop. Ding Chuanqiu's voice was hoarse and feeble, tinged with desperation. Han Yi, disinterested in the old man's pleas, intensified the flow of the Northern Darkness divine art. Ah! Ding Chuanqiu let out a piercing cry, his voice saturated with despair and dread. Moments later, his cries faded, his body slumping to the ground like a lifeless dog, devoid of any further sound. Han Yi concluded his practice, standing over Ding Chuanqiu's lifeless form, which resembled a desiccated corpse, his heart untouched by any sentiment. This old fellow has met his end cleanly, he mused, turning to depart, leaving behind Ding Chuanqiu's solitary body, silently narrating the tale of his transgressions. Chapter 120 of the Heaven Dragons 8 Parts 14. The night was as cool as water, and the crisp air lingered among the mountains and forests. A full moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow that elongated the shadows of the trees, intertwining them into a patchwork of light and dark upon the ground. Han Yi darted through the woods, his speed so swift it was nearly imperceptible, only the flutter of his garments stirred a gentle breeze, his agility akin to that of a nighthawk returning to its nest, silent and stealthy. He glided effortlessly, his figure ghost-like, leaving few to notice his presence. Only the occasional whisper of the night wind seemed to murmur of his return. The task of clearing the premises had proceeded even more smoothly than he had anticipated, which uplifted his spirits and lent a buoyancy to his steps. He navigated the corridor with familiarity, the moonlight stretching his shadow long, ultimately halting before his door. To his surprise, he caught the faint sound of hushed conversation emanating from within the room, a clarity that stood out starkly against the stillness of the night. He paused, puzzled. Could there be others inside, who would be in his room at this late hour? Treading lightly, he approached the door, discovering it slightly ajar. Through the crack, he beheld three little figures gathered around a table, their expressions unusually serious under the dim candlelight, a stark contrast to their usual playful demeanor. A smile crept across Han Ye's face. What mischief were these three little rascals up to? They were huddled together in the dead of night. Were they plotting something grand? Just as he prepared to enter, he heard Mou's voice. When do you think brother will be back? It should be soon, right? He just went to deal with that Ding Chuanqiu, didn't he? Tang Wula crossed his arms, speaking with unwavering certainty as if Ding Chuanqiu were merely an inconsequential figure in his eyes. Han Yi couldn't help but smirk. This lad certainly had confidence in him. Fei, seated quietly nearby, remained taciturn, gripping a piece of iron tightly, his gaze resolute, silently conveying his support for Han Yi. However, Mou was about to speak again when Tang Wula interrupted. What, do you think he can't handle that Ding Chuanqiu? His expression conveyed disbelief, as if it were an obvious matter. Impossible. Brother will definitely win. Mou's voice held a note of conviction, clearly unwavering in his belief in Han Ye's prowess. Then what are you worried about? Tang Wula questioned, perplexed. If he believed Han Yi would triumph, what was there to fret over? I was just wondering if brother might take this opportunity to sneak off and indulge himself. Mou's words prompted Tang Wula to ponder, recalling those spicy and numbing delicacies from days past. Tang Wula nodded gravely, acknowledging the possibility. After all, last time Han Yi had secretly indulged in a feast without them, and upon being discovered, he had the audacity to declare that they were merely children with weak constitutions unfit for such indulgence, instructing the kitchen staff to keep a close watch to prevent their sneaking food. Yet, he had feasted merrily, which left Tang Wula quite displeased. Is he sneaking off to eat again? Last time we caught him, so this time he might just run away to do it. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became, his tone growing assertive. Fei finally spoke. No, he promised. If he eats those, he'll bring me Osmanthus cake. Stealing food, and if he brings you Osmanthus cake? Han Yi rubbed his forehead. Fei's focus was always so peculiar, and the other two were actually suspecting him of sneaking food. How outrageous, he had been caught once, was he to be caught a second time? With that thought, he pushed the door open, deliberately adopting a stern expression and saying, Why are you still awake at this late hour? Do you wish for me to hang you three upside down? The three little ones, upon seeing Han Ye's return, were instantly elated. Tang Wula leaped up and rushed to Han Yi, excitement radiating from him as he asked, How was it? Did you defeat that old fellow? Mou and Fei clustered around him, their eyes sparkling with anticipation, gazing into their eager faces. A warm surge filled Han Yi's heart. He ruffled Tang Wula's hair, ignoring the protest about not ruffling his hair, and chuckled, Of course, just look at who I am, dealing with such a buffoon is but a trivial matter. I knew brother was the strongest. Mou cheered, throwing herself into Han Yi's embrace. Fei rarely smiled, yet his eyes sparkled with hope as he gazed at Han Yi, as if expecting something. Han Yi felt a shiver run down his spine under Fei's gaze. Surely, the lad couldn't truly think he had gone off to feast alone. Clearing his throat, he said, Ahem, it's too late tonight, we shall discuss it tomorrow. Now, all of you hurry off to bed. With that, he unceremoniously ushered the three little ones back to their respective rooms. Tang Wula attempted to say more but was swiftly seized by Han Yi by the scruff of his neck and unceremoniously deposited back into his own chamber. Chapter 121 of Demigods and Semi-Devils. After resolving the matter with Ding Chuanxiu, Han Yi's life returned to a tranquil state. However, unbeknownst to him, a tempest had been unleashed in the martial world due to this incident. The tale begins with a timid woodcutter who, upon encountering a corpse while passing through the woods, wished to pretend he had not seen it. Yet, the ghastly sight of Ding Chuanxiu's lifeless body, with wide open eyes seemingly accusing the murderer of their cruelty, terrified the woodcutter to such an extent that he fled to the county office in a panic to report the incident. The county magistrate, equally apprehensive, initially sought a flimsy excuse to suppress the case. However, among the curious onlookers from the martial community, a few sharp-eyed individuals recognized Ding Chuanxiu's identity. The news of his demise spread like wildfire, akin to a drop of water hitting a hot pan, instantly creating a commotion. Who was Ding Chuanxiu, a figure of immense notoriety within the martial world? Despite his treacherous nature, his martial prowess was unparalleled. Who dared to provoke him lightly? The fact that he had met his end was nothing short of astonishing. Soon, this news traversed the expanse of the land, filling teahouses and taverns where storytellers animatedly recounted Ding Chuanxiu's life, embellishing his exploits with vivid detail. They narrated tales of his apprenticeship under the Xianxia sect, his betrayal of his masters, and ultimately, how he met his demise. Each episode was recounted with such vividness that it left the audience in awe, their appreciative coins flowing like a river. On that fateful day, Ding Chuanxiu was practicing in the woods when suddenly, a shadow darted past him with the swiftness of lightning. Before he could react, a powerful strike landed upon his chest. The storyteller vividly illustrated the scene, gesturing dramatically with his folding fan, as he recounted the sound of bones shattering and the torrent of blood that followed, leaving Ding Chuanxiu lifeless on the ground. The swiftness and ferocity of the assailant were unprecedented. It was a mystery who this heroic figure could be, capable of vanquishing the notorious Ding Chuanxiu with a single blow. The audience, enraptured by the tale, began to murmur among themselves. Ding Chuanxiu, a perpetrator of countless evils, had finally met his match. How gratifying it was for the righteous. Indeed, who could this valiant hero be, possessing such extraordinary martial skills, truly deserving of admiration? I heard that the one who dispatched Ding Chuanxiu was a young gentleman of remarkable handsomeness, as if he had stepped out of a painting. Is that true? Where did you hear such a thing? From the son of my cousin's second uncle's neighbor, who witnessed it firsthand. How could that be false? Oh, please, you and your well-informed sources, why don't you claim that your cousin's second uncle's neighbor's son is the hero himself? One burly man, unable to tolerate the increasingly absurd exaggerations, interjected with scorn. Hey, how can you speak so? My cousin's second uncle's neighbor's son truly saw it with his own eyes. That hero enough, another voice countered. Who doesn't know that Ding Chuanxiu practiced the sinister art of transforming skill? Those few old-timers are the only ones who could potentially subdue him. That pretty boy you mentioned would likely be drained of his internal energy before even coming close. The chatter in the tea house grew louder, teetering on the brink of devolving into a brawl. The storyteller quickly struck his table to regain everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, the rumors of the martial world are a blend of truth and fiction. Let us enjoy them for amusement. However, who is this hero that took down Ding Chuanxiu? Will he ever reappear? Stay tuned for the next installment. With the storyteller's words igniting their curiosity, the audience found themselves in eager anticipation, yet they could do not but quell their inquisitiveness, awaiting the next gathering to hear more tales. Chapter 122 of Demigods and Semi-Devils. 16 The rumors circulating in the martial world regarding the cause of Ding Chuanxiu's demise are as varied as they are bewildering. Some claim that a reclusive and unparalleled master, whose skills are unfathomable, was responsible for his death, able to take a life with a mere flick of his hand. Others assert that a coalition of righteous martial artists banded together to vanquish the scourge of the martial realm. Still, there are those who whisper of a divine thunderbolt that struck down the nefarious Ding Chuanxiu on the spot. In this tempest of speculation, the truth remains elusive, yet all accounts conspicuously exclude Han Yi, rendering him an outsider, seemingly untouched by the upheaval within the martial world. At this moment, the very architect of this turmoil, Han Yi, reclines leisurely in the courtyard, basking in the afternoon sun. He is engrossed in a newly released novel, chuckling softly at intervals, as if the clamor of the outside world holds no sway over him. Nearby, in the bamboo grove, Mou diligently practices his swordsmanship, though in truth, he merely swings his wooden sword. The recent medicinal baths have invigorated him, necessitating an outlet for his exuberant energy. Meanwhile, a Fei sits at a stone table, brow furrowed, wielding a brush as he meticulously crafts large characters. His intense demeanor suggests he is grappling with some profound dilemma. Tang Wula, ever absorbed in his studies of mechanisms and poisons, is surrounded by an array of bizarre contraptions, reveling in his own world of fascination. Host, when do you plan to seek out Weiyazi? The system's voice suddenly interrupts Han Yi's tranquil reverie. With a languid turn, Han Yi indifferently inquires, why should I seek out Weiyazi? He is not going to make osmanthus cake for me. Of course, it is to obtain the 7 treasures ring. Since you have dealt with Ding Chuanxiu, Weiyazi will undoubtedly bestow the 7 treasures ring upon you. Oh? Han Yi finally sets aside his book, intrigued. How do you know for certain that Weiyazi will grant me the 7 treasures ring? The system falters momentarily at Han Yi's counterquery but quickly regains its composure, asserting, Weiyazi is the leader of the Xiaoyao sect, and the 7 treasures ring symbolizes the sect's legacy. Weiyazi intended to pass the ring to the one who could eliminate Ding Chuanxiu. Having fulfilled his wish, he will certainly pass it to you, especially since you also possess the Baiming divine skill. Han Yi raises an eyebrow, non-committally stating, if that is the case, then please mark Weiyazi's location on the map for me, to save me the trouble of searching. Marking the location will require the expenditure of 100 points. The system calmly presents this condition. What? Points are required? Naturally, providing information incurs a point fee, the system replies matter-of-factly. Very well, let me ask you this, does the Seven Treasures ring represent the legacy of the Xiaoyao sect? Indeed. Is it not my task to ensure the continuity of the Xiaoyao sect's legacy? The system, sensing the peculiar tone of Han Ye's inquiry, becomes slightly unsettled, unsure of what is amiss. Yes, that is indeed your task. Then, since the Seven Treasures ring resides with Weyazi, must I not first acquire it from him? Yes, that is why I inquired when you plan to seek out Weyazi. Precisely, which is why I am asking you for the location. System? If this is inherently part of my task, why must I expend points to learn his whereabouts? This is different. Providing information always incurs a fee. What is the difference? You simply stated that the Seven Treasures ring is the legacy of the Xiaoyao sect, which is a task objective, Han Yi insists, unwavering in his argument. The system finds itself at a loss for words, falling silent for a moment before finally relenting, revealing Weyazi's location on the map, its tone tinged with a barely perceptible hint of grievance. Very well, just this once, but it shall not happen again. Han Yi responds with a casual acknowledgement, a tacit expression of gratitude for the system's concession. As he gazes at Weyazi's marked location on the map, his mind begins to strategize his journey. With Ding Chuanqiu now deceased, it is indeed time for him to pay a visit to this leader of the Xiaoyao sect. Moreover, he can conveniently gather medicinal herbs along the way. After all, no matter how plentiful the stock at Lingzhou Palace, it cannot withstand a youth's swift consumption. Meanwhile, Su Xinghe has also caught wind of the rumors surrounding Ding Chuanqiu's death and promptly informs his master, Weyazi. Master, the villain Ding Chuanqiu is truly dead. Su Xinghe's voice betrays his excitement. For years, Ding Chuanqiu had bullied him with his superior martial prowess, even resorting to ambushing his master. Now that he has finally been eradicated, Su Xinghe feels an overwhelming sense of relief. Weyazi remains silent for a moment before responding slowly, Xinghe, descend the mountain to investigate, be sure to ascertain the veracity of this matter. Yes, master. Chapter 123 of Demigods and Semi-Devils. 17 Han Yi, having cunningly acquired the position of Weyazi from the system, was in high spirits and began to contemplate how to ensure that the three children would derive greater joy and satisfaction from their quest to find Weyazi. He reclined in a rocking chair, propping one leg over the other, while casually cracking open a bag of sunflower seeds he had pilfered from some unknown source, the sound echoing like a raucous bandit preparing to lead his young comrades into a heist. Ah Lu, Haven T, you always yearn to explore other places, he mused. The world is vast, and we shall soon embark on a journey to witness diverse landscapes and savor the culinary delights of various regions. What do you think? Tang Wula, incredulous, replied, are you serious? Of course, hurry and fetch your notebook so we can meticulously plan our route, ensuring this adventure is thoroughly enjoyable and devoid of regrets. As he spoke, Han Yi playfully patted Tang Wula on the head, signaling him to cooperate. I've told you not to call me Ah Lu. Tang Wula shot him a disgruntled glare but obediently retrieved a small notebook from his pocket, flipping it open and handing it over. So, are we really going out to play this time? It's not that I'm worried, Han Yi explained with a smile as he accepted the notebook. When I call you, it's different from how I address a UNFA. You might think I'm isolating you. Tang Wula pouted in dissatisfaction, but last time we merely strolled around here, we hardly ventured far. Does that even count as going out? Of course it does. Going out is still going out. Moreover, if we were to embark on a sudden long journey, what if you find it difficult to adjust? I'm merely laying the groundwork for your travels, Han Yi chuckled, attempting to deflect the matter. I hardly believe you, Tang Wula retorted, and after a few more exchanges, Han Yi finally glanced down at the notebook Tang Wula had handed him. The pages were filled with a myriad of markings and symbols, colorful lines crisscrossing chaotically, leaving him bewildered and dizzy. What on earth is this, I say, Ah Lu, what have you drawn? It appears more convoluted than a treasure map from the martial world. Han Yi could not help but scoff. Of course you won't understand. Tang Wula snatched back his precious notebook, cradling it protectively behind him while casting a disdainful look at Han Yi. This is our Tang sect's secret language. Secret language of the Tang sect? How impressive. Han Yi feigned astonishment, his tone laced with mockery. Why not teach me? Not in your wildest dreams. Little Mou, who had been quietly observing, finally interjected, so, brother, where are we actually going? Upon hearing Mou's question, Han Yi ceased teasing Tang Wula and turned to her with a warm smile. How about we visit the Tsangshan Mountains in Dali? I've heard the scenery there is exquisite. Dali? Mou's eyes sparkled. I've heard that the camellias there are stunning, blooming all over the mountains. Just thinking about it makes me feel enchanted. The beauty of Dali extends beyond camellias. There are also Irai Lake, Butterfly Spring, and the three pagodas, among others. We can explore all of them, Han Yi patiently elaborated for Mou's benefit. That sounds wonderful. Mou clapped her hands in delight, brimming with anticipation for the impending journey. A Fei, who had remained silent until now, nodded in agreement. All right then, since there are no objections, we shall proceed to Dali. Han Yi declared with a smile. As they stepped into the dawn's gentle light, they bid farewell to a brief moment of tranquility and embarked on their quest to trace Weyazi's whereabouts. Along the official road, the cobblestone path stretched into the distance, flanked by towering ancient trees reaching toward the heavens, their branches intertwining to form a verdant sea. They journeyed along the thoroughfare, occasionally passing through bustling towns filled with lively chatter, immersing themselves in the vibrant clamor. At other times, they traversed serene, uninhabited forests, listening to the harmonious sounds of birds and insects, experiencing nature's tranquility and peace. After a day of exploration, the children found themselves utterly fatigued. That evening, they arrived at a quaint town nestled between mountains and water. From a distance, wisps of smoke curled upward, and the sunset cast a warm glow upon the dark green bricks and tiles, imbuing the ancient town with an air of serene tranquility. Upon entering the town, the scene unfolded like a lively tapestry of local customs and bustling markets dot on either side of the street, shops lined up next to one another, their shelves brimming with an array of goods, enticing passers-by to stop and browse. The fragrance of tea wafted through the air, while the silken fabrics shimmered with opulence, and the antiquities shop dazzled with its curious treasures. Fresh vegetables, just picked from the field, bellowed a robust vendor, his voice resonating through the street, while a nearby stall selling candied hawthorns chimed in, "Candied hawthorn, sweet and tangy, just 1 coin a skewer. Come take a look, fine rouge for sale." From within a teahouse, melodious voices filled the air as a storyteller passionately recounted tales of the martial world, captivating the audience of tea drinkers, who erupted in applause and cheers. Children frolicked amidst the crowd, their laughter, like silver bells, reverberating through the atmosphere, adding a touch of vitality to the already vibrant scene. Han Yi surveyed the surroundings, savoring the lively ambience, and turned to the 3 children. "Let us find a place to stay. Nightfall approaches, and you must be weary." "All right," Tang Wula and the others nodded in agreement. Chapter 124 of the 8 Dragons and the 18th. Fortunately, they were sufficiently fortunate. Within moments, they discovered an inn that appeared to be relatively clean and tidy. They requested several guest rooms, deciding to rest for the night to alleviate their travel fatigue. As the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the sky, the inn gradually illuminated with flickering lights, bustling with the sounds of lively conversation. The guests, a diverse assembly, included weary merchants and hurried heroes, each visage marked by the strains of their journeys. Han Yi, accompanied by 3 young companions, secured a table by the window. They ordered a selection of signature dishes, enjoying the view outside while engaging in soft, leisurely conversation, relishing this rare moment of respite. At that juncture, the door of the inn swung open, and several young disciples clad in azure robes entered. Each bore a long sword at their waist, its tassel swaying gently with their movements, unmistakably hailing from a prestigious sect. Han Yi discreetly scrutinized these disciples and recognized them as members of the Qingqing sect, thus retaining a measure of vigilance in his heart. After all, the martial world was fraught with peril, and it was wise to maintain a watchful eye. Before long, a young man donned in a blue, form-fitting outfit strode into the inn. He possessed an upright stature and a steady gait, though his features bore a hint of youthful innocence. A certain gallantry emanated from his brow. His attire starkly contrasted with that of the Qingqing disciples, yet he exuded an air of dashing elegance. Han Yi immediately discerned that he was a disciple of the Panglai sect and mused to himself, "It seems this inn is poised to become quite lively." If the long-standing enmity between the Qingqing and Panglai sects was well known throughout the martial world, and the simultaneous appearance of their disciples in this modest inn could hardly be mere coincidence. Indeed, as the Panglai disciple crossed the threshold, several Qingqing disciples exchanged knowing glances, slowly rising with feigned smiles, surrounding the visitor. "Ah, isn't this the young hero of the Panglai sect? What brings you to this humble establishment?" one disciple remarked in a tone laced with sarcasm. "Indeed, a distinguished disciple of the Panglai sect, what leisure do you possess to wander into such a trivial place?" another echoed, his eyes brimming with disdain. Undeterred by their caustic jibes, the Panglai disciple maintained his composure, merely glancing at them before attempting to sidestep their circle in search of a place to sit. "What, do we greet you and you respond with such indifference?" one of the Qingqing disciples interjected, blocking his path with a menacing tone. "Indeed, your Panglai sect members truly possess an air of arrogance," another disciple chimed in, seeking to provoke the Panglai disciple further. The Panglai disciple replied, "Neither servile nor haughty, I merely seek a moment of respite from my travels." His voice remained calm, unaffected by their provocations. "Traveling, you say? I suspect you are on some clandestine mission," one Qingqing disciple sneered, "perhaps scheming some nefarious deed in secrecy?" Observing the unfolding drama, Tang Wula, though young, was astute and quickly saw through their pretenses. Unable to contain himself, he offered a few scathing remarks that shattered their thinly veiled hypocrisy, ruthlessly exposing their true natures. One of the more hot-tempered Qingqing disciples, incensed by Tang Wula's taunts, flushed with rage and, without a moment's thought, drew his sword and lunged at Tang Wula with unrelenting ferocity, clearly intent on inflicting harm. "You little brat, you court death." Chapter 125 of Demigods and Semidevils. 19. Although Tang Wula was still quite young, he had already made notable progress in the use of concealed weapons and poisons from the Tang sect. As he witnessed a disciple from the Qingqing sect charging at him with great ferocity, his eyes narrowed, and instead of retreating, he advanced with a lightness in his step, his form gliding like a phantom as he effortlessly evaded the attack from the Qingqing disciple. Simultaneously, with a flick of his wrist, several gleaming throwing darts appeared at his fingertips. These darts were small yet exquisitely crafted, entirely black, unmistakably infused with deadly poison. A cold smirk graced Tang Wula's lips as he flicked his fingers, sending the darts hurtling forth like lightning, aimed directly at his opponent's face. The Qingcheng disciple, clearly taken aback by the young boy's remarkable prowess, momentarily lost his wits, and only when the darts were nearly upon him did he hastily raise his sword to defend himself. However, the speed and precision of Tang Wula's darts were unparalleled. In his frantic attempt to block them all, he could hardly succeed. There were several sharp sounds of impact, and while most of the darts were deflected, one managed to graze his cheek, causing blood to flow freely. "You little brat, how dare you injure me?" The disciple, clutching his face, was a mix of shock and fury, his rage ignited as he swung his sword to attack once more. Yet, he was met with a swift kick to the chest from Tang Wula, sending him crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. Of the remaining Qingcheng disciples, witnessing this, brandished their weapons and surrounded Tang Wula, clamoring for revenge for their fallen comrade. "You little rascal, do not be so arrogant. Today, you shall witness the might of the Qingcheng sect." Tang Wula, seeing the multitude encircling him, displayed no signs of panic. Instead, his youthful face radiated calmness. He deftly evaded their attacks while taunting them. "Is this all you've got? You wish to challenge me? Perhaps you should return home and practice for another 10 or 8 years. Provoked by his dismissive demeanor, the Qingcheng disciples intensified their assault, each strike aimed at Tang Wula's vital points. Yet, he moved like a slippery eel, eluding their every attempt with remarkable agility. The tavern descended into chaos, tables and chairs overturned, dishes shattered, as screams and curses echoed throughout. Han Yi, seated at a table, held a teacup in one hand while the other rhythmically tapped on the tabletop, observing the unfolding farce with great interest. He held no concern for Tang Wula's well-being. The lad was cunning and resourceful, and if a fight truly broke out, it would surely be the fools who suffered. Indeed, before long, the once boisterous Qingcheng disciples suddenly changed their demeanor, clutching their faces in agony as they collapsed to the ground, their bodies convulsing, emitting groans of distress. "Ah! My face, it hurts so much. What is happening to my body?" The atmosphere became chaotic as the previously fierce Qingcheng disciples were now in disarray, each one lamenting their suffering. "What on earth is going on? Oh, what seems to be the matter, everyone? Are you perhaps practicing some new technique on the ground?" Tang Wula's tone dripped with mockery, observing their peculiar plight. Could it be that the Qingcheng sect has recently developed a new style, the frog technique? The Qingcheng disciples writhed in pain on the floor, lacking the strength to retort, only able to mutter incoherent curses. "You little brat! What kind of underhanded trickery is this?" One disciple, barely able to speak, pointed an accusatory finger at Tang Wula, his eyes wide with rage. Tang Wula crossed his arms, blinking innocently. "I haven't done anything, please refrain from making baseless accusations in public." Han Yi feigned surprise, his tone laced with schadenfreude. "Oh dear, how curious. How did the faces of these esteemed disciples from the Qingcheng sect suddenly swell? Could it be that there are poisonous bees lurking in this tavern?" The Qingcheng disciples, attempting to voice further complaints, were suddenly overwhelmed by another wave of excruciating pain, rendering them incapable of speech, leaving them groaning helplessly on the ground. In a corner of the tavern, Su Xinghe, who had come merely on his master's orders to ascertain whether Ding Chuanxiu was truly deceased, had no intention of intervening, as the feuds of the martial world were of no concern to him. However, he recognized the symptoms of the poison afflicting the Qingcheng disciples as eerily familiar. Furrowing his brow, Su Xinghe approached to examine the afflicted disciples closely. Their faces were swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig's head, and their skin was covered in a myriad of alarming red rashes, presenting a truly frightening sight. Su Xinghe mumbled to himself, "Indeed, it is that poison." Chapter 126 of Demigods and Semi-Devils. 20 Su Xinghe's brows were tightly knitted together, his heart tumultuous like a raging sea, impossible to calm. He was certain that the poison afflicting the disciples of the Qingcheng sect was none other than the Xianyao San recorded in the book. The very name of Xianyao San revealed it to be the exclusive poison of the Xianyao sect. This venom was extraordinarily tyrannical. Its victims felt as though countless ants were gnawing at their bodies, enduring unbearable agony. Moreover, the faces of those poisoned would swell rapidly, itching unbearably, resembling that of a toad, which is why it is colloquially referred to as toad powder in the martial world. However, the most terrifying aspect of Xianyao San was not its excruciating pain or its grotesque effects, but rather the fact that it was not lethal. It merely inflicted such suffering that one would wish for death, rendering life unbearable. Victims of Xianyao San often chose to end their own lives, unable to withstand the inhumane torment. The ingredients required to concoct Xianyao San were exceedingly rare, and the antidote was known solely to the members of the Xianyao sect. As Su Xinghe's gaze shifted from the anguished Qingcheng disciples, he began to survey each person within the inn, seeking any faint clues. His eyes skimmed over the panicked diners, brushed past the seemingly composed innkeeper, and ultimately landed on the handsome young man who had spoken earlier. Dressed in robes as white as snow, he stood out conspicuously amidst the chaos. At his waist hung a jade ornament, enhancing his striking appearance while exuding an indescribable air of carefree elegance. Furthermore, he was seated at the same table as the young boy who had acted earlier, indicating they were likely acquaintances, perhaps even traveling companions. The more Su Xinghe pondered, the more convinced he became that his suspicions were nearing the truth. Could they be members of the Xianyao sect as well, or perhaps disciples of those two esteemed masters? Judging by their appearance and demeanor, this seemed entirely plausible. Were they also here to investigate Ding Chuanxiu? With this thought lingering in his mind, a sense of unease began to settle in Su Xinghe's heart. At that moment, he noticed that the young man in white seemed to have sensed his gaze. His deep-set eyes were as calm and unmoving as an ancient well. He did not shy away but rather raised his eyes slightly, meeting Su Xinghe's probing stare with an enigmatic expression, as if he understood everything. Han Yi slowly set down his teacup, his long fingers gently tapping the table, producing a crisp sound. He shook his head slightly, his lips curling into a smile that held profound meaning, seemingly offering both reassurance and a veiled warning, signaling Su Xinghe to remain composed. Then, Han Ye's gaze shifted away from Su Xinghe, focusing instead on the disciples of the Qingcheng sect who writhed in agony on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, he remarked, the Qingcheng sect's stowed technique is indeed executed with remarkable artistry, lifelike in its portrayal. Shall I assist you in hastening your performance? As soon as Han Ye's words fell, he extended his right hand, revealing a small, thumb-sized pill nestled between his index and middle fingers, its emerald hue emanating a faint fragrance. With a deft flick of his fingers, the diminutive pill traced a perfect arc, precisely landing in the mouth of the first Qingcheng disciple struck by the dart. The disciple, previously groaning in torment, curled up like a cooked shrimp, was taken aback, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Yet, as the pill took effect, a cool sensation spread throughout his body, miraculously alleviating the searing pain as if it had never existed. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at his hands, feeling the transformation within him. For a moment, he was at a loss for words, utterly forgetting to continue his lamentations. What did you give me? He finally stammered, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and anticipation. Naturally, it is a remarkable substance, Han Ye replied languidly, reclining against the back of his chair, nonchalantly, as though he had merely performed a trivial act. This antidote is indeed priceless. The other Qingcheng disciples, initially hesitant, were uncertain of Han Ye's intentions, wondering if the pill was yet another poison that would lead them to a fate worse than death. However, upon witnessing their companion's miraculous recovery, they grasped at this glimmer of hope like a lifeline. Hero, have mercy, please, grant me an antidote, one disciple cried out, enduring excruciating pain as he struggled to beg Han Ye for clemency, his face pale and drenched in sweat, his voice quivering under the weight of his suffering. I swear I'll never dare again. I implore you, noble hero, show mercy. Another disciple followed suit, weeping profusely, desperately pleading for Han Ye to extend his benevolence and provide the antidote. Hero, we truly recognize our mistakes. Please, we beseech you to spare us. The others echoed his sentiment, all fervently hoping that Han Ye would show them compassion. Chapter 127 of Demigods and Semidevils 21. Han Ye gazed at the group of Qingcheng disciples before him, who were weeping and pleading with fervor, yet he did not immediately acquiesce to their requests. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his profound gaze sweeping over each face as though he could penetrate the depths of their souls, discerning their fears and desires. Slowly, he raised his right hand, his long fingers gently tapping against the armrest of the chair, once, twice, thrice, each tap resonating in the hearts of the Qingcheng disciples, amplifying their anxiety. After a brief silence, Han Ye leisurely retrieved a delicate porcelain vial from within his robes. The vial, crystalline and translucent, emanated a faint emerald glow, indicating that its contents were extraordinary. He made no haste to uncork the vial, instead placing it gently on the table, handling it with the care one would afford a treasured artifact. I can provide you with this antidote. Han Ye's voice was calm and indifferent, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, but what do you offer in exchange? Upon hearing his words, the Qingcheng disciples' eyes brightened, as if they had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. They scrambled to rise from the ground, hastily producing various valuables from their bosoms, fearing that what they presented would not be sufficiently precious to sway Han Ye. He regarded their frantic gestures coldly, refusing to extend his hand to accept their offerings. As Han Ye remained unresponsive, the disciples grew increasingly flustered, jostling one another in a desperate attempt to present their most prized possessions before him, hoping for his approval. After what felt like an eternity, Han Ye finally uncorked the vial, dispensing a few verdant pills and flicking them into the mouths of the Qingcheng disciples. Having completed this act, he spoke slowly, his tone frigid, now, leave. Thank you, young sir, thank you, young sir. The disciples of Qingcheng were as if granted a reprieve from death, struggling to rise and disregarding their disheveled garments as they hurriedly rolled and crawled away, fearing that Han Ye might retract his offer. In their haste, they stumbled over one another, falling to the ground, only to scramble back up and continue their flight. Not daring to linger for a moment, Tang Wula looked at their disarrayed retreat and then at Han Ye, who remained composed, unable to suppress his curiosity. Are you truly letting them go just like that? Han Ye tucked the porcelain vial away, replying nonchalantly, what else would you have me do? They are, after all, disciples of Qingcheng. Tang Wula hesitated, then voiced his concern. Are you not afraid they will return with reinforcements? Han Ye, with a smirk of amusement, responded, they would need to locate us first. Tang Wula found himself momentarily speechless, realizing the truth in Han Ye's words. With Han Ye's abilities, evading any pursuit by the Qingcheng sect would indeed be a trivial matter. Moreover, Han Ye stood up and patted Tang Wula on the shoulder. It was hardly anything. Do you intend to keep them here for a feast? With that, Tang Wula chose not to press the matter further. Once the Qingcheng disciples had stumbled away, Han Ye's gaze settled upon Su Xinghe, who had remained silent at a distance. As he regarded Su Xinghe, he mused inwardly, in truth, Su Xinghe might be considered my nephew, as I am now a junior to Wayazi, and Su Xinghe is his disciple. This thought brought a smile to Han Ye's face. The irony that he, as the uncle, appeared significantly younger than his nephew was amusing. Observing Su Xinghe, who was considerably older than himself, he reflected, the hierarchy of generations is indeed a curious thing. Suddenly, I find myself in the role of an elder. Regaining his composure, Han Ye approached Su Xinghe, smiling as he said, this place is too crowded, let us find somewhere more suitable to converse. Su Xinghe raised his head, gazing intently at Han Ye before giving a slight nod in agreement. At that moment, a disciple clad in the attire of the Panglai sect emerged from the crowd, having silently observed the unfolding events. He approached Han Ye, bowing deeply with utmost respect, and sincerely expressed, thank you, young sir, for your timely intervention. I am profoundly grateful. Han Ye slightly turned aside to avoid the bow, his demeanor unfazed as he replied, there is no need for thanks, it was not I who came to your aid. He gestured toward Tang Wula, indicating that it was he who had intervened. Upon hearing this, the Penglai disciple promptly turned to Tang Wula, bowing once more, and earnestly stated, "Thank you, young sir, for saving my life." Tang Wula, with a hint of impatience, waved his hand dismissively, his tone laced with disdain. "I merely acted out of personal disdain for them. It was not an act of rescue." Han Yi found the exchange between the two amusing and swiftly interjected, all right, it was merely a trivial act, there is no need for such formality. Young sir, you should return promptly, lest your master grows concerned." The Penglai disciple, upon hearing Han Yi's words, refrained from further conversation, offering another bow to both Han Yi and Tang Wula before turning to depart. Chapter 128 of Demigods and Semi-Devils. Once the disciple from Penglai departed, Su Xingha's gaze flitted back and forth between Han Yi and Tang Wula, ultimately resting upon Han Yi. He scrutinized Han Yi from head to toe, noting the youth's remarkable composure, which piqued his curiosity. Su Xingha clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and inquired with a hint of probing in his tone, "May I ask, young hero, from whom have you received your teachings?" He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts. It is truly impressive to witness such prowess in one so young. Han Yi offered a faint smile, about to respond, when he noticed Su Xingha's intense gaze fixed upon him, as though he were awaiting something. Feeling a surge of intrigue, Han Yi decided to keep him in suspense and replied, "Mr. Su, given the multitude of onlookers here, might we find a more private venue for our conversation?" With that, he took the initiative, leading Su Xingha upstairs without allowing for any objection. Despite his inner perplexity, Su Xingha felt it inappropriate to decline and followed Han Yi. The three youngsters, though puzzled, trailed behind Han Yi as they ascended. Upon arriving at one of the rooms Han Yi had reserved, he closed the door behind them, then approached the table and gestured for Su Xingha to sit. "Mr. Su, let us take a seat and converse at our leisure," he said. As Su Xingha nodded and settled at the table, yet his gaze remained fixed on Han Yi. Han Yi chuckled softly and poured a cup of tea for Su Xingha before leisurely stating, "Mr. Su, were you not inquiring about my lineage?" He deliberately paused before continuing, "To be candid, I too am a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect." Su Xingha, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is this truly the case? You are indeed one of our Xiaoyao sect?" He inquired further, "Might I ask which of our esteemed masters is your mentor?" "Well, you may find it hard to believe," Han Yi replied, allowing the Su Xingha opened his mouth as if to protest but faltered, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, as the youth before him indeed seemed far too young. "Might I inquire if you possess any proof?" "If your claims are mere fabrications, the Xiaoyao sect is not one to be trifled with." Noticing Su Xingha's skepticism, Han Yi produced a letter and declared, "I do have proof, however, this letter is intended for my senior brother Wayazi and cannot be shown to you." Upon hearing this, Su Xingha became even more convinced that Han Yi was speaking nonsense. "Young hero, I have spent decades in the Xiaoyao sect and have never heard of my master having a junior brother." "What you assert is rather hard to swallow," he opined, trailing off but clearly implying his disbelief. Anticipating Su Xingha's reluctance to accept his words, Han Yi remained unperturbed, simply smiling as he retrieved a jade pendant from his robe and presented it to Su Xingha. "Mr. Su, do you recognize this item?" Su Xingha accepted the jade pendant, examining it closely. The pendant was pure white, warm to the touch, with a lifelike depiction of a phoenix poised to take flight on one side, while the reverse bore the inscription Lingjiu, elegantly inscribed with vigor. Clearly, it was the token of Lingjiu Palace. Naturally, Su Xingha was familiar with Lingjiu Palace, especially since its master was his own senior uncle. "If you are indeed a fellow disciple of Lingjiu Palace, why do you claim to be my master uncle?" Han Yi deftly picked up on Su Xingha's inquiry and replied with a smile, "The answer is quite simple. Because I truly am your master uncle." Su Xingha was left speechless. Having lived for several decades, he had never before encountered someone who, when confronted, could respond with such audacity. Chapter 129 of Demigods and Semi-Devils. Upon seeing Su Xingha's expression of skepticism, Han Yi remained unperturbed, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, exuding a sense of composure. He was acutely aware of Su Xingha's doubts, yet he understood that no amount of explanation would suffice. Only first-hand experience could truly convince him. Thus, he spoke slowly, his tone laced with a degree of certainty. "There is no need for Mr. Su to rush. In due time, you shall come to understand." After all, when they encountered Wayazi, Su Xingha would inevitably have to address him as his Shishu. As Su Xingha found himself enveloped in confusion by Han Yi's words, yet his curiosity intensified. Just as he was about to inquire further, Han Yi deftly shifted the topic. "Mr. Su, have you come here regarding Ding Chuanxiao?" Startled, Su Xingha had not anticipated that Han Yi was aware of this matter. He nodded in affirmation, replying, "Indeed, I have come to investigate the veracity of Ding Chuanxiao's death." At this, a flicker of brilliance flashed in Han Yi's eyes, and he smiled as he suggested, "Mr. Su, I too am on my way to see my senior brother. Would it not be prudent for us to travel together? It would provide mutual support along the way." Su Xingha, already perplexed by Han Yi's identity, felt a surge of intrigue upon hearing that he was also seeking Wayazi. He pondered to himself, "If I accompany him, perhaps I can unravel the mysteries that dwell within my mind and discern his true intentions." Thus, he nodded in agreement. The two found a harmonious accord and decided to journey together. Throughout their travels, Su Xingha's gaze often wandered to the pale and frail figure of Xiaomoyu beside Han Yi. His curiosity piqued. He noted the delicate complexion and feeble breath of the young man, evidently afflicted by illness. Moreover, every night, Han Yi would personally prepare medicinal baths for Xiaomoyu, utilizing rare and precious herbs in a bold manner, further deepening Su Xingha's curiosity about the young man's background. Taking the initiative, Su Xinghe offered to diagnose Xiao Moyu. Han Yi, naturally, did not decline, allowing Xiao Moyu to extend his hand for Su Xinghe to take his pulse. As Su Xinghe's fingers lightly rested on Xiao Moyu's wrist, he concentrated deeply, meticulously probing into the young man's condition. However, as he delved deeper, his brow began to furrow with concern. He discovered that Xiao Moyu harbored not one but two lethal poisons within, alongside two entirely different forms of internal energy, a situation exceedingly rare. Even with his vast experience, Su Xinghe found this to be quite a conundrum. He withdrew his fingers from Xiao Moyu's wrist, his expression now grave and furrowed.
Mr.Su, what do you discern? Is there a problem?
Han Yi inquired. Though he felt somewhat confident in his treatment plan, he acknowledged that Su Xinghe's extensive knowledge might yield valuable insights. After a moment's contemplation, Su Xinghe replied slowly, "This pulse presents quite an extraordinary phenomenon."
Oh? In what sense?
Han Yi inquired, intrigued. It was the first time he had heard anyone describe Xiao Moyu's pulse in such a manner after his attempts at treatment. Within this child, it appears there are two distinctly opposing forms of internal energy. Su Xinghe paused, seemingly weighing his words. Additionally, I have discerned two lethal poisons. One is chillingly cold, while the other is exceptionally tyrannical. They counterbalance each other yet simultaneously erode one another. He sighed deeply, lamenting, had a balance not been achieved, he likely would not have survived this long. This matter is rather complex, Han Yi replied calmly, as though he had anticipated Su Xinghe's diagnosis. He gently sighed and stroked Xiao Moyu's head before recounting the young man's tumultuous past in a measured tone, detailing the twists and turns of his experiences, the hidden truths that lay behind them. Naturally, he chose to omit certain details, glossing over them with vague phrases. After hearing the account, Su Xinghe could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "I never expected such matters to occur in the world of martial arts." "Indeed, hence I am determined to heal him," Han Yi asserted with unwavering resolve. Yet, Su Xinghe's expression darkened. The combination of two poisons, coupled with the clash of two forms of internal energy, posed an insurmountable challenge.
Mr.Su, do you possess any solutions? Han Yi inquired.
At this moment, I find myself lacking a definitive remedy, Su Xinghe mused. However, I perceive that the herbs employed by young hero Han seem to suggest a strategy of rebirth through destruction? A glimmer of admiration shone in Han Yi's eyes as he nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, Mr. Su possesses a keen insight." Yet, this method is perilously risky. A slight miscalculation could lead to. Su Xinghe did not finish his thought, but the implication was clear. "I understand," Han Yi stated calmly. "However, beyond this, I possess no alternative." Seeing Han Yi's resolute demeanor, Su Xinghe ceased to dissuade him, letting out a long sigh as he turned his attention to Xiao Moyu. "Since young hero Han has made up his mind, I shall not speak further on the matter. However, I find this method quite intriguing and wonder." He paused, turning to Han Yi, his gaze imbued with curiosity. Han Yi readily replied, "Of course, Mr.Su, if you are willing, we can collaborate in our research. It would provide mutual support." He had initially worried about his own limitations, so Su Xinghe's willingness to join him was most welcome. Upon hearing Han Yi's response, a smile broke across Su Xinghe's face, and he clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "This is splendid. Truly splendid." With that, he approached the table, picked up a brush, and began to write on the paper, sharing his insights and unique interpretations of medical and toxicological practices over the years without reservation. Han Yi, too, held nothing back, elaborating on his methods and thought processes regarding Xiao Moyu's treatment. Thus, the two engaged in discussion for the better part of the day, ultimately solidifying the treatment plan for Xiao Moyu moving forward. Chapter 130 of The Heavenly Dragon's 8 Parts. Upon the establishment of a treatment plan for the young Moyu, Su Xinghe and his companions set forth once more, making their way towards the location of Ding Chuanqiu's demise. The journey of several days was neither excessively long nor unduly short, and they soon arrived at a quaint town nestled at the foot of Wushan Mountain. The small settlement was built against the hills, with modest dwellings and wisps of smoke rising from chimneys, exuding an aura of tranquility and harmony that starkly contrasted with the rugged terrain of Wushan. They sought accommodation at a local inn, and Su Xinghe ventured out alone to gather information. He found his way to a tea house in the town, ordered a pot of tea, and while savoring the brew, he listened intently to the idle chatter of those around him. "Have you heard? Not long ago, a nefarious tyrant met his end right here. Indeed, it is said that this villain, known as Ding Chuanqiu, was slain by a young hero." "And where is the body of the tyrant?" "Ah, of course, it lies in the charity cemetery." Upon overhearing these discussions, Su Xinghe felt a stirring in his heart and took the initiative to inquire further. Eventually, guided by their directions, he made his way to the cemetery located on the outskirts of the town's northern district. The cemetery lay in a desolate area, overrun with weeds and shrouded in a chilling breeze, presenting an eerie atmosphere. The dilapidated walls appeared as withered old men, trembling against the cold winds. Several gnarled trees stood solitary around the cemetery, their dry branches resembling the ghastly claws of specters, evoking a sense of dread. As Su Xinghe traversed the crumbling entrance, a putrid odor assaulted his senses, inducing a wave of nausea. The yard was choked with overgrown grass, clearly having been neglected for a lengthy period. A few ramshackle buildings leaned precariously, as if on the verge of collapse. After exploring the cemetery, he finally stumbled upon a relatively intact structure nestled in a corner. He pushed open the door, and a musty scent wafted forth. Inside, a solitary thin coffin lay on the ground, its lid partially ajar, revealing the faint outline of a figure within. Su Xinghe approached, gently lifting the coffin lid, and there before him lay the familiar visage of Ding Chuanqiu. He rested quietly in the coffin, his complexion a deep shade of blue-black, clearly having been deceased for an extended time. Gazing upon the corpse, a tumult of emotions surged within Su Xinghe. In the past, he had been deemed dull-witted and disinterested in martial arts, while Ding Xuanqiu exhibited remarkable talent, far surpassing him in skill. Ding Xuanqiu had often exploited his superior abilities to bully him and had even committed the heinous act of ambushing their master. These memories were vivid in Su Xinghe's mind. Now, witnessing Ding Xuanqiu's lifeless form, all the hatred and resentment within him transformed into euphoric laughter, ascending to the heavens. Tears streamed down his face as he laughed, as if he were releasing all the pain and grievances that had accumulated in his heart over the years. After laughing, Su Xinghe approached the body to examine it closely, ultimately concluding that Ding Xuanqiu had perished from having his internal energy drained by the northern underworld divine skill. He fell into deep contemplation. Having spent time in the company of others, Su Xinghe had come to realize that Ding Xuanqiu had been slain by Han Yi, yet he never anticipated that Han Yi possessed the northern underworld divine skill. A bold speculation surged into his mind. Could it be true? Was he truly his master's uncle? The martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect were renowned for their effects on preserving youth. His master and several uncles and aunts appeared ageless, and it was entirely possible that the young hero Han was likewise so. However, lacking any evidence and having never heard his master mention it, Su Xinghe resolved to await his master's return before drawing any conclusions. Chapter 131 of Demigods and Semi-Devils. Having bid farewell to the eerie mortuary, Su Xinghe and his companions once again embarked on their journey, making their way towards the secluded cave of Huiyazi. Throughout the trek, the enigma surrounding Han Ye's identity and the origins of his mastery of the North Sea divine skill lingered in Su Xinghe's mind. The mountain path was treacherous, as they traversed rugged terrain and dense forests, ultimately arriving at Huiyazi's hidden cave several days later. Su Xinghe turned to Han Yi, clasping his hands in respect, and said, "Young hero Han, please wait a moment, I shall return shortly." With that, he entered the cave alone to make his report. "Master, your disciple has returned," Su Xinghe said respectfully. Huiyazi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze settling on Su Xinghe, and inquired in a calm tone, "Xinghe, you have returned, how did the matter fare?" "Reporting to master, I have located the corpse of Ding Xuanqiu and confirmed it to be him without a doubt," Su Xinghe replied. Huiyazi acknowledged with a tone suggesting prior knowledge of the outcome. "Master, there is one more matter I must report." Su Xinghe paused briefly before continuing, "My senior uncle has sent someone." Upon hearing Su Xinghe mention his senior sister, Huiyazi fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke, "Let him in." At Huiyazi's words, Su Xinghe promptly rose and walked towards the cave entrance. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, he addressed the waiting Han Yi, "Young hero Han, master invites you inside." As Han Yi entered the cave, a refreshing chill enveloped him, dispelling the fatigue of their journey. Bathed in the light filtering through the cave's entrance, he beheld a man seated cross-legged upon a stone bed, resembling an exquisitely carved jade statue, clad in pristine white robes, untainted by dust. He starkly contrasted with the cave's ruggedness. His countenance was like jade, exuding the warmth of a spring breeze, yet imbued with an undeniable air of heroism that made one hesitant to meet his gaze. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, his penetrating gaze seemed to harbor boundless wisdom. Long, ebony hair cascaded over his shoulders, and a beard of 3 feet in length, devoid of any gray, further accentuated his ethereal presence, rendering him otherworldly. Han Yi stepped forward and respectfully bowed, stating, "I, Han Yi, pay my respects to esteemed Huiyazi." He then produced a letter from his bosom, presenting it with both hands. The envelope bore the bold inscription to Huiyazi in a striking script, unmistakably penned by the hand of the Tianshan child ant. With reverence, Han Yi raised the letter above his head, saying, "This is from the child ant, entrusted to me for you." Huiyazi extended his hand to receive the letter, his eyes scanning the inscription with a flicker of complex emotions, hinting at nostalgia and reflection. He slowly opened the envelope and examined the contents within. In a matter of moments, Huiyazi had absorbed the entire letter's message. He lifted his gaze, fixing Han Yi with a penetrating stare, and inquired gravely, "You have mastered the North Sea divine skill of my Xiaoyao sect?" Han Yi, unwilling to conceal the truth, responded, "In answer to your inquiry, esteemed senior, I have indeed practiced the North Sea divine skill." Huiyazi nodded in acknowledgement and scrutinized Han Yi once more. Pleased with Han Yi's handsome demeanor and imposing presence, he smiled faintly and removed an ancient-looking ring from his finger, presenting it to Han Yi. "This is the emblem of leadership for my Xiaoyao sect, the 7 treasures ring. I now bestow it upon you." As Han Yi accepted the ring, Huiyazi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for excessive modesty. Your senior sister has spoken highly of your talents and your mastery of our sect's profound arts. You are destined for greatness." Subsequently, Huiyazi summoned Su Xinghe into the cave, stating, "Xinghe, this is my junior brother and your uncle. I have now conferred the position of sect leader unto him, and you must assist him diligently." Though Su Xinghe had anticipated this moment, hearing his master articulate it still startled him. During his time spent with Han Yi, he had come to know that despite Han Yi's somewhat unconventional demeanor, he possessed a kind heart and formidable martial prowess, making him quite suitable for the role of sect leader. "Xinghe, why do you linger? Quickly pay your respects to your uncle," Huiyazi prompted, noticing Su Xinghe's hesitation. "Yes, master," Su Xinghe replied respectfully, stepping forward to Han Yi and performing a deep bow. Disciple Su Xinghe pays his respects to uncle. Chapter 132 of Demigods and Semi-Devils. 26 Han Yi accepted the ring, signifying that he was now the leader of the Xiaoyao sect. Huiyazi gazed upon the imposing young man before him, and a heavy stone in his heart finally lifted, yet, a tender corner of his heart remained occupied by a captivating woman, a lady who haunted his dreams and desires, forever out of reach. Han Yi keenly detected an ineffable sorrow lurking beneath Wu Yazi's calm facade, a melancholy born of life's tribulations, as if it were a long-buried secret that, once unearthed, would unleash tumultuous waves. Brother, you seem burdened by worries, Han Yi ventured cautiously, concern lacing his tone. Wu Yazi was momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for Han Yi's direct inquiry into his inner turmoil. He fell silent for a moment, releasing a deep sigh that resonated with an abundance of helplessness and bitterness. Younger brother, you are unaware of certain matters, Wu Yazi began slowly, his voice low and hoarse, as if it emanated from a distant horizon. The essence of the Xiaoyao sect is freedom, yet once one becomes entangled in matters of the heart, true freedom slips away. Han Yi understood that Wu Yazi referred to the complicated feelings between him and Li Qiushui, the Tianshan Tonglao. Brother, these days, sister often brings you up. Han Yi paused, gauging Wu Yazi's reaction. Noticing no sign of displeasure, he continued, sister has always held you in her thoughts, she has not forgotten the past entanglements. Wu Yazi remained silent, but a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. Realizing he had struck a nerve, Han Yi softened his tone. Now that we acknowledge our brotherhood, and the Xiaoyao sect has been reunited, it is time to untangle the knot between you two. He paused, allowing Wu Yazi a moment to absorb his words before adding, sister is unaware that you are still alive. She harbors a glimmer of hope to find you. The letter she wrote, sending me to seek you, was merely a wish cast upon the threads of fate, without much expectation. Han Yi looked earnestly at Wu Yazi and suggested, why not visit Lingzhou Palace in person and clarify the past to sister? Let her understand your true feelings, and grant yourself the opportunity for liberation. He refrained from elaborating further, knowing some matters were best left for Wu Yazi to confront and resolve on his own. Upon hearing Han Yi mention Tianshan Tonglao, a complex expression crossed Wu Yazi's face, nostalgia, guilt, and helplessness intertwined. He slowly raised his right hand to gently rub his brow, as if seeking to ease the turmoil within. After a long moment, he lowered his hand and turned to Su Xinghe, speaking in a calm tone, Xinghe, you may leave, I have urgent matters to discuss with your master. Su Xinghe responded respectfully, excusing himself and leaving the space for Wu Yazi and Han Yi. Once Su Xinghe's figure faded from view, Wu Yazi began to recount the tangled love and hatred of years past, his voice laced with bitterness and resignation. Back then, both senior sister Wu Xingyun and junior sister Li Qiushui harbored feelings for me, even turning against each other. In her desperation to win my affection, junior sister schemed against senior sister, leading to her downfall. Subsequently, senior sister retaliated by disfiguring junior sister, while my true affection lay with Qiushui's sister, Li Canghai. He raised his head, his gaze filled with reminiscence and regret. Alas, though the flowers yearned, the waters flowed indifferently. She held no romantic feelings for me. Ultimately, I chose to wed Li Qiushui, who bore a striking resemblance to her, believing I could finally let go of the past and start anew. Wu Yazi's tone carried a hint of bitterness, yet, I was gravely mistaken. He closed his eyes in anguish, reluctant to revisit that painful chapter. On our wedding night, gazing upon the face so reminiscent of hers, I could not deceive myself. I told myself to cherish Qiushui, as a means to atone for my regrets. Wu Yazi opened his eyes, filled with guilt and self-reproach. However, the more I sought to forget, the clearer her visage became in my mind, an indelible presence I could not shake. I ultimately realized that some feelings are irreplaceable. Some individuals, once missed, are lost for a lifetime. Wu Yazi sighed deeply. Now, many years have passed, she has married and found happiness, while I remain ensnared within the prison of memories, unable to break free. Senior and junior sisters have toiled tirelessly for my sake, contending with one another, only to find it was all in vain. Wu Yazi's voice resonated with helplessness and sorrow. How could I not know that to them? I am merely an obsession, a form of unwillingness, a relentless yearning for what cannot be attained. Han Yi spoke calmly, yet his words pierced deeply. Brother, since you comprehend that sister and the others have labored in vain for a love that has long since soured, why allow them to continue in this misguided pursuit? You know full well that this feeling will only inflict pain and suffering upon them. Why can you not muster the resolve to sever their hopes and release them from this futile chase? Wu Yazi fell silent, as Han Yi's words struck at the softest core of his heart, leaving him speechless. He was acutely aware that his indecision had wounded these two devoted women, yet how could he face them, how could he atone for his misdeeds? After a prolonged silence, Wu Yazi retrieved a portrait from his bosom. The figure captured therein was none other than Li Canghai, the one he had long cherished. In the painting, she donned a gown as white as snow, her features exquisitely rendered, with a faint smile upon her lips, reminiscent of a delicate orchid hidden within a valley, ethereal and transcendent. Wu Yazi gazed longingly at the image, his rough fingertips tenderly tracing her visage, as if striving to etch her enchanting beauty into his very soul. It was a beauty that, despite the passage of time, could never be diminished, her every glance and smile imbued with an intoxicating gentleness. Time seemed to rewind, transporting him back to the day they first met, love at first sight, an instant connection. Yet, alas, the prince had intentions, while the goddess remained unawakened. He owed them far too much, a debt of love he knew not how to repay. His voice was thick with bitterness, as if speaking to Han Yi yet also whispering to himself. He then handed the portrait to Han Yi, saying, please deliver this to sister, upon seeing it, she will comprehend. Chapter 133 of Heaven and Dragon 8 Parts 27. Han Yi accepted the scroll with both hands, his fingertips brushing against the cool silk of the parchment, faintly sensing a lingering fragrance that seemed to emanate from the figures depicted within, imbued with a subtle melancholy. He gently rolled the scroll back up and carefully tucked it into his bosom, yet, within his heart, another matter weighed upon him, one he wished to discuss with his senior brother. However, observing his brother lost in reverie, his brow furrowed with unspoken worries and an air of desolation, Han Yi pondered silently. Perhaps this was not the most opportune moment to broach other topics. It would be wiser to take his leave for now and revisit the matter at a later date. Just as Han Yi was about to rise and bid farewell, he noticed Wu Yazi withdrawing from his thoughts, lifting his gaze and landing it upon Han Yi with eyes that seemed to penetrate the very essence of worldly affairs, as if discerning his innermost thoughts. With a gentle sigh, Wu Yazi inquired, "Did you not mention you had two matters to discuss with me? Pray, what is the other?" At these words, warmth surged within Han Yi, realizing that his senior brother had sensed his hesitations and sought to alleviate his discomfort. His brother's keen insight had indeed noted that Han Yi had another request. With a respectful bow, Han Yi replied, "Please, allow me to share." Wu Yazi gestured for Han Yi to sit down for a more detailed conversation. Taking a deep breath, Han Yi began, "Senior brother, after descending the mountain, I took in 3 children, among them is a boy named Mou, who was afflicted by a peculiar poison and has endured a tumultuous fate." He paused, a shadow of worry crossing his brow. "This child has a pitiful background, and I had hoped to do everything in my power to heal him. However, the nature of this poison is strange, beyond the reach of ordinary medical skills." He continued, "I have discussed his condition with Su Shizhi, and we devised a treatment plan, but the final step requires the assistance of someone with profound internal power to expel the toxins from his body." His gaze was intense as he looked towards Wu Yazi, imploring, "Senior brother, your mastery of martial arts is unfathomable. I humbly ask for your aid." Upon hearing this, Wu Yazi could not help but furrow his brow. As a skilled practitioner of medicine, he understood the peril of balancing 2 lethal poisons within a single body, especially that of a child. The inherent risks and challenges were far beyond the capabilities of ordinary medical practice. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to conduct a personal examination to determine whether he could indeed offer assistance. "Bring the child to me. Let me take a look." Han Yi, heartened by his brother's willingness, stepped outside the cave and returned with little Mou, gently encouraging, "Ayu, come forward and meet your Shirbois." The small boy obediently approached Wu Yazi, respectfully bowing, his delicate voice tinged with frailty, "Greetings, Shirbois." Wu Yazi gazed upon the pale-faced boy, whose spirit shone through despite his pallor, and a flicker of compassion welled within him. He motioned for Mou to sit and, extending 2 fingers, lightly placed them on the boy's wrist. A chaotic pulse surged beneath, causing Wu Yazi to involuntarily draw in a sharp breath. The child's condition was worse than he had anticipated. 2 deadly poisons intertwined like serpents, gnawing away at his vitality. Having completed his examination, Wu Yazi inquired in detail about the treatment plan devised by Han Yi and Su Xinghe, his brow knitting tighter as he fell into deep thought. After a lengthy pause, he spoke slowly, "The child's situation is more intricate than I had imagined." He continued, "Your proposed direction is correct, however, these 2 poisons, one cold, the other fiery, counterbalance each other, which is why the child has survived thus far. To achieve a complete cure, one must expel both toxins with internal energy, then seal the meridians with silver needles, and finally employ medicinal herbs for recovery." Han Ye's heart leapt with joy at these words, and he quickly inquired, "Does this mean you are willing to lend your assistance, senior brother?" Wu Yazi nodded, replying, "This child is fated to cross paths with you. I shall do my utmost." With Wu Yazi's agreement to help treat little Mou, Han Yi decided to stay temporarily with the 3 children. The martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect were renowned for their intricacy, and Wu Yazi, having seamlessly integrated medicine and martial prowess, possessed unparalleled skills in healing and detoxification. Day by day, he harnessed his profound internal energy, combined with rare medicinal ingredients, gradually forcing the 2 toxins within Mou's body to one location before ultimately expelling them. This process was fraught with danger. A moment's carelessness could undo all progress, even jeopardizing the child's life. Yet Wu Yazi remained focused and composed, as if everything lay well within his control. Han Yi observed intently, filled with admiration. Though he possessed knowledge of medicine and poison, his experience was limited, and in comparison to his senior brother, he felt like a novice. "Senior brother, your medical skills are truly marvelous. I am in awe." Han Yi exclaimed sincerely. Wu Yazi smiled gently, responding, "It is but a mere surface of knowledge. If you are interested, there are several medical texts with Su Xinghe that you could study together." Upon hearing of this opportunity, Han Yi eagerly agreed, recognizing that any additional learning could only benefit him. A gentle mountain breeze rustled through the bamboo grove, producing a soft whisper, akin to tender murmurs. Seated by the window, Han Yi observed the sunlight filtering through the bamboo leaves, casting dappled shadows upon him. He held a weathered medical book, his brow slightly furrowed as he seemed to wrestle with an intricate problem. The medical knowledge of the Xiaoyao sect is indeed vast and profound, he murmured to himself, tinged with a sense of reverence. Ever since Wu Yazi had encouraged Han Yi to study the various texts of the Xiaoyao sect alongside Su Xinghe, it felt as though a new world had opened before him. While he had no interest in the martial arts manuals, the immense array of miscellaneous texts captivated him profoundly. The other 2 children were equally enchanted, particularly Tang Wula, who thrived in this environment. As a disciple of the Tang clan, his passion for mechanisms and poisons flourished, and with Su Xinghe treating him as Han Ye's disciple, he eagerly delved into topics such as hidden weapons, esoteric arts, and medical divination, all of which were readily supplied by Su Xinghe. This delighted Tang Wula immensely. He was akin to a small mouse that had fallen into a rice bin, blissfully lost among the stacks of books and apothecary supplies. Were it not for Han Yi reminding him to eat thrice daily, he might have forgotten to nourish himself altogether. As for Fei, though his interest lay solely in swords, he would dutifully sit and listen to others, knowing he could not overpower them. Seizing this opportunity, Han Yi simultaneously treated little Mou while voraciously absorbing knowledge, leaving even the system astonished by his diligence. "Host, why are you working so hard?" the system inquired, bemused. With a sigh, Han Yi replied, still flipping through the pages, "Primarily, I wish to avoid letting the middleman profit." Han Yi's motivation was not rooted in altruism, rather, he simply believed that instead of surrendering all his points to the system for certain skills, it would be wiser to acquire genuine abilities for himself. Who knows, perhaps one day he could break free from the system's grasp and seize control of his own fate. Chapter 134 of The Eight Dragons, Part 28. Within the valley, the seasons are eternally spring-like, and the warm, gentle sunlight filters through the gaps in the bamboo grove, casting a mosaic of light and shadow. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, several months have slipped away like grains of sand through one's fingers. Unbeknownst to them, Han Yi and his companions have lingered in this place for over a month. During this period, little Mou has steadfastly adhered to his daily medicinal baths, and today marks the culmination of his detoxification journey. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room, Han Yi rose early and made his way to Mou's chamber. Gazing upon the resilient young boy before him, his heart swelled with pride. "Ah, you, today is your final medicinal bath, are you prepared?" Han Yi inquired softly, his tone laced with anticipation and concern. Mou slowly opened his eyes, his clear gaze shimmering with determination. He nodded, his voice brimming with eagerness. "Brother, I am ready. I have waited for this moment for so long." Tang Wula had also been waiting nearby and, upon seeing Mou awaken, exclaimed with excitement, "You are finally getting better. I can't wait to see your swordsmanship." The usually reticent Fei approached Mou, offering silent encouragement through his supportive gaze. Under the watchful eyes of his companions, Mou, with Han Yi's assistance, gradually rose to his feet and made his way towards the already prepared bath. The tub was filled with a specially concocted medicinal liquid, exuding a faint herbal aroma. This fragrance intertwined to create an oddly delightful scent that invigorated the senses rather than repulsed them. Mou took a deep breath, feeling a sense of calm and anticipation wash over him. He turned to Han Yi, his eyes brimming with hope and trust. With Han Yi's help, he slowly removed his clothing and gently sank into the tub filled with the healing elixir. The warm liquid enveloped his body, imparting an unparalleled sense of comfort and relaxation. Wu Yazi had already arrived, seated in a wheelchair beside the tub, his palms resting on Mou's back, channeling his profound inner strength into the boy, assisting him in expelling the residual toxins from his body. As the medicinal properties gradually permeated his being, Mou felt a warm current flowing within him, dispelling the coldness and pain that had long plagued him, bestowing upon him an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort. His eyelids grew heavy, and his consciousness began to blur, ultimately leading him into a deep slumber. As the sun dipped below the mountains, the clouds on the horizon were painted a brilliant red, resembling flames that cast a warm glow throughout the room. The gentle light filtered through the window, softly caressing Mou's face, giving it a rosy hue. Mou's eyelids fluttered slightly, his long eyelashes fanning like butterfly wings, and at last, he slowly opened his eyes. He felt invigorated, as if a warm current coursed through him, dispelling the ailments that had tormented him for so long, bringing forth an unprecedented sense of comfort and ease. He attempted to wiggle his fingers, then his arms. Each movement was infused with strength, no longer stiff or sluggish as before. Seated beside the bed, Han Yi had been closely monitoring Mou's transformation. Upon seeing him awaken, a look of relief graced his face as he inquired with genuine concern, "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Hearing Han Yi's voice, Tang Wulu and Fei quickly gathered around, their expressions a mixture of hope and worry, all wishing for Mou to completely break free from the torment of poison and grow joyfully like a normal child. Feeling the changes in his body, Mou beamed with a radiant smile and excitedly asked, "Brother, am I better now?" Han Yi nodded gently, his voice filled with conviction, "Yes, you are well now. From this day forth, you can learn any martial art you desire." Mou's eyes sparkled with hope and longing as he declared without hesitation, "Then I still want to learn the sword." "Of course, you may." Chapter 135. The 8 divas of the Heavenly Dragon. In the blink of an eye, over 2 decades have passed. Who in the martial world does not know the illustrious name of the Xiaoyao sect? After all, the Xiaoyao sect selects its disciples based not only on their innate talent but also on their appearance. It is widely circulated that the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect are destined to become celestial beings, residing amidst the mist-laden peaks of the Tianshan Mountains, each one resembling a divine consort. Ordinary folk, having seen little of the world, believe this wholeheartedly. During festive seasons, they dutifully face the Tianshan direction to offer their prayers, seeking blessings from these immortals. Conversely, those more attuned to the ebb and flow of the martial world tend to dismiss such tales without much thought, for the Xiaoyao sect operates with an air of mystery and seldom engages with the broader community. Nevertheless, there are a few renowned disciples among them. Foremost among these are the 8 friends of Hangu, the 8 exceptional disciples of Su Xinghe from the Xiaoyao sect, each possessing remarkable skills. Setting aside their martial prowess, they are all well-versed in various arts, music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and even the study of flora and fauna. Though dubbed friends, they share a bond akin to that of brothers, and their camaraderie has become a celebrated tale throughout the martial realm. Beyond the 8 friends of Hangu, the most notable figures are undoubtedly the current direct disciples of the Xiaoyao sect's leader, for it is common knowledge that the next master of the Xiaoyao sect will likely emerge from their ranks. Indeed, the Xiaoyao sect enjoys a grand reputation. The storyteller in the tavern struck the wooden block with vigor, his booming voice capturing the attention of all patrons within. The Xiaoyao sect, my friends, is not only renowned for its formidable martial arts but also for its penchant for selecting aesthetically pleasing disciples, leading to the widespread belief that each disciple is as handsome as Panin, capable of making the moon shine and flowers bow. Tang Wula listened to the storyteller's words and could not help but chuckle, raising his cup to take a sip before turning to the stoic Ah Fei seated across from him, teasingly inquiring, "Ah Fei, tell me, what do you think our Xiaoyao sect values more in its entrance criteria, martial prowess or looks?" Ah Fei, expressionless, cast a glance at him before returning to his tea, disregarding Tang Wula's jibe. Unperturbed, Tang Wula continued to listen to the storyteller, who spoke with fervor. The Xiaoyao sect is shrouded in enigma. They are said to dwell atop the Tian Shan, hidden amidst the sea of clouds, inaccessible to the common folk. The disciples are all exceptionally skilled in martial arts. Take, for instance, the notorious poison master, Tang Wula, whose mastery of toxic arts is both profound and elusive. One can hardly defend against him. Then there is the young Mou, who has already reached an extraordinary level of proficiency in the Xiaoyao sect's techniques at such a tender age, and let us not forget the swift sword Ah Fei, whose swordplay is truly otherworldly, capable of claiming lives with a single strike, instilling dread in all who hear his name. At this juncture, the storyteller paused deliberately, taking a sip of tea to clear his throat before continuing. Of course, there exists another rumor in the martial world, suggesting that the leader of the Xiaoyao sect has a favored young disciple, a true prodigy in martial arts destined to inherit the leadership of the sect. Yet, the identity of this young disciple remains a mystery to all. Tang Wula, amused by the storyteller's embellishments, stifled a laugh, maintaining a composed facade as he sipped from his cup to hide the smirk at the corner of his mouth. Ah Fei, however, remained indifferent to the storyteller's narrative, seated quietly as if oblivious to the world around him. At that moment, a young hero clad in dark attire entered the tavern, a long sword strapped to his waist. His steps were steady, and his demeanor distinguished, with a hint of coldness gracing his handsome features. Unfazed by the storyteller's discourse, he ascended the stairs directly towards the private room where Tang Wula and Ah Fei sat. It was none other than Mou. The door to the private room swung open. Mou stepped inside, prompting Tang Wula to jest. Well, if it isn't our illustrious young master of the Xiaoyao sect. What brings you here to listen to tales? Mou, uninterested in engaging with his banter, gracefully took a seat opposite Tang Wula, his long fingers delicately lifting the teapot to pour himself a cup of fragrant tea. With a calm tone, he stated, "Brother sent me to find you both. He says it's time to return." Return? Tang Wula echoed, a hint of incredulity coloring his voice. Though he had anticipated this day, he was surprised at how swiftly it had arrived, especially considering their young junior sister had only recently completed her training. Indeed, it was true that the three of them had a younger junior sister, chosen by their master to be the next leader of the Xiaoyao sect. Upon hearing the word return, Ah Fei's usually impassive expression finally revealed a flicker of emotion. He furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Junior sister?" Mou, fully aware of Tang Wula and Ah Fei's implications, set his teacup down and calmly explained, "What my brother means is that he will depart first, and we shall wait for our junior sister to finish her training before discussing the matter further. I suspect he simply wishes to escape the burdens of leadership." Tang Wula interjected, nodding in agreement. Mou cited Tang Wula's remark, recalling the years of dread imposed by their junior sister and Tang Wula's penchant for poisons and traps. Unable to restrain himself, he replied, "You still dare to say that? If it weren't for you teaching our junior sister the art of poison making, my brother wouldn't be so eager to flee." Tang Wula set his cup down, defending himself. He never wished to be the leader in the first place. "How can you blame me? Moreover, the martial world is perilous. If our junior sister has an affinity for poisons and traps, what harm is there in teaching her? It's better to be prepared." Mou scoffed at Tang Wula's retorts, countering, "Prepared? Just look around. Because of you, our residence is devoid of anyone, and what of the disciples from Lingjiu Palace and the Xiaoyao sect, who among them doesn't tremble at the mention of poison? How can that be my fault? Clearly, they are simply too weak." Tang Wula asserted, his tone betraying no hint of guilt. Mou opened his mouth to respond, but Tang Wula interrupted, "Alright, enough of this, let us focus on how we will explain things to our junior sister." Mou shot Tang Wula an exasperated glance, choosing not to engage further, well aware that arguing with Tang Wula would yield no fruitful outcome. Meanwhile, Ah Fei remained a silent observer, quietly seated and listening to their exchange, perceiving their banter as mere noise. Chapter 136 of the Eight Dragons and the Divine Heroes. In a state of panic, Duan Yu was relentlessly pursued by the members of the Wuliang Sword sect. In a moment of desperation, he fell into a valley, fully expecting to meet his demise. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that the valley concealed a wondrous realm. Contrary to his assumptions, the valley was not a dead end. At its base lay a flat expanse, where a smooth stone wall stood. The wall shimmered like a mirror, and faintly, the image of a man and woman wielding swords emerged. The flickering swordlight seemed to harbor boundless power, captivating Duan Yu, who could not resist the urge to observe it closely. As he gazed upon the scene, he discerned that the direction of the sword shadows on the stone wall appeared to conceal a profound secret, ultimately pointing towards an inconspicuous rock. Filled with curiosity, he tentatively pushed the rock, and to his surprise, a hidden entrance revealed itself behind it. After a brief moment of hesitation, he summoned his courage and stepped inside. The interior was far more spacious than he had anticipated. It turned out to be a stone chamber. Soft light streamed in from the left, and following its source, Duan Yu discovered a massive crystal, translucent and radiant, drawing in the daylight and illuminating the entire room. As he surveyed the chamber, he noticed a stone table at its center, accompanied by a stone bed adorned with soft brocade fabric. In one corner of the stone table lay a bronze mirror, alongside various hairpins and combs, likely belonging to a lady of the chamber. Duan Yu mused that this must belong to the sword-wielding woman depicted on the stone wall, perhaps a celestial being of unparalleled beauty. As a mere mortal man, he felt it would be inappropriate to perish here and inadvertently offend such a divine presence. It would be better to meet his end elsewhere. Just as he prepared to depart, he suddenly noticed the reflection of the bronze mirror casting light upon a section of the stone wall, which seemed to harbor a narrow crevice. Intrigued, he stepped forward and pushed against it, revealing a door. Beyond the door lay a winding stone staircase, seemingly leading to the unknown depths below. Duan Yu cautiously descended the staircase, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the silent cavern. After traversing a dozen steps or so, another heavy stone door came into view, adorned with intricate and exquisite carvings. Driven by curiosity, he pushed open the imposing door, and before him stood a regal woman in palace attire, brandishing a long sword, its tip aimed directly at his chest. Startled, Duan Yu instinctively recoiled, but as he took in the scene before him, his initial trepidation began to ease. The woman, clad in simple white garments, had her hair elegantly styled, and though she was sculpted from white jade, her skin appeared as flawless as snow, her eyes brimming with emotion, as if she were indeed alive. Duan Yu was deeply moved, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "Celestial sister." He gazed at the jade figure, overwhelmed by its noble beauty, and a sense of reverence welled up within him, mingled with a hint of admiration that gradually transformed into an obsession. "Celestial sister, Duan Yu pays his respects," he murmured, as if enchanted, and he knelt before her. Bowing his head in reverence, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the shoes of the jade figure, which bore the inscription, "Bow 1,000 times, grant me command." Without a second thought, Duan Yu felt compelled to fulfill the celestial sister's request as if it were his destiny, and he began to count as he continued to bow fervently. After completing 1,000 bows, he felt dizzy, and the jade figure before him seemed to blur. At that moment, he sensed the mat beneath him splitting apart. Looking down, he saw a silk pouch emerging from the fissure. Curiosity piqued, he picked up the pouch and opened it, revealing an inscription that read, "Eradicate all disciples of the Xiaoyao sect." He was aware of the Xiaoyao sect's esteemed reputation and recalled having encountered a disciple of theirs, whose divine demeanor left a lasting impression. Duan Yu pondered that the celestial sister must have suffered at the hands of her fellow disciples, wishing to take on a disciple to fulfill her unaccomplished aspirations, yet the act of killing was utterly unacceptable. Though those who had wronged the celestial sister were undoubtedly vile individuals, he could not help but recall that once noble Xiaoyao disciple. After all, the celestial sister had long since departed this realm, and the current disciples of the Xiaoyao sect may not be the same as those who had tormented her. If he were to mistakenly harm the innocent, would that not merely add to his transgressions? With a sigh, he resolved that rather than inciting conflict within the martial world, it would be better to pray earnestly each day, to honor the celestial sister's spirit in hope that she could release her grudges and ascend to blissful realms. As for the martial arts manual within the silk pouch, he had no intention of practicing it, for a martial artist devoid of a chivalrous heart would merely wield their skills as instruments of evil. Yet, he pondered whether the pouch might incite further bloodshed if discovered by another. Perhaps it would be wiser to take it with him to prevent future turmoil. With this thought, he tucked the silk pouch into his bosom, bowed thrice to the jade figure, and then turned to leave, leaving behind a sigh that echoed through the vast cavern. Duan Yu hunched over, making his way out of the cave, squinting against the bright sunlight that momentarily blinded him. Once he adjusted to the light, he gasped in astonishment at the sight before him. A magnificent river, roaring and tumultuous, surged from the foot of the mountain. Its powerful currents could only belong to the Longsong River. Surveying his surroundings, Duan Yu realized he stood high above, nearly 10 jang from the river's surface, with a treacherous path leading down to the water's edge. Peering down, the rushing waters made him dizzy. To reach the river, he had no choice but to climb, using both hands and feet to navigate the protruding rocks and tree roots along the cliffside. The jagged stones caused his hands and feet to ache, but he dared not be careless, fearing that a single misstep could send him plummeting into the river below. After a strenuous ascent, he finally reached the riverbank, panting heavily, his clothes drenched in sweat. Nevertheless, he did not forget the celestial sister. As he caught his breath, he meticulously observed the terrain around him, committing it to memory, vowing that once he rescued the people in need, he would return here every year to keep the celestial sister company, ensuring she would never feel lonely or isolated. Just then, a melodious and clear voice called out to him from behind, "Hey, you over there, looking rather disheveled, how on earth did you climb up from down below? You didn't fall and then climb back up, did you? Ha ha ha." Chapter 137 of Demigods and Semidevils. Duan Yu was taken aback, momentarily believing that the goddess had manifested herself. He hurriedly turned around, only to discover a young girl clad in a purple dress squatting not far behind him. The girl appeared to be in her teenage years, possessing a striking beauty, with a pair of large, lively eyes that sparkled with curiosity as she regarded him, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. "How did you climb up from below?" she inquired again, her tone laced with playful mockery. It was then that Duan Yu realized he was standing on a protruding rock by the riverbank, nearly 2 meters away from the girl. Startled by her sudden appearance, he gasped, instinctively leaning backward. However, his limbs felt weak, and as he leaned back, he lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. The young girl burst into laughter at the sight, doubling over as she pointed at Duan Yu, exclaiming, "You look so foolish." Duan Yu lay awkwardly on the ground, his face burning with embarrassment, wishing for a hole to swallow him whole. He struggled to rise, but his limbs felt so weak that he could hardly move. "Oh dear, have you truly fallen and become foolish?" The girl, seeing him struggle, ceased her teasing and stepped forward, reaching out to offer him a hand. Duan Yu glanced up at her and noticed the glint of mischief in her sparkling eyes. Curiosity peaked within him. How could such a spirited and enchanting girl exist in this desolate wilderness? "Thank you for your kindness, but I can manage on my own," he replied, avoiding her gaze and lowering his head, gently brushing aside her hand as he slowly pushed himself up from the ground. You truly are dull, mistaking kindness for malice, she remarked, unimpressed by his refusal. She shrugged, retreating to her previous position, arms crossed, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Once Duan Yu stood up and dusted himself off, he realized he had yet to ascertain her identity. He inquired, "May I ask your esteemed name, fair maiden, what brings you to this place?" Upon hearing his question, the girl erupted into laughter once more, as if he had told an amusing joke. "Do you truly think it matters to you what I am called or why I am here?" Duan Yu was left speechless by her retort, offering only an awkward smile. As the son of the prince of Southern Town, he was accustomed to being treated with utmost respect, and had never encountered a woman so sharp-tongued. He found himself at a loss for words. "My name is Aziz, and you?" she finally asked. "That name sounds refined, though you appear rather foolish," Aziz commented candidly, inspecting him from head to toe. Duan Yu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation at her words, scratching his nose in embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. "You still haven't explained what brings you here. I saw you climb up, did you perhaps fall and climb back up?" Aziz, noticing his discomfort, seized the opportunity to tease him further with a playful grin. Duan Yu was momentarily taken aback by her question, rendered speechless. He could hardly confess that he had stumbled into a valley and encountered a celestial being, for that would only reinforce the impression that he had lost his wits, yet, to speak the truth would require him to explain why he was being pursued and how he found himself in this remote wilderness. Additionally, he could not linger here, as Zhong Ling awaited his rescue. His thoughts raced like lightning, and after a deep breath, he resolved to conceal the details of his extraordinary encounter for the time being. He quickly stood, bowed respectfully to Aziz, and spoke earnestly, "Fair maiden, I have pressing matters to attend to and must take my leave." He added with concern, "Moreover, being in such a remote area, it would be wise for you to return home promptly and not linger here." Chapter 138. The Heavenly Dragons 8 Parts 32. Aziz gazed at Duan Yu, her eyes twinkling with a sudden idea. She feigned a look of fear and plaintively remarked, "But this place is so desolate, with no village in sight and no one nearby. What should a frail girl like me do if I encounter a villain?" Upon hearing her words, Duan Yu could not help but feel a twinge of hesitation. There was indeed some merit to what Miss Aziz said. Leaving her alone in such a desolate area seemed rather inappropriate. With this thought, he nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well then, if you do not mind, you may accompany me. However, I am curious as to where you intend to go." "Wonderful!" Aziz exclaimed, her previous fear vanishing as she donned a beaming smile. "I don't know where to go, but wherever you go, I shall follow." Duan Yu observed her whimsical demeanor with a sense of resignation, yet he acquiesced to her whims. The two set off together, with Aziz skipping ahead and Duan Yu leisurely trailing behind her. After walking a short distance, Aziz noticed that Duan Yu was limping and could not resist asking, "Pray tell, why do you walk so slowly? Do you lack martial skills? If you cannot even defend yourself, how do you plan to rescue anyone? Who exactly do you intend to save?" she inquired with genuine curiosity. "It's a long story," Duan Yu sighed, and briefly recounted the matter of Zhong Ling to Aziz. Upon hearing this, Aziz erupted into laughter, her joy evident as she clapped her hands and exclaimed, "So you are off to rescue your beloved? My, I never would have guessed, young Master Duan, that beneath that foolish exterior, there is a lady willing to be acquainted with you." She deliberately elongated her words, her tone laced with playful mockery. Duan Yu's face flushed crimson at her teasing, and he hurriedly attempted to clarify, "And no, that is not how it is. Oh dear, how shy you are." Aziz laughed even more heartily at his embarrassment. "But if you lack martial skills, how will you save anyone?" Duan Yu found himself at a loss for words, his face still aglow with shame as he muttered, "In any case, although I may not possess martial prowess, I can still deliver a message." As their figures gradually receded into the distance, the setting sun cast a warm glow upon them, elongating their shadows in an almost ethereal manner. Unbeknownst to them, a figure clad in white had quietly appeared on the riverbank where they had just conversed. He observed their departing silhouettes with an expression as profound as the stars in the night sky. Tall and majestic like a pine tree, with a visage as handsome as jade, the young man in white appeared as if he had stepped out of a painting. "Host, will you not linger a while longer?" The white-clad gentleman, known as Han Yi, did not respond immediately. Instead, he gently smiled, his gaze fixated on the lively purple figure in the distance. The golden rays of the setting sun enveloped her, as if draping her in a shimmering veil, enhancing her charm and allure. She was the girl he had rescued from the clutches of human traffickers, and his cherished disciple, Aziz, to whom he had devoted countless efforts. "Not necessary," Han Yi finally replied, his tone imbued with an undeniable resolve. "I have brought her this far. Now it is time for her to experience life and grow on her own." Yet, the system seemed poised to speak further, only to be interrupted by Han Ye's raised hand. "I believe she can do it," he asserted confidently, his gaze brimming with trust and anticipation for Aziz. "Very well, the system is preparing to initiate the departure procedure. Please ensure you are ready, host." Han Yi nodded slightly, closing his eyes to attune himself to the surging waves of energy around him. In an instant, his figure transformed into shimmering starlight, dissipating into the golden hues of the sunset, leaving only a gentle breeze that swirled a few fallen leaves away into the distance. As if sensing something, the exuberant Aziz abruptly halted, instinctively glancing back towards the spot where Han Yi had vanished. The sun had dipped below the horizon, casting the clouds in vibrant shades of orange and red, while the river flowed steadily eastward, all appearing tranquil and serene, devoid of any anomalies. Yet, Aziz understood that her master, who had descended like a celestial being to rescue her from her hardships, had departed. "What is it, Miss Aziz?" Duan Yu inquired, noticing her sudden stillness. "It's nothing, young Master Duan." Please walk a bit faster. Ah Zi replied, shaking her head as she resumed her forward pace. I will do my best, Duan Yu responded, though he remained puzzled, quickening his steps to catch up with her. Chapter 139 The Settlement of the Dragon World. When Han Yi opened his eyes once more, he found himself enveloped in a realm of sheer nothingness. This void was all too familiar to him, a hallmark of the system's unique space. Countless streams of data streaked across like meteors, shimmering with a cold luminescence, as if whispering secrets of the cosmos. The system welcomed the host back to its domain, announcing the commencement of task settlement. Simultaneously, a translucent light screen materialized before Han Yi, displaying the information regarding the task's conclusion. Task settlement card status, in use. Estimated return time, unknown. Deduction of stagnation points, 300. Task completion reward, 1000. Role-playing reward of 1500. Installment repayment, 1000. First installment. Current available points, 4700. 4700 points. Quite commendable, at least there was growth, Han Yi mused, feeling a semblance of reassurance settle within him. After a brief respite, Han Yi sensed a revival of his spirits and resolved to challenge the next world. He addressed the system, requesting the initiation of a new task and the drawing of an identity card. By the way, let us refrain from drawing any child characters this time. The last world was quite taxing with the children. I need a break. Very well. Fulfilling the host's wishes, the system's voice remained cheerfully upbeat, this time infused with a hint of childish innocence. Han Yi was taken aback by this unexpected shift. Have you suddenly malfunctioned? Does the host not appreciate it? You did not express such sentiments in the previous world, where you even remarked on their adorability. The system's tone was tinged with a sense of grievance, reminiscent of a forsaken puppy. Enough of this, they are children, and you are a system. Can they be compared? Han Yi found himself both amused and exasperated. Alright, host, the next world. The young man and the white horse drunk in spring breeze. Simultaneously, 3 cards appeared before Han Yi, 2 gold and 1 purple. The golden card prominently bore the name Yi Guqing, while the purple card displayed only a question mark, causing Han Yi to furrow his brow in confusion. Why is there a question mark card, and what S with the arrow in the bottom right corner? Can I upgrade? Han Yi scrutinized the purple card warily, sensing it might not bode well. Indeed, this is a mysterious card that can evolve in the future, the system chimed in, its tone returning to its customary cheerfulness, though Han Yi felt an unmistakable hint of amusement lurking beneath the surface. Evolve? In what sense? The system's voice sounded innocently bewildered. Host, we are a legitimate system. It simply refers to a standard progression and upgrade. A legitimate system would not draw 3 children cards after I expressly requested not to have any female identity cards, Han Yi retorted without hesitation. The system's tone was as innocent as ever. Wherein lies the failure to meet the host's wishes? Han Yi couldn't help but chuckle at the system's brazen defense. So you just drew me 3 children, is that it? After all, it does not contravene the hostess' desires. Enough of this banter, let us get to the point. What is this task? Han Yi resolved to skip the pleasantries with the system. Task 1 Rescue Yidingji. Task 2 Rescue Xiaoruofeng. The system resumed its serious tone. Fine, remember to send me the plot details. Let us begin. Han Yi rubbed his temples, preparing himself for the new challenges ahead. Understood. Would the host like to load the identity cards? The system inquired. Han Yi gazed at the 3 cards before him, 2 gold and 1 purple, the latter still shrouded in mystery. His curiosity about the secrets hidden behind this enigmatic card intensified. Let us go with the purple one, Han Yi declared, pointing to the mysterious card. After all, I'll have to play it sooner or later. Might as well discover what this question mark card entails. Very well. Chapter 140 of The Young White Horse Drunken in Spring Breeze. 1 inch. Behold, this is the sword hilt my father has bestowed upon me. A tender voice resonated nearby, accompanied by the My father mentioned that once I mature, he will forge an unparalleled sword from this hilt, and then I shall roam the world with it. The first voice brimmed with pride and dreams of the future. As consciousness gradually returned, it felt akin to surfacing slowly from the depths of the ocean. The surrounding sounds became clearer, drifting into Han Yi's ears in a fragmented manner, akin to whispers or echoes through a veil, blurred yet distant. He endeavored to open his eyes, yet his eyelids felt as though they were weighted down by immense boulders, heavy beyond measure. Before him lay an abyss of impenetrable darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light. A wave of confusion washed over Han Yi. Where am I? Shouldn't I have already entered the new task world? Why do I hear the voices of children? The sounds grew increasingly distinct, imbued with the unique innocence of youth, deepening his perplexity. What is a sword hilt? He vaguely grasped an odd term, a flicker of unease stirring within him. An ominous premonition quietly coiled around his thoughts like creeping vines, inducing a sense of palpitating anxiety. Suddenly, he felt as if his body were being lifted by an unseen force. The surrounding darkness quivered momentarily, as if something had swept past him, before settling back into stillness. Am I being lifted? Alarm surged through Han Yi, and he struggled in vain, realizing his body was entirely unresponsive, as though confined within a minuscule space. I have been picked up? The moment this thought surfaced, it spread through his mind like wildfire, consuming his every notion. Wait, Han Yi abruptly grasped a revelation, an indescribable absurdity swelling within him. Could it be that I have transformed into a sword hilt? This notion struck him like a thunderclap, overwhelming him with shock and disbelief, akin to being submerged beneath a tidal wave, nearly suffocating him. Then, Yungo, will you have to carry this sword hilt with you always? The voices continued, engrossed in their discussion of something significant. Yes, it is all for. Despite the ongoing chatter, Han Yi could no longer absorb the words. Suppressing his rising anger, he called out, System, show yourself. The voice of the host system emerged timidly, tinged with a hint of guilt. Explain this to me clearly. What is happening? Han Yi demanded, taking a deep breath and speaking coldly. It is, well, you see, the host system stammered, because when you entered this world, you chose to load this mysterious card that can evolve. So what? Han Yi urged impatiently. Thus, your current identity is rather unique, the system's voice trailed off, seemingly embarrassed to continue.
Han Yi laughed in exasperation.
Oh, I can see that it is quite unique. Now explain why it has come to this. The system's tone grew increasingly sheepish.
Host, this is not entirely my fault. The design of this card is such that it randomly generates an initial identity based on the surrounding environment and relationships, and then? Han Yi sensed the impending revelation.
And then, when you first entered this world, you fell from the sky.
Fell from the sky? So what?
Han Yi's heartbeat quickened, an ominous feeling surging within him. And thus, you were seen by Yiyu, who mistook you for some celestial meteorite, and then you became a sword hilt, which he took home to gift to his son.
Chapter 141.
The young white horse drunkenly embraces the spring breeze to Han Yi sighed helplessly, the sound of his exhalation barely audible, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 burdens, rendering him breathless.
Host, do not lose heart.
Becoming a sword embryo is quite commendable, at the very least, you still have the opportunity to evolve into a sword spirit. The system, sensing Han Yi's despondent mood, hastily offered words of consolation, striving to uplift the atmosphere.
Moreover, you are currently the sword embryo of Yi Dingji, which greatly aids you in fulfilling your tasks.
Just think, if you were to become his sword, you could protect him at any time, alleviating your concerns about completing your missions. Additionally, you possess other identity cards to assume. If this one does not suffice, we can always exchange it for another, there is bound to be one that suits you. The system rambled on, hoping to invigorate Han Yi's spirits. However, Han Yi appeared unaffected by its reassurances, sighing once more, his tone tinged with a sense of helplessness and bitterness.
System, you do not understand.
How could I not understand? The system retorted, a hint of indignation in its voice.
I am an advanced intelligence system, omniscient and omnipresent.
I comprehend all that you articulate. No, you do not comprehend, Han Yi interrupted softly, yet his tone bore an undeniable seriousness. You are merely a system, you have not experienced the life of a human, nor can you grasp the intricacies of human emotions, let alone the profound loneliness and helplessness one can feel. He paused before continuing, do you not realize that humans are social creatures, necessitating interaction and the experience of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness?
Yun Ge, my father is being unreasonable.
I told him you possess a sword embryo and asked him to help me acquire one as well, and he had the audacity to say I was dreaming. A voice filled with indignation interjected, brimming with dissatisfaction.
Moreover, he even threatened to hit me. Dong Jun, did your father strike you?
No, I immediately ran to my grandfather. The children spoke in a lively and animated manner, their voices vibrant and full of energy, starkly contrasting Han Yi's current sentiments. Listening to the children's chatter outside, Han Yi sighed again. To the system, it seemed that this sigh carried an additional weight of desolation and solitude. It longed to join them, to play and revel in the beauty of the world, yet the host was merely a cold sword embryo, unable to converse or engage in merriment with others. In this moment, the host felt utterly powerless. The system, increasingly empathetic towards its pitiable host, decided to access its accumulated treasury in hopes of discovering an item that might assist Han Yi. Suddenly, in a corner of its vault, it stumbled upon an unused item, a disposable deception tool that could induce dreams. Host, I have found a solution, the system exclaimed with excitement, its tone brimming with hope and enthusiasm.
After sighing for what felt like an eternity, Han Yi, feeling as though he could no longer contain his curiosity, paused before asking, what solution?
The system cleared its throat and endeavored to explain calmly, I possess an item that allows the host to designate an individual to enter a dream, and it functions as a deceptive tool.
What do you mean by a deceptive tool? Han Yi inquired, perplexed by the system's terminology.
Patiently, the system elaborated, in the dream, any lies spoken by the host have a certain probability of manifesting as truths in reality. The more individuals who enter the dream, the higher the success rate.
This tool does not seem like something I could afford.
This is merely a disposable test version. Consider it a gift from me to the host, the system generously declared, albeit hesitating momentarily, as if contemplating its next words.
What is it? Han Yi pressed. Well, there are quite a few restrictions, the system admitted, sounding somewhat hesitant.
Sensing the system's reluctance, Han Yi, who initially aimed to take advantage of the situation, instead consoled the system in a gentle tone, it is perfectly fine, this can still be considered a gift from you.
I will not disdain it due to its limitations.
Reassured by the host's words, the system revealed the conditions tied to the item in one breath. If the host wishes to utilize this item, then in the dream, you cannot speak the truth, nor can you designate any specific lie to become reality. Furthermore, any lie that materializes in reality will be drawn from all the lies spoken by the host in the dream and can only manifest once. Initially, you can only induce one person into a dream. Thereafter, for each lie that becomes true, you may induce one additional person. Han Yi contemplated this for a moment. After all, it was a free gift, and the ability to induce dreams was sufficient. Thus, he generously praised the system. System, you are truly remarkable to possess such a mystical item. His voice was filled with surprise and gratitude.
You have been a tremendous help. However, I do have some questions I would like to ask you. Han Yi paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Regarding the usage of this item, what happens if I inadvertently speak the truth in the dream? Actually, nothing will happen.
Each time the skill is activated, the host becomes the master of the dream, yet, all spoken words must be falsehoods. However, if a truth is uttered, the skill will be forcibly cancelled, and the dream's master will no longer be you.
I see, now I understand. Can I use this item right away?
Of course, please state the individual you wish to induce into a dream.
Han Yi did not hesitate and promptly exclaimed, Yi Yu.
Chapter 142. The youth on the white horse. Drunk in the spring breeze. 3. After attending to the official documents of the day, Yi Yu returned to his chamber, his weary body dragging behind him. He hastily washed up and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Time slipped away in a blur, until he felt the gentle caress of sunlight upon his face, causing his eyelids to flutter involuntarily. Reluctantly, Yi Yu opened his eyes, the blinding radiance temporarily disorienting him. He instinctively squinted, and as his vision gradually cleared, he found himself standing in the center of his own courtyard, bathed in familiar sunlight, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds. A cool breeze swept by, sending a shiver down his spine. Glancing down, he noticed he was still clad in the white nightgown he had worn to bed. Bewildered, he could not recall how he had arrived in the courtyard, nor did he remember having a tendency for sleepwalking. No one has ever mentioned to me that I might sleepwalk, Yi Yu murmured to himself, his voice laced with confusion and uncertainty. He strained to recollect the events of the previous night, yet he could not grasp when he had come to the courtyard. Just as he was about to turn back to his room, a familiar figure appeared, sauntering towards him from the far end of the corridor. The person was tall and handsome, dressed in a deep blue uniform that accentuated his distinguished demeanor. It was none other than himself. Yi Yu stood frozen, his mind swirling with questions, utterly perplexed by the situation. He opened his mouth, intending to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. What shocked him further was that this other Yi Yu seemed completely oblivious to his presence, walking straight through his ethereal form without leaving a trace. What on earth is happening? A whirlwind of shock and confusion coursed through him, momentarily rendering him speechless. Yet, having served as a general for many years, he had encountered countless storms and tribulations. He quickly willed himself to regain his composure. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, then cautiously raised his right hand, hoping to ascertain whether he was merely experiencing an illusion. To his astonishment, his hand passed seamlessly through the other Yi Yu's body without encountering any resistance. He then experimented with the surrounding flowers and trees, discovering that his hand would pass through them as well, as if he were but a mere shadow, devoid of physical form. Yi Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, scanning his hands back and forth, desperately seeking any sign of reality. He blinked forcefully, yet everything remained vividly clear, unchanged. In an effort to confirm he was not dreaming, Yi Yu lifted his right hand and gave himself a sharp slap. The resounding crack echoed, and a searing pain instantly radiated from his cheek, causing him to inhale sharply.
Ouch, that hurts. Does this mean I am not dreaming? Is everything happening before me truly real?
Just as he prepared to scrutinize the other version of himself further, a frantic figure dashed towards him from a distance, interrupting his thoughts. Recognizing it as one of his personal guards, a sense of foreboding surged within him. Before he could inquire, the guard had rushed up to the other Yi Yu, panting heavily as he reported, "General, it's bad. The Qing Wang, accompanied by the chief eunuch Zhuo Qing, has surrounded the general's residence with a contingent of troops." Yi Yu's heart plummeted, as if plunging into a frigid abyss, a chill racing up his spine, compelling him to shudder involuntarily. He understood that an immense trouble was swiftly encroaching upon him, enveloping him entirely. Indeed, the news brought by the Qing Wang struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving both Yi Yu and his other self reeling in shock. The Qing Wang had audaciously proclaimed a decree, accusing him of treason and unfathomable injustice. Fury erupted within him like a volcanic eruption, surging through his chest. Disbelief weighed heavily upon him, akin to a boulder that rendered him breathless. He had devoted his life to the nation, gallantly battling on the front lines, earning numerous accolades, never once imagining that his fervent dedication would be sullied by such baseless allegations. Yet, anger notwithstanding, it was of no consequence. He could only watch helplessly as the other Yi Yu, with hands identical to his own, resolutely grasped the hilt of his sword and drew forth the gleaming blade. The sword was exquisitely sharp, reflecting the determination etched upon his face, juxtaposed against Yi Yu's own pallid and powerless visage. With the sword poised at his neck, his movements were unwavering, as if he had long since cast aside the concerns of life and death, his eyes radiating only indignation toward the unfounded charges and unwavering conviction in his innocence. Yi Yu felt as though an invisible hand had gripped his heart tightly, the pain nearly suffocating him, yet, he was powerless to intervene, forced to witness the crimson spray erupting forth, staining the fabric of his chest and the cobblestone ground beneath. He understood and supported the other Yi Yu's choice. In such a dire predicament, only through death could one assert their integrity. In his heart, Yi Yu silently prayed that his sworn brother, the current Taiyan emperor, would comprehend his plight and perceive the Qing Wang's true nature, restoring justice to him. He could not fathom that his comrade in arms, with whom he had shared countless perils, would so easily doubt him. He preferred to believe that all of this was a trap meticulously woven by the Qing Wang out of jealousy and resentment after his failed machinations. Chapter 143. The young man on the white horse. Drunk in the spring breeze. 4. In the depths of his heart, Yi Yu fervently prayed over and over, yearning for a miracle to unfold, hoping that Emperor Taiyan would discern the truth and unmask the nefarious schemes of the Qing Wang, restoring his innocence and delivering justice for the Yi family. He could even envision the Emperor's wrath upon uncovering the truth, commanding a thorough investigation into the matter, and then personally arriving at the Yi residence to lift his wife, vehemently denouncing the vile deeds of the Qing Wang. However, as time ticked away, what arrived was not a decree of pardon, but rather news more disheartening than he could fathom. A eunuch's sharp, piercing voice grew nearer, proclaiming the Emperor's will, each word striking Yi Yu's heart like a heavy hammer, rendering him nearly breathless. By the decree of heaven, the emperor proclaims Yi Yu is accused of treason, with irrefutable evidence. The male over 7 years of age shall be executed, while those under 7 and the female relatives shall be exiled to the frontier. Thus it is decreed. Yi Yu's vision blurred, and he felt as if he might faint, unable to comprehend that this was the decision made by his once steadfast brother-in-arms. The somber tolling of bells echoed from the direction of the palace, each chime resonating deep within Yi Yu's soul, heralding the onset of calamity. The imposing threshold of the Yi estate was easily shattered by soldiers who resembled wolves and tigers, sunlight glinting off their gleaming swords, casting a cold, chilling light that mirrored their emotionless, frozen expressions, void of compassion or sympathy, only an unwavering obedience to orders and a morbid thirst for bloodshed. The soldiers' raucous shouts mingled with the harsh clanging of metal, reverberating through the air like a death knell, transforming the once joyous courtyard into a hellish purgatory, cries for mercy and curses intertwined, enveloping the atmosphere in despair and terror, setting the stage for a tragic tableau of human suffering. The elderly steward, ever loyal, attempted to shield the soldiers with his frail form, only to be mercilessly struck down by one of them. Blood instantly stained the flagstones, his eyes wide open in disbelief and rage until the very end. The normally gentle and orderly maidservants now fled in terror, desperate to escape this impending doom, their faces etched with fear and hopelessness, yet, before the ferocious soldiers, they were as fragile as candles flickering in the wind, falling one by one into the pools of blood without exception. And those brothers who had fought bravely by his side, each striving to protect their families, ultimately succumbed to the bloodshed. Yi Yu watched helplessly, his heart gripped by an invisible hand, causing him excruciating pain, leaving him powerless. At last, he beheld his young son, crying out for his father and mother, reaching out with his tender little hand towards his wife, who was forcefully taken away by the soldiers. The 3 elder sons, having barely had the chance to resist, were brutally executed before his eyes. The glint of the sharp blades flashed ominously, and Yi Yu felt as though his heart had been shattered into countless fragments. He lunged forward, desperate to shield his child from the lethal edge, yet could only stand by and watch as the blade pierced through him, coldly severing his son's life. The crimson blood gushed forth, staining the childless garments and blinding Yi Yu's vision. In that moment, Yi Yu felt as though his world was collapsing, the reality around him warping and fracturing, the once beautiful memories dissolving into mere shards, like ashes scattered in the air. The anguished cries of his son echoed like wails from the depths of hell, repeatedly tearing at his eardrums, gnawing at his sanity. The soldiers' indifferent faces morphed into grotesque visages, mocking his helplessness. His wife's desperate screams pierced his heart like sharp daggers, making him wish for death. Suffocating sensations surrounded him, despair engulfing him like icy waters, dragging him into an abyss of despair. Flames of fury ignited within his chest, yearning to incinerate everything before him. Regret coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent, constricting his breath. He longed to scream, to roar, to unleash the torment within, yet no sound escaped his lips. Suddenly, the world shattered like a broken mirror, splintering into fragments as darkness consumed all. Then, a glimmer of light pierced through the gloom, awakening him from the nightmare. Yi Yu abruptly opened his eyes, his chest heaving violently, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, soaking his garments. In a state of shock, he surveyed his surroundings, realizing he lay in bed, surrounded by the familiar comforts of his room, slowly grasping that it had all been but a dreadful dream. Turning to his side, he found his wife gazing at him with concern, her gentle voice laced with worry. Darling, are you all right? Did you have a nightmare? A shiver ran through Yi Yu's heart, the terror and sorrow from the nightmare still lingering, only to be replaced by an overwhelming joy at the return of his beloved. Unable to contain the tumultuous emotions surging within him, he suddenly reached out, pulling his wife into a tight embrace. His actions were raw and urgent, as if he wished to meld her into himself, completely forgetting his usual restraint and tenderness. This sudden embrace startled his wife, prompting her to instinctively raise her foot and kick Yi Yu off the bed. Chapter 144. The young man on the white horse drunk in the spring breeze. Yi Yu was unceremoniously kicked off the bed, landing in a disoriented heap. Yet, he paid no heed to the pain, his gaze fixed vacantly upon Lady Yi, his eyes brimming with disbelief and profound terror. Lady Yi, startled by his state, hastily descended from the bed, reaching out to support him while anxiously inquiring, "Husband, what is the matter? Please do not frighten me." Yi Yu grasped Lady Yi's hand with a force so intense that it nearly crushed her bones. His voice was hoarse, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell, as he implored, "Madam, tell me this is not true. That it is merely a nightmare, is it not?" Lady Yi was taken aback by his sudden outburst, instinctively retracting her hand, but she swiftly regained her composure and clasped his hand in return. The chill of his touch sent a wave of concern coursing through her. She softly reassured him, "Do not fear, my husband, it was but a dream, and dreams are often reversed." Yet, her words offered no solace to Yi Yu. The brutal images from his dream clung to him like a malignant shadow, gnawing at his very soul. He continued to clutch Lady Yi's hand tightly, as if she were the last lifeline for a drowning man, his grip so fierce it threatened to shatter her bones. His voice trembled with an unmistakable fear as he asked, "Madam, what of the children, are they safe?" As he spoke, he attempted to rise, eager to seek out their children and ascertain their safety. Lady Yi stumbled slightly from his abrupt movement, and in the dead of night, she firmly grasped him, saying, "It is the middle of the night, the children are asleep, why disturb them? Come, have a cup of tea to calm your nerves." With that, Lady Yi guided him to a nearby table, pouring a cup of hot tea and handing it to Yi Yu. He accepted the cup, but the scalding liquid failed to warm his icy hands. Instead, he stared vacantly at the floating tea leaves, lost in a myriad of thoughts. Born into a martial family, he had trained in combat and swordsmanship from a young age, enduring countless trials of life and death on the battlefield. He had forged a heart of unyielding resilience, yet this dream instilled in him an unprecedented sense of dread and unrest, as if the horrors he had witnessed were indeed real. The fragrant steam of the tea wafted about, yet it could not dispel the dark cloud enveloping Yi Yu's heart. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his racing heartbeat, aware that his current appearance must be alarming, yet he found himself unable to regain control. The dream had been too vivid, every detail seared into his memory, impossible to erase. He recalled the roaring flames that lit up the night sky like day, the acrid scent of blood and charred flesh permeating the air. He remembered the people he had fought desperately to protect, only to see them fall one by one into pools of blood, too late to catch even a final glimpse of their faces before being engulfed by the merciless inferno. Most haunting of all was the moment of waking, when the anguished cries of Lady Yi and the children echoed in his ears, their voices like daggers piercing his heart, leaving him in unbearable torment. Lady Yi was horrified by his disheveled demeanor. She had never witnessed such vulnerability in Yi Yu. Typically, he exuded a calm and composed demeanor, as if he could withstand the collapse of the heavens. Yet now, he resembled a lost child, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. "Husband, what on earth did you dream of?" Lady Yi grasped his hand, her voice laced with urgency. Yi Yu looked into her worried eyes, longing to share the horrors he had experienced, to reveal the fear and anxiety that festered within him, yet, when the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, they eluded him. Should he confess that he had dreamt of their entire family perishing? Chapter 145 of The Young Man on the White Horse Drunk in the Spring Breeze 6. Ultimately, Yi Yu swallowed the terrifying nightmare back into the depths of his being, refraining from voicing it aloud. He did not wish to burden his wife with unnecessary fears. He grasped Lady Yi's hand tightly, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor as he spoke. "My lady, I wish to see the children. Would you accompany me?" Noticing his evident unease, Lady Yi gently assented. "Very well, I shall accompany you." Yi Yu had 4 sons, each one a precious treasure to him. The anguish of losing them in his dream compelled him to seek their presence, to reassure himself of their safety. The eldest son, Yifeng, resided in the easternmost chamber. Yi Yu quietly pushed open the door and, by the dim flicker of candlelight, beheld Yifeng peacefully slumbering in bed, his chest rising and falling rhythmically with his breaths. Approaching the bedside, Yi Yu leaned down and tenderly caressed Yifeng's cheek, feeling the warmth of his body, and next, he visited the room of his second son, Yilin, and then that of his third son, Yi Senior. Each child's chamber was imbued with tranquility, the only sound being their even breaths. Yi Yu gently stroked the foreheads of his children, absorbing their warmth, as if this simple act could dispel the dread conjured by his dreams. After checking on his 6-year-old son, Yi Yun, Lady Yi once again took hold of Yi Yu's hand and softly reassured him. "See, the children are all well. It was merely a dream. Dreams are often contrary. Do not dwell on it." Yi Yu remained silent, merely embracing Lady Yi and closing his eyes, yet his mind incessantly replayed the scenes from his nightmare. He was left wondering if this was a harbinger or simply a figment of his imagination. The following morning, before the dawn had fully broken, Yi Yu awoke from his slumber. The vividness of last night's dream lingered in his mind, leaving him in a state of unease and unable to return to sleep. He rose, donned his outer garments, and resolved to practice at the martial arts training ground in hopes of dispelling the shadows clouding his heart. As he walked along the stone path leading to the training ground, Yi Yu's thoughts remained turbulent, swirling like the morning mist that refused to lift. His gaze unconsciously wandered over the passers-by, seeking solace in the mundane flow of daily life. Nearby, several personal guards marched in formation, each one exuding vitality, their steps firm and assured, their armor glinting reassuringly in the morning light. Not far off, the elderly steward commanded the servants to commence their day's labors, his voice resonant and robust, orchestrating the household affairs with meticulous precision. A few young maidens strolled by in small groups, their faces radiating youthful exuberance, their laughter ringing like silver bells in the crisp morning air. Each person bore the vitality of the dawn, vibrant and genuine, standing in stark contrast to the chilling and horrific scenes from his dreams. Upon arriving at the training ground, Yi Yu seized a long spear and commenced his practice, executing a series of movements with vigor. Yet, a sense of tranquility eluded him. During a brief respite, his gaze fell upon a young personal guard practicing swordplay not far away. This guard, named Yi Xing, was in his early 20s and possessed commendable talent, earning Yi Yu's favor. Yi Yu recalled that Yi Xing had once confided in him about his fiancée Yi waiting for him back home, bound by filial piety and thus postponing their wedding for another year. When Yi Xing spoke of this, a blissful smile adorned his face, prompting Yi Yu to jest about him honing his skills to protect his future bride. However, in last night's nightmare, Yi Xing lay bloodied in the courtyard, a ghastly wound marring his chest, blood staining his armor and the earth beneath him. Yi Yu vividly remembered how, when a group of assailants burst into the estate, Yi Xing had attempted to intervene but was restrained by those around him. In the chaos, even without drawing his sword, he was mercilessly slain, not on the battlefield, but in the very heart of Yi Manor, a sanctuary that should have offered safety. In his final moments, Yi Xing clutched a pouch tightly in his hand, a token of affection from his betrothed, with whom he had vowed to share a glorious future. The thought pierced Yi Yu's heart anew, and he set down his spear, striding toward Yi Xing. "Yi Xing, come here for a moment," Yi Yu called, beckoning him over. Upon hearing his name, Yi Xing hastily set down his sword and approached Yi Yu, bowing respectfully. "General, you summoned me?" "Yes," Yi Yu nodded. "I recall you mentioning a fiancée Yi at home who was in mourning, is that correct?" Yi Xing's cheeks flushed slightly as he replied in a hushed tone, "Yes, General." The surrounding guards paused their activities, joining in on the light-hearted banter directed at Yi Xing. "Oh, is that not Yi Xing? What's this, missing your wife? I wager he has been longing for this day, eagerly anticipating his wedding. Indeed, look at how red his face is, nearly rivaling the morning sun." Yi Xing's face turned crimson as he bashfully lowered his gaze. Observing this, Yi Yu chuckled and patted Yi Xing on the shoulder, saying, "When the time comes for your wedding, do remember to inform me. I would like to join in the celebration." "Thank you, General." Chapter 146. The youth on the white horse drunk in the gentle breeze. 7 The sweat poured out during his training did little to alleviate the gloom that enveloped Yi Yu's heart. Instead, it only served to amplify his agitation and unease. He resolved to visit his sons, hoping that their presence might dispel the persistent shadows lurking within him. With this thought, he made his way to the study. Nestled within a secluded courtyard, the study was graced by an ancient osmanthus tree, which was in full bloom at that moment, filling the air with its delicate fragrance. Upon pushing open the door to the study, he found his eldest son, Yi Feng, engrossed in his studies alongside his younger brothers, Yi Lin and Yi Qing. The children's voices rang clear and melodious, flowing like a crystal stream. Yi Yu chose not to intrude, gently closing the door behind him and standing outside the window to observe. Yi Feng already bore a resemblance to him, exuding a sense of steadiness and restraint, while Yi Lin and Yi Qing, being younger, displayed a more lively and exuberant demeanor, occasionally glancing outside. As Yi Yu stood silently listening to their bright recitations, akin to the soothing sounds of a mountain brook, his tumultuous emotions gradually began to settle. Father, are you all right? In an unguarded moment, Yi Feng had approached the window, gazing at him with concern. Hearing his voice, Yi Yu met his eldest son's worried eyes, which warmed his heart. Yi Yu shook his head, forcing a smile, and replied, I'm fine, I have some official duties to attend to, so you all focus on your studies. Yi Feng obediently nodded and returned to his desk. After departing from the study, Yi Yu felt a significant calmness wash over him. Perhaps it truly was just a nightmare, yet, each time he attempted to dismiss the thoughts, the chilling gaze of the Green King from his dream, along with the harrowing images of rivers flowing with blood, would resurface in his mind, refusing to fade away. In his heart, Yi Yu silently admonished himself, for the Green King must indeed be regarded with caution. He was akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. The suspicion and coldness exhibited by the Emperor Taiyan in his dreams resonated like a warning bell, echoing in his ears. He had risked life and limb for the Emperor, earning great military accolades, only to be met with suspicion and wariness in return, leaving a bittersweet taste in his heart. Indeed, the adage serving alongside a ruler is akin to accompanying a tiger would forever hold true. Lost in thought, Yi Yu suddenly heard the faint sound of children conversing behind the rockery, their voices hushed as if they feared being overheard. Yungo, has your father been frightened by a dream? A youthful voice queried, laced with curiosity. Perhaps. My mother said he was quite startled, shouting no and stop in the middle of the night, came another voice in reply. Adults are truly timid, no wonder they need our mothers to sleep with them, the second voice chimed in, as if in agreement. Yi Yu turned to peek behind the rockery and, unsurprisingly, discovered his younger son, Yi Yun, and his sworn brother's grandson, Li Dongjun, crouched there. Should I give you both a good thrashing? Would you like to experience that? Yi Yu's voice held a hint of mock menace as he feigned a stern expression. Little Yi Yun and Li raised their heads, startled to see their father's face darken with mock anger. Run! The two exchanged glances and, in unison, leaped to their feet and scampered away like frightened little rabbits. The two rascals dashed away swiftly, and Yi Yu, too lazy to pursue, merely shook his head in exasperation as he watched their retreating figures. These two little scamps are becoming increasingly mischievous. Chapter 147. The youth on the white horse drunk in the spring breeze ate. As night fell, the Yi residence gradually descended into tranquility. Yi Yu, burdened with exhaustion, reclined on his bed. The joyous sounds of children at play seemed to linger in his ears, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. Perhaps he had been overly anxious, or perhaps it was merely a fleeting nightmare. With such thoughts in mind, Yi Yu gradually drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he felt as though he were immersed in a warm ocean, a profound sense of ease enveloping him. Gradually, he sensed the howling wind brushing past his ears, its intensity growing, as if infused with some peculiar force, pulling him from the depths of his slumber. Startled, Yi Yu opened his eyes, only to find himself in a desolate landscape. Beneath him lay coarse, dry gravel, the searing heat seeping through the fabric of his attire. In the distance, sparse clusters of shrubs dotted the terrain, appearing lifeless under the relentless sun. The wind howled fiercely, causing his garments to flutter, while the parched grass bowed low, swaying like waves in the tumultuous breeze. Glancing down, he noticed he was still clad in his nightwear. An uncanny sensation washed over him. Was this not reminiscent of the dream he had experienced just the previous night? To confirm whether reality mirrored his prior dream, he instinctively reached out to grasp a nearby withered tree. To his astonishment, his hand passed through with ease. Yi Yu compelled himself to remain calm, surveying his surroundings in an attempt to ascertain his location. Yet, as far as the eye could see, there was nothing, only the distant, undulating mountains, standing like dark sentinels on the horizon, adding an air of foreboding and oppression to the barren landscape. At that moment, a fierce wind, laden with sand, swept through, carrying a faint murmur of commotion from afar, shattering the silence. He squinted, striving to discern the figures amid the swirling dust, but the distance rendered them mere indistinct shadows, gradually moving toward him. As the group drew nearer, he recognized them as a cadre of soldiers, numbering around 50. Clad in armor and wielding spears, their demeanor was stern, their steps synchronized, clearly indicative of rigorous training. Trailing behind the soldiers was a group of individuals garbed in prison attire, their hands bound with coarse ropes, trudging along under the watchful escort of the soldiers, their erratic footsteps leaving mottled impressions in the sand. Upon closer inspection, the prisoners appeared ragged and weary, their frail bodies battered by the wind and sand, helplessly enduring the torment of the elements. Among them were the elderly, women, and children, trembling in the harsh conditions, a scene so pitiful it was almost unbearable to behold. A tightening sensation gripped Yi Yu's heart, an ominous premonition surging within him. He strained to catch a glimpse of the prisoners' faces, but the distance obscured their features, leaving only vague outlines. Anxiously, he awaited their approach, feeling his heart race, as though it might leap from his chest. At last, the procession drew near enough for him to discern familiar silhouettes among the captives, his family. In that instant, memories of the blood-soaked visions from the previous night flooded his mind. Could it be that tonight's dream was merely a continuation of yesterday's nightmare? Suppressing his rising fear and unease, Yi Yu resolved to observe further, determined to witness the cruel reality that these dreams would unveil. The procession continued onward, arriving at a turbulent riverbank where the soldiers began to urge the prisoners to cross. The crowd erupted into chaos, cries and pleas intertwining, echoing across the desolate wilderness. Yi Yu's gaze fixated on the figures of his wife and child, desperately searching for any glimmer of hope. Suddenly, amidst the turmoil, he saw his young son, Yi Yun, pushed and stumbling, teetering precariously before plunging into the rushing waters. Yi Yu's heart constricted violently. His first thought was of the emperor's cruelty. How could he be so merciless as to endanger a child? Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the riverbank, yearning to grasp his son, only to be met with despair as his hand passed through Yi Yun's form, the icy water slipping through his fingers, rendering him incapable of seizing anything tangible. Yi Yu watched helplessly as his son struggled in the water, his frail arms flailing against the surface, sending up meager splashes before being mercilessly swallowed by the current. Yi Yun's youthful face was etched with terror and helplessness. He opened his mouth to scream, yet could only emit faint whimpers, swiftly drowned by the furious waters. Despair enveloped Yi Yu like the chilling river, constricting him in its grasp. Anger blazed within him like a raging fire, and he unleashed a series of anguished cries toward the dreamscape above. Why must I witness such a scene? Is this the outcome you wish to reveal to me? Do you want me to stand by helplessly as my loved ones are taken from me one by one? As if in response to his desperate inquiries, the surrounding scenery began to twist and warp violently. The river, the wilderness, the crowd all became entangled as if manipulated by an unseen hand, ultimately dissolving into chaos. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yu found himself in an entirely unfamiliar place, though still a wild and untamed expanse, overgrown with weeds and strewn with jagged rocks. It was unlike the previous scene. To his astonishment, his son, Yi Yun, lay peacefully atop a patch of withered grass. Though his complexion was somewhat pale and his lips slightly bluish, the gentle rise and fall of his chest signified that he was still alive. A flicker of joy ignited within Yi Yu, prompting him to rush forward, eager to embrace his son, only to discover that his hands passed straight through Yi Yun's form, rendering him unable to make contact. In that moment, he recalled that he remained merely a spectator, an observer incapable of intervening in the unfolding dream. His gaze then fell upon a figure not far from Yi Yun, a man who, if his assumptions were correct, must have been the one to save his son. Clad in garments as white as snow, pristine and unblemished, he stood out starkly in this environment, with his back turned to Yi Yu. A long sword was sheathed at his waist, adorned with intricate cloud patterns that gleamed ominously. Though Yi Yu could not see his face, he sensed an aura of formidable swordsmanship radiating from him, akin to a slumbering lion poised to unleash its tremendous power. Astonishment coursed through Yi Yu. Could this be a celestial swordsman? Chapter 148. The young man on the white horse drunk in the spring breeze. 9. At that moment, Yi Yun awoke, his gaze wandering in confusion around his surroundings until it landed on the man in white. He struggled to sit up. Who are you? Yi Yun asked weakly. Hearing Yi Yun's question, the man in white slowly turned to face him, his eyes resting upon Yi Yun, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yi Guqing, your paternal uncle. Yi Yu suddenly jolted awake, realizing that daylight had broken, and the melodious chirping of birds wafted through the window. The scenes from his dream remained vividly etched in his mind, particularly the white-clad swordsman who identified himself as Yi Guqing. Yi Yu pondered over the dream, his heart brimming with perplexity and confusion. Yi Guqing, a name he had never encountered before. Could it be that, during the family's flight from the Northern Gate, there were other relatives who had been scattered, and this Yi Guqing was one of them? The more Yi Yu considered this, the more incredulous it seemed, yet an inexplicable premonition stirred within him, suggesting that this Yi Guqing might indeed exist. To validate his suspicions, Yi Yu promptly summoned his deputy, instructing him to send someone to investigate the whereabouts of Yi Guqing. He emphasized the need to probe along the border of northern barbarians and northernly, as it might yield fruitful results. Understood, the subordinate replied obediently. The border town of northern barbarians lay amidst desolate terrain, perpetually ravaged by wind and sand. The buildings were low and dilapidated, and dust swirled through the streets. The inhabitants of the town were predominantly rugged men, possessing hardy dispositions but lacking eloquence, toiling daily for their livelihoods. Further north sprawled the vast and boundless northern barbarian grasslands, where winters were long and frigid, fierce winds howled, and snow blanketed the earth. Summers were characterized by swirling sands and oppressive heat, rendering the landscape desolate. Yet, amidst this rugged wilderness, a figure appeared, a swordsman clad in white. He stood tall, his demeanor ethereal, out of place in his surroundings. What set him apart was his pristine white attire. In the sand-laden northern barbarians, his garments remained untouched by dust, as if he had stepped forth from a painting of a celestial being. The white-clad swordsman strolled through the town alone until he found an inn. This establishment was the sole lodging in the town, a refuge for travelers and merchants alike. The innkeeper was a weathered middle-aged man, his face etched with the marks of time, his skin darkened by years under the sun. The innkeeper's wife was a robust woman, always warmly welcoming every guest, her speech imbued with the characteristic frankness of the northern folk. The inn's business was modest, yet sufficient to sustain their livelihood. As the white-clad swordsman entered, the pungent aroma of mingled alcohol and sweat assaulted his senses, starkly contrasting with his cool demeanor. He frowned slightly, his gaze sweeping over the inn's meager furnishings before settling on the counter. Approaching the counter, he addressed the innkeeper, who was busy tallying accounts. Innkeeper, I wish to stay. The innkeeper looked up, scrutinizing this out-of-place guest, and inquired, Sir, do you wish to take a room? Is there a vacant room available? The swordsman asked, his voice clear as jade, a stark contrast to the coarse environment. We only have standard rooms. Would that suffice? The innkeeper replied. That will do, the swordsman answered. Very well, please follow me, the innkeeper responded, stepping out from behind the counter to lead the swordsman to a relatively clean guest room. As night fell, the white-clad swordsman seated himself at a table in a corner of the first floor. He surveyed his surroundings. A few tables were occupied by patrons, most of whom were rugged men with weathered faces, loudly discussing various rumors from the martial world while drinking low-quality liquor. The swordsman held little interest in their chatter, he merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting his gaze. What would you like to eat, sir? The innkeeper's wife inquired, wiping a table with a grimy cloth.
What do you have? The swordsman asked.
We only serve simple noodle dishes. Would you like a bowl of Yangchun noodles? She suggested. The swordsman nodded. Very well, one bowl of Yangchun noodles, please.